Eternal Heart Chapter 1291 to Chapter 1341. The divine crystal was the crystallization of divine power and contained the origin of heaven and earth. It was very difficult for ordinary people to absorb it without special methods. However, Xianxia had the chaotic body, so he didn't have to worry about this problem. Moreover, he found that the absorption process was very smooth and fast. The astral source in his body released a dazzling radiance as it absorbed the pure energy and began to expand. An hour later, a powerful sacred power aura came from the side, alarming Xianxia. He opened his eyes and saw that the clone's cultivation had risen to the peak of the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. It broke through just like that? Xianxia was a little surprised. This speed was too fast. In just a short time, the blood god clone's cultivation had caught up to him. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. The clone had devoured the life force of a few thearchs, and its cultivation had improved. It then entered the demigod corpse and absorbed a large amount of flesh essence, poison, and even divine power. In fact, if Xianxia hadn't wanted to steal the god crystal, the blood god clone wouldn't have needed to control the demigod corpse to self-destruct, and it would have obtained even more benefits. However, before the demigod corpse self-destructed, the clone had also absorbed a large amount of flesh essence and stored it in its body. It hadn't been used up until now. Therefore, the blood god clone wasn't in a hurry to absorb the energy within the divine crystal even though he had broken through to the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm. Looks like I have to hurry. Xianxia smiled. The blood god clone had caught up to him so quickly, which was out of his expectations. Xianxia decided to advance to the late-stage mysterious nether realm. The blood god clone was only one of the reasons he decided to break through to the late-stage mysterious nether realm. The second reason was the pressure from the demigod evil sparrow. Although he had escaped from the tiger's den, the demigod evil sparrow would definitely chase after Xianxia once it recovered from its injuries. At that time, how many chances did Xianxia have to escape from a demigod at his peak? Therefore, Xianxia wanted to increase his cultivation and break through to the late-stage mysterious nether realm. 5 days later, Xianxia woke up from his cultivation state. His cultivation was very close to the late-stage mysterious nether realm. He decided to stop for now and cultivate the 4th level of the 4 symbols divine body to perfection to increase his foundation before attempting the late-stage mysterious nether realm. Xianxia had just achieved a breakthrough in his divine body of 4 symbols, but his talent and body tempering could not be measured by common sense. Taking out the sea lustrous crystal and activating the black tortoise sacred arm, Xianxia began to refine his physique. 1. Within the sea luster crystal, a powerful water path aura rippled out. The surrounding void became viscous, as if it had turned into a vast ocean. Such a large amount of pure water path essence, it is simply the best treasure for cultivating the black tortoise sacred arm. Xianxia was overjoyed. Unfortunately, among the treasures the blood god's clone had obtained, there was only one water path crystal. Buzz, the black tortoise sacred arm emitted a tranquil deep blue radiance as it absorbed the energy within the lustrous sea crystal to strengthen itself. Xianxia discovered that the energy essence inside the sea lustrous crystal was being absorbed at an extremely fast speed. Maybe it was because he had trained his body and fought with a demigod, which was why the effect of his cultivation was so good. As time passed, 6 days passed, and the cultivation speed of the black tortoise sea suppressing arm only decreased slightly. It didn't affect it much. Xianxia felt that he could cultivate the black tortoise sea suppressing arm to the max level in one go. Another 3 days passed. The black tortoise sea suppressing arm had reached a bottleneck, and it was one step away from the max level. Divine crystal. Xianxia took out the divine crystal and absorbed a wisp of the divine power within before merging it into the black tortoise sacred arm. Wing boom. The aura of a sacred beast within the black tortoise sacred arm was extremely strong, and it shook the surroundings as if the black tortoise sacred beast was roaring. Xianxia grasped this chance and continued to absorb the water path essence within the sea lustrous crystal. Boom. The ancient patterns on the black tortoise sacred arm instantly gave off a deep blue light as the aura of a sacred beast spread. Faint blue water flowed around it and formed the figure of the black tortoise sacred beast. The figure of the black tortoise sacred beast wasn't very big, but it made Xianxia feel as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the ocean. Perfected 5th level of the 4 symbols divine body. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up. Maybe it was because of the mysterious heart's modifications, but his body path cultivation had been extremely smooth all this while. Perfected the black tortoise sacred arm, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to cultivate the 6th level of the 4 symbols divine body. Right now, his goal was to increase his cultivation level and reach the late-stage mysterious underworld realm. Thus, he used the divine crystal to cultivate and increase his cultivation level again. This time, he felt that his cultivation level was stable, and his mind was clear. There were no more bottlenecks to break through to the late-stage mysterious underworld realm. Xianxia didn't know that the entire secret realm was in an uproar while he was in seclusion. The land of inheritance had appeared, that was the inheritance of a god. If any mysterious underworld realm cultivator obtained it, their chances of breaking through to the heaven fusion realm would increase greatly. Even demigods desired the inheritance of a god. At the center of the secret realm, many forces had already arrived after hearing the news. The Cloud Dragon race was the first group. The Cloud Dragon race's team had discovered the land of inheritance, but the glazed light demigod of the Cloud Dragon race hadn't arrived yet due to some matters. The first to arrive was the Stone race's demigod Giant Chasm. Demigod Giant Chasm's true body was a mutated mountain giant. He was stronger than normal mountain giants when he was born, and his defense was even stronger. Apparently, he had once blocked the attack of a heaven fusion realm head-on. The second to arrive was the Yao race's demigod Evil Sparrow. Isn't that Evil Sparrow? Why does his complexion look so bad? Demigod Giant Chasm looked at the Yao group and snickered coldly. There was a total of 4 demigods in the secret realm, and they were all competitors. Humph. Demigod Evil Sparrow harumphed coldly and didn't reply. He had only rested for 2 days after hearing the news about the inheritance, so his injuries hadn't completely healed yet. I heard that the treasure that demigod Evil Sparrow wanted was taken by a human junior. This rumor is too ridiculous. Evil Sparrow, aren't you going to refute it? Demigod Giant Chasm continued to smile when he saw that Evil Sparrow wasn't replying. Many spectators had watched the battle between demigod Evil Sparrow and a skypoison giant beetle. Some members of the Stone race had seen Xianxia snatch food from the tiger's mouth and then be chased by Evil Sparrow. These members of the Stone race were in demigod Giant Chasm's group. Could it be true? I even heard that you personally chased after that human junior. Did you manage to take back the treasure? Demigod Giant Chasm said to himself and mocked demigod Evil Sparrow. A demigod had lost to a peak middle stage mysterious Dark Realm junior. Even if he managed to kill Xianxia, it would be a black mark in his history. However, in reality, demigod Evil Sparrow hadn't killed Xianxia yet. Fuck off. Demigod Evil Sparrow roared in anger when demigod Giant Chasm's words stabbed at his sore spot. If he said that he had failed, then he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of demigod Giant Chasm in the future. Demigod Giant Chasm started to laugh when he saw Evil Sparrow become angry. However, he didn't continue mocking Evil Sparrow. The most important thing right now was the inheritance. He only mocked Evil Sparrow because he wasn't in a good mood. Evil Sparrow, if we can't solve this inheritance, then we really will have to fuck off. Demigod Giant Chasm spoke to demigod Evil Sparrow in a negotiating tone. The inheritance had a special rule that prevented demigods from entering. If one tried to force their way in, they would suffer a backlash. Demigod Giant Chasm had tried this before. The power of the backlash was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that he specialized in defense, he would have been severely injured. Which god's inheritance is this? There are 2 inheritances and they even set this bullshit rule. Demigod Giant Chasm vented his dissatisfaction. Demigod Evil Sparrow started to think. One of the 2 inheritances was obviously related to the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Poison. On the other hand, the second inheritance contained many spatial arrays and some mechanisms. Demigod Evil Sparrow couldn't think of any heavenly fusion realms that knew all of this. There must be a reason behind the rules set by a god. Demigod Evil Sparrow replied. He was also extremely annoyed. He gave up on chasing Xianxia and rushed here, but a demigod couldn't enter the inheritance. Within the dimension of the heavenly dark feather, Xianxia and his clone sat down cross-legged and started to increase their cultivation. The blood god clone was digesting the essence and poison stored within its body. Compared to before, the blood god clone's color was much dimmer, giving off a dark feeling. This was because the clone's poison path energy had merged with the heavenly poison giant beetle's poison, becoming even more powerful and lethal. The essence of life had changed. Beside him, a white divine crystal floated quietly in front of Qinyu. Layers of dense mist rippled out of it like ripples of water. The origin energy vortex around Qinyu rapidly absorbed the energy within the god crystal, not letting a single drop escape. The color of the divine crystal was fainter than before. At a certain moment, the aura radiating from Qinyu's body started to climb, and it became stronger and stronger. The blood god clone was woken up and murmured, "Master is about to break through." Because the aura of Qinyu's breakthrough was shocking, the clone wasn't able to properly cultivate in this small space. Boom, the life-bond star source in Qinyu's body shook, and it was like a burning white sun that released a powerful light and pressure. His body was transparent like jade, and white light shone from it, making him look like a deity. He broke through. What a powerful aura. The blood god clone's cultivation was only one level lower than Qinyu's, but it felt a huge pressure at this moment, and its cultivation became unstable. Buzz, the white light radiating from Qinyu's body gradually dimmed and retracted into his body. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the late-stage mysterious nether realm, and he was currently consolidating it. 2 hours later, Qinyu's aura was completely restrained, and he didn't look any different from before. Qinyu opened his eyes, and a crystal light flashed in them, giving off the feeling of a vast sea of stars. My four symbols divine body has reached the peak of the 5th level, and my cultivation has broken through to the late-stage mysterious nether realm. What a huge increase! Qinyu revealed a confident smile. Furthermore, when Qinyu used his divine power to break through, his comprehension of the spatial law had suddenly deepened, and the spatial law fragment had expanded by quite a bit. Within the sea of stars, there was a sparkling and beautiful silver fragment. There were all kinds of wondrous patterns on it, as if the profundities of space had been simplified and inscribed on it. After breaking through, Qinyu left the heavenly quiet feather and prepared to continue exploring this place. There were still many fortuitous encounters in this secret realm. He couldn't miss it. Furthermore, both his and his clone's cultivation had broken through, so their ability to protect themselves had increased once again. Whoosh, Qinyu flew into the sky while the blood god clone was still cultivating in the heavenly quiet feather. The blood god clone's cultivation had just broken through, but there was still room for improvement. There were no bottlenecks in its cultivation. As long as it had enough resources, it could even reach the demigod level in a short time. After breaking through to the late-stage mysterious nether realm, Qinyu gave the divine crystal to the clone. There was still about 30 to 40% of the clone's divine power left in it. There was hope for the clone to reach the next level. Try to sense where the treasures are. Qinyu sent a voice transmission to the blood ancestor. Compared to searching by himself, it was more convenient to let the blood ancestor sense it. The west side. The blood ancestor gave a rough direction. After flying west for 6 hours, Qinyu sensed a dense blood aura. The blood ancestor was very sensitive to blood energy, and Qinyu also needed blood resources to increase the clone's strength. This blood aura. Divine blood aura? Qinyu was surprised. He was familiar with this aura, as he had come into contact with divine blood stones. After flying closer, Qinyu saw a huge blood-red crater. It was several hundred miles wide, and the aura of the divine blood was coming from it. Rumble, explosions came from the crater, and a berserk sacred power spread in all directions. There was a huge battle taking place here. On one side of the battle was a group of demonic beasts called purple berserk wolves. Among them, the one with the strongest aura was a giant wolf covered in purple fur. On its head, there were 3 eyes that were flickering with demonic and cold blood-red light. This was a mutated purple berserk wolf with 3 eyes. Its cultivation had reached the late-stage mysterious nether realm, and its blood aura was intimidating. At this moment, the 3-eyed purple berserk wolf was leading the pack in a frenzy. The purple berserk wolf's opponent was a group of 3 demons. The strongest one was at the late-stage mysterious nether realm, while the other 2 were at the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. Demons? Qinyu's lips curled into a cold smile. Not long ago, he had a feud with the Yao race, and the demigod Evil Sparrow had even chased after him personally. Qinyu had almost fallen into the tiger's mouth. The demigod Evil Sparrow hated Xianxia to the bone, and Xianxia didn't have a good impression of the demon race either. There are so many treasured grounds with the aura of God's blood. It seems like there was a unity heavenly God who stayed here before. Xianxia was in no hurry to make a move. God blood was a treasure for mysterious nether realm experts, but for heaven merging realm experts, it was just blood in their bodies. It was nothing. However, even a heaven combining stage expert wouldn't spill blood everywhere. Xianxia guessed that the deities here had once been heavily injured. It was normal for them to bleed a little. Now, it was very likely that the deity realm expert had perished, and his god was hiding in this place. It was even possible that he had left behind his inheritance. After pondering for a while, Xianxia decided to make his move. In the blood pit. The 3 demon clan members immediately noticed that someone was approaching. We, the demon clan, found this place first. Scram! A muscular demon clan member roared. After all, there was only one person, and he planned to scare them away with his aura. However, the other demon clan member realized that Xianxia was slightly familiar and exclaimed, "Isn't he Xianxia? Lord Demigod Evil Sparrow personally told us to pay attention to that human." The strongest expert in the group was a black-robed woman. She was covered in scales and had a black scorpion tail that was slowly twisting in the air behind her. "Human, if you're willing to submit to the demon clan, I can give you a portion of the treasures here." The scorpion-tailed woman had a cold expression as she released a powerful aura. The nearby purple berserk wolves were scared away by her cold aura. Only the 3-eyed purple berserk wolves weren't affected, and they stared at the scorpion-tailed woman. "My lady, how can we give the treasures here to this human?" The muscular demon clan member was unconvinced. There must be something special about this brat for Lord Demigod Evil Sparrow to pay attention to him. Now that the inheritance has appeared, we don't have much time to waste here. We need to hurry over as soon as possible. If this brat is willing to join us, we'll be able to finish off these purple berserk wolves even faster. The scorpion-tailed woman sent a message and explained the reason. Her tone was cold and didn't allow anyone to refute her. The other 2 beasts didn't say anything else. It was already very rare for the scorpion-tailed woman to explain so much, and her temper wasn't good at all. "How about it? Human?" The scorpion-tailed woman asked once more. "Join you? What a joke." Xianxia found this funny. He already had a feud with the demigod Evil Sparrow, so why would he join the Yao race? "Bastard, how can you say that?" The muscular Yao roared, but he started to laugh in his heart. The scorpion-tailed woman didn't have a good temper at all. Xianxia definitely wouldn't have a good ending for boasting like this. As expected, "Oh?" The scorpion-tailed woman's expression was cold as she said calmly, "Retreat first." The 3 Yao Emperor Lords retreated from the pit of blood and headed straight for Xianxia. The scorpion-tailed woman was so narrow-minded that she planned to first take care of Xianxia, who had offended her, with just one sentence before taking the treasures in the pit of blood. "Die." The scorpion-tailed woman didn't waste any time and attacked. Whoosh, a purple-black light flashed and turned into a giant scorpion tail that stabbed toward Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. This attack was as fast as lightning, and if one was slightly slower, they wouldn't be able to react in time. The muscular Yao had a smile on his face, as if he could already see Xianxia being pierced by this attack. However, what happened next made his mouth drop open. Shwa, silver light flickered around Xianxia's body, causing the space around him to distort slightly. His figure disappeared into thin air and shifted 200 meters to the left. Whoosh, 200 yards was just enough to dodge the scorpion-tailed woman's attack. The dark purple scorpion tail passed through him and pierced into the clouds. "What?" The demon race brawny man was shocked. The 3-eyed purple berserk wolf also looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. It had fought with the scorpion-tailed woman before and knew how difficult it was to deal with her. However, Xianxia easily dodged the enemy's attack. "You are indeed capable to attract the attention of Lord Evil Sparrow. However, it is foolish of you to be arrogant because of this." The scorpion-tailed woman was even more enraged. Her eyes were cold, and the scorpion tail behind her twisted, condensing shocking sacred power on the stinger. "Now, it's not too late to submit to the Yao race." The scorpion-tailed woman decided to give Xianxia one last chance. Xianxia smiled in disdain and couldn't be bothered to reply. Die. The scorpion. Tailed woman let out a sharp cry and waved her scorpion tail in the void. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, there were hundreds of purplish-black rays of light that were as thin as needles piercing through the air. The purple-black light rays were condensed to the extreme by the scorpion-tailed woman. Every light ray had a strong defense-breaking ability, and it could even pierce through the sacred power barrier of a peak late-stage mysterious underworld being. Qinyu agreed with the scorpion-tailed woman's control. She was even stronger than the blue scales, the arch-lord from the Yao race. However, that was all. Qinyu raised his palm and activated the white tiger sacred claw. A pair of golden-white metallic beast claws emitted a massive ancient beast pressure. At this moment, the aura on Qinyu's body made everyone's hearts tremble. The purple berserk wolves below panicked. Ding, bang. Bang, the attack was condensed to the extreme, and its penetrative power was extremely strong. When the attack landed on the white tiger sacred claw, it continuously emitted metallic sounds. The scorpion-tailed woman's attack ended after a breath. She looked at Qinyu's claw. There was not a single mark on it. It was as smooth as before. What? This time, the scorpion-tailed woman could no longer maintain her composure. That attack was already her killing move, and it could even pierce through the sacred power barrier of a peak late-stage mysterious underworld being. However, it was blocked by a single claw from Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu waved his claw. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! A terrifying storm was set off. 5 dazzling golden light rays pierced through the void and hit the scorpion-tailed woman. No, the scorpion-tailed woman felt a strong sense of danger and wanted to dodge, but the attack had already arrived. Qinyu used the intent of space in this attack, not giving the scorpion-tailed woman a chance to dodge. Whoosh, 3 bone-deep wounds appeared on the scorpion-tailed woman's body, and one of her arms was cut off. Blood gushed out. Arg! The scorpion-tailed woman screamed across the sky. The other 2 Yao turned pale and didn't dare to speak. The purple berserk wolves below were even more silent. Not bad. Qinyu smiled. He was very satisfied with his strength after the breakthrough. He was still invincible against those of the same cultivation. The profound law of space and the sharp white tiger sacred claw made the scorpion-tailed woman completely defenseless in front of him. In reality, after Qinyu's breakthrough, the greatest improvement he had received was in his defense. You, spare my life, or else Lord Demonic Sparrow won't let you go. The scorpion-tailed woman begged for mercy after witnessing Qinyu's true strength, but she still used the demigod Demonic Sparrow to threaten Qinyu. He and I have always been enemies. Qinyu snickered. Hearing that, the scorpion-tailed woman and the other 2 Yao were completely dazed. What happened between Qinyu and the demigod Demonic Sparrow? If they really were enemies, how did Qinyu survive until now? Die. Qinyu was too lazy to say more. He released the origin sacred power within his body. They were both at the late-stage mysterious dark realm, but the quality of his sacred power completely suppressed the scorpion-tailed woman. The sacred power formed the shape of the white tiger sacred claw and stabbed out. The scorpion-tailed woman turned around and tried to escape, but a silver light suddenly flashed around her and turned into silver chains that bound her in the air. No! The scorpion-tailed woman screamed. Bam! The next instant, the white tiger sacred claw pierced through her body, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A late-stage mysterious dark realm cultivator was easily killed. The other 2 Yao were so scared that they peed their pants and begged for mercy. However, Qinyu wouldn't show them any mercy. He had a feud with the Yao race, so if he didn't kill them now, they might turn around and kill him in the future. He floated in the air and didn't move. His sacred power flowed under the control of his star soul and formed into an attack that attacked the remaining 2 Yao race members. No. The second Yao race member was killed by Qinyu without any resistance. Don't kill me. I know a secret. In the end, the demon clan man was terrified and begged for mercy. Oh? Qinyu walked forward and urged the power of Space Upanishad, creating many silver space chains that pinned the opponent in the air, making it impossible for him to move. His powerful star soul intent then charged out and searched the Yao race member's soul. A moment later, Qinyu learned everything in the Yao race member's memories. The sacred power in his body turned into a golden sword that shot out and killed the Yao race member. Land of inheritance? Xianxia was quite surprised. The inheritance of the heavenly combination level had appeared in this secret realm. Because he had explored this place alone, he didn't know about it until now. Xianxia calmly threw the bodies of the 3 Yao race members into the heavenly quiet feather and handed them to the blood god avatar. Xianxia had obtained clues about the inheritance ground from the sovereign lord's memories. That was the inheritance left behind by a god. How could Xianxia not be tempted? There was no point in being anxious. He had to settle the matters here first before going to the inheritance ground. While Xianxia was sorting out the 3 corpses, the purple berserk wolves below were in a mess. The scene of Xianxia suppressing the 3 demon race clansmen was too shocking. The leading 3-eyed purple berserk wolf had yet to recover from the shock. The 3 demon race clansmen were enemies that gave their entire tribe headaches, but they had been easily suppressed by Xianxia. In other words, the purple berserk wolves might also end up like Xianxia. Human, I'll let you have this treasure ground. The 3-eyed purple berserk wolf stared at Xianxia cautiously. Its eyes were filled with fear as it led its tribe away. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to chase after them. He would first plunder the treasures here before checking out the inheritance ground. He only hoped that he could get a share of the loot. Swoosh, he flew into the blood pit and instantly felt the faint pressure of the god's blood enveloping the surroundings. The effects of cultivating here would definitely be great. There were a few blood path treasures at the center of the blood pit. They were all at the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm and were not of much use to Xianxia now. However, the blood god clone could barely use them. Could it be that the god's blood's power here has been almost depleted? Xianxia was slightly disappointed that he didn't find any precious treasures. However, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The mysterious heart sensed an obscure energy fluctuation underground. Swoosh, Xianxia quickly burrowed underground and sensed a layer of faintly discernible purple energy barrier. It contained the space intent and was extremely well hidden. The saint power in his body surged out and formed a gold and silver sword light that gently cut through the purple energy barrier. Instantly, an extremely dense god's blood aura spread over, causing his flesh to tremble slightly. After probing the corpse with his spiritual sense, Xianxia discovered a massive crystal red skeleton. Haha, these purple berserk wolves are quite cunning. Xianxia's lips curled up. If not for the mysterious heart's sensitivity to energy fluctuations, he would have missed this opportunity. The god's blood energy in the pit was very thin because a large amount of god's blood essence had been integrated into the corpse. Xianxia took out the huge purple berserk wolf corpse. The skeleton was incomplete. There was no skull, and the bones of the upper half of the body were twisted. Chen. You speculated that a drop of god's blood had smashed this demonic beast to death, but the power of the god's blood had also fused into its bones. The corpse's bones were crystal red and translucent, emitting a faint aura of divine power. If one's cultivation was too low, they wouldn't be able to get close. Xianxia speculated that the remnant power of the god's blood in this skeleton was only slightly inferior to that of the god's blood stone he had obtained in the beginning. He threw the skeleton into the space of the heavenly secluded feather and flew away. Inside the heavenly secluded feather, the doppelganger that was devouring and refining the corpses of the 3 sovereign lords of the demon race, when it saw this corpse that contained the power of divine blood, its eyes immediately emitted a blood-red light, and it was extremely excited. To it, treasures containing God's blood treasure heavenly spirit were even more precious than divine crystals. With this corpse and the remaining divine power in this divine crystal, I can quickly break through to the late-stage mysterious nether realm and catch up to Master. The blood god clone was overjoyed. Half an hour later, the purple berserk wolf pack that had left the pit returned. When the 3-eyed purple berserk wolf pack found a hole in the center of the pit, it immediately ran over in panic. Its body stiffened at the entrance of the hole, and its face was filled with hatred. Damn it, I was still discovered by that human. After half a day, Xianxia arrived at the inheritance ground. He saw a vast expanse of buildings in the distance that emitted a divine power aura that intimidated all living beings. There seemed to be an invisible boundary between the buildings. The buildings on both sides had completely different characteristics. On the left side, there were many buildings. They were majestic and domineering. On the right side, there were tall pagodas and temples. There were mysterious runes and ancient words everywhere. It was peaceful and distant. Following that, Qinyu found two entrances. There was a stone tablet on each side with the words first stage. Could there be two inheritances? Qinyu found it strange. Normally, almighties would only leave behind one inheritance before they died. Even if they had many abilities, they would rarely spread them out. Qinyu was slightly excited. He wanted to try it out. Maybe he could obtain the inheritance. This was the inheritance of a god. Once Qinyu obtained it, his path to the combining heaven realm would be greatly shortened, and his chances of reaching the combining heaven realm would also increase. No mysterious nether realm expert wouldn't be tempted, not even demigods. There were shadows of the four major races around the inheritance ground. However, Qinyu only sensed two demigod auras. Demigod Evil Sparrow. Qinyu found the demigod Evil Sparrow in the group of beasts. He immediately hid himself and retreated a certain distance. The demigod Evil Sparrow, who was sitting cross-legged and healing, suddenly opened its eyes. Two beams of evil purple light shot out and inspected the place where Qinyu had been, but it didn't find anything. A few breaths later, it entered a healing state once more. Qinyu's figure faintly appeared on a hill in the back. The demigod Evil Sparrow's injuries had recovered by 60 to 70%, and it wasn't just one person. If Qinyu suddenly appeared, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked. Why didn't the demigod enter the inheritance ground? Qinyu was puzzled. The demigod Evil Sparrow was healing. Demigod Zhu Chuan from the stone race was also sitting cross-legged with impatience on his face. At this moment, Whoosh, a member of the stone race, dragged his injured body out from the entrance of the inheritance ground. How's the situation inside? Demigod Zhu Chuan's eyes shook. Lord Zhu Chuan, I failed after reaching the third stage. I don't know how many stages there are. The member of the stone race started to report. Useless bastard. Demigod Zhu Chuan roared coldly as a heavy physical force crushed down like 100,000 mountains. The figure of the stone race trembled and didn't dare to speak. The inheritance ground had laws that prevented demigods from entering. If one tried to force their way in, they would suffer a backlash. Demigod Zhu Chuan had tried at the beginning and suffered a backlash. If it weren't for the fact that he specialized in defense, he would have been severely injured. The inheritance of a god was right in front of him, but demigod Zhu Chuan didn't even have the right to obtain it. This made him extremely angry. The demigod Evil Sparrow was slightly better. He needed to recover from his injuries first. Otherwise, even if a demigod could enter the inheritance ground, he wouldn't be able to compete with the other demigods. 2 hours later, several streaks of silver light flew over from the distance and turned into different metallic flying items. This was a group from the Heaven's Legacy race. The leader was a short old man. His body was covered in ancient patterns and wrinkles, making him look very old. However, his deep, pitch-black eyes were full of vigor. Heaven's Legacy race, Masterin. Demigod Zhu Chuan raised his head slightly. The short elder, Masterin, was a famous master of divination in the Heavenly Moon Alliance. He had lived for almost 6,000 years and was a demigod. Zhu Chuan thought that he didn't need to fear anyone because of his powerful defense, but he was wary of this demigod of life. You two are early. Masterin greeted Zhu Chuan and Evil Sparrow with a faint smile and obtained some information. Zhu Chuan and Evil Sparrow didn't hide anything. It wasn't hard for Masterin to know this with his abilities. They were hoping that Masterin of the Heaven's Legacy race could think of a way to enter this inheritance ground and give the demigods a chance to obtain the inheritance. Allow me to perform a divination. Masterin had a faint smile as he looked at the inheritance ground and started to perform a divination secret technique. On the other side, 2 fusion sky god realms paid attention to the situation around the inheritance ground. 3 demigods. It looks like the 4th demigod hasn't arrived yet. A gentle voice sounded. The 2 fusion sky realms knew the situation outside like the back of their hands, including Qinyu, who was hiding in the dark. Over the past few days, more and more people have entered the test we created. Don't you have a suitable candidate? If you're worried that something unexpected will happen, we can finish this quickly. The overbearing voice probed. According to the agreement, the 2 fusion sky realms would each choose a person from these outsiders to fight. Whoever picked out the strongest would be able to obtain everything here. Hee, there's no rush. The gentle voice smiled faintly. The confrontation of almost 1,000 years was about to come to an end, so there was no rush. When choosing the opponent, one had to consider who the opponent would choose. For example, the Tao of Water countered the Tao of Fire. If their strength was the same, the cultivator of the Water Tao would definitely be stronger. Look, the demigod of the Heaven's legacy race. The overbearing voice had a hint of solemnity. They saw Master of the Heaven's legacy race sitting cross-legged and performing a divination technique. The two fusion sky realms felt like they were being watched. We can't let him divine everything, or else the secret of this place will be completely exposed. The other voice said firmly. Let's attack together and hide the secrets of heaven. The two fusion sky realms reached an agreement and attacked together. In the outside world, Master N's expression became more and more solemn as he focused on his divination. At a certain moment, his eyes flashed as if he had seen through something. However, in the next instant, his body swayed and he suddenly closed his eyes as his face turned pale. Master N. Panic appeared on the faces of the members of the Heaven's legacy race. Master N signaled for them to be quiet, and he opened his eyes a while later. He seemed slightly tired. Master N, did you manage to divine anything? Demigod Juchuan asked. Master N was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. This place is protected by divine power. I couldn't divine anything. Demigod Juchuan and Evil Sparrow shook their heads in disappointment. Even Master N of the Heaven's legacy race couldn't do anything. Master N sat down cross-legged and started to recover. His eyebrows furrowed. In reality, he had managed to divine some clues. For example, there was indeed an inheritance here, but there was only one inheritance. There were other small clues as well. However, it was obvious that there were two inheritances here. How could there only be one inheritance? Behind the hill, Xinyu sat down cross-legged and started to consolidate the cultivation that he had just broken through. The four major races were too strong, and he was going to face a demigod soon. Even though Xinyu had just broken through, he couldn't relax. At this moment, the surprised voice of the blood race ancestor sounded, Brat, I just felt the aura of a god. The aura of a god? Xinyu was slightly puzzled. He could also feel the aura of a god. That was an inheritance left behind by a god, and it radiated the aura of a god. No, it's a true god, a living god. The blood race ancestor said. Xinyu's heart shook. There were fusion sky realms here? The aura of the heavenly fusion realm disappeared again. The blood race progenitor said, as if it was just his imagination. Xinyu didn't doubt the blood race progenitor's senses. Could it be that the god that once occupied this world wasn't dead? If that was the case, there must be a reason why the god didn't come out despite so many outsiders plundering this place. Even if a heavenly fusion realm appeared, the four major races would be the ones to worry. Near the land of inheritance, members of the four races continued to enter the land of inheritance or returned in failure. The three demigods were silent. Demigod Evil Sparrow was healing, Master N was in deep thought, and Demigod Ju Chasm had a bored and anxious expression. I wonder what's going on with the trial of the land of inheritance. Xinyu was a little curious about this. According to his observations, the danger level of the trial wasn't high, and the death rate was extremely low. This made him want to give it a try. Maybe he could pass. After some thought, Xinyu decided not to show himself so that he wouldn't alert the Yao and Demigod Evil Sparrow. He couldn't move himself, but he could send his clone to take a look. Whoosh, his figure disappeared and entered the dimension within the heavenly dark feather. The blood god clone had already digested the bodies of the scorpion-tailed woman and the other Yao, and its cultivation had increased quite a bit. Right now, the blood god clone was absorbing the power of the god blood within the skeleton. The god blood also contained a small amount of divine power. As the blood god clone's cultivation increased, so did his intent of blood. It had now reached the 8th level. One reason was because he was using divine power to comprehend it, and the other reason was because of the god blood. The blood god clone's cultivation speed and potential surprised Xinyu. When your cultivation breaks through to the late-stage mysterious dark realm, go to the land of inheritance. Xinyu instructed. Next, he began to cultivate himself, focusing on consolidating his cultivation. He took out many natural treasures and used them to consolidate his cultivation in the shortest amount of time possible. Xianxia then started to comprehend the sixth level of the four symbols divine body. The first level of the four symbols divine body was called the body of star, and it was considered a foundation. The second to fifth layers corresponded to the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger respectively. They were also known as the four symbols physique. From the sixth to the seventh level, the four images would combine into one to create the strongest divine body. The sixth level, four symbols yin yang. Seventh level, yin and yang converge, four symbols become one. Right now, Xianxia was comprehending the sixth level. The four symbols were divided into yin and yang. The vermilion bird sacred wings and white tiger sacred claws belonged to yang, while the azure dragon sacred legs and black tortoise sacred arms belonged to yin. What Xianxia wanted to do was to fuse the four symbols physique, which had nothing to do with each other. First was the fusion of the vermilion bird sacred wings and the white tiger sacred claws. Both of them were offensive abilities, and once they were fused, they would possess even more terrifying offensive abilities. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and activated his white tiger sacred claw and vermilion bird sacred wings, as well as his fire profound and metal profound. Activating the corresponding incantation, a weak connection was formed between the two. 3 days later. Bzzz, a crimson flame erupted from Xianxia's white tiger holy claws, and a faint golden light erupted from his vermilion bird holy wings. A preliminary connection was formed between the two. Xianxia opened his eyes and activated his profound intent. A golden light appeared around his body, and the flame soared. The two intertwined and formed a golden red flame that emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. What a powerful energy aura! Xianxia couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Previously, he would also activate his white tiger sacred claws and vermilion bird sacred wings to attack, but they didn't cooperate at all. Now, if Xianxia were to use these two items to attack, he would be able to produce an effect greater than two. At this moment. Boom, the blood god clone's body emitted a powerful sacred power, and layers of crimson light spread out in all directions like a raging wave. The aura of its cultivation suddenly increased. After a few days, the clone had swallowed and refined the corpse that contained the divine blood, and its cultivation had broken through to the late-stage mysterious underworld realm. When the doppelganger opened its eyes in excitement, it immediately noticed that the invisible aura it released was blocked by a faint layer of golden red flames when it struck Xianxia's body. The flames were instantly destroyed, not affecting Xianxia in the slightest. Congratulations, Master. Your cultivation has improved again. The blood god clone lowered its head and said respectfully. Go and enter the inheritance and see what's going on inside. Xianxia ordered. The clone's cultivation had broken through to the late-stage mysterious underworld realm, so it had the ability to protect itself. As long as it wasn't targeted by a demigod, there was nothing to be afraid of. Understood. The blood god clone left the dimension within the heavenly dark feather. It turned into the appearance of the scorpion-tailed woman and approached the inheritance. It ignored the demigod evil bird and headed toward the entrance on the left. The buildings in this inheritance were all blood red, and they were extremely domineering. Wasn't that the scorpion emperor lord of our race just now? A yow next to the demigod evil bird exclaimed. The scorpion emperor lord didn't even meet up with them and went straight to the inheritance test. He didn't put the demigod evil bird in his eyes at all. Although the demigod evil bird was healing, its divine sense was still scanning the surroundings. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? The demigod evil bird's expression didn't change, but it was unhappy in its heart. It decided that it would teach the scorpion emperor lord a lesson if it had the chance. On the other side, the blood god clone had already entered the inheritance. This place was a blurry blood red, and there was only a simple stone path ahead. It was completely red and radiated a scorching heat. From afar, the clone could see cultivators slowly walking on the stone path on the left and right. I can't fly here. The blood god clone didn't think too much and stepped onto the stone path. An extremely high temperature instantly appeared beneath its feet, burning its feet and evaporating the blood within its body. The heat beneath its feet was extremely painful for normal late-stage mysterious dark realm cultivators. However, the blood god clone had the immortal blood body, which was even stronger than the devouring blood race. Its body was extremely strong, and it didn't have any fatal weaknesses. However, the blood within its body kept evaporating, which annoyed the clone, so it decided to pass this test as soon as possible. It soon passed the two challengers on the left and right. It's the Scorpion Emperor Lord of the Yao race. How is he so fast? The Cloud Dragon Race Emperor Lord on the left exclaimed. The blood god clone passed through the long stone path in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. There was a door in front, and there was a stone tablet beside it that said second stage. The blood god clone entered a vast sea of blood. His five senses were blocked, and his spiritual sense was also affected. The surroundings were all red, and it was difficult to determine the direction. On the other side, the two heavenly fusion realms were paying attention to the situation in the inheritance ground. The figure shrouded in boundless blood-red light suddenly sensed something. His gaze seemed to pierce through space and time, and he saw the blood god clone in the sea of blood. This person has the aura of my blood on him. He paid more attention to the blood god's doppelganger. A moment later, the blood god clone found the exit of the second stage and entered the third stage. This kid isn't bad. His willpower is strong, and his star soul intent is strong, the heavenly fusion realm praised before saying in disappointment, it's a pity that his cultivation is only at the late stage mysterious dark realm. The two gods agreed that they would each choose a cultivator below the demigod realm. Therefore, a peak late-stage mysterious dark realm would undoubtedly have a greater advantage. Through the blood god clone, Xinyu had a certain understanding of the tests in the inheritance ground. According to his guesses, the test that the blood god clone chose should be the Tao of blood inheritance, which was more suitable for it. However, he wasn't sure if the clone would be able to obtain the inheritance. 4 hours later, the glazed light demigod of the Cloud Dragon race finally arrived. The 4 demigods were all gathered here. The glazed light demigod was covered in a layer of white mist, and only the outline of her body could be seen. She was like a fairy in the clouds. At this moment, almost all the people that had entered the secret realm had arrived. Those that hadn't arrived were mostly dead. In comparison, the Yao race had the fewest people, which surprised the other 3 races. The Yao race had a total of 18 people, more than the other 3 races. Ha ha ha, evil sparrow, looks like this secret realm isn't suitable for the Yao race. Demigod Juchuan laughed. Demigod Evil Sparrow pretended to be healing and didn't hear anything, but he was extremely depressed. He knew why the Yao race had lost so many members, and he gritted his teeth. Xinyu. Brother your injuries were caused by Xinyu? Emperor Lord Blue Scales was extremely surprised. He Fuyuan was a peak late-stage mysterious dark Emperor Lord, but he had suffered at the hands of Xinyu. Emperor Lord Blue Scales had been ambushed by Xinyu when he was exploring the Ghost City. His subordinates had all died, but he had managed to escape. This brat is too cunning and ambushed me. Otherwise. He Fuyuan didn't seem to want to say more and continued to heal. He had escaped from Qinyu's 10,000 dragon crown, but he had been affected by the sky poison giant beetle's self-destruction. Corpse poison had invaded his body, and his injuries hadn't healed yet. According to the known information, He Fuyuan and the Blue Scales the Archlord estimated that 7 demons had died in Qinyu's hands. However, in reality, Xinyu had killed 3 more Yao before arriving at the inheritance. The total number of Yao that had died at his hands was 10. As time passed, most of the members of the 4 races went to take the test and obtain the inheritance. Only the 4 demigods could only watch. You 3. At this moment, Masterin of the Heaven's Legacy race stood out. Ju Chasm, Glazed Light, and Evil Sparrow immediately looked over. According to my observations, this inheritance was created in a hurry. If we work together, we might be able to ignore the test and take the core inheritance by force. Masterin suggested. Ignore the test and take the core inheritance by force? Demigod Glazed Light murmured to herself as if she was thinking. Taking the inheritance of a god was the same as rebelling against a god. This wasn't a joke. The expressions of the other Emperor Lords changed dramatically when they heard that. If the 4 demigods really wanted to do this, what was the point of them taking the test? If we succeed, how will the benefits be split? Demigod Evil Sparrow asked. Based on our own abilities. Master, and replied calmly. The four demigods were discussing the feasibility of this suggestion and other related matters. Emperor Lord Mystic Dark was trying to obtain the inheritance. Qinyu used his clone to observe the situation of the inheritance. The blood god clone had passed through the fourth test and arrived at the fifth. This was a desolate blood-colored plain. After passing this test, we will determine if you have the right to inherit my inheritance based on your performance. A powerful and domineering voice sounded from heaven and earth like that of a god. On the other side, the heavenly fusion realm within the limitless blood-colored light was observing the situation of the blood god clone. I didn't expect this person to be so talented and reach the fifth test so quickly. If you have the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation than you and receive my admiration, I might choose you to fight. The fifth stage, a blood-colored radiance suddenly descended on a desolate blood-colored plain. Divine power surged in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. The blood god doppelganger's heart palpitated in the presence of this divine power and didn't dare to move recklessly. Buzz, when the radiance faded, a huge blood-colored bat appeared, emitting the aura of a peak late-stage mysterious nether realm expert. The blood-colored bat let out a strange cry the moment it appeared. Blood waves and sound waves mixed together, creating a shockwave that shook the surroundings. In the next instant, the blood-colored bat flew over with powerful sacred power gathering in its mouth. The blood god clone wasn't afraid at all when facing a peak late-stage mysterious nether realm expert. There was even a hint of greed in its eyes. It could sense the aura of divine power from the blood-colored bat. If it could devour it, it would benefit greatly. The blood god avatar floated up into the air and shot out a crimson beam of light, bringing with it a crimson flame. The clone didn't hold back against an enemy at the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. It unleashed its poison and the blood-glazed flame. Boom, the two powerful sacred power attacks clashed, causing the blood-colored radiance to tremble and explode continuously. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, two blood-colored blades that were as smooth as mirrors suddenly appeared in the air and slashed toward the blood god avatar. The blood god clone immediately dodged. Its speed was close to the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. Then, the clone released a layer of crimson ripples of bloody light, which formed a massive swirl that was slowly swirling. When the bloody blade slashed at him, it was buffered and divided to the greatest extent, and its power was greatly reduced. After the two forces intertwined for a long time, the clone waved its hand, and the blood-colored vortex actually devoured the blood-colored blade. The two forces fused into one, turning into a violent and terrifying wave of blood that counterattacked the blood-colored bat. This move isn't bad. Using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing the enemy's power for one's own, the eyes of the heavenly combination realm expert lit up. He was even more satisfied with the blood god clone's performance. If the blood god clone's cultivation was at the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm, this heavenly combination realm expert would have already made his choice. Qinyu was also paying attention to the blood god clone's battle. Ever since the clone had been formed, it rarely fought, so it lacked combat experience. There was no doubt that the clone had the ability to fight those at a higher realm. The blood-colored bat wasn't weak either. After a long stalemate, the blood god clone won. But the test didn't seem to be over. The blood light bat that had just been destroyed was once again revived by the divine power, and it immediately charged toward the blood god avatar. The battle resumed. The difficulty of the test is not small, Qinyu sighed. However, even if it was difficult for his clone to obtain the inheritance, he couldn't miss out on such a rare opportunity to spar with his clone. The blood god's doppelganger's battle experience had become increasingly rich under the tempering of powerful enemies. The residual god blood energy and flesh essence within its body had also been squeezed out, strengthening the doppelganger's strength. The second battle ended even faster than the first. Again. The eyes of the Blood Dao Confluence stage expert flickered as he revived the Blood Light Bat once again. He could sense that the Blood God Avatar's strength was growing at an astonishing rate. If you can win another round, I will choose you. The Heaven Combining stage expert thought to himself. This was a very bold decision. After all, the Blood God Doppelganger's cultivation did not meet his expectations. When the third Blood Bat appeared, Lin Fan's expression changed. The Blood God clone had a helpless look on its face. After fighting three peak late-stage mysterious underworld beings consecutively, its energy consumption could no longer keep up. Inside the heavenly secluded feather, Xianxia suddenly said, "I need to defeat three peak late-stage mysterious underworld beings consecutively?" The difficulty of the test wasn't just a little high. The blood god clone was already very strong, but it still felt helpless. No wonder no one had obtained the inheritance yet. Xianxia didn't pay much attention to the third battle and let the blood god clone fight on its own. Even if the clone won, there might be a fourth battle. Just treat these tests as whetstones. Xianxia sighed. Compared to when he first entered the inheritance, the blood god clone's strength had increased greatly after going through all sorts of tests. Even if it didn't obtain the inheritance, it was still a win. Xianxia didn't care about it anymore. He focused on his own cultivation and the movements of the demigods of the four races. He circulated the white tiger sacred claw and vermilion bird sacred wings. The two powerful forces formed a weak connection and started to merge. He had to be extremely careful during this process. Once the two forces clashed, there would be a backlash. After cultivating for 6 hours, Xianxia decided to go out and gather information. The demigods of the four races are obviously discussing something. Xianxia left the dimension within the heavenly dark feather and concealed himself to eavesdrop. Masterin, attacking the inheritance of a god isn't a joke. What's the chance of success? Demigod Juchuan asked. He had tried it before and suffered a terrifying backlash, so he was slightly wary now. Masterin thought for a moment before saying, "If the four of us team up, there's an 80% chance of success." This sentence made the expressions of the other three demigods change, and their minds started to spin. The Heaven's Legacy race is extremely cunning. We have to be careful. Demigod Juchuan's eyebrows furrowed. He hadn't made a decision yet. My injuries haven't healed yet, so there's no rush to make a decision. Dragging it out is actually beneficial for me. Demigod Evil Bird thought. The demigods of the four races didn't try to hide anything and were talking openly. What? The demigods of the four races are planning to take the inheritance by force? Xianxia was slightly surprised. Only a demigod would dare to do something so bold. If he allowed the demigods to succeed, Xianxia would most likely return empty-handed. Right at this moment, boom, the buildings on the left of the inheritance instantly lit up with a blood-colored light, and the aura of divine power shook heaven and earth. Then, the majestic and domineering blood-colored buildings dimmed one by one. The entrance to the inheritance closed in the end. This scene made the hearts of the four demigods and the Emperor Lord shake. The inheritance is closed. Did someone pass the test? Who passed the test and received the recognition of God? Everyone was stunned and envious. Demigod Juchuan instantly stood up. His tall body was like a mountain that blocked out the sun. Demigod Evil Bird, who was healing, suddenly opened his eyes with a dark gaze. Masterin, I agree with your suggestion. At this moment, the voice of the crystal light demigod from the cloud dragon race sounded. I agree as well. Demigod Juchuan continued. Demigod Evil Bird finished healing, flew into the air, and said coldly, count me in as well. Because one of the inheritances had suddenly closed, the four demigods immediately made a decision. Xianxia, who was hiding in the back, was dazed. He revealed a look of surprise and joy as he looked at the dimmed buildings. Just a moment ago, he sensed that something had happened to his clone. The blood god clone had used all his strength to defeat the third bat and pass the fifth stage. The clone disappeared from the blood-colored plains and was teleported to another dimension. In this situation, it was very difficult for Xianxia to communicate with his clone and see what was going on. Furthermore, he could faintly feel an extremely powerful divine power aura through his clone. This made Xianxia not dare to forcefully communicate with his clone and see what was going on. The blood god avatar arrived at a grand and majestic palace. When a wisp of blood-colored divine light descended and turned into a proud transparent figure. This figure wore a long robe and had a pair of blood-colored wings on its back. The blood god clone didn't even dare to breathe loudly due to the pressure it had never felt before. Not bad. You passed the fifth stage and can inherit my inheritance. However, there is another person who has received my recognition. There will be a duel between the two of you. The winner will get everything. The figure said calmly. You still have some time before the duel. I can arrange an opponent at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm for you. Make the best use of your time and don't let me down. After saying that, the figure disappeared, and the blood-colored bat from the 5th stage appeared in the empty hall. The blood god clone pondered for a while and felt that something was wrong. However, it could only accept the arrangement and fight with the blood-colored bat to increase its strength. In a chaotic mysterious dimension, in mid-air, the two combining heaven stage deities faced each other from afar, their divine might enveloping the entire area. You've made your choice so quickly? The gentle voice was surprised. At the same time, he wanted to know who the other party had chosen. My judgment has always been accurate. Victory will belong to me. The overbearing voice was filled with absolute confidence. After saying that, he turned his attention to the blood god clone. He wanted to make the best use of his remaining time to strengthen the blood god clone. The gentle voice was silent, but he was slightly anxious. Since the enemy had closed the inheritances, the 4 major races felt pressured and the demigods of the 4 major races were preparing to attack the inheritances. He had to make his choice as soon as possible. The heavenly combination realm demigod carefully observed the cultivators who were challenging the trials and chose the most suitable candidate. Outside the inheritance grounds, let's go. 4 demigods flew out together and approached the boundary between the 2 inheritance grounds. Although the inheritance grounds are closed, those who pass might not be able to obtain the inheritance immediately. We still have hope. According to my observation, the true core inheritance is in the center of this building. Master N looked at the center of the inheritance grounds and squinted his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking about. Boom, when the 4 of them approached the inheritance grounds, they were met with a strong resistance that contained a supreme divine aura as if it wanted to suppress everything under its feet. However, the combined strength of the 4 demigods was equally terrifying. They broke through the obstruction of the array and divine aura and went deep into the inheritance grounds. Qinyu, who was hiding at the back, couldn't sit still anymore and flew out. He didn't follow the 4 demigods as he would be easily discovered. Swoosh, Qinyu flew into the entrance on the right side of the inheritance grounds, hoping to obtain the inheritance before the demigods snatched it away. In the next instant, he arrived at another dimension. There was a staircase with 100 steps in front of him. Apart from that, there was no other way. There were many silver formation patterns on the staircase that flickered non-stop with hidden dangers. It's just the first trial. It shouldn't be too difficult. Qinyu didn't think too much and stepped onto the staircase. Suddenly, he sensed something and flew forward. In the next instant, a void crack appeared where he was. If Qinyu reacted any slower, he might have been injured by the void crack. That's it? Qinyu was expressionless. With the level of his space intent, he could completely predict the appearance of the void crack. Thump. Thump. Thump, as Qinyu jumped on the staircase, a void crack appeared behind him. However, it couldn't even hurt the corner of Qinyu's clothes. In a short while, Qinyu reached the top easily and arrived at the second trial. Eh? This lad's space intent seems to have reached an extremely high level. In the void, an obscure and powerful divine sense emerged, and then quickly retracted. Qinyu quickly passed the first test. Brat, I can sense the aura of the heavenly fusion realm. The blood race progenitor transmitted his voice. This meant that the heavenly fusion realm might be hiding near the inheritance ground. Could it be that the heavenly fusion realm expert had left the inheritance and was waiting for a successor? Qinyu didn't think too much about it and continued on to the second test. After all, the 4 demigods outside had joined forces and planned to ignore the test and forcefully obtain the inheritance. The second test. Qinyu arrived in front of a canyon. There were silver gales that tore cracks in space. Some cracks were as thin as a strand of hair, while others were dozens of feet wide. The silver gales seemed to contain the profundities of array formations. The strength of the spatial cracks was also related to the silver gales. This meant that even if one didn't specialize in the profound Tao of space, they could still pass this test. This is the second test? For Qinyu, he could use the profound Tao of space to wipe out the small spatial cracks, but he couldn't use the wide ones. In reality, this test wasn't difficult for Qinyu. Qinyu had the heart of eternity, and any spatial cracks that came close would automatically close. Especially after his heart evolved, it should be even stronger in this aspect. This meant that Xianxia didn't even need to use the power of the profound Tao of space. As long as he was careful, he could easily pass the second test. However, Xianxia didn't plan to use the Heart of Eternity to pass the second test. There might be a heavenly fusion realm expert here. I can't easily expose the secret of the Heart of Eternity. Xianxia acted cautiously. Thus, he suppressed the Heart of Eternity with all his might and relied on his attainments in the profound Tao of space to pass the second test. So, Xianxia's figure flashed across the canyon, avoiding the areas with strong winds. The places with weaker winds had smaller spatial cracks, so he wasn't affected. A moment later, he successfully passed through the canyon and arrived at the entrance of the third test. He pushed open the door and entered a silver forest. The trees around him were all the same height and thickness, as if they were carved from the same mold. As Xianxia scanned his surroundings, he suddenly felt a sense of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery he saw seemed different from before. In this stage, the Tao of space and array formations were fused more exquisitely. Everything around me is constantly changing, but it's hard to notice. Xianxia wandered around for a bit and realized that it was like a maze. If he wanted to get out, he needed to be calm and rational and explore slowly. Once he became impatient, it would be difficult for him to pass. Xianxia did not have any advantage in this trial, so he treated it as a way to hone his temperament and slowly explore it. Not even 2 hours had passed. Xianxia walked out of the silver forest. The facts had proven that after experiencing so many storms, his temperament was not bad. He would not be disturbed by the puzzle in front of him. Next was the fourth and fifth stage. Xianxia had relied on his powerful space power Upanishad to pass most of the challenges. However, he had to force his way through some of them. In the mysterious chaotic space, a Unity Heaven Realm expert was paying close attention to Xianxia's performance. This lad's talent and potential are not bad. He has a deep understanding of space power, but he does not have much talent in array formations. However, this god is interested in strength. It doesn't matter if he has talent in array formations or not. It's a pity that your cultivation has not reached this god's standard. The gentle voice sighed. Up until now, he had not found a suitable candidate. He believed that the Tao of space was stronger and would not be countered. Thus, he would have a greater advantage in battle. Therefore, he valued cultivators with the Tao of space more. However, Xianxia's cultivation had not reached his standard. At this moment, Xianxia reached the fifth stage. The fifth stage was a test of overall strength. Xianxia was on a floating island and there was nothing around him. At that moment, mysterious and complicated spirit formation patterns began to fluctuate around the entire island. A silver spirit formation barrier appeared in the surroundings, and a grand spirit formation was constructed. You will only be considered to have passed this array after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As soon as the voice finished. At the same time, 100 bright silver spatial blades condensed on the barrier around Xianxia. These spatial blades then flew toward Xianxia in a certain trajectory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia's figure floated into the air. His body was as light as a feather as he dodged the attacks of the 100 spatial blades. In reality, Xianxia could take it head-on, but he planned to use this test to train his speed. The test continued, and the number of spatial blades increased to 1,000. Even a peak late-stage mysterious nether realm would find it hard to dodge all these attacks. Xianxia guessed in his heart as he dodged with difficulty. However, his Tao of space power was extremely high, and he could even dodge the demigod Evil Sparrow's attack. An incense stick's worth of time passed quickly. Xianxia had been dodging all of the attacks, so even he was starting to feel exhausted. This brat's understanding and control of space power is extraordinary. Normal peak late-stage mysterious nether realm cultivators would find it hard to injure him. The heavenly fusion realm cultivator watching Xianxia hesitated slightly. In the end, he decided to test Xianxia one more time. On the floating island, the test isn't over yet? Xianxia had been in the array for an incense stick's worth of time. Just as he was feeling puzzled, an ethereal voice sounded, "Last another incense stick's worth of time in this array, and you will have the right to inherit my inheritance." Qianyu's heart moved. If all of this was true, he was naturally willing to try. Whoosh, the formation circulated once more while 1,000 spatial blades condensed in the surroundings, and they drew out numerous dazzling and bright silver streaks of light that interweaved together to form a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped over. It wasn't hard for Qianyu to last another incense stick's worth of time, but it would be very difficult for him to dodge all the attacks. I'll face it head-on this time. Qianyu made a decision. He circulated the white tiger's sacred claw and vermilion bird's sacred wings, and he leaped into the air. A layer of golden-red flame surrounded him. This time, Qianyu planned to face the array head-on and use this opportunity to practice the 6th level of the Four Symbols Divine Body. Swish, the white tiger's sacred claw slashed out, and a blood-colored flame tore through the air. Not only did it possess a powerful penetrative power, but it also possessed explosive power. Boom, boom. Boom, in the next moment, Qianyu destroyed the several dozen spatial blades with a single swipe of his hand. On the other side, the eyes of the Heavenly Fusion Realm cultivator watching Qianyu lit up. I was wrong. Not only does this kid have a deep understanding of space, but his combat ability is also not bad. Just this attack alone can threaten a peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. Next, the Heavenly Fusion Realm cultivator observed Qianyu and nodded his head from time to time. Another incense stick's worth of time passed. His strength is not bad. With this kid's mastery of space and offensive methods, ordinary peak late-stage mysterious nether realm cultivators aren't his match. The Heavenly Fusion Realm cultivator made his choice and teleported Qianyu out of the trial. After passing the last trial, Qianyu appeared in a spacious chamber. In front of Qianyu was an elder in white robes. He held a scroll in his hand and was surrounded by layers of silver-white light. The elder had a gentle expression, but there was a powerful divine aura emanating from him that seemed to freeze the surrounding space. Qianyu couldn't help but hold his breath. He felt an unprecedented pressure. However, he knew that this elder wasn't a true Heavenly Fusion Realm cultivator. It was just a projection. You have the qualifications to obtain my inheritance. However, there is another person who has the qualifications. You need to defeat him to inherit my inheritance. The white-robed elder's tone was gentle like a sage. It made people want to worship him. This chamber contains the mysteries of space. It will be of some help to you. Before you defeat the other person, you can comprehend it here. After saying that, the white-robed elder's figure disappeared. At the same time, the silver runes and ancient characters in the chamber flickered and quietly circulated. The surrounding space would occasionally overlap and distort. It was constantly changing. Although Qianyu had condensed law fragments with his space mysteries, he had been exploring it on his own. It was inevitable that there were some blind spots that he didn't know about. But now, Qianyu felt that the changes in the surrounding space formations had caused some things that he had overlooked or didn't know about to surface. However, something doesn't feel right. Qianyu murmured in his heart. He was the only one in the chamber. However, Qianyu felt like he was being watched. Apart from that, the connection between him and his clone became stronger. However, Qianyu didn't recklessly communicate with his clone. After all, he might be being watched by a Heavenly Fusion Realm cultivator. I can obtain the inheritance by defeating the other person? Qianyu pondered over the white-robed elder's words. He didn't know who his opponent would be. In the outside world. Rumble, the building on the right of the inheritance suddenly emitted a silver-white divine radiance. The aura of divine power shook the heavens and earth. Following that, the quaint and serene buildings dimmed one after another. The cultivators that were in the middle of challenging the trials were all teleported out, and all of them panicked. What's going on? How did I suddenly get teleported out? When they looked at the entrance of the inheritance again, it was already closed. The answer was obvious: someone had passed the test and obtained the recognition. Many cultivators were envious after learning this. Who passed the test? Who obtained the inheritance? These cultivators didn't dare to believe that both inheritances were closed, so they followed the 4 demigods and tried to force their way into the inheritances. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some benefits. Both lands of inheritance are closed? Demigod Glazed Light's eyebrows furrowed. She felt that time was of the essence. Who obtained the recognition of God? Demigod Evil Sparrow scanned across everyone with his purple eyes. The four races were now on the same side and exchanged information. My lord, the Scorpion Emperor Lord hasn't come out after entering. He Fuyuan messaged at this moment. If the Scorpion Emperor Lord didn't die in the trial, then he most likely passed the trial. The four races came to a conclusion after discussing. It was very likely that the Scorpion Emperor Lord had passed the trial. This made the other three races feel slightly unbalanced. Then who's the other person? The Scorpion Emperor Lord should have passed the trial of the Blood Dao inheritance, but who passed the other trial that contained the array in space? There were only a few people present, but they couldn't figure out who it was. Could it be someone outside of the four races? Masterin murmured. According to his guesses, no one from the Heaven's Legacy race had passed the trial. Within the mysterious secret chamber, Qin Yu sensed the changes in the spatial array around him. The fragment of the law of space within the sea of stars flashed with a bright silver light and showed signs of being perfected. He stayed here for 3 days. On this day, the aura of a god suddenly descended. The instant Qin Yu opened his eyes, he saw a white-robed elder with a warm smile. The final trial has arrived. Only by defeating your opponent can you inherit everything that belongs to this god. The final test has arrived. Defeat your opponent and you will inherit everything I have. The white-robed elder smiled. The scenery around him flickered and Qin Yu arrived at a vast and ancient round arena. There were towering stone statues around it, as if they were gods that had witnessed the battle. They were solemn and dignified. Qin Yu came here alone. He didn't know where the white-robed elder was, but he could feel that the elder was watching his every move. At the same time, a blood-colored pillar of light descended from the sky and a woman with a scorpion tail appeared. At this moment, Qin Yu's mind was in turmoil, and he felt as if thunder was roaring in his head. His opponent was the blood god's clone? Kid, I've sensed it clearly. There are 2 heavenly fusion realm auras here. The primogenitor of the blood race transmitted. In his eyes, heavenly fusion realm experts were nothing. But with Qin Yu's current level, it was very dangerous for him to fight against 2 god realm experts. 2 heavenly fusion realm experts? So. That's why. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. His thoughts spun quickly and the layers of mysteries that shrouded him were slowly unraveled. Although he didn't know why the 2 heavenly fusion realm experts would choose to pass for a battle. However, Qin Yu could basically confirm that the inheritance test was fake. All of this was an illusion created by the 2 heavenly fusion realm experts. The 4 major races were still in the dark. If it wasn't for the fact that both Qin Yu and his clone had passed the test by chance, he wouldn't have found out about this. Once this battle is over, the mystery will probably be revealed. Qin Yu speculated based on the actions of the 2 heavenly fusion realm experts. But at that time, it was hard to say what would happen to Qin Yu and the blood god's clone. After all, the 2 gods didn't seem to be choosing an inheritor. After the battle was over, it was unknown how they would deal with Qin Yu and his clone. The worst-case scenario would be to silence them. But there was still a chance. Gods weren't omnipotent. There were things that the 2 heavenly fusion realm experts didn't know and couldn't control. For example, they didn't know the relationship between Qin Yu and the blood god's clone. Boom, Qin Yu's expression remained the same, but the saint energy in his body burst forth. He activated the white tiger divine claw and tore out 5 incomparably sharp light scars. The battle had to continue. He couldn't let the 2 heaven combining stage experts notice anything amiss. On the other side, the blood god avatar also launched an attack. A crimson pillar of blood containing poison and flames shot out. Bang bang, the 2 violent attacks collided. The storm and the golden-red radiance engulfed everything and swept in all directions. Above the arena, the projections of the 2 unity heavenly gods floated in the air. I didn't expect that the people we chose would all be at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm. The white-robed elder smiled. Cultivation is only one aspect. What determines victory is strength. The other blood-winged figure shouted coldly. He was extremely confident in the blood god clone. During the last test, the blood god clone had defeated 3 peak late-stage mysterious underworld beings. Its innate potential was extremely terrifying. If he won this battle, he would obtain the inheritance, and he would even consider taking the blood god's clone as his disciple. Then let's wait and see. The white-robed elder didn't say anything else. He was also confident in Xianxia. In his opinion, Xianxia, who had grasped the space intent, should be stronger. Rumble, just as the two heaven-combining stage experts were watching the battle, the entire space started to tremble. The demigods of the four races will be able to enter this place soon. The white-robed elder said calmly. The battle will end before they enter, and the victor will be decided. The blood-winged figure said. The two heaven-combining stage experts didn't plan to stop him. In their eyes, the only true enemy was each other. If the blood-winged figure won, he was confident that he could obtain the inheritance quickly and leave. The demigods of the four races could only watch helplessly. The two continued to watch the battle. The four demigods and the mystic underworld sovereign lords attacked crazily. They wanted to snatch the inheritance and didn't want to return empty-handed. The entire chaotic dimension started to tremble even more violently. On the arena, the battle between Xianxia and the blood god clone had reached its climax. However, the two sides were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. This battle lasted for an hour. Even after Xianxia and the clone had used up all their sacred power, there was still no winner. This result was obviously put up by Xianxia and the blood god clone. Damn it, it's a draw. The blood-winged figure cursed. The white-robed elder was also silent. Before the battle, the two heaven-combining stage experts didn't think that this would be the result. They had fought for so many years and always ended in a draw. In the end, the chess piece they chose ended in a draw as well. The blood-winged figure suspected that he might have had an ill-fated relationship with the white-robed elder in his previous life. Looks like we can only wait for them to recover before we fight again. The white-robed elder was also slightly helpless. The two of them made a vow and each chose a chess piece to decide the victor. Therefore, there had to be a winner in this battle. All right. The blood-winged figure nodded. On the arena, Xianxia and the blood god clone were teleported away. Xianxia came to the secret room where he had previously rested. The white-robed elder's figure appeared in front of him. The elder's face was still gentle, but there was a hint of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. You were so close to winning the battle just now. To tell you the truth, I have higher hopes for you. Try to comprehend the power of space here and try to defeat him next time. The white-robed elder shook his head and sighed before leaving. Following that, the spacious secret room was activated by the space formation. It emitted an even more powerful divine power aura, and the changes in space became even more profound. The white-robed elder actually spent some effort to control the entire secret room's formation so that Xianxia could comprehend the power of space. In order to let Xianxia win, the white-robed elder was not stingy at all. He even displayed some of the profundities of the law of space. Looks like this god really wants me to win. Correspondingly, the other god also hoped that the blood god clone would win. During the battle, Xianxia and the clone had secretly exchanged information, so he knew the clone's situation and experience. Could it be that the two gods are making some kind of bet? Although I don't know what they're playing at, as long as there's no winner in the battle, it looks like nothing will happen. I can even receive guidance and nurture from the two god realms, Xianxia smiled. Of course, the two gods weren't fools. It was impossible for Xianxia and the clone to be evenly matched. Once the secret was exposed, he wouldn't have a good ending. He had to find a way out before the two heavenly fusion realms realized that something was wrong. With Xianxia's profound Tao of space and the eternal heart's ability to sense the power of space, he could vaguely sense that the demigods of the four races were attacking this place. Once the demigods of the four races attack this place and lure away the two heavenly fusion realms, I will have a chance to escape. Xianxia calmed down and comprehended the space formation around him. This was controlled by the heavenly fusion realms personally, and they presented the profundities of space in the form of an array for Xianxia to comprehend. Xianxia closed his eyes and unleashed the power of his star soul to comprehend. Within the sea of stars, the fragments of the law of space shone with a dazzling silver light. The incomplete edges slowly extended and became more complete. 2 days later, the white-robed elder suddenly appeared. Go. Defeat your opponent and obtain the inheritance. Then, Xianxia was teleported to the arena once again. The blood god clone also appeared at the same time. Xianxia was slightly stunned when he examined the clone. The clone's cultivation had actually broken through. It was now at the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. The two of them were so close, and Xianxia and the clone communicated secretly. Even a heavenly fusion realm expert wouldn't be able to detect them. Xianxia learned from the clone that the other heavenly fusion realm expert didn't hesitate to use precious materials to increase the blood god clone's cultivation so that the blood god clone could win. Xianxia naturally approved of this. The clone's strength had risen by another level, reaching the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. The clone listened to Xianxia, which meant that Xianxia's strength had risen by another level. In the sky above the arena, the white-robed elder also discovered that the blood god clone's cultivation had broken through to the late-stage mysterious nether realm. His face sank, and he couldn't help but curse, "You actually helped this person increase his cultivation? For the sake of victory, one would do anything." The white-robed elder felt slightly regretful. He shouldn't have been more daring and helped Xianxia increase his strength. If Xianxia lost this battle, he would have suffered a great loss. "Hee, our agreement didn't say that we couldn't do this." The blood-winged figure smiled wickedly. On the arena, Xianxia and the blood god clone started fighting once again. This feeling was like they were fighting against themselves. Both sides knew each other's moves like the back of their hands, so they could control every detail and perform flawlessly. In the outside world, the four demigods and the archlords attacked the core of the inheritance. "There's a world within a world hidden here. If we attack it, we will have a chance to obtain the inheritance," the Heaven's Legacy Race's master said. A powerful divine aura pressed down from the surroundings, but the combined strength of the four demigods was equally terrifying. Explosions rang out in the air as a terrifying aura spread. The mystic nether the archlords were extremely cautious and listened to the demigods' orders. "Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, it'll be a joke if we don't get anything after working so hard." Giant Chasm demigod shouted impatiently. A dark yellow light blossomed from his body, and he pushed forward with his palm. A terrifying power exploded from his palm as if he was pushing a mountain or a river. The image of a white jade dragon appeared around the glazed light demigod, and a divine light radiated from it. The image of the white jade dragon roared and charged into the air in front of it, opening its mouth to bite. A dark seven-colored feather condensed in front of the demigod evil bird, and it shot forward. Master and activated the array to defend against the backlash while analyzing the weak points of the interface. At a certain moment, under the combined efforts of the four demigods and the archlords, the air was torn apart, and another scene appeared. It was dark inside, and there were many magnificent and mysterious buildings. The top of the building was shrouded in a dark red blood mist and silver divine radiance, and a terrifying pressure of divine power spread out. "This is definitely a god. The inheritance is inside." The four demigods charged in first, and the archlords followed suit. At this moment, the battle between Xianxia and the blood god clone ended in a draw. "What?" The blood-winged figure was slightly displeased. He had helped the blood god clone increase his cultivation by a realm, but he still hadn't won. Of course, he also discovered that the spatial energy Xianxia displayed was extremely powerful, so the white-robed elder had most likely done something. "It seems like we'll have to continue with the third battle." The white-robed elder smiled. It was already very good that he hadn't lost this battle. However, he had a strange feeling in his heart. Although he didn't see anything wrong with the two battles ending in a draw, he still felt that something was off. Honestly speaking, the white-robed elder and the blood-winged figure didn't believe that Xianxia and the blood god clone, these two ants, could guess their bet and purposely fight to a draw. It was this high and mighty attitude that allowed Xianxia and the blood god clone to find a loophole. Within the secret chamber, the moment Xianxia appeared, the white-robed elder said, "Brat, this god will help you create the law of space. You must win the third battle, or else you will lose the right to fight for the inheritance and be killed. Brat, this god will help you form the law of space. You must win the third battle or you will lose the right to fight for the inheritance and will be killed." The white-robed elder threatened. He already felt that something was strange. If Xianxia and the blood god's clone fought to a draw, then the bet between the two gods would never end. Secondly, the demigods of the four races had already entered this place. If the two heavenly fusion realms continued to bide their time, it would be equivalent to giving away the inheritance. The white-robed elder couldn't be bothered to continue acting. It didn't matter even if Qinyu saw through his act. He was only giving Qinyu one last chance. He believed that Qinyu wouldn't choose death. Alright. If I can form the complete law of space, I'm confident that I can defeat my opponent. Qinyu was excited in his heart. The law of space corresponded to the heavenly fusion realm. Although Qinyu had formed the law fragment a long time ago, it was extremely difficult for him to form the complete law of space. Now that this heavenly fusion realm wanted to help him form the complete law of space, he naturally agreed. As for winning the third battle, it was too easy for Qinyu. According to the Eternal Heart, the experts of the four races had already entered this place. At that time, he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. Seeing that Qinyu had agreed, the white-robed elder's expression regained its gentleness. He floated up and unfurled a mysterious scroll in his hand. Instantly, ancient silver characters and runes floated out and spread out in all directions, revolving in a mysterious trajectory. At this moment, Qinyu felt that the space around him seemed to have a life of its own. It listened to the white-robed elder's orders and displayed all sorts of mysteries. The white-robed elder displayed the secret of controlling space in front of Qinyu. The spiritual sense of Qinyu's astral soul spread out, merging with his surroundings as he imprinted every single detail into his mind. At this moment, many comprehensions appeared in his astral soul. Within the starry sea, the irregular silver fragments flashed with a dazzling silver light. The edges of the incomplete fragments slowly extended and became more complete. As time passed, the law fragment was polished until it was complete. Buzz, floating within the sea of stars, was an expanse of magnificent silver light crystals. They were sometimes round, sometimes rhombus, and they changed endlessly. Numerous strange markings were inscribed on them, and they formed a profound and unfathomable silver imprint that flickered with radiance. The law of space had finally been formed. At this moment, Jinyu's understanding of space had risen to another level. His astral souls were still immersed in the complete law of space, comprehending the laws of space and familiarizing themselves with this realm. I hope your next performance won't disappoint me. The white-robed old man chuckled. Although he was optimistic about Qinyu's chances, the two draws made him feel dissatisfied with Qinyu. The complete edict of space isn't given away for free. Your talent and potential aren't bad. After this is done, you can become my divine guard. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The white-robed old man glanced at Qinyu before his figure dissipated and his consciousness returned to his body. In the sky above the god, two heavenly fusion experts were hidden in the dark red blood mist and silver divine splendor, overlooking the four clans. Why don't we just kill all these ants? The blood-winged figure said in a callous voice. Only he and the other heavenly fusion expert had the qualifications to obtain the inheritance. How could they allow these ants to encroach on it? Hee, then you should think carefully. Behind the four clans, there is a heavenly fusion expert, the white-robed old man chuckled. It was fine for them to casually kill a few profound nether experts, but if they slaughtered all of them, it would definitely alarm the gods of the four clans. With the knowledge of heavenly fusion experts, it wasn't difficult for them to see through the deception of this place. At that time, it would be hard to say whose clan the inheritance would end up in. The two heavenly fusion experts hid in the darkness and observed the four clans. As long as the four clans didn't touch the core inheritance, they had no intention of attacking. After all, the two heavenly fusion experts didn't care about some of the ordinary treasures in the god world, so they could just take them. Only the core inheritance was an exception. If this god's guess isn't wrong, this should be the personal god world of Chaos Origin God. His inheritance is definitely here. The heavenly fusion realm was divided into 3 heavens. The first heavenly layer was called Lower God. The second heavenly layer was called Middle God. The third heavenly layer was called High God. According to what he knew, Chaos Origin God was an ancient god realm expert from ancient times and was a legend of that era. He was a newly advanced god realm expert who was unparalleled in the same realm. In a short 10,000 years, he had reached the middle god realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the high god realm. The white-robed old man and the blood-winged figure desired the inheritance of such an ancient and formidable god realm expert. In the god world, the members of the 4 clans were searching everywhere. This is the god world? It really is extraordinary. Every brick and tile is extremely valuable. I wonder where the true inheritance is hidden. Did the person who passed the inheritance test obtain the inheritance? Everyone was either excited or cautious as they observed their surroundings. Only the 4 demigods felt an indescribable pressure and danger. They raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky above the buildings in the distance. They saw the scene of a dark red blood mist and a silver divine light intertwining. There are 2 divine auras here. Could there really be 2 inheritances? Demigod Evil Peacock was puzzled. The 4 demigods felt as if they were being watched. Only Master and of the Heavens Legacy race revealed a hint of shock in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Giant Chasm, Glazed Light, Evil Peacock. This old man has discovered a few places that are suspected to be the inheritances. He transmitted his voice to the 3 demigods. Hee, you want us to be the vanguard? The Glazed Light demigod laughed but didn't agree. Time is pressing. If the person who passed the trial successfully receives the inheritance, everyone's efforts will be in vain, Masterin said calmly. Time is of the essence. As time passed, the 4 clans entered the depths of the god world and excavated many treasures. Not good, the Cloud Dragon race and Stone clans demigods seem to have found the inheritance ground. The blood-winged figure suddenly said. The white-robed old man looked in that direction. The Cloud Dragon race and Stone clans demigods were approaching the core region of the god world. After a discussion, the 2 heaven fusion experts immediately arranged for the 3rd battle. As long as the victor was decided and the agreement was fulfilled, the farce would end. Qin Yu, who was in seclusion in the secret room, was suddenly enveloped by a divine power and teleported to the stage. The 3rd battle is about to begin? Qin Yu opened his eyes. In front of him, the blood god clone appeared. The battle was about to begin. Buzz, silver light appeared in the void, distorting one's field of vision. Qin Yu's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next instant, he appeared behind the blood god clone. With a thought from his star soul, a silver spatial sword appeared and slashed at the blood god clone's neck. After condensing the complete law of space, Qin Yu's control over the power of space had become even smoother. Regardless of whether it was for support or offense, his might had increased greatly. At that moment, Qin Yu was using the clone to test the complete law of space to increase the realism of the act. Swish, the blood god clone's reaction was very fast, and his figure instantly disappeared, turning into a ray of light that flew backward. But a 3-inch deep wound was still left on his neck. If it had been an ordinary person, their head would have already fallen off. The body of the blood god clone was special, and the wound quickly healed. However, the blood-winged figure watching the battle from above could no longer remain calm. He said with an unhappy expression, "You helped this brat condense the complete law of space?" This was the cultivation of a heavenly fusion stage expert. The white-robed elder had really put in a lot of effort. This brat's comprehension is not bad. This old man has plans to take him in as a divine guard. Helping him condense the law of space will be his reward. The white-robed elder smiled insincerely. Originally, he had planned to make use of Qin Yu and have nothing to do with each other. However, he had given Qin Yu too many benefits, and after nurturing him, he planned to use him for himself. The blood-winged figure remained silent. In fact, he had previously thought of helping the blood god clone comprehend the law of blood. However, comprehending the law of blood depended on one's comprehension. Even a heavenly fusion stage expert might not succeed. The blood god clone's comprehension speed was already very fast, but it had only been born for a short period of time. Otherwise, it would also have a chance of comprehending the law of blood. The 2 heavenly fusion stage experts continued to observe the battle. The blood-winged figure's expression became more and more ugly, while the white-robed elder gradually revealed a gentle smile. On the arena, Qin Yu executed the sky-shattering Emperor Fist. A huge silver and yellow fist aura flew out. Under the complete law of space, the power of the sky-shattering Emperor Fist was completely displayed. Pung, the blood god clone's sacred energy barrier was broken, and the surrounding space cracked like a spider web. The clone was severely injured and was sent flying. There were many shocking wounds on its body, and it fell to the ground. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to win, Xianxia sighed. He really wanted to fight to a draw with the clone. The instant the outcome was decided. Ha ha ha, not bad. From now on, you will be my divine guard. The white-robed elder's laughter was transmitted into Xianxia's mind. It was indeed a scam. Xianxia thought in his heart, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. At least for now, his life wasn't in danger. He wasn't in a hurry to escape. He wanted to observe the situation first. Suddenly, rumble, in the sky above the god, a phenomenon containing boundless divine might condensed into the silhouette of an old man who was 3,000 feet tall. He wore a white gown and held a mysterious picture scroll in his hand. Silver-white multicolored light surrounded his body, illuminating everything within a radius of 100 miles. The dusky space brightened at that instant. The white-robed elder's figure towered between heaven and earth, becoming the most eye-catching existence. Heavens, what's going on? This might, is that of a heavenly fusion expert? The experts of the 4 clans who were exploring the god were extremely shocked. There were even a few profound underworld emperor lords who were suppressed by the divine might of the white-robed elder and prostrated themselves in worship. This is this god's residence. Why are you all still not leaving? The white-robed elder's voice was loud and clear, and it reverberated through heaven and earth, shaking everyone's heart. What? The experts of the 4 clans were astonished. They had surprisingly intruded into the private residence of a heavenly fusion expert, which was a grave crime. Some profound underworld emperor lords panicked and retreated hastily. Wasn't it said that this secret region's space isn't stable and heavenly fusion experts can't enter? What exactly is going on here? He Fuyuan looked at the imposing white figure in the sky with shock and suspicion in his heart. They had gone through untold hardships to find the god, but in the end they were asked to get lost. The other party was a heavenly fusion expert, so who would dare to disobey? Within the arena, Xianxia and the blood god clone didn't make a move and paid attention to the situation outside. The blood god clone was recovering from his injuries. Part of the battle had been acting, but the clone was indeed heavily injured and needed some time to recover. At this moment, the blood-winged figure that lost the bet suddenly messaged the blood god clone. I'll tell you the truth. The inheritance test is fake. You and that human brat are just our pawns. The blood-winged figure told the blood god clone the truth. What? Through this, Xianxia learned of everything. The secret realm had opened because of a bet between 2 heavenly fusion realms. There was indeed an inheritance here, one that moved even heavenly fusion realms. However, the 2 sides were heavenly fusion realms. In their eyes, everyone else was just pawns or ants. Xianxia had already guessed that the 2 inheritance tests were a lie, but he was very surprised. Why would the blood-winged figure tell the blood god clone the truth? What was their goal? Your strength is currently above the peak late-stage mysterious dark realm. Go back to the Yao race. If you can stop that old man, I will owe you a favor. The blood-winged figure messaged the blood god clone and opened a hole in the barrier around the arena. From the looks of it, the god that lost the bet hasn't given up yet. Xianxia thought in his heart. Although the blood-winged figure had lost, he couldn't stop the white-robed elder. However, he could still play dirty. As long as the white-robed elder failed, the blood-winged figure could still obtain the inheritance treasure. The god's mansion was completely silent. The experts of the 4 major races were stunned. Even the 4 demigods were silent. Entering the palace of a heavenly fusion realm was a crime that offended a god. Masterin, what's going on? Demigod Lu Guang asked. Wasn't this the inheritance ground? How could there be a heavenly fusion realm here? Demigod Evil Sparrow and Zhu Chao slowly regained their composure and felt that something was wrong. The mysterious dark realm experts were stunned by the white-robed elder and didn't dare to go against the will of a god, but the demigods could still think rationally. May I ask which god realm expert senior is? Masterin of the Heaven's Legacy race bowed slightly and asked. According to his deductions, this place was filled with mysteries, and things weren't as simple as they seemed. What nonsense. This god told you to scram? Didn't you hear me? The white-robed old man's eyes narrowed as he rebuked angrily. The heavens and earth shone brilliantly, as if there was endless thunder rumbling in all directions. He instantly erupted with a terrifying might, as if he wanted to overturn the heavens and earth. Many mystic underworld sovereign lords trembled and retreated under the pressure of the white-robed elder. "Senior, we can leave," but there were two people who passed the test and entered this place to receive the inheritance. "May I know where they are now?" Master N's expression remained the same under the might of the combined heavenly state. He had already vaguely deduced some key information. Heaven's legacy race. The white-robed old man was getting impatient. He knew that Master N was a demigod of the Heaven's legacy race. The more he said, the more clues he would give Master N, allowing him to get closer to the truth. It won't be easy to fool these four demigods, the white-robed elder sighed inwardly. In fact, this matter would not have developed to this point. It was all because of the chess pieces chosen by the two Heavenly Confluence Realm experts that the first two matches ended in a draw. Otherwise, the white-robed elder would have long since obtained the inheritance treasure and left this place, and nothing would have happened. If that was the case, he could only change his strategy. Anyone who dares to attack this god's palace will be killed without mercy. The white-robed elder's aura suddenly changed as a terrifying killing intent spread out. Whoosh, a white streak of light shot out from the sky toward demigod Glasslight and a pitch-black ancient palace behind Juchuan. "Old guy, are you planning to take the inheritance directly?" The blood-winged figure hidden in the darkness laughed wickedly. If it was him, he would have to do the same thing. Desperate times called for desperate measures. As long as he could obtain the inheritance treasure of the Chaos Origin God, everything else was trivial. Boom, a powerful divine might descended like 100,000 mountains, accompanied by a bone-chilling killing intent. The hearts of demigod Glasslight and Juchuan shook as they felt a great pressure. They felt as if they couldn't fight back at all. The white-robed elder waved his arm and created a storm of silver light that shot toward the two demigods. Not good. Juchuan's expression changed dramatically as he circulated the power of his physical body and turned into a golden mountain. Dark yellow light flowed around his body. The opponent was a true god, and even a demigod could die if he wasn't careful. Demigod Glasslight also used a defensive secret technique, and a layer of mist appeared in front of her to block the attack of the heavenly fusion realm. Boom, the clash between the god and demigod created a shocking explosion, and the sky was filled with light. Demigod Juchuan and Glasslight were sent flying back several hundred meters before crashing into the ground. Whoosh, the white-haired elder turned into a streak of light and entered the pitch-black ancient palace behind him. That was where the core of the gods was located. Demigod Juchuan and Glasslight flew out of the crater and looked at each other with doubt in their eyes. They didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries from the clash with the god just now. Simply put, the god wasn't as strong as they had imagined. Right at that moment, Demigod Evil Sparrow suddenly yelled, "Stop him! There's an inheritance treasure there!" Whoosh! Whoosh! Demigod Evil Sparrow suddenly charged forward with his maximum speed and closed in on the pitch-black ancient palace. There was another figure next to Demigod Evil Sparrow, the scorpion-tailed woman. Of course, the scorpion-tailed woman was the blood god clone in disguise. Under Qinyu's orders, the clone had told Demigod Evil Sparrow part of the truth. "This god is injured. We can defeat him together and steal the inheritance." Demigod Evil Sparrow roared as his speed increased. "What?" Demigod Glasslight and Demigod Juchuan's expressions changed dramatically. The two weren't idiots. Thinking back to their fight with the white-robed elder, they believed Demigod Evil Sparrow's words and immediately tried to stop the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder sensed the auras of several demigods behind him and saw the scorpion-tailed woman next to Demigod Evil Sparrow. His eyebrows instantly furrowed, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. "You're the one behind this?" The white-robed elder's gaze pierced through everything and looked toward where the blood-winged figure was hiding. "Hee, I didn't do anything. I just told him some of the truth." The blood-winged figure acted as if it had nothing to do with him. He wouldn't interfere personally, or else he would be going against the oath. However, as long as the white-robed elder failed, he still had a chance to obtain the fruits of victory. "Fuck off." The scroll in the white-robed elder's hand suddenly unfurled, and ancient silver characters and arrays floated out and spread in every direction. They instantly formed a spatial array that sealed the entrance to the pitch-black palace. Demigod Juchuan crashed into a silver barrier and was pushed back 100 yards. His entire body ached. The demigod glass light stopped in time and unleashed the sacred power within her body, turning into the image of a jade-white dragon that charged forward with a cloud of smoke. When the jade-white dragon charged into a silver array dimension and seemed to fall into a bottomless ocean. Its power was continuously weakened until it finally disappeared. What profound array mastery! The demigod glass light sighed. Hurry up and break the array. Otherwise, all of our efforts will be for nothing if he obtains the inheritance. Demigod Evil Sparrow said in a hurry. I'll help you. Masterin flew over unhurriedly. At this instant, the four demigods stood on the same side. The situation had changed. With the help of the blood-winged figure, the four demigods worked together to fight against the white-robed elder. Even though he was at the Heaven's fusion realm, he felt pressured. The Heaven's legacy race was one of the four demigods, so it wasn't hard for them to break the array. Brat, what are you waiting for? Help me stop these enemies. When this god obtains the inheritance, as my divine guard, I will bestow upon you even greater gifts. The white-robed elder messaged Xianxia. At this point, he could only use Xianxia's power to delay the demigods of the four races. At this moment, he felt lucky that he had helped Xianxia create a complete law of space, which gave him the ability to fight against a demigod. Otherwise, he wouldn't be of any use at all. Within the arena, my lord, how can I stop four demigods by myself? Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Don't worry, I will help you. The white-robed elder said confidently. Xianxia stood up. In the current situation, the four races had four demigods and many lords. The situation seemed to be disadvantageous to the white-robed elder. However, Xianxia had already offended the four races. If he openly joined the four races, he might not be recognized. Instead, he would be hated by the white-robed elder. Whoosh, he flew out and headed straight for the pitch-black ancient palace. After comprehending the complete law of space, Xianxia's speed wasn't any slower than a demigod's. Normal people wouldn't even be able to catch up to him. Who is it? The glazed light demigod sensed something and looked to the side. Whoosh, a silver phantom swept past, and the void along the way stirred up faint ripples like the surface of water. The next instant, a figure appeared in front of the four demigods. It was Xianxia. It's you. The demigod evil bird stared at Xianxia with a cold expression and flames of anger. The sacred power within his body started to boil as he activated the law of light, and a wicked light flashed around him. The demigod Evil Sparrow never would have thought that Xianxia would dare to appear in front of him. This time, he was going to personally kill Xianxia. Evil Sparrow? You know this brat? Demigod Juchuan inspected Xianxia. From the looks of it, there was enmity between demigod Evil Sparrow and the male in front of him. Demigod Light Demigod, this brat is extremely cunning. He killed the Cloud Dragon Emperor Lord and stole our treasures. The white-bearded elder from the Cloud Dragon race who had enmity with Xianxia suddenly spoke. Human, is this true? Demigod Light's aura spread as she questioned with obvious enmity. Masterin, the Purple Cloud Imperial Lord died in his hands. A member of the Heaven's Legacy race pointed at Xianxia and said. Oh? Masterin inspected Xianxia with furrowed eyebrows. Demigod Juchuan paused. Just who was this brat? He had offended the Yao race, the Cloud Dragon race, and the Heaven's Legacy race. The Stone race didn't seem to have anything to do with Xianxia. Lord Juchuan, in reality, the death of the Earth Fire Emperor Lord of the Stone race is related to this brat as well. The white-bearded elder from the Cloud Dragon race spoke once more and tried to smear Xianxia's name. Hearing this, even demigod Juchuan was enraged. Some of the Emperor Lords who didn't know what was going on were stunned by this scene. Who was this human? He had offended all four major races? Wasn't he a little too bold? Some of the spectating mysterious Dark Realm experts hadn't even seen Xianxia before. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Who was this human? He had offended all four major races? Wasn't he a little too bold? Not only that, Xianxia dared to jump out at this critical moment and block the four demigods. He didn't know how to write the word death. Brat, fuck off or else I'll turn you into mincemeat. Demigod Juchuan roared as his physical force formed a giant mountain. A normal late-stage mysterious Dark Realm expert wouldn't be able to take it head-on and would have to submit to demigod Juchuan's pressure. However, Qinyu remained calm under the pressure of Giant Chasm's physical force. He only paused for a moment before he quickly recovered. Qinyu was also a body cultivator and had cultivated the four symbols divine body to the 6th level. His state of existence and body were strong enough to take the attack of a peak late-stage mysterious dark realm expert head-on. The Heart of Eternity's transformation last time had merged with his body and brought about many unknown changes. For example, when his heart exploded, it contained the pressure of a god fiend that suppressed everything. Even the physical force of a demigod was unable to move Qinyu's body. What? Demigod Juchuan was stunned. He originally thought that he would be able to push back Qinyu without even needing to do anything. However, the result was unexpected. From the looks of it, this brat wasn't just bold, he also had some ability. Brat, your future is bright with your talent and potential, but opposing us is the same as killing your future. Demigod Juchuan roared as a surge of divine power surged out of his body. He was a demigod because he had condensed the divine power of the heaven-combining realm. The nearby mystic underworld sovereign lords were shocked as they looked. Over. Was demigod Juchuan going to personally take action? With demigod Juchuan's strength, killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Emperor Lord Bluescales laughed wickedly. He Fuyuan watched seriously, but he wasn't sure. Demigod Juchuan might be able to kill Qinyu, but it wouldn't be easy. However, before Demigod Juchuan could attack, Demigod Evil Sparrow suddenly attacked so quickly that no one could react. Die, ant. Demigod Evil Sparrow's cold voice was filled with anger and killing intent. The power of the Law of Light blossomed and turned into 5 feathers. Their colors were black, red, orange, blue, and purple. 5 resplendent rays of light burst out. Many mystic underworld sovereign lords felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Only their spiritual senses vaguely captured that the 5 gorgeous feathers of different colors were charging at Qinyu with unparalleled speed. Demigod Juchuan was slightly surprised. Just how much of a grudge did the demigod Evil Sparrow have against Qinyu for it to suddenly attack him without any mercy? An ordinary mysterious nether realm expert wouldn't be able to react in time and would die on the spot. However, Qinyu, who had comprehended the complete laws of space, knew exactly what the demigod Evil Bird was planning. Silver light flickered on the surface of his body, and ripples spread out in all directions. Whoosh, in an instant, Qinyu disappeared and reappeared in another location. After comprehending the complete law of space, teleportation divine ability became even easier to use. This instantaneous movement allowed Qinyu to dodge the demigod Evil Sparrow's attack as much as possible, and 3 of its gorgeous feathers were destined to miss. Master An's eyes twinkled. Normal mysterious dark realms wouldn't be able to dodge an attack from a demigod at all. However, Qinyu dodged the demigod Evil Sparrow's attack as much as possible. He did the best he could. This brat's intent of space has touched the laws of space. Master and guessed. This meant that as long as Qinyu's cultivation reached the peak late-stage mysterious dark realm, he could be called a demigod. From the looks of it, the difference between Qinyu and a demigod wasn't very big. Whoosh. Whoosh, although Qinyu managed to avoid 3 of the beautiful feathers, 2 more descended upon him with even stronger killing intent. My cultivation has broken through to the late-stage mysterious dark realm, and I've comprehended the complete laws of space. I now have the strength to fight against a demigod. Qinyu thought in his heart as he circulated the white tiger sacred claw. The scene of him being chased by the demigod Evil Sparrow appeared in his mind. Now that he was facing the demigod Evil Sparrow, battle intent started to burn in Qinyu's body. When the law of space condensed on the golden white tiger sacred claw, and a layer of mysterious silver appeared. Whoosh, whoosh. The sacred claw slashed through the air like lightning and created 5 golden silver streaks of light that clashed with the remaining 2 feathers. The blinding light covered everything, and the sound of explosions shook the sky. The storm soon dissipated, and Qinyu and the demigod Evil Sparrow stood there. Everyone became silent. The demigod Evil Sparrow was surprised. A draw? His injuries had already recovered by 80%. How could it be a draw? How could Qinyu's strength increase so quickly in such a short amount of time? Law of space? The 4 demigods could feel that Qinyu's understanding of space had reached the level of a law. Even the spectating mysterious nether realm experts could faintly sense this. From the looks of it, that heaven fusion realm helped this brat create the law of space. Demigod Glasslight said. Qinyu had helped the white-robed elder without any hesitation, so the 4 demigods now considered Qinyu to be the white-robed elder's divine guard. You're just using an external force to comprehend the law of space. It will be extremely difficult for you to improve your understanding of the law of space. Of course, you won't have the chance to do so. The demigod Evil Sparrow's expression was cold. He decided that he couldn't let Qinyu go or else he would lose all face. Furthermore, Qinyu's potential made him feel a sense of danger, so he had to kill him now. Whoosh, the demigod Evil Vermilion Bird's body rippled with dazzling colors, and a pair of colorful wings spread open, lighting up heaven and earth in a gorgeous light. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, a gorgeous beam of light shot out from the pair of colorful wings, crashing toward Qinyu like a torrential downpour. The demigod Evil Sparrow used his wicked light wings. Qinyu didn't dare to slow down and started to use the mysteries of the 6th level of the 4 symbols divine body. A fiery glow appeared behind him as the vermilion bird's sacred wings spread out and clashed with the golden light from the white tiger's sacred claws. Qinyu slashed out once more, but the power was completely different from before. The incomparably sharp claw light was burning with scarlet flames, as if it contained an extremely terrifying power. This was the 6th level of the 4 symbols divine body, for symbol Yin-Yang. The fusion of the white tiger sacred claws and the vermilion bird sacred wings was a pure attack. In terms of momentum, it was on par with the demigod Evil Sparrow's attack. Bam! Bam! Explosions rang out continuously as destructive power spread out in every direction. The other 3 demigods also put up a barrier of sacred power to prevent themselves from being injured by the shockwaves. The Emperor Lords of the Mystic Dark Realm even further away were dazed. It was as if the scene in front of them was an illusion. A late-stage Mystic Dark Realm was fighting head-on against the famous demigod Evil Sparrow of the Yao race. Many late-stage Mystic Dark Realm cultivators didn't even have the courage to fight a demigod. That's impossible. The mind of the white-bearded elder of the Cloud Dragon race was in turmoil. He had just exposed the grudge between Qinyu and the 4 races and tried to slander Qinyu in an attempt to kill Qinyu. Now, he felt scared. Die! The demigod Evil Sparrow roared. The strength that Qinyu displayed became stronger and stronger, and he was able to fight back against him. This made him even more angry. In reality, Qinyu felt a bit of pressure at the beginning. As the number of moves he used increased, he gradually got used to the pressure and squeezed out all of his potential, allowing him to unleash the battle power of a demigod. Through actual combat, the 6th level of the 4 symbols divine body that Qinyu cultivated also became more stable. The power of the vermilion bird sacred wings and the white tiger sacred claws fused together further, and Qinyu went from being cautious at the start to being calm when fighting against a demigod. We can't continue like this, Master N suddenly said. Demigod Azure Light and Juchuan also agreed. They could tell that Qinyu was training himself and increasing his strength through his battle with the demigod Evil Sparrow. This battle wouldn't end in a short time. However, they didn't have much time, or else all their efforts would go to waste. Fuck off! Demigod Juchuan roared and created a storm. He circulated the divine power within his body and punched out. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the sky seemed to collapse as an extremely heavy force descended toward Qinyu. In an instant, Qinyu's movements were restricted by a strong gravitational force. Although the demigod Evil Sparrow wasn't happy that Juchuan was interfering, he understood the current situation and said coldly, "Die." He teamed up with demigod Juchuan and unleashed an attack. A wicked beam of light shot toward Qinyu. Qinyu wasn't going to take the combined attacks of 2 demigods head-on. He circulated the black tortoise sacred arms and the law of space, and a silver-blue layer of water appeared around him to reduce the pressure from the 2 demigods. His figure then floated backward. The spatial array created by the white-robed elder at the heaven-combining realm was right behind him. The 4 demigods were stopped here. The instant Qinyu touched it, the array started to tremble, and Qinyu's body merged into it. Boom! Demigod Evil Sparrow and Juchuan's attacks seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth as they landed on the spatial array. When the array in front of Qinyu started to twist and turn into a giant silver whirlpool that dissolved the attacks of the 2 demigods. Qinyu originally wouldn't have been able to fight against 2 demigods. However, after merging into the spatial array created by the white-robed elder, he was able to control part of the array's power and turn it into his own. In his vision, the giant whirlpool in front of Chen Yu was like a pitch-black whirlpool that could swallow everything. The combined attacks of the two demigods started to disappear. This Emperor Blue Scales was dazed and speechless. Although Chen Yu had used external power to block the combined attacks of two demigods, this scene was still extremely shocking. Human, move aside. Demigod Glass Light roared. Chen Yu, come out and fight me head-on if you have the guts. Demigod Evil Sparrow gritted his teeth in anger. Bastard, move aside. Demigod Ju Chuan also cursed. Human, why don't you team up with us? I promise that if we obtain the inheritance treasure, we will forget all our enmity with you, and you will also receive some benefits. Master and persuaded. Well done, and I will definitely treat you well in the future. The white-robed elder's laughter sounded from within the pitch-black palace. At this moment, Chen Yu seemed to have become the most important factor. Which force the inheritance treasure would end up with would be decided by Chen Yu's actions. Within the pitch-black ancient palace Peng, the faint red barrier in front of the white-robed old man suddenly exploded and dissipated. His greedy eyes looked into the distance. 200 yards away from him was a tall platform with a crystal throne on it. It was surrounded by a multicolored light and radiated a divine aura. On top of the crystal throne, there was a lofty figure that looked awe-inspiring. Being at the heavenly fusion realm, the white-robed elder could tell that it was just an image formed by the remnant divine power. His divine sense could even sense the treasures on the crystal throne. As for the core inheritance, it might be one of the items or hidden somewhere else. Just a bit more. The white-robed elder slowly walked forward and quickly destroyed all the arrays and traps along the way. If it was a normal Emperor Lord Mystic Dark or a demigod, they would have to be extremely careful, and they might even die if they weren't careful. However, the white-robed elder specialized in arrays, so it was relatively easy for him to destroy them. He even split off a part of his consciousness to pay attention to the situation at the entrance of the palace and saw Chen Yu blocking the path of the four demigods. Well done. This god will definitely treat you well in the future. The white-robed elder laughed as all the disgust he had for Chen Yu disappeared. He decided to take Chen Yu in as a god guard and nurture him into one of his subordinates. The four demigods became even more anxious after hearing what the white-robed elder said. They felt as if Chen Yu had already obtained the inheritance. Fuck off. The demigod evil bird roared as the multicolored wings on its back released a wicked light that stabbed toward Chen Yu like thousands of swords. Chen Yu had the ability to fight the demigod evil bird head-on, and he had the protection of the array. He circulated a portion of the array's power to block the demigod evil bird's attack. When the demigod evil bird's attack was instantly nullified by the array left behind by a heavenly fusion realm and Chen Yu's control. Not only that, but the array also released a streak of silver light that shot toward the demigod evil bird. Even a demigod wouldn't dare to take the backlash of a god-tier array head-on. Shwa, the demigod evil bird flapped its wings and dodged to the side, dodging the backlash of the array. Damn it. The demigod evil bird gritted its teeth. It hated Chen Yu to the bone. This brat had grown to the same level as him in such a short period of time, and he now had control over a divine-grade array. Even the demigod evil bird couldn't do anything to him, and he even had to be wary of Chen Yu's methods. But at this moment, Master suddenly extended his palm. A layer of silver-gray palm gleam was imprinted with complicated array patterns and ancient words. It turned out that Master had been trying to crack the divine-level formation from the very beginning. Now that he suddenly made a move, he must have a certain degree of confidence. Bzzz, Master Ant's palm instantly landed on the barrier and penetrated it. The patterns on the silver-gray palm light interfered with the divine-grade formation. The ancient tadpole characters on it seemed to come to life, swimming everywhere and permeating the divine-grade formation. As expected of the Heaven's Legacy race, Chen Yu could sense that the power of the formation was weakening. Attack! Demigod Ju Chuan roared as a physical force that could topple mountains and flip oceans crushed over. He fiercely pushed out with his palm, which contained boundless tyrannical power. It was a fair and square suppression. Demigod Lu Guang instantly took action, and the image of a jade-white dragon appeared around her as she charged forward. Fuck off. The demigod evil bird revealed a wicked smile as it also took action. Boom! The combined attacks of the three demigods caused the divine great array's performance to decrease due to Master N's interference. The tough silver barrier started to cave in, and cracks started to appear on its surface, as if it was about to collapse. In reality, if it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia was controlling the array slightly, it would have been destroyed already. Bam! An explosion sounded as the array shattered. Xianxia's figure flew back in a storm of dust. The four demigods ignored everything else and charged into the entrance of the pitch-black ancient palace. Killing intent filled the air. The demigods obviously wouldn't show any mercy to Xianxia, who was blocking their path. Die! The demigod evil bird's attack condensed once more as a five-colored beam of light shot out and shattered everything in its path. A surge of sacred power also condensed within Xianxia's body. This attack contained the intent of the vermilion bird's sacred wings, the white tiger sacred claw, and the law of space. It wasn't any weaker than the demigod evil bird's attack. Bam! Xianxia and the demigod evil bird clashed head-on once more. They were evenly matched. Another array appeared behind Xianxia, and his figure merged into it as he floated in the air with a faint smile on his face. Damn it! There's still an array. Demigod Zhuchuan cursed in annoyance. When the white-robed elder was breaking the array and taking the inheritance, he would also set up some mechanisms to stop the demigods of the four races. The white-robed elder had also given Xianxia a special technique that allowed him to use these arrays to protect himself. At the same time, he could use the power of the array to stop the four races. Break the array as soon as possible, or else it'll be too late. Master N's voice was also slightly hurried. The other three demigods revealed determined expressions. If this continued, everything would be over by the time they entered. The white-robed elder was at the heavenly fusion realm. Even if his strength wasn't at his peak, the four demigods wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Break the array. Therefore, the four demigods put their focus on breaking the array. Only then would they be able to catch up to the white-robed elder. With Master N, a demigod of the Heaven's Legacy race, and the other three demigods, they would be able to break the array very quickly. Bam! The array that Xianxia controlled was broken through by the demigods in less than 5 breaths. He retreated once more and controlled the third array that the white-robed elder had left behind. Break the array. The four demigods continued to break the array. They even ignored Xianxia and only wanted to break the array as quickly as possible. Xianxia wasn't an array master, so he couldn't block the attacks of the four demigods in a situation like this. He tried his best to protect himself and put his safety first. Bam! 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 The arrays that the white-robed elder had left behind were quickly broken through. The four demigods worked together and charged toward the center of the pitch-black ancient palace like a hot knife through butter. The white-robed elder could also sense that the experts of the four races were closing in, and he was also trying his best to break through the mechanisms and arrays of the pitch-black ancient palace. At this moment, he was only 20 yards away from the throne on the high platform. The entire high platform was surrounded by a layer of 5-colored light film. This was the last protective array formation. Stop them for a while longer. The white-robed elder roared. There's only one last line of defense left. A scroll floated in front of the white-robed elder, and he used a technique to condense mysterious characters that merged into the 5-colored barrier of light. Too late. Demigod Lu Guang exclaimed lightly as she flew over with limitless clouds. Evil Sparrow, Master N, and Demigod Zhuchuan then appeared. Their gazes landed on the high platform made of white jade. There was a crystal throne there that radiated limitless divine light. There were a few items on the crystal throne. One of them was a glass-like jade axe that radiated a shocking divine light. Even though it was very far away, it radiated a domineering divine aura that shook the soul. This was, without a doubt, a divine weapon. Divine weapons belonged to the domain of the gods. In the origin world, any divine weapon was unique and could decide the fate of an area. Even among the 8 emperor sects of the human race, only a few of the most powerful sects had a quasi-relic as the ultimate treasure of their sects. Divine weapon. The eyes of the 4 demigods lit up. The grade of this glass-like jade axe wouldn't be simple for it to be placed here alone. Next to the glass-like jade axe was a green wooden kettle. Ancient pictures and words were carved onto it. Divine demon language, an item from the ancient era of gods and demons. I wonder what secrets are hidden within this wooden kettle. Masterin revealed a heated expression. The matters of the ancient era were too ancient, and they were like legends to the people of the current era. Apart from the green wooden kettle, there were also 3 stones of different colors. Jinyu only recognized one of them. It was called the ancient fire source stone. It contained the origin of fire and was one of the main materials used to forge divine weapons. Just this ancient fire source stone alone was a priceless treasure to the former Jinyu. All in all, the items that appeared on the crystal throne were definitely extremely valuable. If they appeared in the outside world, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Of course, the current situation was not much different from a bloodbath. Scram! The white-robed elder suddenly turned around as the divine power in his body surged. Everything here belonged to him and had nothing to do with these outsiders. Boom, the white-robed elder activated the painting in front of him, and a terrifying figure that was almost 10,000 feet tall appeared. It covered the sky and had 3 heads. This painting was a demigod weapon. When the white-robed elder activated it, infinite danger enveloped the 4 demigods. Stop him. This person is injured. His strength is not at his peak. The 4 demigods shouted and attacked with all their strength. Divine power and law circulated at the same time. Bang! Bang, bang! The demigods and the white-robed elder clashed in the hall. The mysterious Dark Realm Emperor lords following closely behind were of no use at all. Just the power of the demigod weapon was enough to send them flying and vomiting blood. This is a demigod weapon? It is indeed terrifying. Jinyu temporarily retreated and focused on defense to resist the aftershocks. Logically speaking, the white-robed elder had fought with another god for hundreds of years and was injured. His strength was not even at 60% of his peak. However, after the white-robed elder activated the demigod weapon, he still displayed an unshakable strength. It was hard to imagine what kind of power a true demigod weapon would have if it was fully activated. If this old man gets a true demigod weapon, even 4 demigods working together would be useless. Bang! Bang, bang! The explosion was earth-shattering, and destructive power filled the entire space. Swoosh, the 4 demigods retreated hundreds of feet and stabilized themselves. Each of them had only suffered some light injuries. The white-robed elder also flew backward and collided with the 5-colored light membrane. He was already injured, and fighting with all his strength against 4 demigods had caused internal injuries. His face was slightly pale. Crack, following the white-robed elder's collision, cracks appeared on the surface of the 5-colored light membrane, and there were signs of it shattering. This scene tugged at the hearts of everyone present. Where is the inheritance? The white-robed elder's heart tensed up. His divine consciousness covered the high platform as he sized up every item. To him, the value of the glass axe and the greenwood ancient pot could not compare to the Chaos Origin God's inheritance. Jinyu was also observing. These treasures were extremely valuable. If there was a chance, he would definitely snatch them. In reality, he had purposely created the current situation. Regardless of whether the 4 races had the advantage or the white-robed elder had the dominant position, it was extremely difficult for Jinyu to get a share. Thus, he pretended to help the white-robed elder fend off the 4 races. However, when the white-robed elder was about to snatch the treasures, he let the demigods of the 4 races in, creating a chaotic situation. Where is the inheritance hidden? The white-robed elder's divine sense covered the high platform and inspected every item. Although the jade axe and the greenwood ancient kettle were very valuable to him, they couldn't be compared to the core inheritance of Chaos Origin God. However, he couldn't tell where the core inheritance was hidden even though he was only at the heavenly fusion realm. In this kind of situation, the white-robed elder couldn't just stand there and watch. Schwa, he turned into an illusory shadow and flew towards the crystal throne. His target was the glazed jade axe. Since he didn't know where the inheritance was hidden, he would take the most valuable item first. This jade axe is definitely the earth-splitting axe that Chaos Origin God used. The core inheritance might be hidden in this divine weapon. The white-robed elder guessed, and he felt that the possibility was very high. Stop him! Demigod Glasslight shouted anxiously. That jade axe was obviously a divine artifact of extraordinary quality. It might even be the most valuable treasure here. Once the white-robed elder refined this divine weapon, his strength would increase greatly, and the 4 demigods wouldn't be able to stop him even if they teamed up. In terms of speed, Demigod Glasslight and Evil Sparrow were the fastest, and they flanked the white-robed elder from both sides. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to stop the white-robed elder. After all, the opponent was at the heavenly fusion realm and had comprehended the law of space. However, when they approached the crystal throne, a chaotic 5-colored divine light suddenly appeared, and it contained the terrifying might of a demonic god that suppressed everything. At this moment, on the crystal throne, there seemed to be the shadow of an indomitable demon god, high up above, not allowing any blasphemy, its divine might suppressing the 4 directions. The blood within the white-robed elder's body started to boil, and his face became paler. Demigod Evil Sparrow and Glasslight were also suppressed, and they quickly unleashed their sacred power to block it. However, even the white-robed elder was greatly hindered. His law of space was suppressed, and his speed became extremely slow. Every step forward became extremely difficult. What powerful divine power! Masterin felt a strong pressure. All the remaining divine power in the entire god base seemed to have gathered there, and even the white-robed elder, who was at the first heavenly layer of the heavenly fusion realm, was greatly affected. With the crystal throne as the center, the pressure within a radius of 200 feet was so dense that it was almost solid. After the white-robed old man rushed in, it was as if he had entered a slow-motion world, and any movement he made was greatly hindered. 60 feet was a dividing line. Beyond 60 feet, the suppression was equally strong. Demigods could still resist it, but it was extremely difficult for those below the demigod level. Some of the mystic underworld archlords who had followed the 4 demigods here were like turtles in the face of this domineering divine might. They were frozen on the ground, and it was extremely difficult for them to maintain their flying state. Damn it, how did this happen? Hifu Yuan, who was following the demigod Sparrow demigod, felt as if a tsunami was sweeping toward him, and his body couldn't help but lean back. The other mystic underworld monarch lords were the same. Their faces were flushed red as they resisted with all their might. However, there were 2 exceptions. The first was Qin Yu, who had grasped the spatial law and was not much different from a demigod. As for the second person, it was the demon race's venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord. It was the venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord who had brought the truth and pushed the matter to this stage. If it wasn't for the fact that the venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord had retreated and acted as if he had no intention of fighting for the treasure, Masterin would definitely suspect that the venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord had ill intentions. The venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord's cultivation was at the peak of the late-stage mystic underworld realm, and his profundities had reached the 9th level. Apart from that, his body contained a faint aura of divine power. This venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord, Masterin examined the venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord and felt that there were many mysteries about him. However, he didn't have the time to search for the answer right now. He had to stop the white-robed old man. Masterin took out 3 simple and unadorned crystals made of stone and made a hand seal. The crystal pieces immediately floated up and spread out in a triangular formation, forming a shiny triangular light screen. Near the crystal throne, the white-robed old man slowly approached and reached out his hand. His target was the jade axe. Buzz, the glazed jade axe seemed to have sensed something, and as it trembled slightly, it released a powerful pressure of the divine realm, and it swept out in all directions with a disdainful momentum that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The awakening of the divine weapon put more pressure on everyone. However, the white-robed old man had already reached this step. The divine power within his body started to burn, and he suddenly sped up. He was only 6 feet away from the jade axe. The demigod Evil Sparrow and Glasslight on both sides were suppressed by the divine power and couldn't stop him in time. Right at this moment, go. Master enchanted a technique, and the 3 crystals in front of him flew into the air. The triangular barrier aimed at the white-robed old man. Whoosh! In the next instant, a dazzling and translucent screen of light enveloped them. Wherever the light screen passed, everything seemed to freeze and become extremely slow. Even the suppression of the divine might released by the crystal throne had little effect on this bright crystal light screen. This is the power of time. The white-robed old man revealed an ugly expression. Masterin had used a special item to activate the power of time, which had touched the level of laws. The two demigods, Glasslight and demigod Evil Sparrow, caught up to the white-robed old man. The two demigods didn't try to steal the treasure. Instead, they attacked the white-robed old man. Boom! The painting around the white-robed old man formed a barrier around him, and waves of ancient light containing divine power surged out. The demigods and the heavenly fusion realms clashed once more. Eat my fist! Demigod Juchuan roared as he gathered his divine power and unleashed an attack. Boom! An enormous dark yellow figure came crashing down like a giant beast. At this instant, the four demigods decided to severely injure or even kill the white-robed old man and take the inheritance. Once they obtained the fortune here, they would have a high chance of becoming a god in the future and wouldn't have to worry about the white-robed old man taking revenge. Pung! The battle started once more. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc in the small space and created even more destruction. The Emperor Lords following behind were forced back by the shockwaves. Brat, hurry up and help me! The white-robed old man roared in anger. He was unhappy that Qinyu was just watching from the side. Understood. Qinyu replied as he charged toward demigod Juchuan, who was at the back. At the moment, Qinyu was on the white-robed old man's side on the surface. From Qinyu's point of view, even though this old man was heavily injured, he wasn't someone that a few demigods could easily kill. Whoosh! Qinyu joined the battle and slashed out with his claw. A golden-red claw contained a frightening power as it charged toward demigod Juchuan. Whoosh! Because the suppression here was too strong and demigod Juchuan didn't specialize in speed, he couldn't react in time and was hit by Qinyu's attack. Several scorch marks that were several inches deep appeared on his back. Brat, you're courting death. Demigod Juchuan gritted his teeth in anger. In an instant, a dark yellow gravity field enveloped Qinyu's body. Then, a giant yellow palm condensed within the gravity field and pressed down on Qinyu like a small mountain. Qinyu didn't need to be afraid of demigod Juchuan since he was careful. His attention was also on the inheritance treasure. Listen to my orders. Qinyu messaged the Scorpion Emperor Lord. Right now, no one knew that the Scorpion Emperor Lord was Qinyu's blood god clone. Of course, demigod Evil Sparrow might have found out if it was a normal situation, but all their attention was on the inheritance. In fact, the four demigods had even ignored Qinyu. If not for Qinyu jumping out on his own. Understood, Master. The Scorpion Emperor Lord replied in his heart. He was extremely excited and couldn't wait to take action. Boom, the battle suddenly changed. The scroll in front of the white-robed elder suddenly released a bright light, and cracks started to appear on its surface. Mysterious silver lines then floated out of the scroll and turned into an ancient building that covered his body. After the demigod Evil Sparrow and colored lights attacks landed, they seemed to enter another spacetime and barged into the ancient building, setting off a terrifying storm. However, it had nothing to do with the spacetime, so it didn't affect the white-robed elder at all. He's using his demigod weapon as the price. Master An's eyes widened. The white-robed elder was using his demigod weapon to block Master An, demigod Evil Sparrow, and Glasslight. Whoosh, he flew forward and finally got close to the crystal throne. The white-robed elder carefully inspected the items around him, then his gaze landed on the jade axe. He didn't hesitate any longer and instantly reached out for the jade axe. So heavy. The white-robed elder didn't pick up the jade axe. He felt as if he was a child trying to move a boulder. This was the divine weapon's resistance, or rather, it was testing the white-robed elder to see if he had the right to obtain it. Damn it, this axe doesn't suit me. The white-robed elder felt helpless. His power wasn't compatible with this jade axe, but he was going all out at this moment. But at this moment, he was ready to risk it all. Perhaps the inheritance of the mixed primordial god was hidden in this axe, when the white-robed old man slowly picked up the glazed jade axe, and a terrifying light that seemed to be able to destroy everything rippled out from it, causing everyone in the surroundings to tremble in fear. Stop him. The inheritance might very well be in this divine weapon. The four demigods roared. A pair of multicolored wings appeared behind demigod Evil Sparrow's back as he waved the five-colored fan in his hand. A scale symbol appeared on demigod Glasslight's forehead and shot out a pillar of white light that broke through all obstacles. Demigod Juchuan also temporarily gave up on Qinyu and turned to attack the white-robed elder. Pung, the illusionary ancient city shattered under the combined attacks of the demigods and released a terrifying storm that engulfed everything. The 4 demigods charged in without any regard for anything else. Attack. Jinyu also moved at the same time and charged toward the crystal throne with his blood god clone. The situation was the most chaotic right now. The white-robed elder couldn't even take care of himself, and the 4 demigods were also panicking. Amidst the chaos, demigod Glasslight and demigod Evil Sparrow wanted to steal the jade axe. Masterin wanted the greenwood flask at all costs. Demigod Giant Chasm was slightly slower. He planned on devouring the remaining 3 god stones. One of the 3 god stones was called the Ancient Fire Source Stone, and the other was called the Abyss Sea Carving Stone. They were both rare materials used to forge divine weapons. He didn't recognize the 3rd stone either. From his point of view, the value of these 3 god stones wasn't any lower than the jade axe or the greenwood flask. Furthermore, he didn't know where the inheritance was hidden, so he had a higher chance of obtaining the inheritance if he took all 3 items. Right as demigod Ju Chuan was about to attack, a figure appeared next to him. It was Jinyu. Jinyu was even faster than him, and his target seemed to be the god stones as well. Stop. Bastard. Demigod Ju Chuan was enraged. Jinyu dared to steal his treasures? In the current situation, Jinyu obviously couldn't fight with the white-robed elder for the glass jade axe. Putting aside whether he could succeed or not, offending the 4 major races and the white-robed elder would be too disadvantageous for him. Furthermore, divine weapons were extremely valuable. It was a hot potato, and if it fell into Jinyu's hands, it would only bring him endless trouble. As for the greenwood bottle, Jinyu wasn't very interested in it, and he didn't want to have anything to do with the Heaven's Legacy race right now. Therefore, he set his sights on the 3 god stones. Stop. Bastard. Demigod Ju Chuan was enraged. Jinyu wanted to fight over the treasure he wanted. In terms of speed, he wasn't as fast as Jinyu. He immediately used the natural ability of the mountain giant race, and his physical force formed a dark yellow domain that covered Jinyu. In an instant, it was as if a mountain was smashing toward him. Jinyu's figure froze as he felt a great pressure. Demigod Ju Chuan's natural ability contained a strong gravitational force. Normal late-stage mysterious dark realms wouldn't be able to move even an inch. Furthermore, this ability didn't just have gravitational force. The air around him became gray and filled with dust as if it was frozen in the air. Stone spots started to appear on Jinyu's skin. Apart from gravity, this ability also had the ability to turn everything into stone. It could even turn sacred power into stone. One had to say that demigod Ju Chuan's move was indeed strong. It hindered Jinyu and slowed him down. Jinyu realized that the corrosion of the stone wasn't very fast, but it still affected him, and it was harder to heal than normal injuries. Since that was the case, he would end this battle quickly. Dong. 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 The heart of eternity suddenly entered a berserk state, and his physical strength and speed instantly doubled. When his body became stronger, the corrosion of the stone slowed down. Not only that, but a mysterious aura appeared around Jinyu. Black and white intertwined and shook everything. At this instant, all the power within the pitch-black palace was suppressed and weakened. The other demigods and the white-robed elder were also affected and couldn't help but look over. Godfiend aura? Demigod Ju Chuan was slightly surprised. Could it be that Jinyu had the blood of a primordial godfiend? Not only that. Bzzz, the pressure of divine power around the crystal throne suddenly became agitated, as though it was resonating with the divine aura produced by Jinyu's body. The glazed jade axe in the white-robed old man's hand suddenly struggled, as if it wanted to rush towards Jinyu. The ancient godfiend words on the surface of the greenwood kettle that Masterin was about to snatch away flickered slightly, releasing an ancient godfiend aura. The greenwood kettle also floated up and flew towards Jinyu. Not good, the aura of a fiend god. Masterin's panicked expression appeared on his face as he immediately performed a hand seal to form a gray barrier around the greenwood kettle, which isolated it from the outside world. This kid. He has a lot of secrets. The white-robed old man exclaimed, if I remember correctly, there is a trace of the fiend god bloodline flowing within the Chaos Origin god's body. This meant that out of everyone present, Jinyu was the most suitable person to obtain the Chaos Origin god's inheritance. Qinyu, who had already faded out of everyone's sight, became the center of attention once again. Human, team up with us and we'll forget all the grudges from before. You can also get a share of the treasures here, Master An said. If Qinyu joined their side, there was an 80% chance that they could severely injure or even kill the white-robed elder, allowing them to take everything here for themselves. Even if Master An's blatant solicitation was rejected, it would still put some pressure on the white-robed old man. Brat, if you're loyal to me, I won't mistreat you, the white-robed elder roared. At the same time, he secretly messaged Qinyu, if you can help me find the inheritance, I promise to help you reach the heavenly fusion realm within 300 years. The white-robed elder went all out and messaged Qinyu. He had already treated Qinyu as his divine guard. If Qinyu was loyal to him, he didn't mind nurturing Qinyu. 300 years to become a god. The white-robed elder couldn't do that. Even if Qinyu was talented, it wasn't that easy to reach the godly realm. However, if he obtained the Chaos Origin God's inheritance treasure and increased his strength, he would have the confidence to do so. Qinyu sneered in his heart. He didn't take the other party's promise to heart. He had a God Realm Master. With his potential to reach the mysterious Nether Realm and the Heart of Eternity, he didn't need the white-robed elder's help. Whoosh, after his heart exploded, his physical speed increased. Under the influence of the giant chasm demigod, Qinyu still surpassed the other party's speed and headed straight for the crystal throne. He approached the 3 divine stones. They emitted the aura of divine power and couldn't be stored in a normal interspatial dimension. Although the god stones were small, each one was extremely heavy. After making his choice, Qinyu decided to take the only ancient fire origin stone he knew. This primordial fire source stone alone, if placed in the outside world, would be enough to create a tsunami and a storm of blood. For Qinyu, eating this ancient fire origin stone was enough. It wasn't good to be greedy. Rise. Qinyu grabbed the ancient fire origin stone and picked it up. Leave the ancient fire origin stone behind. Demigod giant chasm roared. Being from the stone race, divine stones were more useful to them than other races. How could he let a late-stage mysterious dark realm human take such a precious divine stone from right under his nose? Boom, the divine power in Qinyu's body surged, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared above Qinyu's head. It turned into a huge stone fist and smashed down. This fist contained terrifying power that could easily shatter mountains and fill oceans. Due to the effects of gravity and petrification, as well as the distraction of taking the ancient fire origin stone, Qinyu didn't have time to dodge demigod giant chasm's sneak attack. He could only take it head-on. The sacred power in his body surged, and the power of the law of space condensed as he clawed out with all his strength. The dazzling claw gave off a fiery glow and fused with the law of space to take demigod giant chasm's punch head-on. Whoosh, the 2 pure and powerful forces clashed, and a storm swept through the area. Qinyu endured the powerful shockwaves. Even with his defense and physique, he was still somewhat unable to endure it. His body fell backward, and his buttocks fell onto the crystal throne. In reality, everyone was enduring the shockwaves of other people's battles in this small space. This was also why normal mystic Dark Emperor lords couldn't participate in this fight. They couldn't even endure the shockwaves of battle. When Qinyu sat down on the crystal throne, he immediately felt a refreshing coolness wash over him. At the same time, the remnant divine power of the God Master began to boil, and the divine might became even more terrifying. It formed a formidable pressure on everyone present, including the white-robed old man. Everyone's gazes immediately focused on Qinyu. How could this youngster be causing trouble again? Qinyu immediately stood up, and the divine might belonging to the God Master weakened. This is the throne of the God Master. If you sit on it, you will be disrespecting the master of this god. You should be glad that you didn't die. Demigod Evil Sparrow coldly glanced at Qinyu. Everyone knew that they couldn't carelessly sit on the crystal throne, or else they might invite a disaster. Dodge. After standing up, Qinyu immediately left. Obtaining the ancient fire origin stone was already enough. As long as he could protect it, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. Want to leave? Leave behind your dog life. Demigod giant chasm was extremely furious. The divine power in his body surged, and he launched a frenzied attack on Qinyu. The ferocious attacks of the demigod mountain giant were so terrifying that they could flip the sky and earth upside down. Xianxia possessed the battle strength of a demigod, but when facing a demigod who could fight head-on, it was best for him to retreat. Even demigod Evil Sparrow didn't dare to fight head-on against demigod giant Chasm. Instead, he used his advantage to tangle with him. Demigod giant Chasm didn't give in and swore to snatch the ancient fire origin stone from Xianxia's hands. But at that moment, he discovered another figure approaching the crystal throne. It was the Scorpion Emperor Lord of the monster race. Bastard! Demigod giant Chasm flew into a rage. He could only give up on Xianxia and block the Scorpion Emperor Lord. Hee hee. Xianxia laughed inwardly. In order to not attract too much attention, he didn't plan to fight for the jade axe and the greenwood kettle. One ancient fire origin stone was enough. However, no one knew that the Scorpion Emperor Lord was his clone. Since that was the case, he didn't mind taking some benefits. Scram! Demigod giant Chasm thrust out with a palm that crushed toward the Scorpion Emperor Lord with overwhelming power. At the same time, demigod giant Chasm charged toward the crystal throne and prepared to take the remaining 2 god stones. Pung! The Scorpion Emperor Lord's body split into pieces after being hit by demigod giant Chasm's palm. The blood god clone's strength was close to that of a demigod now, but it had been hidden very well. The clone purposely split into pieces so that the damage it took was the lowest. Soon after, the body that was torn to pieces reassembled and turned into a ripple of bloody light. In this state, the Scorpion Emperor Lord was suppressed by less divine power, and his speed increased as he caught up to demigod giant Chasm. Demigod giant Chasm was surprised. Apart from the demigod Evil Sparrow, he didn't put any of the other Yao in his eyes. However, the Scorpion Emperor Lord wasn't injured much by his attack and was able to quickly reach the crystal throne and fight for the god stones with him. Normal peak late-stage mysterious dark realms wouldn't be able to do this. Demigod giant Chasm roared coldly and thrust out another palm. This palm locked onto the Scorpion Emperor Lord. Unless the Scorpion Emperor Lord gave up on the god stones, he could only take it head-on. At this critical moment, the blood god clone didn't hide anymore. A dark red pillar of light shot out from his body and clashed with demigod giant Chasm's palm. He squeezed out the power of the god blood within his body and unleashed his strongest attack. This attack contained a powerful corpse poison and the blood glazed flames. Boom! A shocking explosion occurred between demigod giant Chasm and the Scorpion Emperor Lord. Demigod giant Chasm's defense was strong, so he wasn't scared. Ha ha ha! Demigod giant Chasm roared with laughter. He took the Abyss Sea Stone and prepared to take the last god stone. However, he suddenly saw one of the Scorpion Emperor Lord's arms stretch out with great difficulty and touch the god stone on the crystal throne, wrapping around it. The Scorpion Emperor Lord was then hit by an even stronger shockwave and was sent flying. This guy doesn't want to live. Demigod giant Chasm exclaimed. He immediately charged out and prepared to kill the Scorpion Emperor Lord and take back the god stone. At this moment, venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord, who was covered in wounds, burst forth with extreme speed, fleeing out of the ancient palace. What? Demigod giant Chasm had underestimated the Scorpion Emperor Lord, or rather, he didn't know that the Scorpion Emperor Lord was the blood god clone. The blood god clone had an undying blood body that was even stronger than the devouring blood race, and its survivability wasn't much weaker than demigod giant Chasm of the stone race. Stay here. Demigod Ju Chuan chased after the Scorpion Emperor Lord when he saw him run away. A god stone was priceless. How could he give it to someone else so easily? Even if he was on the same side as demigod Evil Sparrow, he didn't acknowledge the Scorpion Emperor Lord. Xianxia wasn't worried about the blood god clone. With its speed and survivability, demigod Ju Chuan wouldn't be able to kill it. He was already satisfied with 2 god stones. He didn't plan on taking too much risk now. One had to know that Xianxia had taken 2 god stones by himself against the experts of the 4 races and the heavenly fusion realms. This result was already very shocking. Ju Chuan, stay here. Demigod Evil Sparrow yelled at this moment. Come back and fight for the divine weapon with us. Demigod Lu Guang revealed an anxious expression. Demigod Ju Chuan had a troubled expression. If he chased after the Scorpion Emperor Lord, he would be leaving the front lines and might be targeted by the other three demigods. On the other hand, the divine weapon was more valuable than a god stone. If there was an inheritance hidden within the divine weapon, it would be a priceless treasure. Demigod Zhu Chuan had no choice but to give up on chasing after the Scorpion Emperor Lord and charge toward the crystal throne to fight for the jade axe in the white-robed elder's hands. What surprised Demigod Zhu Chuan was that the Scorpion Emperor Lord, who was about to leave, returned after seeing that Demigod Zhu Chuan wasn't chasing after him. This scene made Demigod Zhu Chuan grit his teeth and become extremely angry. Just how fearless was the Scorpion Emperor Lord to dare to come back? At this moment, Demigod Zhu Chuan couldn't charge over and might not even succeed, so he focused on dealing with the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder had to expend a lot of energy to control the jade axe, and he was already at his limit against Demigod Lu Guang and Demigod Evil Sparrow. With the addition of Demigod Zhu Chuan, the pressure on him increased dramatically. Pung, a chaotic storm of divine power swept over during the battle and shattered the sacred power barrier around his body. The white-robed elder flew backward and smashed into the wall of the palace. Boom, the white-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body withered. He was already injured, and now he was even more injured. The white-robed elder's face was filled with madness and helplessness. He had never thought that things would end up like this. The glazed jade axe did not recognize him. Otherwise, even if he could not refine this god weapon, he would still be able to unleash some of its power and resolve the current situation. The person this divine artifact had acknowledged was Qinyu, who exuded the aura of a god fiend. However, how could the white-robed elder hand over such a priceless divine artifact to an outsider? At this moment, Masterin, who was on the other side, had successfully collected the greenwood kettle. His face was glowing. The white-robed elder sensed that the situation was not good and ordered Qinyu, "Brat, hurry up and stop them." "Sure." Qinyu replied with a faint smile. He attacked again. His target was still Demigod Zhu Chasm. A claw slashed out, and a golden-red streak of light containing explosive power shot through the air toward Demigod Giant Chasm. "It's you again." Demigod Zhu Chuan was enraged when he saw that Qinyu was trying to mess things up again. However, he had to admit that Qinyu had the battle power of a demigod and couldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage even with his defense. "Human, are you still planning to stand on his side in the current situation?" Masterin tried to persuade him. The white-robed elder revealed an imperceptible smile when he saw that Qinyu had stalled Demigod Zhu Chasm. He then revealed a regretful expression. The next instant, he circulated the laws of space and unleashed a secret technique. Silver ripples spread throughout the pitch-black ancient palace as if it had turned into a quagmire. Apart from the white-robed elder, everything was restricted. Whoosh, the white-robed elder seemed to be surrounded by a silver light as he sped through the chaotic quagmire without being affected at all. In an instant, he passed through the demigods and sped off into the distance. The white-robed elder changed his strategy after obtaining the glazed jade axe and decided to escape first. He wasn't able to fight back against 4 demigods with his heavily injured body, and he might even die here. As long as there's life, there's hope. It wouldn't be too late for him to take revenge after he recovered from his injuries and obtained a divine weapon. The only unfortunate thing was that he would lose the chess piece, Qinyu. He wanted to take Qinyu as a god guard, but in order to escape successfully, he could only leave Qinyu behind to attract the attention of the 4 demigods. Damn it, that old fox. Demigod Evil Sparrow cursed. The white-robed elder's law of space completely suppressed his law of light. In terms of speed, he wasn't as fast as the white-robed elder, who was at the heavenly fusion realm. If the other party wanted to escape, it would be very hard to stop him unless they were prepared for it. It was obvious that the 4 demigods didn't have the time to prepare for it. "Brat, this is what happens when you serve him. You'll be the scapegoat for escaping by yourself." Demigod Zhu Chasm laughed mockingly. Of the 4 demigods, he was the slowest, and he didn't even have the thought of chasing. If the white-robed elder escaped, Qinyu would become their target and die for sure. However, when he looked at Qinyu, the latter didn't panic at all. In the next instant, when the power of space started to undulate around Qinyu. Spatial strangulation, Qinyu used his killing move, and the space in the pathway to the exit started to twist and form a giant whirlpool that blocked the white-robed elder's path. You dare. The white-robed elder's expression changed dramatically, and he became extremely enraged. Logically speaking, Xianxia shouldn't have been able to stop him in time. Unless Xianxia didn't have any intention of helping him and had been acting the entire time. Lu Guang, Ju Chasm, and Evil Sparrow were all stunned. They thought that the white-robed elder was going to escape, but the one who changed the situation was Xianxia. Everyone from the 4 major races, I believe that none of you are people who go back on your words. I've helped you a lot today. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Little friend Shen, don't worry. I'll keep my word. Master An revealed a faint smile as he formed a hand seal and formed a bright array that enveloped the white-robed elder. The other 3 demigods didn't have time to say anything else. They immediately attacked the white-robed elder and grabbed onto this last chance. Demigod Lu Guang and Evil Sparrow didn't even get any benefits. Boom. Boom, the chaotic storm immediately covered everything. Explosions rang out incessantly, shaking the heavens and the earth. This was proof of how desperate the final battle was. Brat, I won't let you go. The white-robed elder's roar started to fade away. He dragged his heavily injured body and flew out of the pitch-black ancient palace. Outside, the mystic Dark Emperor lords felt a soul-shaking aura, and their hairs stood on end as they retreated. Die. Demigod Evil Sparrow was filled with killing intent as he waved the 5-colored fan in front of him and created a chaotic 5-colored storm. The other 3 demigods immediately surrounded the white-robed elder to prevent him from escaping. Within the pitch-black ancient palace, Xianxia watched this battle calmly. At the start, he stood on the white-robed elder's side because he felt that 4 demigods wouldn't be able to kill a fusion sky realm. Furthermore, it would be easier for him to move. As the situation developed, the white-robed elder started to fall into a disadvantage. Xianxia didn't want to be targeted by this fusion sky realm. If the other party recovered from his injuries, he would definitely come and steal Xianxia's god stones and force him to become a god guard. Therefore, he hoped that the white-robed elder would die. It would be even better if the white-robed elder could drag a few of the demigods of the 4 races down with him before he died. I won't let you go even if I die. The white-robed elder's roar sounded across heaven and earth, causing one's hair to stand on end. His act of wanting to perish together with his enemies had indeed intimidated the 4 demigods. His yuan qi has been greatly damaged, and he doesn't have much divine power left. Even if he self-destructs, the power won't be as terrifying as we imagine. Master An said faintly. This made the white-robed elder's expression become even uglier. He had fought against another god for almost 1,000 years, and his body was already heavily injured, so his yuan qi had indeed been greatly damaged. Fighting for the treasure in the pitch-black ancient palace had worsened his injuries. Now that he was surrounded by 4 demigods, he was on the verge of death. Then, let's die together. The white-robed elder's crazed expression gradually distorted. The power in his body condensed into a point, and it instantly exploded. Not good. The expressions of the 4 demigods changed drastically, and their faces turned deathly pale. They thought that the white-robed elder was purposely trying to scare them. Who would have thought that the other party would be so decisive and self-destruct? Even if the white-robed elder's yuan qi was greatly damaged, the power of his self-destruction wouldn't be too strong. But if they were nearby, the demigods would still be instantly killed. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The 4 demigods defended with all their might while retreating rapidly. Master An took out an enormous metal ball, hid inside it, and floated backward. Rumble, an incomparably resplendent golden sun exploded, and heaven and earth trembled as everything in the surroundings was devoured. The entire god base began to sway. The mystic underworld sovereign lords of the 4 races nearby were scared silly, and they fled frantically without any regard for their lives. Some of the mystic underworld sovereign lords who couldn't dodge in time died on the spot. Xianxia hid in the pitch-black ancient palace. The hardness of the ancient palace exceeded his expectations, but it was only slightly damaged by the white-robed elder's self-destruction. Bam! Demigod Evil Sparrow suffered internal injuries from the shockwaves of the explosion, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a grim expression. Demigod Lu Guang and Demigod Ju Chuan were both lightly injured by the white-robed elder's self-destruction. The enormous metal ball that Master An was hiding in was also destroyed. His face was slightly pale, but he was fine. If he had self-destructed with all his strength, we would have been severely injured or even worse. Masterin sighed. What does Masterin mean? Demigod Juchuan asked. A part of his god's soul escaped while he self-destructed. Demigod Lu Guang's eyes became grim. She had also noticed this. His physical body was destroyed, and only a part of his god's soul escaped. Who knows how many years it will take for him to return to his peak? Demigod Evil Sparrow said. He wasn't worried about the white-robed elder taking revenge in the future. Now that this secret dimension is in our hands, we'll search the area and kill him. Demigod Juchuan felt like they needed to eliminate the roots. Whoosh, in the explosion zone, a glazed jade axe slowly fell, dazzling and dazzling. The white-robed elder didn't take the divine weapon with him. With the obvious aura of a divine weapon from the jade axe, it would become a living target. This divine weapon isn't something that any one of us can possess. Why don't we share it? Masterin suggested. The other three demigods hesitated for a long time before agreeing. The quality of this divine weapon was extraordinary, and there was a high chance that it contained a core inheritance. The four demigods didn't have the ability to possess this divine weapon, and neither did any of the four races. Only the entire Heavenly Moon Alliance could take it for themselves. In a certain corner of a god's mansion, a blood-winged figure appeared and said coldly, "This old man is really useless." He had lost the bet with the white-robed elder, so he could not interfere. However, he had asked the Scorpion Emperor Lord to interfere in secret. He had originally speculated that even if the white-robed elder failed, he would still be able to cause great damage to the four races. At that time, he would make his move and take everything for himself. However, since the white-robed old man had self-detonated and escaped, the condition of the four demigods was not much affected. He was not confident that he could swallow the glazed jade axe. Now that the secret of this place had been exposed for a period of time, it was very likely that other gods were rushing over. He had to think of a way to leave. In his current state, it would be terrible if he encountered a true god. Kid, your physique is special. Your body contains my blood and divine power. Hand over the divine stone to me and be loyal to me from now on. This deity has confidence in helping you ascend to the deity realm within 500 years. The blood-winged figure transmitted a message to the venomous Scorpion Emperor Master. Although he had lost the bet, he had obtained a divine stone through the Scorpion Monarch, so he had made a profit. With the Scorpion Emperor Lord's potential, he would definitely become the pillar of the Heavenly Moon Union's demon clan in the future. After that, he could make use of the venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord to steal the glazed jade axe back. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. The venomous Scorpion Monarch Lord walked out of the pitch-black ancient palace and looked at the place where the blood-winged figure was hiding. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he suddenly yelled, "There's a heavily injured Heavenly Unity realm hiding here. He's trying to snatch the god artifact." You. The blood-winged figure's eyes trembled. He never thought that the venomous Scorpion Emperor, who had been cooperating with him all this while, would make such a decision. When the four demigods heard the Scorpion Emperor Lord's words, they were instantly on guard. The glazed light demigod also sensed where Shuiyu was hiding. After the four demigods took the glazed jade axe, they prepared to attack together. Just you wait. The blood-winged figure could only flee quickly, but he would definitely take revenge for this. Whoosh. He became a blood-winged silhouette, flashing and disappearing, leaving this world within a world. The four demigods did not pursue him. After experiencing the previous chaotic and intense battle, they were no longer in their peak state. They didn't want to clash head-on with a heavenly combination stage expert. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to catch up to them. There are actually two combining Heaven's Realm experts here? The demigod Evil Sparrow was confused. What was going on? Logically speaking, if there were two conjoined Heaven's Realm experts here, they would have long snatched away the inheritance. How could it be their turn now? Scorpion Emperor Lord? Demigod Evil Sparrow asked the Scorpion Emperor Lord for the truth. I've told you everything I know. I'm not sure about the rest. Scorpion Emperor Lord shrugged. Demigod Evil Bird's gaze was grim. It felt like Emperor Scorpion Emperor Lord was hiding something, and it also felt that something was wrong with Emperor Lord Scorpion. However, the venomous Scorpion Emperor Master had obtained a god stone and had done a great service, so he was too embarrassed to target him. The demigod Evil Bird, Ju Chasm, and Glass Light all stared at Xianxia. The demigod Evil Bird's eyes glowed with anger and hatred. Demigod Ju Chuan's expression also darkened. Xianxia stole a primal fire source stone from him. What? Could it be that the four races intend to go back on their word and attack me? Xianxia wasn't flustered at all despite being stared at by the demigods. Among the demigods, he was in the best condition. The demigods of the four races were more or less injured. Furthermore, Xianxia had the Scorpion Emperor Lord helping him in the dark. Even if the four races attacked him, he would be able to escape. Everyone, please calm down. Little friend Shen has helped us a lot this time. Masterin smiled as he walked forward. Isn't it just a betrayal? Demigod Evil Bird said in disdain. In other words, someone like Xianxia wasn't worth trusting. In reality, the only reason we were able to reach the core so quickly was because little friend Shen purposely exposed the weakness of the array. Masterin smiled and said. The other three demigods didn't understand arrays, so they didn't really believe him. If that was really the case, then Xianxia had helped them a lot. Masterin, is that true? Demigod Glasslight asked. Masterin nodded his head and didn't say anything else. Xianxia had indeed purposely done that. His goal was to let the four races coincidentally arrive when the white-robed elder was stealing the treasures and create chaos. He had done that for himself. Of course, if he had used his full strength to stop the four demigods, the white-robed elder would have obtained everything, and the four races would have returned empty-handed. The grudge between the Cloud Dragon race and you is now over. Demigod Glasslight said. She didn't have many interactions with Xianxia, so she was very grateful for Xianxia's help. What does little friend Shen think about the inheritance here? Masterin asked. Demigod Evil Bird and Demigod Ju Chuan hated Xianxia to the core, but they didn't say anything else. They all looked at him expectantly. Xianxia had the aura of a god and was the most suitable person for the inheritance here. Maybe he had seen something. I'm not sure. It might be hidden in this divine weapon. Xianxia gave a simple and direct answer, then walked out of the divine cloud. Masterin, this brat is the most suitable person for the inheritance here. He might have already taken the inheritance. Why don't we capture him and interrogate him? Demigod Evil Bird suggested. He's very rational. He didn't participate in the fight for this divine weapon from start to finish, let alone the inheritance, which is even more valuable. Masterin shook his head. Xianxia was a calm and rational person. He only took the primordial fire source stone from start to finish and didn't participate in the fight for the other treasures. Furthermore, this old man deduced that the inheritance is still here. Master An's eyes twinkled. Based on the size of the god's residence and the treasures, the previous owner of this god's residence was at least a middle god. It's still here? The other three demigods were also overjoyed. The inheritance was even more troublesome than the divine weapon, but it was still in the hands of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Whoosh, the four demigods once again entered the pitch-black ancient palace and started to search for the inheritance. Apart from the treasures they had plundered, there were also many decorations and bricks in the ancient palace. All of them were extremely valuable. The four demigods started to search carefully and even stole bricks and tiles to search for precious treasures. Venomous Scorpion Emperor followed behind the four demigods. She once again walked onto the high platform and looked at the crystal throne before sitting down on it. Wung boom, in an instant, the remnant divine power of the god's owner condensed once more and started to surge, suppressing everything. The four demigods who were searching for treasures weren't on guard and were all affected. Their gazes landed on them. Quickly come down. Demigod Ju Chuan shouted with dissatisfaction. His hostility toward Venomous Scorpion Emperor was extremely obvious. That was the throne of the god's owner and could summon the remnant divine power of the entire god. If one was disrespectful, it might lead to other serious consequences. Xianxia had unintentionally sat on it before, so he had learned his lesson. Now that Venomous Scorpion Emperor had sat on it again, he was extremely displeased. Venomous Scorpion Emperor soon stood up, but she then picked up the entire crystal throne and put it into her interspatial dimension. Hey, you already obtained a divine stone. This crystal throne doesn't seem to be cheap, so I can't let you take it away like this. Demigod Juchuan roared once more. Didn't you also obtain a divine stone? Venomous Scorpion Emperor said fearlessly. You. Demigod Juchuan was extremely displeased by Venomous Scorpion Emperor's attitude, but he didn't attack her because of it. After all, Demigod Evil Sparrow couldn't just stand by and watch Venomous Scorpion Emperor being a member of the Yao race. Demigod Evil Sparrow couldn't just stand by and watch. After taking the crystal throne, Venomous Scorpion Emperor started to search for other treasures. In just a short while, the entire pitch-black ancient palace had been searched, and only an empty shell was left. I didn't find the inheritance. Demigod Glasslight murmured. Apart from the few items on the crystal throne, there weren't any other treasures. Could it be that the inheritance is hidden in this divine weapon? Demigod Evil Sparrow guessed. 6 hours later, boom, a powerful undulation of divine power appeared, and the 4 demigods felt immense pressure. The next instant, a figure appeared within the ancient palace, and a powerful aura spread in every direction along with the aura of the Cloud Dragon Sacred Beast. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Grand Elder. The 4 demigods bowed. This person was the ancestor of the Cloud Dragon race and the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Moon Alliance, Moon God Feng. The 4 demigods told him what had happened and handed over the Jade Axe. Second grade. Moon Feng God looked at the Jade Axe carefully and shock appeared on his face. This divine weapon might very well be the earth-splitting axe. Even I don't have the right to possess it, so letting the Heavenly Moon Alliance control it together is the safest method. Moon God Feng had a complicated expression as greed and wariness flashed through his eyes. However, the inheritance isn't inside. He said with certainty after sensing for a while. Moon God Feng was the first god of the Heavenly Moon Alliance to arrive. The other gods soon arrived as well and started to search for the inheritance. Venomous Scorpion Emperor? Demigod Evil Sparrow suddenly realized that Venomous Scorpion Emperor was nowhere to be seen. Qinyu waited in the secret realm for a while and met up with the Blood God clone before leaving the illusionary mountain range. Qinyu then entered the world inside the heart. Greetings, Blood Lord. Elder Lu and the other upper echelon of the blood race bowed. Elder Lu was shocked to find that Qinyu's cultivation had reached the late-stage mysterious dark realm. Elder Lu was stunned. How did Qinyu cultivate? How could his cultivation speed be so fast? He was extremely excited and felt lucky for his decision back then. Master, I've obtained the item. The Blood God clone had a smug smile as he took out the crystal throne. Qinyu nodded as his eyes lit up, and his heartbeat sped up. He sat on the crystal throne once again. Boom, in an instant, a divine aura spread from within and covered a radius of several thousand feet. Several elders of the blood race were suppressed by the sudden divine aura. Apart from Elder Lu, all the other blood race members were lying on the ground, unable to move. The Blood God clone watched all of this. The scene in front of him was no different from the pitch-black ancient palace. He didn't know why Qinyu wanted him to take the crystal throne. Back then, Qinyu's order was, take the crystal throne no matter what. In other words, if Demigod Giant Chasm had tried to stop him, he would have taken the crystal throne even if he had angered a demigod. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed, suddenly, boom, a soul-shaking divine radiance erupted from within the crystal throne. Gold, red, blue, yellow, and green. 5 colors surged like torrents, and they illuminated an area of a few hundred kilometers in the surroundings in dazzling brilliance. A phenomenon suddenly appeared on the crystal throne. Boom, a soul-stirring divine radiance erupted from within it. Gold, red, blue, yellow, and green radiance surged in all directions like a torrent. Everything within a radius of several hundred miles seemed to have turned into a chaotic ocean of light. Endless divine power rippled out and suppressed the surroundings, causing everything to tremble and submit. The 5-colored light flowed within the crystal throne and slowly floated up. Qinyu, who was sitting on it, bathed in the light like a god. This, Elder Lu Di and the other upper echelon of the blood race were dumbfounded. They were like statues, and they worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. The blood god avatar was also surprised. He had sat on the crystal throne before and didn't sense anything. But why did this happen when the crystal throne was in Qinyu's hands? Could this be the true inheritance? The blood god avatar came to a realization. The experts of the four races were searching for the inheritance, but the true inheritance had already arrived in Xianyu's hands. Xianyu was overjoyed on the crystal throne. The inheritance is indeed hidden in this. In reality, Xianyu had noticed something strange the first time he sat on the crystal throne. He found that the inheritance was hidden in the crystal throne. This was an inheritance that caused two heavenly fusion realms to fight for almost 1,000 years. Its value was self-evident. Xianyu found the inheritance, but he didn't dare to take the crystal throne. At that time, the four demigods and the white-robed elder had already found that Xianyu was the most suitable candidate for the inheritance. If he did anything strange, it would be impossible for him to succeed. Therefore, Xianyu hid the secret in his heart and let the blood god avatar take action. It was the same fight for the crystal throne, but the result would be different depending on who took action. It didn't matter even if the avatar was exposed. The four races would only know that there was something wrong with the venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord and wouldn't trace it to Xianyu. Brat, you're lucky. This inheritance is targeted at the descendants of gods and demons. A normal person wouldn't sense it even if they sat on the throne. The blood race progenitor said enviously. The Chaos Origin god had a trace of the bloodline of gods and demons in his body. His inheritance was also targeted at the descendants of gods and demons. What's with the god-fiend aura on my body? Xianyu was not very clear about this. If it weren't for the god-fiend aura, he wouldn't have been able to inherit it. A Chaos God-Fiend King has the strongest God-Fiend body. The awakening of the Heart of Eternity gave you the embryonic form of a Chaos God-Fiend body. The progenitor blood race sighed. The former Chaos God-Fiend King had shocked all the races of the origin world. And now, the strongest constitution of a chaotic divine demon king had awakened in Xianyu's body. In other words, I sense the legacy because of my God-Fiend body. Xianyu was shocked. The last time the Heart of Eternity transformed, he felt that his physique had changed. When the Heart of Eternity entered the berserk state, it squeezed out more of its vitality, causing its God-Fiend aura to leak out. Xianyu already had the embryonic form of the chaotic God-Fiend body, but he had yet to discover the power of this physique. Next, Xianyu began to explore the crystal throne. Not necessarily, the progenitor muttered to himself. According to his speculation, Xianyu was very likely a God-Fiend descendant. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the Chaos God-Fiend body so quickly. The legacy is indeed hidden in the crystal throne, but I'm still lacking something if I want to extract it, Xianyu muttered. His holy power was unable to seep in. The crystal throne was made of special materials and extremely hard. Xianyu's attacks were unable to damage it. At that moment, Xianyu thought of the key point of being a God-Fiend descendant. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, the Heart of Eternity entered the berserk state. Surging heat surged through his body as the God-Fiend aura intertwined. The crystal throne trembled slightly as though it had sensed something. I just need to activate the Chaos God-Fiend body, Xianyu began his attempts. Entering the berserk state was an opportunity. Following that, Xianyu activated his Chaos body, and his God-Fiend aura immediately rose. Xianyu followed this feeling and dug out the potential power of his vitality. Boom! Suddenly, Xianyu's body released two colors of light. One was extremely black, as though it was the darkest and most evil in the world, while the other was dazzling white, sacred and inviolable. Darkness and light, evil and holiness. These two completely different feelings appeared on Xianyu's body, and there was no contradiction at all. Xianyu looked boundlessly majestic, like an ancient god-fiend that ruled the heavens. It really is the embryonic form of the Chaos God-Fiend body. The blood ancestor's heart trembled as he watched this scene. The blood god avatar beside him trembled and prostrated on the ground. His respect for Xianyu increased. This is the Chaos God-Fiend body? Xianyu's consciousness was a little blurry. In his current condition, it was extremely difficult for him to activate such a body. Xianyu's consciousness was affected, and it became chaotic and blurry. Inheritance. At that moment, Xianyu felt his holy power and spiritual consciousness successfully seep into the crystal throne. He touched a chaotic ball of multicolored light. Boom, as though something had exploded, a huge amount of information flowed into Xianyu's mind. At the same time, a domineering voice seemed to come from far away. My name is Chaotic Origin God. Lucky Jr., inherit my inheritance and reach the peak of the immortal realm. On top of the crystal throne, a giant, domineering figure appeared faintly. Don't tarnish my reputation. Another domineering and powerful voice, filled with arrogance and loneliness, sounded out. Then, the giant figure dimmed and was about to dissipate. This body. Is it the Chaos God Fiend body? The giant figure exclaimed softly, and its voice froze. Ha ha ha, in the end, the giant figure laughed heartily. With satisfaction and carefreeness, it disappeared without a trace. The sea of five-colored light around them gradually calmed down and dimmed. This person is the Chaotic Origin God? The blood ancestor thought hard. The avatar and god-fiend aura on Xianyu's body also quickly disappeared. He only had the embryonic form of the Chaos God-fiend body, and it was extremely difficult for him to forcefully activate such a powerful body. Xianyu's consciousness gradually became clear, but he still felt his head swell. In his mind, there was already a huge amount of information. This was the memory inheritance from the Chaotic Origin God. Not only did it include the powerful cultivation technique that the other party was most proud of, but it also included the corresponding combat skills, as well as the relevant summary of the Chaotic Origin God's cultivation. Chaotic Chaos World Art. This was the core of the entire inheritance system, which was the cultivation technique of the Chaotic Origin God. The Chaotic Chaos World Art contained the 5 elements of heaven and earth and nature. It cultivated absolute divine power that was chaotic and domineering, crushing everything. This cultivation technique did not have any cultivation requirements. It was a cultivation technique that anyone could cultivate, but the results varied from person to person. According to the Chaotic Origin God, there was once a immortal realm cultivator who switched to the Chaotic Chaos World Art midway. In the end, his strength regressed instead of improving. And back then, the Chaotic Origin God cultivated this cultivation technique and was invincible among his peers. No one could compete with him when he had just advanced to the immortal realm. The key to cultivating the Chaotic Chaos World Art is a genius with extreme talent and shocking providence. Xianyu saw the words left behind by the Chaotic Origin God. If it was when he had just stepped on the path of cultivation, Xianyu would definitely stay away from this type of cultivation technique. But now, he smiled. Along the way, he had gone through many transformations. His cultivation talent was a mutated blood-spirit body, and his comprehension speed was shocking. He had already comprehended the laws of space. As for providence, his experience was proof. Kid, the inheritance you obtained is the Chaotic Chaos World Art of the Chaotic Chaos World Art, right? The voice of the blood race's progenitor sounded. That's right. Xianyu recalled that the time when the blood race's progenitor ruled the world was not too far away from the time when the Chaotic Origin God blossomed. His cultivation technique is indeed more suitable for you than mine. The blood race's progenitor continued. At this moment, the blood god avatar walked over. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the inheritance. The avatar was filled with admiration. Several demigods and even heavenly fusion realm cultivators fought to the death, but the inheritance was obtained by Xianyu. Moreover, the 4 races did not know about this and were probably still searching for the inheritance. Next, the blood god avatar took out some of the spoils of war. In the end, its harvest in the pitch-black ancient palace was not just a crystal throne. It also took the opportunity to plunder some other treasures. These were mainly rare ores, and there was also a divine crystal. Xianyu's cultivation had just broken through to the late-stage mysterious underworld realm, so he was not in a hurry to increase his cultivation. He left all these treasures for his avatar. There were no bottlenecks for his avatar's cultivation. The faster he could increase his cultivation, the greater his strength. Xianyu had strict requirements for himself and paid more attention to his foundation. Next, he went into seclusion to comprehend the Chaotic Chaos World Art. This cultivation technique was divided into the introductory chapter and 3 levels. The introductory chapter corresponded to those before the heavenly fusion realm. The 1st to 3rd levels corresponded to the 3 heavens of the heavenly fusion realm. In theory, it was best for those at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm or even demigods to cultivate the introductory chapter. However, the quality of Qianyu's sacred power was comparable to the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm, and he had comprehended the laws of space. Qianyu began to try cultivating it. The core of the chaotic chaos world art was to comprehend multiple laws and control multiple divine powers. They could accommodate each other and form the chaos origin divine power, which could suppress everything with absolute power. Back then, the chaos origin god had cultivated the five elemental law. He had used the five elemental divine power to form the chaos origin divine power, which could suppress opponents of the same level and even resist higher level divine powers. I've already comprehended the profundities of metal, wood, water, and fire. Do I still have to comprehend the profundities of earth? Qianyu shook his head slightly. It was true that cultivating the five elemental law was beneficial for fusing with each other, which was one of the reasons why the chaos origin god was so powerful. However, there was no need for Qianyu to follow the chaos origin god's path. With the heart of eternity, his talent in the aspect of space surpassed ordinary people. The chaotic chaos world art is a flexible cultivation technique. I can use the law of space as the main method and the other laws as support. The special nature of the law of space made it very inclusive, so it wouldn't be too difficult to fuse with other laws. Of course, right now, Qianyu was only trying to cultivate the introductory chapter. The introductory chapter was only the foundation and didn't touch on the core. There was still time to change it later. The introductory chapter of the chaotic chaos world art was also extremely complicated. A month later. Buzz, a wisp of four-colored light floated in Qianyu's palm. It expanded and shrunk like a time bomb that could explode at any moment. After cultivating the chaotic chaos world art for a month, Qianyu had formed a wisp of chaos origin sacred power. Buzz, the wisp of four-colored light expanded and shrank like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. A violent aura spread in all directions. The Blood Race Elder and the Blood God clone in seclusion even further away were alarmed. This saint power was simply too high profile. It was full of vigor, as if it was the most awesome person in the entire arena. What powerful sacred power! What inheritance did Master obtain? The Blood God clone was shocked and envious. Its cultivation was at the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm, which was one level higher than Qianyu. Furthermore, it had absorbed god blood and divine power, so its sacred power was slightly stronger than a peak late-stage mysterious nether realm expert. However, it couldn't compare to the sacred power Qianyu had formed. This saint power is already close to a demigod's saint power. Qianyu had fought with a demigod before, so he guessed. The law of space and such a powerful sacred power could put ordinary demigods at a disadvantage. However, Qianyu was still a distance away. He had just formed a wisp of chaos origin sacred power, and just this wisp was unstable and hard to control. Furthermore, this sacred power wasn't very useful in battle. If this continued, it would be very difficult to cultivate the introductory chapter. It might be easier after Qianyu became a demigod. After thinking for a while, Qianyu found a compromise. He was currently cultivating the sixth level of the four symbols divine body, the four symbols yin-yang. He mainly merged the vermilion bird sacred wings and the white tiger sacred claws with the yang elements. Qianyu could lower his requirements. Currently, he was only using his fire profound and metal profound to condense a low version of the chaos divine power. That way, he could cultivate the chaotic chaos world art and the four symbols divine body at the same time. Not a bad idea. The more he thought about it, the more Qianyu felt it was feasible. He started from the beginning and lowered his requirements to cultivate the introductory chapter of the chaotic chaos world art. Buzz, the four-colored mixed origin sacred power on his palm began to shrink. The blue and green colors faded away, turning into gold and red. The golden and red mixed origin sacred power was much more stable, making it much easier for Qianyu to control it. Moreover, this aspect of cultivation was beneficial to the cultivation of the sixth level of the divine body of four symbols. In fact, it even felt like they complemented each other. Qianyu decided to go into a long seclusion to cultivate the divine body of four symbols and the art of chaos world. 3 years later, Qianyu came out of seclusion. After 3 years of seclusion, his divine body of four elephants had improved tremendously, and his vermilion bird sacred wings and white tiger sacred claws were close to perfection. Yu had also gained a lot from the introductory chapter of The Art of Chaos. He could already circulate the two-colored mixed origin holy power smoothly. His cultivation also began to improve. In short, Yu's overall strength had improved a lot during this seclusion. Because he was cultivating in the heavenly secluded feather, only half a year had passed in the outside world. After coming out, Yu changed his appearance slightly before returning to the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Yu did not trust the four clans, and they might secretly snatch the primordial fire source stone from him. After changing his identity, he once again entered the Heavenly Moon Alliance. The first thing Yu did was to return to the Cloud Sea Chamber of Commerce. If President Mu Fu had not told him this secret, Yu would not have had such a harvest. He could consider rewarding Mu Fu. I wonder if the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce has any news. Before leaving the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce, Yu had instructed them to continue to inquire about Meng Qingyun. After a while, Yu arrived at the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce. "Tell your president that an old friend is visiting her," Yu said to the guards at the door. "Old friend?" The guards looked at Yu suspiciously, and one of them asked, "May I know your name?" At this moment, 5 people walked out of the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce. Yu frowned. He actually saw a familiar person, and this familiar person should not be here. Among the 5, a silver-haired, sharp-eared, handsome demonic race youth spoke with a proud expression. He suddenly sensed something and looked at Yu, but he did not recognize the Yu who had changed his appearance. "Lord Yu Lei." The guard bowed to the handsome youth. He was the genius with the most potential in the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce, Yu Lei. "What's going on?" Yu Lei asked indifferently. "It's like this, Lord Yu Lei. This person said that he is an old friend of our president." The guard immediately told him the details. "President's old friend?" Yu Lei and the few people beside him carefully looked at Yu. Who exactly was the president's old friend? However, they did not recognize the Yu who had changed his appearance. Moreover, seeing how young Yu was, how could he be the president's old friend? "What's your name, and what's your relationship with the president? Tell us." Yu Lei had a smile on his face as he spoke in a frivolous tone. "We're not suspecting you, but for the sake of the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce, we can't let you enter so easily." Yu's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze was slightly cold. Yu Lei was an acquaintance that he knew. Back then, they had interacted for a few years, and Yu Lei had always been an eyesore to Yu. But later on, President Mu Fu had listened to Yu and kicked Yu Lei out of the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce. So why was Yu Lei back? Why are you still in the Cloud Chamber of Commerce? Yu's expression remained calm as he asked. His words caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned. What did he mean by that? "Big brother Yu Lei, he seems to be talking about you. Is he trying to establish a relationship with you?" One of them sneered as he tried to flatter Yu Lei. "Ha ha ha, this kid just said that he knows our president, and now he seems to be an old friend of Big Brother Yu Lei." Another person roared with laughter as well. After all, Yu Lei's attitude from before had clearly shown that he didn't know Yu. So everyone felt that Yu was putting on an act. Even Yu Lei originally thought so. But Yu's words caused his body to tremble instinctively, and he felt that it was familiar. That voice felt like I've heard it in the past. Suddenly, Yu Lei's hair stood on end as he exclaimed, "Yu." At this moment, his face turned ghastly pale. He was a genius with the best future in the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce, but how could he compare to Yu? That day, Yu had killed the son of the Blazing Tiger Emperor and even forced the Blazing Tiger Emperor to retreat. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw how terrified Yu Lei was. After that, they recalled the name Yu as well. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you back?" Yu asked once more. His voice grew even colder, and it was like an icy blade that pierced Yu Lei's soul. Yu Lei trembled in fear before revealing an embarrassed expression. He straightened his body and shouted, "Why can't I come back?" "But you, how dare you come back to the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce, Yu? The true master of the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce has been waiting for you for a long time." Yu Lei continued. "True master? Didn't Mu Wanyun become the president? Did something happen to her?" Yu frowned as a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen, and the coldness penetrated their bones. Everyone shivered, unable to move. Yu lay curled up as if he was afraid of death. Spare, my life. It's a mysterious Netherrealm Emperor Lord. He said he's here to capture you. Yu Lei finished his sentence with his teeth chattering. Oh? Qinyu had an answer in his mind. He had killed 3 of the 4 divine guards that had chased after him. There seemed to be one missing. Buzz, his spiritual sense swept out, covering the entire Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce. In an instant, he understood everything at a glance. However, he didn't find the mysterious nether realm. Where's the person chasing me? Qinyu asked. Yu Lei and the others didn't know. That person's cultivation was high and he came and went unpredictably. Perhaps he had coincidentally left. Qinyu didn't say anything more and walked into the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce. Yu Lei's expression suddenly turned savage as his body withered at a visible rate. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't even utter half a word. He silently turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground with a plop. Who's there? Leave quickly. Following Qinyu's entrance, a series of loud shouts sounded out from within the Silver Sea Trading Company. Surges of powerful King Realm auras appeared from all directions. The last to arrive was a silver-haired middle-aged man from the wolf race. President! President! The people around him saluted. Who are you? How dare you barge into my Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce? The middle-aged man shouted. You're not dead? Qinyu looked at the silver-haired middle-aged man. This was the vice president that Qinyu had encountered when he came to the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce. He was the one who had imprisoned Mu Wanyun, Senior Lan, and the others and controlled the situation. Due to Qinyu's appearance, the vice president's bloodline had been imprisoned in the dungeon. Qinyu didn't expect that the vice president's bloodline, which had been sentenced to death, would appear in front of him again. How dare you? How dare you speak to our president like this? A black-bearded middle-aged man at the middle stage of the star condensation realm suddenly struck out with his palm. Boom, his palm stirred up a black and red storm of baleful aura, which turned into a huge tornado and rushed forward. However, just as this frightening attack was about to reach Qinyu, a silver light barrier suddenly appeared and blocked it. Afterward, the attack bounced back along its original trajectory. However, this time, the power of the attack was even stronger than when it came. What? The black-bearded man was shocked. Boom, the black and red storm of fiendish energy rushed over with an even stronger momentum and even faster speed. Arg, the black-bearded man couldn't react in time and was hit by the rebounding attack, turning his body into minced meat. The surroundings froze. The upper echelons were shocked by the scene. Everyone's face froze as if they had thought of something. When Qinyu first came to the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce, he used this method to crush everyone. That scene was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Chen. You? The middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale and his body involuntarily trembled. Subsequently, all the celestial condensation monarchs gathered around Qinyu showed fear on their faces as they quickly retreated, keeping a distance from him. This was the mysterious person that even the fierce Tiger Emperor Lord had to retreat, at this moment. A powerful aura came from outside. Greetings, Lady Yun Luo. A respectful voice sounded. So, a woman from the Silver Soul race wearing a green dress suddenly appeared in the air and looked down with a majestic gaze. What happened? The green-dressed woman sized up Qinyu with her faint eyes, and a vast and violent pressure that was as vast as the sea shook the surroundings. Emperor Lord Mystic Dark's pressure enveloped the entire Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce. Everyone trembled under her emperor's pressure, except for an ordinary-looking mysterious man in front of her. Greetings, Lady Yun Luo. The president and the others all knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. Lady Yun Luo, save us. Monarch Yun Luo's return gave hope to the president and the others who were in the abyss of despair. They all heaved a sigh of relief and asked Monarch Yun Luo for help. Who are you? Monarch Yun Luo's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light as if she could see through everything. However, Monarch Yun Luo felt that the mysterious man in front of her was shrouded in a thick mist and she couldn't see through him. Lady Yun Luo, he is Qinyu, the one you're looking for, the president said hurriedly. The president said anxiously, hoping that Empress Yunluo could kill Qinyu. From what he could see, since Monarch Yunluo was here to capture Qinyu, she must be stronger than Qinyu. Qinyu. Monarch Yunluo's eyes trembled, showing a complicated emotion. If she hadn't gone out to gather information, she might have already made her move. But now, she held her breath and stood on the spot, hesitating. The president and the others also noticed Monarch Yunluo's strangeness but didn't understand. Qinyu, you've offended Lord Eclipse. There's nowhere you can run. Just come with me. Monarch Yunluo calmed herself down and said. As expected, you're the fourth god guard. Qinyu had only guessed before, but now he was sure. The president and the others were dumbfounded. Offended? God? To them, the mysterious Dark Realm's sovereign lord was a high and unreachable existence. God was a legendary almighty that they hadn't even seen with their own eyes. Even so, God was a supreme existence in their hearts that shouldn't be blasphemed. And Qinyu had offended a god. Just how daring was the other party? Have you seen the other god guards? Monarch Yunluo asked. She received the message from the other god guards and rushed here, but she couldn't contact the other three. From what Qinyu said, he had obviously seen the god guards. Hee. Qinyu didn't bother to answer. Of course, he had seen them and killed them all. Monarch Yunluo was furious at Qinyu's words and actions, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. A few days ago, when she went out to gather information, she accidentally heard some unbelievable news. Recently, the biggest event in the Heavenly Moon Alliance's territory was the sudden appearance of a secret plane. And when she was inquiring about this information, she heard some news about Qinyu. According to the news, Qinyu had been extremely bold in the mystic realm. He had killed many the archlords of the Fey race, the Heaven's Legacy race, and the Cloud Dragon race. He had even offended a demigod. This child should only be at the early stage of the mysterious nether realm. This news is too exaggerated. How could it be true? That was what Monarch Yunluo thought back then. But now that she saw Qinyu, she suddenly felt a little uncertain, so she hesitated. The president and the others, who were still kneeling on the ground, looked at Monarch Yunluo anxiously. Why wasn't she killing Qinyu yet, since the Archlord Yunluo was so powerful? Why was she hesitating? They didn't understand, but if Qinyu didn't die, they wouldn't have a good ending. Lady Yunluo, please save our lives and kill this evil thief. The president begged. Monarch Yunluo didn't hesitate anymore and shouted, Qinyu, you have offended Lord Eclipse God. Today, the divine guards are here to capture you. Boom, in the blink of an eye, layers of dark gray mist were released from her body, covering the sky and covering the sun. She didn't plan to hold back. Her terrifying late-stage mysterious nether realm cultivation was fully activated. At this moment, Monarch Yunluo was like the ruler of this place. She controlled everything. So powerful. Lady Yunluo's cultivation is at least at the peak early-stage mysterious nether realm, or even mid-stage mysterious nether realm. Humph, I have seen a mid-stage mysterious nether the archlord of the Fey race before. His cultivation and aura are far from Lady Yunluo's. The president and the others knelt on the ground, trembling, but they were excited and chatting with each other. Monarch Yunluo's strength was dozens of times stronger than Fiery Tiger Thearka's. How could she not punish Qinyu? Go. Not only that, but Monarch Yunluo also took out a profound artifact. A silver-gray halo suddenly appeared. It was covered in sinister spikes and emitted a terrifying bloody aura. Boom, under Monarch Yunluo's control, a huge amount of sacred power activated the silver-gray halo, stirring up a terrifying wave of sharp blades. It was like a destructive abyss that could devour everything as it attacked Qinyu. This attack descended instantly. It seemed like Qinyu couldn't even dodge and was hit head-on. Bang, there was a deafening explosion, and the nearby buildings were destroyed. The monarchs had already hidden far away, but they were still affected by the explosion. They were blown back and vomited blood. Too powerful. The president was shocked. He might never be able to reach such a height in his lifetime. That brat Qinyu should die. The president's expression suddenly stiffened, and he couldn't say anything else. He stared at the center of the explosion. There was a figure floating there. Qinyu wasn't killed. Not only that, but he also seemed to be unharmed. What was even more shocking was that Xianxia had reached out 2 fingers and caught the silver-gray halo. Your strength seems to be much weaker than the other 3 divine guards. Xianxia evaluated Monarch Yanluo's strength calmly. That is impossible. Monarch Yanluo was stunned. Her mind was in turmoil, and her heart was beating fast. At the same time, she wanted to refute Xianxia. Her strength was the strongest among the 4 divine guards, but what was the point of that? Swoosh, Monarch Yanluo's figure suddenly disappeared as she charged into the depths of the Silver Sea Trade Union. Did I let you go? Xianxia smiled coldly. Swoosh, he waved his arm and threw the silver-gray halo between his fingers. He didn't use any sacred power in this attack. It was purely his physical strength. But the silver-gray halo let out a sharp and urgent roar. It created a sharp and violent whirlwind, and it flew out in a straight line at an unparalleled speed. Not good, Monarch Yanluo's expression suddenly changed. She activated her sacred power to defend. Puff, the silver-gray halo instantly descended, and the sacred power barrier was pierced through like paper. Then, blood splattered. Monarch Yanluo fell to the ground. Her body had been pierced by the silver-gray halo. She was covered in wounds as if hundreds of knives had cut through her. As a descendant of the god-fiend god race, her body was strong, and her survivability was strong. Even though the silver-gray halo had pierced through her body, she didn't die. Spare my life. I can help you, plead with God Eclipse. Monarch Yanluo's face was filled with fear as she immediately begged for mercy. She was filled with regret. She hadn't expected the news to be true. Xianxu's strength had risen to such a level. How did he do it? When the 4 divine guards had come to capture Xianxia, he had just broken through to the mysterious nether realm. The nearby association president and the others were dumbstruck. Their thoughts seemed to freeze. Monarch Yanluo, who possessed such terrifying power, had been defeated in the blink of an eye and was begging Xianxia for mercy. What kind of monster had they offended? You're just a servant. Do you think God Eclipse will listen to you? Xianxia sneered. I really want to know why God Eclipse asked you to capture me. I don't seem to have any conflicts with him. Xianxia asked. He was also puzzled about being targeted by God Eclipse for no reason. I'm not sure about that either. Monarch Yanluo shook her head. God Eclipse had only given them a mission. There was no need for him to explain. What's the point of keeping you alive? Xianxu's face darkened, and killing intent surged. Wait, I thought of something, Monarch Yanluo's voice was trembling. Xianxia, you seem to be asking about Meng Qingyun. When Monarch Yanluo found the Silver Sea Commerce, she found out about this. According to what I know, Lord God Eclipse has an enemy called Meng Qingyun. I see. Xianxia understood the situation. God Eclipse used to be Meng Qingyun's enemy. I've told you everything I know. Let me go. Monarch Yanluo begged for mercy. Xianxia was expressionless. He suddenly attacked with killing intent. Buzz, a golden-red saint power condensed in Xianxu's palm, emitting a terrifying aura that made Monarch Yanluo's hair stand on end. The saint power turned into a giant golden beast claw that was burning with crimson flames and instantly attacked. No. Monarch Yanluo's face was filled with fear. She burned her saint power and flew away. At the same time, she activated her Xian artifact to take Xianxu's attack head-on. Boom, however, the moment the 2 powers collided, the silver-gray wheel was sent flying, leaving some burn marks on its surface. What is your cultivation? Monarch Yanluo couldn't believe it. The power that Xianxia displayed was even more shocking than what she had heard. She, a late-stage mysterious underworld being, couldn't resist at all. Bang, the golden-red claw descended and tore Monarch Yanluo into countless pieces of flesh. A late-stage mysterious underworld being killed in one move. Xianxia wasn't surprised by such an outcome. After cultivating the chaotic world art, the 2-colored mixed origin sacred power he had condensed was far stronger than ordinary late-stage mysterious underworld beings. On top of that, there was the 4 symbols yin-yang profundity of the 6th level of the 4 symbols divine body. Xianxia could crush an ordinary late-stage mysterious underworld being with just these 2 techniques. The members of the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce shuddered. Many of them felt their legs turn to jelly as they fell to the ground. Yu ignored these people and released Mu Wanyun from the dungeon. Brother Chen. Mu Wanyun immediately threw herself into Yu's arms and wept as though she had been wronged. When Monarch Luo saw how powerful Yu was, she didn't escape immediately. Instead, she headed for the depths of the Chamber of Commerce. Her motive was probably to use Mu Wanyun to threaten Yu. Monarch Luo saw that Mu Wanyun had a good relationship with Yu, so she spared her life. Yu learned that Mu Fu, Senior Lan, and Stone, who had always treated him as a good brother, had died in the hands of the president. Yu could kill these murderers with just a thought. It's all right now. Yu couldn't help but caress Mu Wanyun to comfort her. No matter what, he was the one who brought this disaster to the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce. If Monarch Luo didn't think that Mu Wanyun could be of use, she might have died long ago. Sure Shen, when I ascend to the God realm, you'll be the first one I kill. Yu said in his heart. Brother Chen, don't go, okay? Mu Wanyun's eyes were like a silver pond that kept rippling as she pleaded. Her father and the elders and friends who had taken care of her were almost all dead. She only said that because she felt lonely. Yu shook his head. He couldn't stay here forever. Suddenly, Yu sensed something. He waved his hand and summoned Monarch Luo's storage bag. Just as he was about to check it, boom, a silver-black token flew out of the storage bag on its own. A soul-stirring divine power rippled from it and instantly locked onto Yu. The silver-black token flew out of the interspatial bag, and the aura of divine power spread out in all directions. Everything seemed to freeze, and there was no sound. The people in the surroundings seemed to be grabbed by the neck and froze on the spot. Their lives were controlled by this divine power aura. It wasn't just the Silver Ocean Merchant Group. The surrounding factions and the peak emperor lords of the four races were also alarmed. Divine power aura. Which god has come to the Heavenly Moon Alliance? Those at the mysterious nether realm and above sensed it and didn't act rashly. Even further away, an obscure but powerful divine sense spread out and extended over. This is, Yu's gaze sank as he stared at the silver-black token. He had faced a true god in the secret realm before, so he could still be considered calm. Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. He gathered his two-colored Chaos Origin sacred power and turned it into a golden-red claw that slashed out. Boom, there was an explosion, and terrifying golden flames spread out in all directions, burning everything black. However, with the support of divine power, only a few cracks appeared on the silver-black token. You killed my 4 great divine guards. Wait for this god's arrival. A bone-chilling voice seemed to come from a distant pitch-black abyss. Buzz, on the silver-black token that was full of cracks, a vague, weak god power and god soul consciousness formed a dark, twisted mark that looked like a snake. The moment the symbol was formed, it surged toward Yu. This symbol was similar to a soul Dao attack, and there was no way to dodge it. It instantly entered Yu's star soul and left a mark. Yu's star soul wasn't injured, but it felt uncomfortable, as if something foreign was tightly attached to it. Crack! Boom, the silver-black token then disappeared. The terrifying aura that suppressed everyone also disappeared. Brother Chen, are you all right? Mu Wanyun immediately got up and ran over in a panic, asking with concern. At her level, she couldn't tell what had happened, but the hostile voice had called itself this god. It wasn't hard to guess that the aura came from a god at the heaven-combining realm. That was a god that stood at the top of the pyramid, a legendary existence that normal people couldn't even see in their lifetime. I'm fine. Yu smiled and nodded, reassuring Mu Wanyun. Mu Wanyun thought that he was really fine and didn't ask any more questions. Next, she would regain control of the Chamber of Commerce and reorganize everything. With the deterrence of Yu, everyone was obedient towards Mu Wanyun. They even felt that with Yu around, the Silver Sea commerce would definitely be able to surpass the past and reach unprecedented heights. However, Yu did not intend to stay here forever. Especially after what just happened. God Erosion used the Order Badge as a medium to activate a secret technique. It did not cause any injuries to Yu, but left behind a special soul imprint. Now, God Eclipse could sense Yu's location. No matter where Yu was, he would be able to find him. Even with the speed of a heaven-combining stage expert, it will still take a long time for him to arrive here. Yu was in no hurry. In addition, this soul imprint could also be erased. It was just that Qianyu's attainments in this aspect were not high, so he was powerless. As for asking for help, Qianyu was alone and had no helpers. It was impossible for him to ask for help from the Heavenly Moon Alliance. The other party would definitely take the opportunity to ask for the primordial fire source stone. Qianyu threw the thought of asking for help aside. According to what I sensed just now, God Erosion should be at the first heaven of the heaven combining stage. He fell into deep thought. Now, he had the battle power of a demigod. With his potential, it wouldn't be long before his cultivation level would increase to the peak of the late mysterious underworld realm. Qianyu had long comprehended the spatial laws. Once his cultivation broke through, he would be considered a demigod. Coupled with his various trump cards, he would even be able to resist a god. I'm not strong enough. Qianyu sighed and decided to train hard. After informing Mu Wanyun, he went to the inner space of the heavenly secluded feather. The blood god avatar was in seclusion. Qianyu observed for a moment. The blood god avatar's cultivation speed was much faster than his. At least before becoming a demigod, the blood god avatar didn't have any bottlenecks. The blood god avatar is also one of my trump cards. I am confident that I can nurture it to become a demigod before the god Erosion arrives. Qianyu's eyes burned. The blood god avatar's battle power was extraordinary and would be of great help to him. However, if he were to focus on nurturing the blood god avatar, his cultivation might fall behind. No matter how strong the avatar was, it would not be able to resolve the crisis without reaching the true heaven combining stage. At the end of the day, Qianyu's own strength needed to be strengthened in order to resolve the crisis from the god Erosion. Qianyu began to cultivate in seclusion, focusing on raising his cultivation level. The difficulty of the primal chaos world technique was slightly higher, so Qianyu focused on the divine body of 4 symbols. His talent in the path of body cultivation was astonishing. His cultivation speed was fast, and he could obtain greater results in a short period of time. Qianyu rummaged through the storage space for metal and fire cultivation resources. Among them, he saw the primordial fire source stone. This was the main material for forging a divine artifact. If Qianyu could forge a divine artifact, his strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. However, in the main world, there were too few divine craftsmen who could forge divine artifacts. There was only one in the Heavenly Moon Alliance, and he was worshipped by the Heaven's Legacy clan. Oh right, there's also a divine level stone. Qianyu took out the second divine level stone. This was the spoils of war from the blood god avatar. He had taken a look at it before, but he did not recognize it, so he put it aside. Qianyu rubbed the surface of the divine level stone. It was as if there was a layer of dirt on it. It was like an ordinary stone, and he could not feel anything special about it. However, when this stone was placed together with the primordial fire source stone and the abyss sea carving stone, it was definitely not simple. I can't recognize it either. The blood race's ancestor could not tell its origin. Could it be that this isn't a divine level stone? Even the blood race's ancestor could not recognize it. Qianyu was a little suspicious. When his spiritual sense probed inside, it was as if he had entered a chaotic and dark ocean. It was constantly being divided and finally disappeared. When his holy power seeped in, the result was the same. This divine level stone itself had some kind of magical power, and this power was not simple. Could it be a divine weapon? When this idea suddenly popped up in Qianyu's mind, he began to investigate this aspect. In the end, Qianyu used this divine level stone as a divine weapon and began to refine it. Buzz, he infused his holy power and soul power into the divine level stone and used a special method to refine it. During this process, Qianyu's holy power and soul power continued to dissipate, but in the end, there was still a trace of imprint left. As time passed, when Qianyu had refined 20% of the divine level stone, he had already confirmed that this was a divine weapon and not a divine level stone. That was why he and the blood race's ancestor could not recognize it. Divine weapon. Qianyu's heart beat faster. When fighting for treasures before, the value of the 3 divine level stones was relatively low, and the value of the divine weapon was the highest. Unexpectedly, one of the divine level stones that Qianyu had obtained was not a divine level stone, but a divine weapon. However, this divine weapon looked too strange. It was just a stone, so it was inevitable that people would mistake it. Divine weapons were extremely difficult to refine. This was something Xianxia had already experienced. 10 days, half a month later, Xianxia successfully refined this strange divine weapon. Buzz, the dark gray square stone floated in front of Xianxia. It gave off a strange ripple that distorted everything around it. The dark gray on its surface gradually faded, revealing its original black color. It was simple and dull. This is a damaged divine weapon. After completely refining it, Xianxia felt a bit regretful after learning about the stone's condition. This is magnetic force. The voice of the primogenitor of the blood race suddenly sounded, so it's a magnetic divine weapon. This is an extremely rare divine weapon. Among all the divine weapons, the number of magnetic divine weapons doesn't exceed one hand. Xianxia had heard a little about magnetic divine weapons. This was an extremely unpopular path, and he had never seen any cultivators or treasures related to it. This did not mean that magnetic divine weapons were weak. Buzz, Xianxia activated the dark gray square stone. The magnetic force on it instantly multiplied, and invisible light waves frantically spread in all directions. The formation that supported the space within the heavenly secluded feather suddenly went out of control. The entire space began to shake, as if the world was turning upside down. In fact, this powerful magnetic force even affected the space outside. At that moment, all the members of the Silver Sea Merchant Guild felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. Xianxia immediately retracted his hand. In that short period of time, he had already consumed 30% of the saint energy in his body. After all, this stone belonged to the heavenly combination stage. The cultivation effect of the heavenly secluded feather has disappeared. Xianxia inspected the information. He even felt that the inner space would be damaged. It's just a broken divine weapon, but it also has such power? Xianxia was slightly surprised. Kid, don't look down on divine weapons. Ordinary broken divine weapons also have the power of half divine weapons. And the broken divine weapon in your hand is even more extraordinary. It's close to the level of a divine weapon. The primogenitor of the blood race said solemnly. It was broken, and its level was close to that of a divine weapon. It seemed that this divine weapon had an extraordinary origin. Originally, Xianxia had kept the ancient fire source stone with the intention of forging a divine weapon in the future. However, now that he had this broken divine artifact, Xianxia had to reconsider. But at this moment, Xianxia was still not familiar with the abilities of this stone. He came to the inner world of the heart to conduct an experiment. Buzz, this time, Xianxia activated the broken divine weapon with all his might, and poured in saint energy with all his might. At the same time, his soul power was rapidly depleting. Buzz, the broken divine weapon trembled slightly, and its surface surged with the black magnetic light wave of the secret technique, which spread in all directions and covered a radius of 100 miles. The heaven-earth essence chi within a radius of 100 miles instantly mixed together, and the ground cracked. Boom, Xianxia sent out a two-colored mixed origin sacred power into the range of the broken divine weapon. The powerful and domineering mixed origin sacred power was instantly thrown into chaos, and then it exploded. It should be known that Xianxia had used this divine power to kill a late-stage mysterious underworld cultivator with one move. I reckon that even a demigod's attack will be greatly affected if it gets close to this broken divine weapon. Its power will be weakened by at least 60%. Xianxia was shocked. Of course, the grade of this broken divine weapon was too high, and the price Xianxia had to pay to activate it now was too high. Since it's a divine weapon, it has to have a name. I'll call it the Magnetism Divine Stone. Xianxia thought for a while and made a decision. With this dilapidated godly artifact, Xianxia had one more trump card in his hand. Now, he was even more confident in facing the upcoming crisis. After familiarizing himself with the Magnet Divine Stone, Xianxia took out the ancient fire source stone. Originally, he was going to use this stone to forge a divine weapon in the future. But now that he had the Magnet Divine Stone, he didn't need to waste any more time to forge a divine weapon. The ancient fire source stone could be used in other ways. At this stage, Xianxia urgently needed to improve his cultivation. Therefore, he used this stone to practice the divine body of the four symbols. He activated the incantation and absorbed the essence of the ancient fire source stone. Boom! Inside the ancient fire source stone, a surging hot light surged out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, turning it into a sea of fire. The space inside the heavenly secluded feather showed signs of instability under the powerful fire power. Jinyu immediately activated the power of the law of space to form a layer of protection. Next, he concentrated on absorbing and refining it into the vermilion bird's sacred wings. Flames burned around him, and a huge vermilion bird phantom appeared behind him, letting out a sharp cry. As it continued to absorb the energy of the ancient fire source stone, the phantom of the vermilion bird became bigger and bigger, as hot as the sun, and its pressure gradually increased. If outsiders saw that Jinyu used the incomparably precious primordial fire source stone for cultivation, they would definitely scold him for wasting it. The biggest use of the ancient fire source stone was to forge divine weapons, but it could also be used to breed special and powerful innate spiritual flames. Jinyu had his own plans. The sixth level of the divine body of the four symbols was divided into yin and yang, and the fusion of the white tiger sacred claws and the vermilion bird sacred wings was close to perfection. Using the ancient fire source stone to cultivate would allow him to reach perfection in the shortest time possible, and then cultivate the second half. Sure enough. A few days later, the first half of the sixth level was completely completed. The white tiger sacred claws and the vermilion bird sacred wings on Jinyu's body seemed to have completely fused, and the aura of the two blended. Golden flames bloomed around him, and the phantom of the vermilion bird and the white tiger appeared at the same time. He was like a golden flame god of war, and his aura soared to the sky. Jinyu put away the ancient fire source stone again. By cultivating the divine body of four symbols, he had only absorbed an extremely small portion of the essence of the path of fire. It did not have much of an impact on the entire divine stone, and he could still use it to forge divine weapons in the future. After completing the first half of the divine body of four elephants, Jinyu began to work on the second half, merging the azure dragon divine wood leg and the black tortoise sea suppressing arm. Jinyu's harvest in the secret realm was bountiful. He had killed many powerful enemies and accumulated a large amount of resources, including water and wood natural treasures. As time passed, Jinyu paid almost no attention to the outside world, wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion. On the north side of the Heavenly Moon Alliance's core city, there was a group of colorful palaces floating in midair. Lord Evil Sparrow, I found out that Jinyu has returned to the Silver Sea Commerce. A mystic underworld sovereign lord flew into a side hall and said respectfully. As expected. Demigod Evil Peacock's eyes lit up. He originally thought that Jinyu had left long ago. If it wasn't for the sudden surge of divine power in the Silver Sea Commerce that attracted his attention, Demigod Evil Peacock wouldn't have noticed anything. Jinyu, you're quite bold. You still dare to stay in the Heavenly Moon Alliance after offending me? Demigod Evil Peacock snickered coldly as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Hatred and anger rose in his heart when he thought back to what happened in the secret realm. The god bloodstones and god crystals should all belong to him. My lord, why is there an aura of divine power in the Silver Sea Commerce? We don't know the exact reason, but do you think a god realm expert will come? The mystic underworld sovereign lord was puzzled. He had to be careful when dealing with anything related to the heavenly fusion realm. Impossible. Demigod Evil Peacock immediately denied it. If Jinyu really was related to the heavenly fusion realm, why would he attack Jinyu? My lord, this is the Heavenly Moon Alliance. It's not good for us to attack him directly. The mystic underworld sovereign lord reminded. The Yao race was the owner of this place. If they slaughtered outsiders and took their treasures, who would come to the Heavenly Moon Alliance in the future? I have my own plans. Demigod Evil Peacock said coldly. He obviously wouldn't attack Jinyu directly in the Heavenly Moon Alliance. After all, he had agreed to let Jinyu go, and it wouldn't be good. Send a message to Demigod Juchuan. Tell him that I invited him here as a guest. Demigod Evil Peacock ordered. Understood. The mystic underworld sovereign lord was surprised and suspected that he had heard wrong. Weren't Demigod Evil Peacock and Juchuan enemies? He didn't ask any more questions and went to carry out the order. 3 days later, Demigod Juchuan arrived. His figure was like a mountain as he strode over with a shocking aura. From this, one could see that Demigod Juchuan's strength had increased in just a few months. What do you need me for? Demigod Zhu Chuan's eyes were cold. He and Demigod Evil Peacock were enemies, but he had come. One reason was because his strength had increased, so he wasn't afraid of Demigod Evil Peacock. He also wanted to know what Demigod Evil Peacock was up to. Hee hee. Demigod Evil Peacock laughed lightly. They were enemies and understood each other very well. I won't beat around the bush anymore. Zhu Chuan, do you want to take revenge? Demigod Evil Peacock asked. If he wanted to deal with Qinyu, he wouldn't be able to rely on himself. His injuries had healed, and his strength had increased after that fortuitous encounter, so he thought that he was stronger than Qinyu. However, it might be difficult to kill Qinyu, so he needed a helper. Demigod Zhu Chuan thought for a moment. Which enemy of his was also an enemy of Demigod Evil Peacock? The answer was obvious, it was Qinyu. He definitely wanted to take revenge. What's your plan? Demigod Zhu Chuan asked. It was easier to communicate with people that knew each other. Since we're teaming up, the plan isn't important anymore. Demigod Evil Peacock smiled confidently. With his and Zhu Chuan's connections, they could monitor the entire Silver Ocean merchant group. Once Qinyu left, they would immediately take action. That's right, Evil Peacock, where's that venomous scorpion Emperor Lord? He shone so brightly in the mystic realm. Why is there no news of him after he came out? Demigod Zhu Chuan remembered another enemy of his. He had specially inquired about venomous scorpion Emperor Lord's information and was originally prepared to take action in secret. However, he did not obtain any information, and now he asked about it. This person, Demigod Evil Bird's eyebrows furrowed as its gaze became grim. You can't even say that? Demigod Zhu Chuan asked in an unhappy tone. Demigod Evil Sparrow sighed. Demigod Zhu Chuan had a straightforward personality. Maybe he wouldn't team up with him anymore if he got angry. This person became a traitor to the demon race. Demigod Evil Sparrow revealed this scandal. The venomous Scorpion Emperor Master's whereabouts were unknown. Needless to say, he must have fled with the treasure. At present, the demon race had already launched a manhunt. Demigod Zhu Chuan paused for a moment. He was slightly surprised, but he didn't find it strange. The venomous Scorpion Emperor Lord had obtained a divine stone. Even if he became a traitor, it was still worth it. In this way, it would be very difficult to take revenge. Therefore, all of Demigod Giant Chasm's thoughts of revenge fell onto Qinyu. Inside the heavenly secluded feather, Qinyu circulated the azure dragon's sacred legs and the black tortoise sacred arms. Blue water rippled in the air, and green vines intertwined with one another. It was like a calm ocean filled with life. After 5 years of seclusion, Qinyu had made great progress in the 6th level of the Four Symbols Divine Body and was close to the peak stage. The fusion of the black tortoise sea suppressing arms and the azure dragon's sacred legs could increase the performance of almost all support and defensive techniques. The chaotic origin chaotic world technique hadn't fallen behind in the past few years. Qinyu had made some progress in the introductory section, and his chaos origin sacred power had become even stronger. All in all, Qinyu's strength had increased by quite a bit. The 6th level of the Four Symbols Divine Body is close to the peak stage. My cultivation is still a bit away from the peak stage of the late-stage mysterious dark realm. Qinyu opened his bright eyes and concluded. Once his cultivation broke through, his overall strength would increase, and he would be more confident in dealing with god erosion. However, he could feel his efficiency decrease as he cultivated. Maybe it's because I've been in seclusion for too long and lack actual combat. Qinyu stood up and ended his seclusion. He gathered the power of his star soul and followed the soul imprint left behind by god erosion to sense it. God erosion is getting closer and closer to me. Qinyu murmured as a heavy feeling surfaced in his heart. After he left the space within the heavenly secluded feather, he saw Mu Wanyun and asked for his leave. Brother Chen, you're leaving? Mu Wanyun was stunned on the spot, her face filled with reluctance. Of course, she was already mentally prepared. She knew that Qinyu wouldn't stay here forever. Now, the Silver Sea commerce had stabilized and was even stronger than before. Under Qinyu's guidance, Mu Wanyun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the mid-stage star condensation realm. At the very least, after Qinyu left, she would be able to stabilize the Silver Sea commerce. More importantly, Qinyu could feel that god erosion was getting closer and closer. He couldn't implicate the Silver Sea commerce, so he had to leave early. Brother Chen, if you have time in the future, you must come and visit Wanyun. Mu Wanyun bid farewell reluctantly. Whoosh, Qinyu directly left the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Qinyu didn't plan on going too far. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, so he planned to train himself nearby. There were 3 dangerous forbidden grounds within the territory of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. A few days later, Qinyu arrived at the most dangerous place, the Ancient Yin Temple. When looked at from afar, numerous damaged and ancient temples were faintly visible amidst the dense mist. The interior of the temples was completely gray, silent, and enveloped in a strand of an ominous feeling. Qinyu didn't think too much and slowly walked in. A while later, all of a sudden, a shrill ghost cry rang out from within the Ancient Yin Temple. On the other side, Demigod Evil Sparrow and Juchuan received the news immediately. The 2 of them quickly moved out. Not only that, but they also brought an old peak late-stage mysterious nether-realm expert. Where did that brat go? Demigod Juchuan asked after meeting up with Demigod Evil Sparrow. I don't know. That brat is too fast. My men can't keep up, and I don't dare to get too close. However, there's still a clear aura of sacred power in the air. We can follow him, Demigod Evil Sparrow said. Follow him? Please leave this matter to me. A non-human elder behind Demigod Juchuan had mysterious runes in his black eyes. The 2 demigods each brought a subordinate, and they were all peak existences of the same level. Demigod Evil Sparrow brought Hifu Yuan, and Demigod Juchuan's subordinate had a special eye bloodline that specialized in tracking. Within the Ancient Yin Temple, Qinyu roamed around for a few days and finally found a demigod ghost emperor beneath a certain temple. This demigod ghost emperor was 100 feet tall and had the appearance of a monk. He wore a blood-colored kasaya, and his face was filled with blood. The ghostly aura around him was condensed into waves that swept out in all directions. Kill! The demigod ghost emperor roared with blood-red eyes. Boom! A violent aura rushed out and blasted open a crater. Qinyu felt the fluctuation of divine power within the endless waves of dust. In the next instant, a pitch-black palm 10,000 feet wide broke through everything and charged toward him. Qinyu's figure floated into the air as he circulated the white tiger sacred claws, vermilion bird sacred wings, black tortoise sacred arms, and azure dragon sacred legs. A 4-colored light blossomed from his body as a terrifying sacred beast aura spread out. He slashed out with his claw, and a dazzling golden claw shot out with a sea of flames. The violent aura from it far surpassed the demigod ghost emperor's attack. Boom, the 2 forces clashed and exploded. In less than half a breath, the sea of flames and golden light engulfed the darkness as they charged toward the demigod ghost emperor. Qinyu had the upper hand in the first exchange. His current strength made him an extremely powerful existence even amongst demigods. Furthermore, Qinyu's attacks could counter those of the Ghost Dao to a certain extent. The demigod Ghost Emperor sensed how strong Qinyu was, but he wasn't worried. The most terrifying thing about the Ancient Yin Temple was that there were a lot of malicious ghosts here. This place was usually silent, but the hidden malicious ghosts would all awaken if there was any commotion. Most of the adventurers who died here were killed by a siege. Malicious ghosts appeared in the surroundings, and their cultivation was almost all between the star condensation realm and the mysterious dark realm. Kill! Roars rang out, and many malicious spirits surrounded and attacked Qinyu at the same time. Azurewood Mystic Water Realm. Qinyu circulated the azure dragon's sacred legs and black tortoise sacred arms, and a dark blue and green light lit up the surroundings. The Greenwood Profound Water region was a battle skill of the 6th level of the divine body of 4 symbols. In an instant, Qinyu's entire body was covered by a layer of serene blue water, and within it were dense dark green vines that interweaved into a net that enveloped an area of 3 kilometers. Any energy that came within 1,000 feet of Qinyu would be disintegrated by the deep blue water and devoured by the dark green vines, rapidly weakening its power. Bang! Bang! From all directions, attacks from many malicious spirits descended, and explosions rang out incessantly. Most of the attacks were completely neutralized before they could even get within a kilometer of Qinyu. Occasionally an attack would descend, but its power had already been weakened to the extreme. When it landed on Qianyu's body, it didn't even leave a trace. In a group battle, there was nothing to fear. Qianyu ignored the surrounding malicious ghosts and focused on dealing with the demigod ghost emperor before him. Boom, the wings on his back suddenly spread open and released boundless golden flames, which turned into 3 golden flaming birds that pounced at the demigod ghost emperor. Qianyu's goal was to temper himself and deal with the situation before him. He only used the art of Chaos World and the divine body of 4 symbols. He didn't use any other techniques. Even so, his strength was still able to suppress the demigod ghost emperor. After a while, 2 peak late-stage mysterious underworld ghosts came to help the demigod ghost emperor. They led the other malicious spirits and broke through the greenwood profound water region. At this moment, Qianyu finally felt a little pressure. After 100 moves, the demigod ghost emperor was already covered in wounds. Boom, Qianyu slashed out a sharp and blazing light ray that hit the demigod ghost emperor and left a 6-meter-long scorched wound on its body. Swish, the demigod ghost emperor revealed a look of fear, and it turned around to flee. Chase. Qianyu didn't think too much about it. Normally, he had to be careful in the ancient Yin temple. However, Qianyu purposely came here to train himself. Even if he encountered any danger, it would be in line with his intentions. The demigod ghost emperor was extremely fast, and Qianyu was on par with it without using the law of space. This chase lasted for 3 days, and there were many accidents. 3 days later, Qianyu caught up to the demigod ghost emperor on its last breath. Swish, sacred power surged out of his body and turned into a giant golden red beast claw that contained an ancient and powerful sacred beast aura. It pierced through the demigod ghost emperor's body. Dead. The demigod ghost emperor revealed a look of relief before its death, and its figure disappeared. I finally killed it. The corner of Qianyu's mouth curled up. This chase that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights had squeezed out Qianyu's potential, and his body was also tempered by the malicious spirits that kept attacking him. Qianyu then started searching for prey. Ancient Yin Temple. Demonic Sparrow, Zhu Chuan, and company couldn't help but become cautious as they looked at the silent forbidden ground. The Ancient Yin Temple was the most dangerous forbidden ground in the territory of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Apparently, there was a ghost god hidden within it. Why did this brat come to the Ancient Yin Temple for no reason? Demigod Zhu Chuan cursed with furrowed eyebrows. With the Ancient Yin Temple's unique environment, anything that happened would cause a huge commotion. If they alerted Qianyu and scared him away, it wouldn't be worth it. Hide your aura and try not to cause any commotion. Demigod Evil Sparrow warned the other 3. They then carefully entered the Ancient Yin Temple and used their own methods to avoid alerting the nearby malicious spirits. Demigod Zhu Chuan was from the stone race and specialized in escaping through the earth. Only a demigod ghost emperor would be able to sense him if he traveled underground. Demigod Evil Sparrow turned into a half-transparent bird of darkness that radiated a faint aura of the Tao of Ghosts as it slowly flew through the air. As for He Fuyuan, he wasn't as strong as the other 2 demigods, so he could only be careful. To his surprise, the old man from the foreign tribe was holding a formation plate in his hand, which was emitting a faint silver barrier of light that enveloped the surroundings. This small-scale array was extremely effective at concealing itself, so the non-human elder was very relaxed. Let me enter the range of your array as well. He Fuyuan took the initiative to speak and approached. The outsider elder's deep black eyes stared at He Fuyuan, and for some reason, He Fuyuan's heart pounded. Fear rose up in his heart, and his mind trembled. It was hard to imagine that the non-human elder, who had the same cultivation as him, could give him such a feeling with just a glance. He Fuyuan's footsteps stopped and he didn't continue forward. Come in. The non-human elder said calmly. Only then did He Fuyuan enter the small-scale array. 1 day later, Gu and I, it's been a day. Have you found that brat yet? Demigod Zhu Chuan asked. No. The non-human elder, Gu and I, shook his head. The next day, Gu and I led the 3 of them around the ancient Yin Spirit Temple. Zhu Chuan, your helper isn't much. Demigod Evil Sparrow mocked. Demigod Zhu Chuan's expression was ugly, and he had nothing to say. How about this? Let's split up. This way, the possibility of finding Qianyu will double. Demigod Evil Sparrow suggested before leaving with He Fuyuan. Gu and I, didn't you promise me that there would be no problem? Demigod Ju Chuan scolded coldly. My lord, don't worry. Gu and I smiled meaningfully. The path we've taken so far is the path that this kid has walked before. He won't be able to escape. Really? Demigod Ju Chuan was doubtful. If that was really the case, then Gun's tracking ability was extraordinary. Then why didn't you explain just now? Demigod Ju Chuan asked in a reproachful tone. Hee, my lord, even though Evil Sparrow has promised to give you the God Stone, I'm afraid that the God Stone will be yours. But do you really believe him? That's a God Stone we're talking about. It's priceless. How could Evil Sparrow not be tempted? Gully laughed evilly. I didn't tell you on purpose just now so that the demigod Evil Sparrow would leave the team. As long as my lord trusts me, I can tell the demigod Evil Sparrow to find Xinyu first and let them fight for a while. At that time, my lord Ju Chuan will be in charge. It's even possible that my lord wants to get rid of his enemy. Gu and I slowly said. Demigod Ju Chuan was slightly surprised, and waves started to appear in his heart. Gun's plan was so good that he couldn't say anything. Well done. Demigod Ju Chuan praised. However, he became more wary. This old guy is so cunning. How do you plan on getting the demigod Evil Sparrow to find Xinyu first? Demigod Ju Chuan asked. He couldn't waste too much time and let Xinyu escape, but he also had to prevent the demigod Evil Sparrow from noticing that something was wrong. Leave this to me. Don't worry. Gu and I promised with a smile. After walking around the ancient Yin spiritual temple for a few days, Xinyu felt that his cultivation had stabilized. Apart from that, the God-eroding divine soul imprint in his body gave him even more pressure, as if it meant that the God-eroding divine soul was about to arrive. Xinyu left the ancient Yin spiritual temple and found a hidden place to enter seclusion to break through to the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. He made his preparations and took out large amounts of cultivation resources and peak-grade origin stones. He circulated the chaotic body, and all kinds of pure energy and large amounts of heaven-earth yuan qi surged toward his body. Within the sea of stars, his life-bound star source burned brightly and started to spin. Energy from the surroundings poured into it, causing the star source to shine even brighter. Xinyu's cultivation rose steadily. He didn't panic. His foundation was the most important, and he couldn't rush to increase his cultivation because of external pressure. 2 days later, 100 miles away from where Xinyu was in seclusion, my lord, I found it. Gu and I smiled as excitement flashed through his eyes. That's right, it's 100 miles away. Demigod Ju Chuan could also sense that there was another dimension hidden in the air 100 miles away. He could also sense a strong disturbance of energy. From the looks of it, Xinyu was cultivating in seclusion. This subordinate will create some clues to lure the demigod Evil Sparrow here. We can then watch the tigers fight and wait for an opportunity to strike. Okay. Demigod Ju Chuan hesitated for a moment, but he still agreed. He originally thought that since Xinyu was in seclusion, he could take him down by himself if he wanted to catch him off guard. However, just in case, he still followed the original plan. Guanai and Demigod Ju Chuan quickly retreated. 5 days later, an illusory dark sparrow and He Fuyuan left the ancient Yin spiritual temple and arrived near where Xinyu was in seclusion. My lord, we found where Xinyu is hiding. He Fuyuan was extremely excited. Furthermore, that brat seems to be cultivating in seclusion. Demigod Evil Sparrow's eyes lit up. He messaged Demigod Ju Chuan, and the latter replied, hurry up and attack. Don't let him escape. I'm not far away from you and will be there soon. Demigod Evil Sparrow didn't doubt Ju Chuan. He understood the other party, he was straightforward and meant what he said. Attack. Demigod Evil Sparrow ordered and started to move. Demigod Evil Sparrow and He Fuyuan approached where Xinyu was in seclusion. My lord, Xinyu is currently in seclusion. If we ambush him, we'll have a chance to kill him. He Fuyuan said excitedly. That's right. Demigod Evil Sparrow said confidently. The current Demigod Evil Sparrow was even stronger than before. He was confident that he could defeat Xinyu, so he called Demigod Ju Chuan over just to be safe. Right now, Xinyu was in seclusion. He alone could take down Xinyu and take all the treasures for himself. If Demigod Ju Chuan didn't help, he had no reason to ask for a share. Let this god give him a big gift. A wicked light appeared in demigod Evil Sparrow's eyes as he revealed a cruel expression. Xianxia was currently in seclusion in another dimension. If he could destroy this dimension, he would be able to deal a fatal blow to Xianxia. When the sacred power within his body surged as he circulated the laws of light and formed a chaotic ball of light in front of him that radiated an invisible pressure. Demigod Evil Sparrow didn't panic and continued to circulate his sacred power into the ball of light. The chaotic ball of light grew larger and darker. Although it did not emit any shocking aura, He Fuyuan, who was standing at the side, felt his heart palpitate just by looking at it. Xianxia is done for. He Fuyuan said gloatingly. The mighty demigod Evil Sparrow had ambushed someone while the target was still in seclusion. He Fuyuan could already imagine what would happen to Xianxia. Several hundred miles away, demigod Zhu Chuan and Guanai floated in the air. Guanai was holding an array disc in his hand, which was releasing a faint silver light that formed an image of the demigod Evil Sparrow bird and He Fuyuan. I didn't expect that brat to be in seclusion outside. Demigod Evil Sparrow's attack is enough to take that brat's life. We need to hurry over or else we won't even get any scraps. Demigod Zhu Chuan said in a low tone. My lord, there's no need to be so impatient. With Xianxia's wariness and his laws of space, he should be able to sense demigod Evil Sparrow. He won't die so easily, Guanai said calmly. Demigod Zhu Chuan nodded his head and looked at the image seriously. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. Demigod Evil Sparrow's attack had been prepared to the max. Even demigod Giant Chasm had to be careful when facing this attack. As for Xianxia's seclusion, there was still no movement. Impossible, Guanai frowned and fell into deep thought. At this rate, the demigod Evil Sparrow would be able to end everything in a few moves. Demigod Zhu Chuan was also a bit impatient and was prepared to rush over at any moment. Die. The light in demigod Evil Peacock's eyes became even brighter, and he let out a wicked laugh as he prepared to unleash an attack. But at this moment, boom, beneath the ground, boundless blood-colored light accompanied the aura of a demigod seeped out, illuminating everything within a radius of several thousand feet in blood red. Who is it? At this instant, the blood in the demigod Evil Bird's body started to burn as if it was lava, and it started to spread throughout his body. With such a sudden attack, the attack he had been preparing showed signs of losing control before it could reach Xianxia. Bzzz, that chaotic and dim ball of light suddenly swelled up a bit. A violent and evil aura leaked out, and cracks gradually appeared on its surface. Not good. The demigod Evil Bird's expression changed dramatically as he tried to stop this attack. He Fuyuan's heart went cold. If the demigod Evil Bird's attack went out of control and exploded here, he would be dead. Who was the ambusher? Whoosh, limitless blood gathered and formed a blood-colored figure in the sky that looked 60 to 70% similar to Xianxia. This was the blood god clone. While Xianxia had been in seclusion, the blood god clone had never stopped cultivating, and its cultivation speed was even faster than Xianxia's. Not long ago, the blood god clone had condensed divine power and become a demigod. Within the dimension of the heavenly dark feather, Xianxia knew what was going on in the outside world through the blood god clone. Demigod Evil Bird? He really doesn't give up. Xianxia harumphed coldly in his heart. Right now, he was in seclusion and preparing to break through to the peak late-stage mysterious dark realm. The instant the blood god clone appeared, it used a secret technique of the blood Dao to affect the demigod Evil Bird's blood, making it impossible for the latter to focus on controlling the attack. Damn it, why is there a demigod protecting that brat? The demigod Evil Bird's eyes were extremely grim. However, he didn't have time to think. He had to control the terrifying attack he was about to unleash, but the blood in his body was like an enraged beast that wanted to charge out of his body, so he had to focus on suppressing it. His efficiency dropped dramatically as he couldn't deal with either side at the same time. Beads of sweat appeared on the demigod Evil Bird's forehead as he prepared to ask He Fuyuan for help. However, he heard He Fuyuan's screams at this moment. Arg! Under the influence of the blood god avatar's burning blood art, He Fuyuan's body had turned red and black. He screamed as he retreated. Only then did the burning blood art's effects weaken. In that instant, he felt as if all the blood in his body was about to be burned. What a powerful secret technique of the blood Dao. Who is this person? The demigod evil bird was slightly surprised. A normal blood path demigod would not bring him so much trouble. When the chaotic ball of light had been condensed for too long, and the energy within it was becoming more chaotic and difficult to control. The demigod evil bird immediately made a decision. Go. He waved his hand, and the chaotic ball of light immediately flew out. However, this attack had only flown a few thousand feet before it suddenly exploded. Boom, the chaotic ball of light devoured everything and expanded in all directions. A wicked light lit up the sky. The demigod evil bird was mentally prepared, so he quickly retreated the instant he unleashed this attack. However, the explosion was too close to him. Bam! The blood within the demigod evil bird's body started to churn as he was sent flying back 1,000 yards before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other side, the blood god clone also condensed his divine power and formed a blood-colored barrier that blocked the shockwave. Who are you? How dare you fight against me? The demigod evil bird roared in anger. Hee hee. The blood god clone had a cruel expression as he snickered coldly and didn't reply. If that's the case, then I'll kill you first. The demigod evil bird was extremely angry, so he didn't waste any time and attacked. The situation just now was special, so he was at a disadvantage. Demigod evil bird realized that the blood god clone had only become a demigod not long ago, so there was still a gap between it and an experienced demigod like him. Boom, the power of the law of light spread through heaven and earth, and a large amount of sacred power surged out. The entire world became multicolored, and a goose feather rain started to fall as countless feathers of different colors started to fall. The blood god's avatar was ready for battle and unleashed his divine power. When the blood-colored light condensed behind it, and a wicked blood-colored sun appeared, radiating a mysterious and wicked aura. All living beings within several thousand miles started to feel fear as their blood and life force started to flow. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Sharp beams of blood-colored light shot out from the blood-colored sun and shot in every direction like 10,000 arrows. The rainbow-colored feathers and blood-colored arrows clashed, and heaven and earth exploded. As the blood-colored arrows shot out, the blood-colored sun started to shrink. At this moment, the blood god clone waved its hand, and the blood-colored sun landed in its hand. It turned into a giant dark red arrow surrounded by a shocking blood-colored aura. Boom, the giant dark red arrow shot out and pierced through heaven and earth, shattering everything in its path. Demigod evil bird thrust out his palm, and a rainbow-colored palm appeared to block the arrow. However, what he didn't expect was, the rainbow-colored palm was pierced through by the dark red arrow, and it continued onward. Impossible! Demigod evil bird exclaimed. Could this demigod that had just become a demigod be stronger than him? Bam! The blood-colored arrow was shattered by demigod evil bird's second palm, and a storm swept through the air. I feel like I've seen this poison somewhere before. Demigod evil bird's eyebrows furrowed. He was sure that this was his first time seeing the blood god clone, but he felt a sense of familiarity. Whatever. Demigod evil bird felt depressed. He just wanted to finish off the blood god clone as soon as possible. He circulated his bloodline power, and the aura of a sacred beast spread. His feathers started to glow as a pair of colorful wings appeared on his back. A rainbow-colored fan then appeared. Die. Demigod evil bird spread his wings and unleashed a powerful attack using his bloodline power and his peak-tier mystic weapon. Boom, a layer of vast and mighty dazzling storm burst out, sweeping out in a powerful manner that seemed capable of destroying everything. The blood god clone felt the pressure and charged forward. Divine power continuously surged out, condensing into vicious and bloody attacks that emitted an extremely powerful poison power, killing towards the resplendent storm. The blood god clone's strength was undeniable, but it had just become a demigod and specialized in the Tao of blood. In terms of foundation, it wasn't as strong as demigod evil bird, and it didn't have a mystic weapon that it could use. These factors made it weaker than demigod evil bird. He Fuyuan maintained his distance and occasionally used his full power to help demigod evil bird. Within the heavenly dark feather, Qinyu knew the clone's situation very well. Although the blood god clone seemed to be in danger, it had great potential and wouldn't be defeated so easily. Furthermore, demigod evil bird was a strong opponent that could be used as a whetstone to sharpen the clone. He cultivated in peace, absorbing and refining the energy within the natural treasures to strengthen his own life star source. Several hundred miles away, demigod Xianxia and Guanai were also watching the battle between the two demigods. I didn't expect that brat to have helpers. But with demigod evil bird's strength, victory is only a matter of time. Demigod Xianxia was also surprised. However, he realized that Guanai had a grim expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Demigod evil bird does have the advantage, but why hasn't Xianxia appeared? If he fights, demigod evil bird will definitely lose. Guanai started to think. Maybe that brat has reached a critical point in his cultivation and can't fight? Demigod Xianxia said. That's possible. Guanai nodded his head and then inspected the blood god clone with a deep gaze. He suddenly understood the identity of the blood god clone, and his expression became even uglier as he gritted his teeth and said, Scorpion Emperor Lord, so that's how it is. You're saying that the person covered in blood is Scorpion Emperor Lord? That's impossible. Demigod Xianxia denied it. How could Scorpion Emperor Lord become a demigod so quickly? At the same time, he was puzzled. How did Guanai know about Scorpion Emperor Lord? There seemed to be a side to him that he didn't know. The demigod evil bird used its full strength to suppress the blood god clone. As a new demigod, your future should have been bright, but you're courting death by opposing me. It's not too late to admit defeat and join the Yao race. The demigod evil bird said coldly as it floated in the sky. You want me to admit defeat? The blood god clone snickered coldly in disdain. Boom, the blood god clone started to form a technique, and a black-red ocean of blood suddenly formed around it. The smell of blood and decay spread across heaven and earth. The vast black-red ocean of blood surged toward the demigod evil bird. Whoosh, the demigod evil bird flew backward and dodged the attack of the black-red ocean of blood. Although he had the advantage, he knew that the blood god clone's battle power couldn't be underestimated, especially when it used some rare blood Dao secret techniques. At this moment, the black-red ocean of blood gave him a sense of danger. Whoosh, the black-red ocean of blood split into two and attacked him from both sides. Under the control of the blood god clone, the demigod evil bird felt like it was surrounded by a black-red ocean of blood. If it was a demigod that didn't specialize in speed, they would have been hit already. The demigod evil bird finally remembered why it felt this poison was extremely familiar after coming into contact with it a few times. The poison of the sky poison giant beetle. Who are you? The demigod evil bird's eyes instantly shot out a sharp light as he questioned. He was ambushed by Xianxia when he was killing the sky poison giant beetle, and his god crystal was stolen. The blood god clone didn't reply and used this chance to attack the demigod evil bird. Break! The demigod evil bird waved his five-colored fan toward the weakest point and slashed out a giant blade of light that broke through the ocean of blood. He then closed in on the blood god clone and started to attack in a frenzy. The blood god clone was injured multiple times by the demigod evil bird, and wounds appeared on its body one after another. However, the clone's immortal blood body was even stronger than the devouring blood races. Its defense, regeneration, and survivability were all superior. Demigod Giant Chasm is almost there. Once Demigod Giant Chasm arrived, his petrification techniques would counter the immortal blood body, and the two of them would be able to kill the blood god clone. However, after fighting for a while, they still hadn't reached the demigod giant chasm. At this time, demigod evil sparrow sensed that something was wrong. What's going on with the giant chasm? Since the demigod giant chasm had yet to arrive, there were only two possibilities. Either he met with an accident, or he purposely did not arrive. No matter what, the demigod evil bird couldn't retreat against the blood god clone that was weaker than it was. Kill. The demigod evil bird was depressed, and its killing intent surged as it started to attack in a frenzy. He Fuyuan, who was far away, used his bloodline secret technique and released even more power to help the demigod evil sparrow. Bang! Bang! The blood god avatar was facing off against the demigod evil sparrow, which was more powerful than it was, and it was fighting one against two at the same time. However, under the pressure of the demigod evil sparrow, his strength gradually increased. 50 moves, 100 moves, 200 moves. Evil exterminating cutting edge. The fan in demigod evil bird's hand seemed to turn into a blade that slashed out. Swoosh, a dazzling blade of light slashed out. It was 1,000 zhang long, as if it was the blade of the heavens. It descended, destroying everything. The blood god avatar was hit head-on, and a terrifying gash appeared on its body, almost splitting it in half. The avatar crashed onto the ground. Its body was covered in wounds, and it looked extremely ruffled. Who are you? How did you obtain the sky poison giant beetle's poison? The demigod evil bird asked once more. On the other side, demigod Ju Chuan and Guanai were watching the battle between the demigods. Let's go. The demigod evil bird will definitely feel that something is wrong since we haven't appeared for so long, demigod Ju Chuan said. Demigod Ju Chuan said. From his point of view, letting the demigod evil bird fight with a demigod for so long and expend a lot of energy was already advantageous for him. Guanai nodded his head unwillingly. The appearance of the blood god avatar messed up his plans. Now that things had reached this point, they could only show themselves. Otherwise, the demigod evil bird wouldn't have challenged Qinyu by himself. However, right at this moment, a ripple appeared in the screen of light, and a figure suddenly appeared. Qinyu! The two immediately exclaimed. Qinyu has appeared. Now we don't need to rush out. The corner of Gani's mouth curled up. No, if this brat teams up with the demigod blood person, they'll definitely be able to defeat the demigod evil bird. If the demigod evil bird is too heavily injured, we might fail this time. Demigod Ju Chuan said. My lord, don't worry. We'll ambush Qinyu after he's defeated the demigod evil bird. We definitely won't fail, Guanai persuaded. At that time, you'll be in charge, and the demigod evil bird will have to listen to you. You can even use this chance to kill him. Ambush? Sure. Demigod Ju Chuan agreed. He had never ambushed anyone before. Therefore, he and Guanai slowly approached the battlefield of the demigods. Who are you? How did you obtain the sky poison giant beetle's poison? As soon as demigod Ju Chuan asked. When a ripple appeared in the air, and a figure covered in silver light suddenly appeared. It was Qinyu. His cultivation hadn't broken through, so he ended his seclusion. On one hand, he felt that his breakthrough wasn't smooth. On the other hand, he couldn't let his clone become too heavily injured, or else it wouldn't be worth it. However, this seclusion wasn't for nothing. His cultivation was extremely close to the peak late-stage mysterious dark realm, and he was only one step away. Qinyu. The demigod evil bird was startled by Qinyu's sudden appearance. When the sacred power within Qinyu's body surged as he circulated the white tiger sacred claw and vermilion bird sacred wings. The vermilion bird sacred wings on his back spread open, and they were 100 yards long. In the blink of an eye, the wings released a surge of flames that turned into 3 flaming birds that leaped toward the demigod evil bird. You. The demigod evil bird was slightly surprised. It didn't expect Qinyu to attack without saying anything. It was about to say something, but it realized that Qinyu's attack was extremely violent and radiated the powerful aura of a sacred beast. The 5-colored fan in front of the demigod evil bird started to spin and radiate light that formed a colorful shield. Bam! The 3 dazzling golden firebirds collided and exploded in an instant. A terrifying energy burst out. The explosive power of the Tao of Fire was extremely strong, and the Tao of Metal had been merged into it, increasing its penetrative ability. 3 holes were torn open in the colorful shield, and the golden flames shot toward the demigod evil bird through the holes. The demigod evil bird had to attack again to extinguish the golden flames. However, from this exchange, it could tell that Qinyu's strength had increased dramatically. Did this brat use the divine bloodstones and divine crystals? It thought in its heart. It felt like Qinyu had wasted these treasures. Boom! Another terrifying attack descended. The golden claws burned with flames as they flew toward Qinyu, making it impossible to dodge. The sea of black and red blood surrounded him once again. Not good. The demigod evil bird thought. Qinyu already had the battle power of a demigod, and he was now even stronger than before. The demigod evil bird would definitely lose in a 1 versus 2 situation. Demigod giant chasm, if you don't come, then forget about teaming up. The demigod evil bird messaged angrily. Demigod giant chasm replied a breath later and said that he would be there immediately. Looks like you have an accomplice, Xianxia said in a cold voice. The next instant, he activated the black tortoise sacred arms and azure dragon's sacred legs. Boom, the ground suddenly cracked open as three extremely thick greenwood dragons drilled out and circled around the demigod evil bird before opening their mouths and sucking. A powerful suction force instantly appeared from every direction, and the demigod evil bird felt the life force and sacred power within his body being sucked away. Then, a viscous body of water appeared around him, restricting his movements. You want to trap me with just this? The demigod evil bird didn't think much of it. He was just about to break free when the blood god clone leapt over and merged into the water. In an instant, the water turned into a blood realm and became even more dangerous. After devouring demigod evil bird's life force and blood, the restriction on it increased dramatically. The demigod evil bird finally realized that something was wrong, and the sacred power within his body erupted as he attacked in every direction. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of dazzling light blades sliced through the blood realm. The blood god clone's body was extremely strong, and it merged with the water Dao that Xianxu's black tortoise sacred arms increased its defense, allowing it to take a few more attacks. At this moment, Xianxu arrived in the air. Gold-red sacred power surged out and formed a spike several hundred yards long. It flashed with golden light and had fire-red runes on it. Golden flame sky-piercing spike. This was a skill from the 6th level of the Four Symbols Divine Body. Whoosh, the golden-red spike suddenly descended. The demigod evil bird felt an unprecedented sense of danger, and the sacred power within his body burned as he unleashed his bloodline power. Bam, the golden-red spike landed just as he broke free from the blood realm. Although it didn't hit him head-on, it still left a deep gash on his body that caused blood to gush out. So close. The demigod evil bird's heart shook. He had underestimated Xianxu too much. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely turn around and run when facing two demigods. It's not too late to leave now. His life was more important, so the demigod evil bird prepared to retreat. You won't be able to leave. Xianxu's cold voice sounded. The demigod evil bird raised his head and saw a giant golden tiger leaping over. It looked like a sacred beast, the white tiger. Not only that, but there was also a pair of scarlet-red wings on the back of this golden tiger, and it radiated a terrifying sacred beast aura that suppressed even the demigod evil bird's sacred beast bloodline. White tiger vermilion bird strike. This was a killing move from the 6th level of the Four Symbols Divine Body, and it merged the white tiger's sacred claws and the vermilion bird's sacred wings to the highest degree. What a powerful strike. This is impossible. How can his strength reach such a level? The demigod evil bird revealed a terrified expression. At this instant, the demigod evil bird felt that even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be Xianxu's match. Whoosh, the wings on the demigod evil bird's back spread as he sped away. The flaming winged golden tiger seemed to have a mind of its own, and it chased after him with even greater speed. No! The demigod evil bird screamed. Bam! An intense explosion engulfed his figure and screams as a sharp golden light and fiery light spread in every direction. The demigod evil bird flew out from within. Only half of its body was left, its arm and a small portion of its body seemed to have been bitten by something, and the wound was scorched black. Damn it! The demigod evil bird started to run as fast as he could. Evil bird, I'm here. Demigod Zhu Chuan's roar sounded from afar as his demigod aura spread in every direction. Bastard, why are you only here now? The demigod evil bird cursed in anger. Originally, demigod Zhu Chuan and Gu and I were planning to wait for the demigod evil bird and Xianxu to fight for a while before ambushing Xianxu. However, Xianxu and the blood god clone severely injured the demigod evil bird as soon as the battle started, which was why they had rushed over. You're too late, Xianxu said in a cold tone. The white tiger's sacred claws and the vermilion bird's sacred wings released dazzling flames as a surge of sacred power formed a storm of golden flames that shot toward the demigod evil bird. Demigod evil sparrow and Zhu Chuan had obviously come here to kill Xianxu, so he obviously wouldn't show mercy. The white tiger's sacred claw and vermilion bird's sacred wings released a blinding light as sacred power surged out and formed a storm of golden flames that shot toward demigod evil sparrow. With the 6th level of the Four Symbols Divine Body and the chaotic world technique, Qinyu's battle power was considered strong even amongst demigods. Of course, he was only at the late-stage mysterious dark realm right now. "Save me!" Demigod Evil Sparrow exclaimed. He was already heavily injured and couldn't fight back against Qinyu, so he could only run and defend. He circulated his speed to the maximum, and the five-colored fan in front of him released a bright barrier of light that covered his body. "Stay here!" Qinyu roared as he circulated the law of space and controlled the space around him. Wing whoosh, whoosh, the space in front of Demigod Evil Sparrow started to twist as a giant whirlpool appeared and devoured everything in its path. The Demigod Evil Bird was instantly enveloped by the spatial strangulation, and its speed started to slow down. If he wasn't careful, he would be devoured by the spatial whirlpool and turned into pieces. Boom, the golden red storm descended from behind and started to destroy everything in its path. Demigod Evil Sparrow could only use a defensive secret technique and defend with all his might. It was as if there were countless sharp golden claws slashing at the barrier around him, causing golden red light to explode. What a terrifying attack! Demigod Evil Sparrow's heart shook. Metal elemental attacks had a strong ability to pierce through defense, and adding on the explosive power of the fire element, Qinyu's attacks were so strong that Demigod Evil Sparrow was scared. In less than a breath's time, shwa! Cracks started to appear on the barrier in front of the Demigod Evil Bird as it attacked fiercely. The cracks then started to spread rapidly, and the storm arrived. Arg! Demigod Evil Sparrow screamed as he struggled against the golden red storm and the spatial whirlpool. Demigod Juchuan and Gunai flew over from the distance. Stop! Demigod Juchuan roared in anger as he circulated the divine power within his body and turned into a dominating dark yellow light that shot through the sky toward Qinyu. The greenwood saint leg and the black tortoise saint arm shone brilliantly. In front of Qinyu, a dark blue ancient shield with tortoiseshell patterns appeared. Then, a layer of dark green vines covered it and fused with the black tortoise shield, increasing its defensive power. Pung, Demigod Giant Chasm's attack landed on the Xuanwu shield. Wood countered earth, and the greenwood sacred leg combined with the black tortoise sacred arm's defensive technique safely blocked Demigod Juchuan's long-range attack. Whoosh, Demigod Evil Bird escaped the spatial whirlpool and the golden red storm, but his face was completely unrecognizable. His body was covered in wounds and charred black skin. Die! A bloodthirsty voice rang out, and the blood god avatar suddenly pounced forward. The doppelganger transformed into a stream of black and red blood that wrapped around the fleeing Demigod Evil Sparrow. TSK, the flesh of a demigod of the fiend race should be delicious. The blood god avatar said excitedly. Demigod Evil Sparrow was extremely weak and couldn't fight back at all, especially since the opponent's bloodline countered living beings. No. Demigod Evil Sparrow roared unwillingly. Hee, didn't you want to know who I am? I have another identity, and that's Emperor Scorpion. The blood god avatar laughed wickedly. What? Emperor Scorpion, you? Demigod Evil Sparrow was stunned. He suddenly realized that the Emperor Scorpion in the secret dimension was fake. He had tricked him and stolen a god stone and many treasures. You'll die a horrible death. Demigod Evil Sparrow became even angrier and more pained after realizing the truth, but none of that was comparable to the threat of death. Bastard, let go of Evil Sparrow. Demigod Giant Chasm and Gunai arrived, and Giant Chasm instantly cursed. He immediately attacked the blood god avatar. Boom, a giant dark yellow fist that was 1,000 yards wide appeared in heaven and earth as it smashed toward the avatar. Your opponent is me. Qinyu said with a smile. A dazzling golden flame shot out and bombarded the dark yellow fist, shattering it. Damn it. Demigod Giant Chasm was enraged as he cursed at Gunai next to him. This is your plan? Once Demigod Evil Sparrow died, he wouldn't be able to kill Qinyu by himself. This trip would be for nothing. Gunai's expression was extremely ugly. According to his original plan, it was absolutely foolproof. The appearance of the blood god's doppelganger was unexpected. However, Qinyu's rapid improvement in strength was also unexpected. When they realized that something was wrong and came to help, it was already too late. Qinyu was just too strong. He instantly injured Demigod Evil Sparrow. My lord, we still have a chance of winning. With your defense, you don't need to be afraid of Qinyu. Furthermore, this brat most likely has 2 god stones. Guanai said in a deep voice. Demigod Giant Chasm had a solemn expression as he roared, "Kill!" Qinyu was his enemy, and so was the Emperor Scorpion. He wasn't willing to retreat just like that since both god stones were here. Demigod Giant Chasm released a glow of light that covered everything within 10,000 yards. With him as the center, a terrifying gravitational force spread out. The closer one was, the stronger the gravitational force would be. Within the gravitational domain, Demigod Giant Chasm thrust out several palms. Each palm was as heavy as a mountain as they crushed over. Being a mountain giant of the stone race, Demigod Giant Chasm's battle power was extremely strong. Back in the secret dimension, Qinyu didn't want to fight him head-on. However, the situation was different now. Qinyu didn't dodge or retreat. He circulated the White Tiger Sacred Claw and Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings and clashed head-on with the Golden Flaming Claws and the Golden Flaming Bird. Bam! 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 Explosions kept erupting between the two, shaking heaven and earth. How long has it been? His strength has reached such a level? Demigod Giant Chasm was stunned. He felt that his strength had increased a lot after coming out of the secret dimension, but compared to Qinyu, he was extremely embarrassed. "My lord, I'll help you," Guanai yelled. He had already set up an array and was about to activate it. In the next moment, 6 black flags appeared in the sky, radiating a chilling black light that enveloped Qinyu's body. In an instant, Qinyu felt a cold and poison invading his body. He didn't need to worry about this cold power with his high-tier undying body and defense, but he would still be affected and his strength would decrease. Sure. Demigod Giant Chasm attacked once more. Guanai was extremely strong among the peak late-stage mysterious dark realms, and he specialized in arrays. He Fuyuan also joined in and worked together with Demigod Giant Chasm in hopes of killing Qinyu and saving the demigod Evil Sparrow. "You're courting death." Qinyu's eyes turned cold. He took out the 10,000 dragon crown, which turned into a golden dragon palace that smashed toward He Fuyuan. It would be very difficult to kill Demigod Giant Chasm, who specialized in defense, in a 1 versus 3 situation, so Qinyu decided to take care of the 2 weaker ones first. He Fuyuan's face paled when he saw the 10,000 dragon crown. Last time, he had almost died to the 10,000 dragon crown. Whoosh, He Fuyuan immediately ran, and the 10,000 dragon crown chased after him. Qinyu only needed to focus a little bit of his energy. He Fuyuan ran everywhere, but how could he escape from the 10,000 dragon crown? Pung, he was sent flying by the 10,000 dragon crown, and his bones shattered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 10,000 dragon crown then fell from the sky and crushed him to death. After killing He Fuyuan, the 10,000 dragon crown charged toward Guanai under Qinyu's control. Guanai didn't panic at all, as if he had expected this. He took out another array and combined the Tao of Water and Tao of Space, forming a powerful restriction that stopped the 10,000 dragon crown. Qinyu inspected Guanai. This person didn't seem to be simple. Giant God Fist. Demigod Giant Chasm unleashed a powerful killing move. Dark yellow light condensed in the air as a stone arm that was 1,000 yards long formed and smashed over. Not only was this fist terrifying, but it also had the ability to turn people into stone. Right at this moment, Guanai suddenly used his eye bloodline, and a black whirlpool descended like a bottomless abyss that wanted to devour Qinyu's star soul. Caught off guard, Qinyu's astral souls trembled and were affected. Qinyu realized that he had underestimated Guanai. He instantly circulated the mystic blue sea pearl and formed a bright blue barrier around his star soul to block Guanai's eye bloodline technique. He then used the White Tiger Vermilion Bird Strike to deal with Demigod Giant Chasm's killing move. The Golden White Tiger and the Vermilion Bird Fire Wings unleashed their sacred beast auras as they charged toward the stone fist. Pung, an explosion shook heaven and earth, and a storm swept out in every direction. Demigod Giant Chasm and Qinyu both relied on their own defense to block the shockwaves. "Qinyu, let go of the demigod Evil Sparrow and hand over a god stone, and this matter will end here," Demigod Giant Chasm said. Demigod Giant Chasm spoke. After fighting Qinyu for so long, he realized that it was practically impossible for him to kill Qinyu. Hence, he decided to take a step back. The demigod Evil Sparrow is already dead. At this moment, the blood god clone snickered coldly. What? Demigod giant Chasm was stunned. He was stopped by Qinyu and couldn't say the demigod evil sparrow. The latter still died to the blood god clone. You're next. Qinyu's tone was cold. However, demigod giant Chasm was from the stone race and had strong defense, so it was more difficult to kill him than the demigod evil sparrow. Since that was the case, he would take out some hidden cards and end this battle. Dong. Dong. Dong, the heart of eternity entered a berserk state, and a surge of heat spread through his body as the aura of a god-demon spread. All of this made demigod giant Chasm and Guanai feel a weird pressure. Whoosh, Qinyu suddenly attacked, and the white tiger sacred claw slashed out. 5 golden-red streaks of light shot forward and caused space to crack wherever they passed. Pung, demigod giant Chasm also used his own move, but the giant fist was instantly shattered. This attack landed on demigod giant Chasm and sent him flying several hundred yards away, leaving behind a deep gash on his body. So strong. Demigod giant Chasm was stunned. Right at this moment, Qinyu suddenly slashed out with his claw toward Guanai. Guanai's expression froze as he felt a strong sense of danger. He immediately took out an ancient bronze shield. Pung, this peak-tier defensive mystic weapon was unable to block Qinyu's full-power attack and was instantly sent flying. Shua, a streak of golden light flashed past, and Guanai barely dodged it. One of his arms was sliced off, and blood spurted everywhere. Qinyu's internal organs exploded, and he instantly injured demigod Ju Chasm and Guanai in a 1 versus 2 situation. Guanai's face was filled with hatred as he looked at his severed arm. Such a powerful saint energy that has merged the metal ultimacy and fire ultimacy. Could this be the art of Chaos World? Guanai guessed. Then, unable to hold back the excitement in his heart, he asked, "You obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Origin God? Chaos Origin God's legacy?" Demigod Juchuan froze. The 4 clans naturally knew that the god in the secret realm had been left behind by Chaos Origin God. The 4 races had been searching for so long, yet they had not found the inheritance of the Chaos Primordial God. But it was actually with Qinyu. Qinyu was taken aback. Just who was this Guanai? He actually knew about the Chaos Origin God and could even guess the Chaos World art. Once the inheritance of the Chaos Primordial God was exposed, it would definitely attract the disdain of the heaven combining stage experts. These 2 couldn't be left alive. With his killing intent set, Qinyu controlled the 10,000 dragon crown and smashed it towards Guanai. Dream on. Demigod Juchuan roared as he took out a golden ore. The Stone Clan could use some natural treasures to unleash special techniques or increase the power of their attacks. Boom, demigod Juchuan's body started to glow with a faint golden light after swallowing the golden ore. He punched out, and a layer of golden light covered his stone-like fist, making it even stronger. Break! Qinyu bellowed and brandished his white tiger sacred claw, displaying the advantage of his physique. The 2 of them collided again. Comparatively speaking, Qinyu still had the upper hand. After cultivating the Chaos World technique, the saint power he could condense was extremely strong. In terms of physical strength, he wasn't weaker than demigod Ju Chasm. Bang bang, the giant golden fist was cut into several pieces, exploding and shattering, setting off a shocking storm. Qinyu controlled the 10,000 dragon crown to deal with Guanai while he charged towards demigod Ju Chasm. He couldn't let either of them escape. Whoosh, as Qinyu got closer to the demigod Chasm, he realized that the suppression from the godfiend aura was stronger at such a close distance. Die! Qinyu shouted coldly as he activated the Azure Dragon Sacred Leg and Black Tortoise Sacred Arm. Black Tortoise Suppression, Azure Dragon Devour. He used the 2 great battle skills and fused them together. Bzzz, the profound meaning of water spread out, forming a deep blue ocean. A giant black tortoise sacred beast was condensed, covering a radius of 1,000 zhang. Everything within this area was suppressed by the liquid Xuanwu holy beast. Then, the profound meaning of wood fluctuated within the blue watery light, and several thick and huge vines sprouted out, filling up the black tortoise's body. The combination of the black tortoise sacred arms and azure dragon's sacred legs produced an extremely powerful suppression and sealing force. Break! Demigod Ju Chao felt a strong threat, so he circulated his divine power and intent of earth to the max, turning them into giant palms of light that shot out in every direction. However, as soon as he released his attack, it was suppressed by the black tortoise sacred arm and its power weakened. Pung! 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 One after another, huge palm lights struck the thick vines. The azure dragon's sacred legs had the effect of devouring sacred power, further weakening demigod Ju Chao's attacks. Some of the wooden vines that had been broken instantly grew back together, and everything was restored to its original state in no time. Wood countered Earth. Demigod Ju Chao was unable to break free even after using 10 moves. The azure dragon's sacred legs could continuously devour the enemy's life force and sacred power. Adding on the fact that Wood countered Earth, this method was more effective against demigod Ju Chao. Qin Yu, let me out if you have the guts. We'll fight face to face. Demigod Ju Chao roared in anger. Qin Yu couldn't be bothered with him. He circulated the laws of space and formed a spatial blade that attacked demigod Ju Chao. Shua. Shua, demigod Ju Chao's defense wasn't very useful against the laws of space, and wounds appeared on his body. Damn it. Demigod Ju Chao was extremely frustrated. The sacred power in his body kept on leaking out, and he couldn't defend against the spatial blade. His injuries kept on stacking up. He couldn't even attack Qin Yu. 20 breaths passed. Demigod Ju Chao was heavily injured. Qin Yu sat down and circulated the azure dragon's sacred legs with all his might. When the thick vines surrounding demigod Ju Chao suddenly started to move and slowly loosen. What's going on? Demigod Ju Chao was puzzled. No matter what the situation was, he would be able to break free as soon as the thick vines disappeared. The thick wooden vines intertwined with each other and eventually formed an enormous dark green dragon. Chance. Demigod Ju Chao broke free at this moment. He was heavily injured and didn't plan on fighting with Qin Yu anymore, so he chose to leave. When he returned to his race, he would spread the news that Qin Yu had obtained an inheritance and let the Sky Fusion Realms deal with Qin Yu. Stay here. Qin Yu harumphed. He didn't intentionally let demigod Ju Chao leave. Wung boom, Qin Yu abruptly launched the attack he had already prepared. A dazzling golden red crescent sliced through the air. Mountain God Shield. Demigod Ju Chao reached out with both palms and formed a stone shield several hundred yards tall. Whoosh, the crescent slashed into the shield and instantly cut several dozen yards into it. Qin Yu circulated the laws of space and merged it into his attack to increase its penetrative power. In an instant, the thick stone shield was sliced in half. Pung, the crescent slashed into demigod Ju Chao's body and left a deep wound that extended from his head to his legs. Demigod Ju Chao rolled backward as pieces of rock fell from his body. This was proof that he was becoming weaker. Swallow. Qin Yu immediately controlled the enormous dark green dragon and swallowed demigod Ju Chao. This was the greenwood spirit swallowing technique. The blood god clone refined the demigod evil bird's body. Qin Yu planned on using the greenwood spirit swallowing technique to preserve the energy within demigod Ju Chao's body for his own cultivation. No. Demigod Ju Chao struggled and attacked furiously after being swallowed by the enormous dark green dragon. Qin Yu sat down and circulated the azure dragon's sacred leg with all his strength. He also used the black tortoise sacred arm to support him and focused all his attention on the greenwood spirit swallowing technique. He didn't even bother with the 10,000 dragon crown. Compared to killing a demigod, refining a demigod into an azure spirit divine seed for cultivation was undoubtedly more profitable. At the beginning, the dark green dragon started to swell, and cracks appeared on its surface as if it was about to explode. At the same time, Qin Yu continuously poured holy power into the crystal ball. Time slowly passed, and demigod Ju Chao's struggles slowly stopped. Good. Qin Yu's mouth curled up. An azure spirit divine seed created by a demigod was as valuable as a demigod's cultivation treasure. The gigantic dark green dragon started shrinking, turning into a crystalline seed with a pale yellow luster. It then fell into Qin Yu's hand. Guanai doesn't seem to be dead yet. He had used all his strength to deal with demigod Ju Chao just now, so his control over the 10,000 dragon crown decreased, allowing Guanai to escape. Whoosh, Qin Yu immediately stood up, his figure flickering as he chased after Guanai. With his speed, it didn't take him long to find Guanai, who was recuperating in the ancient Yin Spirit Temple. Before Qin Yu could even attack, Guanai abruptly opened his pitch-black eyes and formed a hand seal. Wing boom, the ground nearby started to tremble as mysterious runes started to flash and ripple through space. Not only that, but this array also used the Yin ghost aura of the ancient Yin temple to unleash a terrifying power of the ghost Dao. Guanai seemed to know that Qinyu would chase after him and set up an ambush here. However, Qinyu could even kill a demigod. Wasn't ambushing Qinyu a bit stupid? When a dark silver screen rose, and a cylindrical array enveloped Qinyu. The aura of the ghost Dao filled the air and targeted the soul. Right at this moment, Qinyu's astral souls felt a strong sense of danger. "Brat, hand over your body to me." A translucent dark silver figure flew out from Guanai's body, passing through the array and heading straight for Qinyu. At this moment, Guanai's astral souls emitted the aura of divinity. "It's you." Qinyu felt that this aura of divinity was somewhat familiar, and he immediately guessed the other party's identity. It was the white-robed old man from the secret realm. Back then, the white-robed old man's divine soul had escaped when he was surrounded by 4 demigods. Who would have thought that he would possess Guanai and sneak into the Stone Clan? Qinyu didn't have time to think. Everything Guanai had set up here was to possess him and replace him. The will of his astral soul was condensed, and the defensive profound artifact, Mystical Emerald Pearl, was fully activated, forming a bright blue barrier around his astral soul. Boom! Guanai knew that this profound artifact would be able to deal with it. His astral soul instantly emitted the aura of divinity and collided with it. The blue barrier instantly dimmed under the impact of Guanai's attack. After the second collision, Guanai's astral soul directly passed through the barrier and headed straight for Qinyu's astral soul. Shwa, Guanai's astral soul charged into Qinyu's life-bound astral source, and the 2 astral souls showed signs of devouring each other. "Fuck off!" Qinyu roared as his astral soul intent charged toward Guanai in an attempt to chase him away. "Brat, I didn't think that the Scorpion Emperor Lord was one of your chess pieces. You must have purposely arranged the 2 draws back then, right?" Guanai's astral soul said coldly with intense hatred. He was originally a heavenly fusion realm expert, but he had fallen to such a state. The reason he possessed Guanai and snuck into the Stone Clan was so that he could steal the earth-splitting axe one day. When he learned that demigod Zhu Chuan wanted to deal with Qinyu, he volunteered to change his vessel. His previous plan was to heavily injure demigod Evil Sparrow, demigod Zhu Chuan, and Qinyu. When the time came, he would possess Qinyu, get rid of the 2 demigods, and combine their resources. Adding on Qinyu's cultivation talent, he would be able to return to his peak very soon. Unfortunately, things had developed beyond his expectations. "I really didn't expect that poison blood god and I would be fooled by you." Guanai's astral soul sighed. "Brat, die. Give me your body." Guanai's astral souls blossomed with radiance as the last remnants of his divine soul burst forth. Qinyu, who was not proficient in the soul Dao, could not resist this spiritual energy at all. "Kid, activate your chaotic god-fiend body." It was at this moment that the urgent voices of the stone race and the blood race rang out. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, the heart of eternity burst forth with its full power, causing the aura of the fiend gods to leak out. At this moment, everything in the surroundings was suppressed. Moreover, the god-fiend aura was getting stronger and stronger. Qinyu's body glowed with a black and white light as the aura of a fiend god gushed forth. Guanai wasn't sure what use would Qinyu have in activating his fiend god aura. "Hee, this is the perfect body I want." Guanai sighed in excitement. Qinyu cultivated the spatial laws, the same as his previous incarnation. After seizing another body, there was no need for him to change his cultivation path. Not only that, Qinyu also had the fiend god physique and the chaos origin god's inheritance. It was precisely because of these reasons that Guanai didn't mind expending his soul energy to seize Qin Wentian's body again. With such a treasure, this deity has the confidence to ascend to the deity realm within 100 years, surpassing the peak. Guanai was incomparably excited as he imagined the future. "Hand your body over to this deity. I will use your body to ascend to the deity realm and dazzle the world." Guanai's tyrannical voice drifted over. His astral soul radiated a will of his will, suppressing Qinyu's astral soul and gradually corroding it. Once Guanai succeeded, he would be able to replace Qinyu. "Don't even think about it." Qinyu's unyielding voice drifted over. The fiend god aura from him grew stronger and stronger. Bzzz, abruptly, a black and white light radiated from Qianyu's body. His physique seemed ancient and majestic, like an ancient fiend god, tyrannical and inviolable. The Chaos Fiend God physique was successfully activated by Qianyu. At this instant, Guanai, who had drilled into Qianyu's natal astral source, felt his astral souls trembling violently. Under the suppression of this powerful fiend god aura, the strength of his astral soul weakened. Not only that, he suddenly discovered that even Qianyu's astral soul seemed to possess the aura of a fiend god. Black and white light radiated from it, making it hard to move. How can this be? Guanai launched another attack, unceasingly crashing into Qianyu's astral soul, but all his attempts were to no avail. Not only that, he even suffered a backlash. This physique, could it be the legendary fiend god physique? Guanai was incomparably shocked. The legendary fiend god physique could suppress all forms of energy. It was said to be the most perfect physique. Now, Qianyu's god fiend physique gave Guanai this feeling. He was no longer able to invade Qianyu's astral souls. Damn it, how did this happen? Guanai's heart was filled with panic. He hoped that Qianyu's innate talent and potential were high because they would all belong to him. However, Qianyu had the chaotic god-fiend body. Now, Guanai could no longer possess Qianyu, and could only return to his body. He could tell that after Qianyu activated the chaotic god-fiend body, his consciousness had become unclear. In that case, he still had a chance of escaping. Whoosh, Guanai's astral soul flew out, returning to his body. At this moment, Qianyu, whose consciousness was in a mess, suddenly looked over, his eyes filled with intense hatred. At this moment, the sky changed color, as if sensing Qianyu's anger, dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. Die! Qianyu roared angrily. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth like the roar of an ancient fiend god. Boom, he chopped out with his palm, as a black and white palm light shot out. This was a strike purely based on the strength of his physique, exuding a fiend god aura that disdained everything in its path. Guanai, who was locked onto by this attack, felt his hair standing on end as he felt a life-and-death crisis looming over him. Not good. Guanai's astral soul sensed that Qianyu's attack contained the power of the chaotic god-fiend body. The might contained within it was extraordinary, as though it could destroy everything. He did his best to dodge. Given the speed of his astral soul, there shouldn't be any problems. However, the speed of Qianyu's attack was extraordinarily fast, and it even contained the power of the spatial laws. It arrived in the blink of an eye. Even Guanai's astral soul wasn't able to dodge this attack. Pung, that palm strike directly pierced through Guanai's astral soul, directly penetrating through his astral soul. No, Guanai's expression turned sluggish, before regret and unwillingness appeared on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to possess Qianyu, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Guanai's astral soul gradually dissipated, completely destroyed. The god-fiend aura from Qianyu's body quickly disappeared. Right now, he only had the embryonic form of the chaotic god-fiend body. It was extremely difficult to forcefully activate this powerful body, and he couldn't control it as he wished. Furthermore, he felt a temporary sense of weakness after activating the chaotic god-fiend body. He's dead? Qianyu inspected closely and found that Guanai's astral soul had been destroyed by him in one attack. This was the first time he had experienced the power of the chaotic god-fiend body. Not only was his cultivation speed fast, but it also had both offense and defense. After activating the chaotic god-fiend body, Qianyu's overall strength increased by another level. That attack just now was close to the heavenly fusion realm, which was why it was able to instantly destroy Guanai's astral soul. This old fellow's schemes are so deep. Guanai's original plan was to heavily injure Demigod Ju Chasm, Demigod Evil Sparrow, and Qianyu. This was why he tricked Demigod Ju Chasm into letting Demigod Evil Sparrow go first. If everything went according to Guanai's plan, he would become the final winner and monopolize the resources of Qianyu and the other two demigods. Pung, sacred power surged out of his body and turned into a golden-red sword that destroyed the surrounding array and Guanai's physical body. Qianyu only returned after doing all this. The blood god clone's injuries had recovered by 30 to 40%, and he was currently refining Demigod Evil Sparrow's corpse. The corpse of a Yao race sacred beast was a great tonic for the blood god clone. Xianxia could feel that the blood god clone's cultivation aura was stronger than before. This cultivation speed was indeed fast. As long as one had enough resources, they would be able to quickly improve. However, this advantage would disappear once one broke through to the heavenly fusion realm. God erosion is coming. Xianxu's astral souls felt a formless pressure bearing down on them. He could vaguely sense that a terrifying power was approaching him. What will come will come. Xianxia didn't plan on running away. Where could he run when facing the pursuit of a heavenly fusion realm? It was better to prepare himself and face them in his peak state. Get ready. There will be even stronger enemies coming. Xianxia warned the blood god clone. Stronger enemies? The blood god clone was slightly surprised, then excited. As long as he killed the enemy, he would be able to obtain the corpse and quickly increase his strength. Xianxia didn't say much. He sat down cross-legged and seized the time to increase his strength. The battle with the two demigods had sharpened his cultivation and made it more stable. Furthermore, Xianxia discovered that his soul intent had become stronger after fighting with Guanai. It had already reached the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm. He circulated the introductory chapter of the chaotic world art and started cultivating chaotic sacred power. Xianxia had the law of space, so he wasn't much weaker than a heavenly fusion realm. However, the divine power of a heavenly fusion realm was truly terrifying when combined with the law of space. The divine power of a heavenly fusion realm was even stronger than that of a demigod. Back in the secret realm, the four demigods of the four races had worked together to attack the heavily injured heavenly fusion realm. If the white-robed elder was at his peak, the four demigods would have been defeated. From this, one could see how terrifying the power of a heavenly fusion realm was. 3 days later, Xianxia felt that his mental energy had reached its peak. It was time for him to break through to the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm. In order to increase his chances of breaking through to the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm, Xianxia took out the Azure Spiritual Divine Seed. This was an Azure Spiritual Divine Seed formed after refining a demigod, and it contained a large amount of energy. When Xianxia sat down cross-legged as wisps of azure yellow light flowed into his body from the Azure Spiritual Divine Seed. The blood god clone had successfully refined the demigod Evil Sparrow, so its strength had increased. It continued to hide nearby and protect Xianxia. A group of 4 flew out from the Ancient Yin Temple. Those that dared to come to the Ancient Yin Temple weren't weak. There were 4 people in this group, and they all came from different races. Although this Ancient Yin Temple is dangerous, there are many fortuitous encounters as well. Our harvest this time isn't bad. Our strength will probably increase by another level when we return. A member of the wood race said. Eh? There are signs of battle nearby. A tall and alluring demon race woman with cat ears on her head said. Let's go take a look. The eyes of the black-robed male in the lead flashed with a red light. His skin was dark, and his eyes were blood red. A dark and evil aura covered his body. The group of 4 changed their original path and followed the signs of battle. However, their expressions slowly became solemn. There's the aura of a demigod in the ripples of battle. The cat-eared female was shocked and had the intention to retreat. Judging from the signs of battle, it is indeed a demigod, and this battle was extremely intense. The black-robed male had a deep gaze as he said, if these 2 demigods were heavily injured, we might be able to take advantage of them with the strength of the 4 evils of the Sky Moon. The 4 evils of the Sky Moon were a famous wicked Tao force near the Heavenly Moon Alliance. The black-robed male's cultivation was at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm, and his 3 subordinates were also extremely strong. The other 3 were instantly tempted. Wicked Tao loose cultivators were bold and willing to take risks, especially when there were great rewards. Big Brother is right. Let's go take a look. If the situation isn't right, we can just leave. The wood race member said. The group of 4 continued forward and arrived at the place where the battle was the most intense. Big Brother, look. There's someone there. Everyone looked over and saw an ordinary-looking young man who seemed to be cultivating. Such a young demigod? He doesn't look like he's healing? The 4 evils of the Sky Moon conversed secretly and couldn't make a decision. This person is cultivating and breaking through. The black-robed male's eyes darkened. It wasn't an injured demigod. However, the young man's cultivation didn't seem to be at the demigod level, and he was cultivating. It seemed like they could make a move. "Do it," the black-robed male ordered. However, just as the four of them were about to move, boom, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon the place. The sky changed color, and the sun disappeared. Dark clouds covered everything, and a supreme aura descended, covering a radius of tens of thousands of feet. The black-robed male's face turned as pale as a sheet. Plop, that mountain-like and ocean-like divine might descended upon them. The four of them were so suppressed that they bent over and knelt down. The endless dark clouds parted, and a pitch-black figure appeared like a god of darkness. "This is a heavenly combination realm." The black-robed male was extremely shocked. Damn it. They just wanted to rob a mystic underworld archlord who was in the midst of breaking through. Why did they attract a heavenly combination realm? Could it be that this heaven-combining stage expert was protecting this young man? "He's here?" Qinyu opened his eyes slightly and looked at a pitch-black figure in the sky. In an instant, an invisible and terrifying deterrence rushed into Qinyu's heart. It was as if his gaze was blasphemy against a god. Qinyu felt a heavy pressure on his head, as if the figure was unreachable and could not be offended. So powerful. This was the only feeling in Qinyu's heart. The blood god clone hiding underground had been waiting for the enemy to arrive. However, when he saw God Eclipse, his hair stood on end and he lost all will to fight. Heavenly fusion state. Fear appeared in the blood god clone's heart. It never expected that the enemy Qinyu mentioned was actually at the heavenly fusion state. Was he joking? Qinyu wanted to fight against a god. The blood god clone already had the intention to retreat. If it wasn't for the fact that it submitted to Qinyu from the bottom of its heart and listened to all of his orders, it would have already run away. However, Qinyu was different. The arrival of the god Eclipse brought him unprecedented pressure. Under this kind of stimulation, buzz, a powerful aura burst forth from his body. Under the shroud of the divine might, it kept charging upwards as if it wanted to break through all obstacles. The natal star source in Qinyu's body released resplendent starlight as it frantically absorbed energy to strengthen itself. His cultivation aura rose to the extreme. In the sky, the god Eroder's indifferent gaze, which regarded everything as ants, slowly fell on Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu's cultivation was at the late-stage mysterious nether realm. Even so, being able to kill the four great divine guards was still very curious. The god Eclipse was very interested in Qinyu. Is he breaking through? The god Eclipse was slightly surprised. He had thought that Qinyu would obediently surrender, but who would have thought that Qinyu would still be breaking through the bottleneck at this juncture? Was Qinyu planning to fight against him? Ignorant ant. The god Eclipse's expression didn't change as he spoke coldly. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, causing the divine might to become even more intense and suppress the surroundings. In the distance, the four evils of the heavenly moon shivered, not daring to raise their heads. The strongest enemy they had encountered so far was merely a peak late-stage mysterious underworld being, and the four of them had worked together to escape. But today, when they were preparing to rob a mystic underworld sovereign lord, they had attracted the attention of a heaven-combining realm expert. From their point of view, Qinyu's identity must be unimaginably noble. Otherwise, why would there be a heaven-combining stage expert protecting him? Greetings, great God. We were indeed ignorant. Please forgive us. The leader of the black-robed men trembled as he begged for mercy. Then, he kowtowed to Qinyu, "Sir, please spare our lives. We didn't know of your noble status and shouldn't have tried to take advantage of you and disturbed your cultivation. Please let us go." Qinyu had long since noticed the four of them. However, they were simply feeding the blood god doppelganger, so he did not bother with them. However, these four fellows were begging for mercy. Why were they kowtowing to him? Relatively speaking, these people seemed to respect Qinyu more than the god Eclipse. In the eyes of the god of corrosion, there were no ants at all. "Qinyu, your life belongs to me," the god of corrosion said coldly. His hostility was obvious. "My life only belongs to me," Qinyu shouted as his aura rose once again. Boom, suddenly, a bright white light shone around him, and a majestic sacred power spread out. The nearby heaven and earth Yuan-Chi was all gathered, forming a vast whirlpool. At this moment, Qianyu's cultivation had successfully broken through to the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. Since he had grasped the law of space, he could already be called a demigod. The natal star source in Qianyu's body grew stronger. The sacred power in his body became purer and more condensed. Qianyu's star soul intent gradually grew stronger, and he could even feel many profundities appearing in his mind. If he wanted to, he could comprehend the profundities at this time and improve the metal, wood, water, and fire profundities slightly. He could even touch the level of the law. Success! Qianyu slowly stood up, his eyes bright and determined. He was already a demigod and could be said to be in his peak state. "It looks like you really want to fight against me," murmured the god Erosion. He couldn't understand Qianyu's thoughts. He had just become a demigod, and he wanted to fight against a heaven-combining realm. Since that was the case, he would use the painful truth to teach this ignorant ant a lesson. Buzz, a wave of divine power seeped out of his body, and the pitch-black divine power instantly pulled everything around him into darkness. The world was covered in darkness. The pitch-black divine power seemed to represent the will of heaven and earth, and it wanted to kill Qianyu. Boom! Qianyu felt as if the sky was collapsing, and it was pressing down on him. An indescribable feeling of heaviness enveloped his body. He didn't dare to be careless. He instantly activated the white tiger sacred claw, vermilion bird sacred wings, black tortoise sacred arms, and azure wood sacred leg. The images of 4 sacred beasts appeared around Qianyu, and a powerful sacred beast aura spread out. White tiger vermilion bird strike. The white tiger sacred claw and vermilion bird sacred wings merged, and golden light and flames intertwined, forming a giant golden tiger with flaming wings. The flaming-winged golden tiger roared and soared into the sky to meet the god Erosion's attack. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and the flaming-winged golden tiger was instantly pierced by the pitch-black divine power. The darkness swallowed everything once again, and it shrouded Qianyu, as if it wanted to devour him as well. Qianyu's expression turned serious, and the azure wood sacred leg and black tortoise sacred arms shone brightly. Black tortoise protection. Buzz, a huge dark blue wave rippled out from the black tortoise sacred arm, and it enveloped Qianyu's entire body, forming the sacred beast black tortoise. Then, emerald green vines spread out from the azure dragon's sacred leg, and they wrapped around Qianyu's body, protecting him. Boom! The god Erosion's attack descended, and it pierced into the black tortoise protection. Qianyu activated the black tortoise sacred arm and azure dragon's sacred leg with all his strength, and they divided and devoured the god Erosion's attack. Boom! There was an explosion, and the black tortoise's protection was broken. The layers of vines were also blown to pieces. Qianyu's body swayed slightly, and a few shallow marks were left on the surface of his body. He felt a dark energy invading his body, and he immediately used his sacred power to dissolve it. In the distance, the heavenly lunar 4 evils, who were kowtowing and begging for mercy, were dumbfounded by the sudden battle. What's going on? Why did the heavenly fusion stage suddenly start fighting with the young man? What was even more shocking was that the heavenly fusion stage's attack didn't kill the kid. At least, the black-robed man felt that the previous attack would instantly turn the 4 of them into ashes. Big brother, this heavenly fusion stage isn't protecting the kid. The Wood Tribe man reacted. That's right, this heavenly fusion stage seems to be here for revenge. Let's go. The cat-eared lady said. It turned out that the young man had offended a god, and the other party was here. Let's go. The black-robed man ordered. The 4 turned around and flew 1,000 zhang away. All of a sudden, everyone froze on the spot, and their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Then, a vast black turbulence attacked. Godly prowess rolled out in all directions. Before the attack even landed, the 4's minds had completely collapsed, and they fell into endless despair. No, only the black-robed man struggled and roared. Boom! The black turbulence attacked, forming a huge black light wave that slowly expanded in all directions, engulfing everything. When the darkness dissipated, an incomparably huge crater appeared on the ground. There was nothing left in the void, and the 4 evils of the heavenly moon disappeared into thin air. Courting death. Godsure murmured faintly. The senses of a god were extremely powerful, and he heard the discussion of the 4 evils of the heavenly moon clearly. These ants actually thought that he was protecting Qinyu. Qinyu looked at the huge crater in the distance, and only then did he know that Godshur had held back. Perhaps, the other party wasn't in a hurry to kill him. As for the four evils of the heavenly moon, Godshur was enraged and showed no mercy. The four mystic underworld emperor lords were instantly killed without any resistance. This was the true power of a god. In Godshur's eyes, those mystic underworld emperor lords were no different from ants. However, he couldn't become such an ant. Qinyu circulated the holy power in his body, and a shocking aura emerged from his body. He circulated the spatial law and controlled the space. Mixed origin holy power was released. Silver light appeared between heaven and earth, condensing into thousands of golden red sword lights. With a thought from Qinyu, thousands of golden red lights flashed and shot towards Godshur. You want to fight against me with such little ability? Godshur had a disdainful look on his face. He waved his sleeve lightly, and a pitch-black turbulence surged out. It instantly expanded hundreds of times and swept in all directions. Boom! 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 All the golden red sword lights were destroyed by Godshur. Qinyu was also affected by Godshur's attack, and his body was sent flying 1,000 feet away. A pitch-black wound was left on his body, and the blood in his body was shaken. Qinyu was slightly injured by this attack. However, his advanced immortal body quickly recovered from his injuries, and his wounds quickly healed. The heavenly fusion realm was so strong that it made one's heart palpitate, but it wasn't an undefeatable existence. After exchanging 2 blows, Qinyu was fine. Go! Qinyu sent a voice transmission to the blood god avatar. The avatar didn't want to fight against the heavenly fusion realm, but it couldn't disobey Qinyu's orders. Swish, the blood god avatar shot out from the ground, and a huge sea of blood rushed out from its body, wrapping around Godshur. After refining the demigod Evil Sparrow's corpse, its strength had increased. Now, if it fought with the demigod Evil Sparrow again, it definitely wouldn't lose. At the same time, Qinyu also cooperated with the blood god avatar and charged at Godshur. He activated the white tiger sacred claw and the vermilion bird sacred wings, and golden red claws and golden fire birds covered the sky, enveloping Godshur. Looks like you still don't understand. Godshur shook his head slightly, finding it laughable. 2 demigods wanted to fight against him. Buzz, a supreme divine power burst out from Godshur's body. At this moment, all living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles trembled. Within the ancient Yin temple, many evil spirits that were sleeping were surprised. They looked into the distance with fear and reverence on their faces as they prostrated themselves in worship. Rumble, heaven and earth rumbled, and everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles seemed to be controlled by Godshur. He stood proudly in the sky, as if he was the vast sky and the vast earth. He seemed to have limitless power and was unstoppable. With a thought from Godshur, a terrifying divine might descended, enveloping Qinyu and the blood god avatar. The avatar instantly froze on the spot, and its strength was weakened by at least 30%. Qinyu's situation was the same. The invisible power of heaven and earth condensed in the air, and it contained divine might as it collided with the attacks of Qinyu and the avatar. Explosions rang out continuously, and everything was destroyed. This is the will of a god. You can't disobey it. Godshur's cold and arrogant voice echoed between heaven and earth. Rumble, the sky trembled continuously. The god Erosion stood proudly in the sky, giving off a majestic and indomitable feeling. It was as if the entire world was a toy in his palm, obeying his will. At this moment, he was like an omnipotent god. Qinyu and the blood god avatar felt like ants looking up at a giant. Their bodies and souls felt oppressed. Is this the true power of the heavenly fusion realm? The heavenly fusion realm was a level above the mysterious nether realm. It was the unity of man and nature. In terms of realm, there was a huge gap between it and the mysterious nether realm. Qinyu had also grasped the power of laws, but he couldn't control the terrifying might of heaven and earth like the god Erosion. Submit to me. The god Erosion said coldly. His will fused with the power of the law of darkness, turning into a boundless giant hand of darkness that descended from the sky. This hand seemed to replace heaven and earth as it pressed down on Qinyu and the blood god avatar, wanting to suppress them. Even if the blood god avatar and I work together, we can at most fight against it. Qinyu felt a strong pressure. The god erosion was stronger than he had imagined. However, no matter how strong the enemy was, he had to face it head-on. Dong, dong. Dong. Dong, Qinyu's heart of eternity entered the explosive state. He had never used the explosive state of his heart at the beginning of a battle before. A surging heat flowed through Qinyu's body as a god-fiend aura interweaved on the surface. It was domineering and powerful as it fought against the divine might. God-fiend aura? The god erosion wasn't very surprised. He muttered, could it be her bloodline? Kill! Qinyu shouted. Under the explosive state of his heart, his speed and strength multiplied, and his resistance to the divine might was also stronger. Golden light and flames bloomed around his body as the avatars of the vermilion bird and the white tiger appeared. Boom, the golden light and the red flame feathers intertwined and fused into one, forming a dazzling storm that soared into the sky. On the other side, the blood god avatar also attacked with all its might. It slapped out a magnificent stream of black and red blood that carried a rancid poison. Rumble, the attacks of the two shook the boundless pitch-black hand, as if it had collided with the sky. Earth-shaking explosions rang out incessantly as terrifying energy collided and shattered. The pitch-black giant hand gradually shattered, and with a bang, it shattered. Qinyu's battle prowess had risen even further after activating his internal organs. Coupled with his blood god doppelganger's help, he had the upper hand in the third exchange. It seems that this god has indeed underestimated you. The 4 great divine guards were killed by your hands. They did not die in vain. God sure watched everything calmly. Normally, a demigod would not be able to resist a god. Even if Qinyu had a helper, he still wouldn't be able to contend against him. However, Qinyu was not an ordinary person. He was the descendant of those 2 people. Qinyu had awakened his god-fiend bloodline. God-fiend descendants were much stronger than ordinary races. At this moment, the combat strength that Qinyu displayed was top-notch among demigods. However, Godshur had just witnessed Qinyu breaking through to the demigod realm with his own eyes. But you've also underestimated me. Godshur continued and attacked again. Between heaven and earth, darkness condensed and turned into a huge ball of light that smashed towards Qinyu. The ball of light was like a black sun, illuminating the world in a pitch-black darkness without a trace of light. This was Godshur's comprehension of the law of darkness. Any other power was suppressed. Fortunately, the law of space was extremely powerful among the many laws. Otherwise, in the endless darkness, Qinyu wouldn't even know where the attack would come from. Locking onto the pitch-black sun, Qinyu activated his 2-colored mixed origin sacred power and faced it head-on with a pure and powerful attack. This time, Qinyu fought against Godshur alone. The attack that he had unleashed was instantly smashed into smithereens, and darkness engulfed him. Even though Qinyu had the law of space, it was impossible for him to completely dodge the attack when facing a heavenly fusion realm expert. At most, he could avoid the center of the attack and reduce the damage he suffered. Boom! After Qinyu activated the black tortoise scale armor, he was hit by the aftershock and was sent flying. The black tortoise scale armor on the surface of his body shattered. He felt the bones in his chest and internal organs shatter. A dark and cold divine power invaded his body and destroyed everything. He immediately activated the Azure Dragon Divine Wood Leg and the advanced indestructible body. The former healed his injuries, while the latter healed his wounds. With the combination of the two, even the injuries caused by a god would recover at a very impressive speed. The blood god avatar was unable to support Qinyu in time. Under his orders, it launched an attack on Godshur. Boom, a black-red blood light wave pierced through. Qinyu's goal wasn't just to fight against Godshur. This was far from enough. With a god's foundation, he could slowly exhaust Qinyu to death. Godshur stood on the spot and didn't even look at the blood god avatar that was attacking from behind. Pitch-black light waves surged out from his body and slowly rotated. When the blood god avatar's attack descended and collided with the rotating pitch-black light wave, it was immediately split apart. Blood light spread in all directions and turned into a layer of blood mist. The blood god avatar's killing move was easily neutralized by Godshur. This god's patience is limited. Submit to me or die. Godshur spoke again. The reason why he didn't kill Qinyu was because he thought that he could use Qinyu's life to threaten Meng Qingyun in the future. Other than that, his 4 great divine guards were all dead. He planned to take Qinyu and the blood god avatar as his new divine guards. It was precisely because of this that he didn't kill them. I submit to you, Qinyu replied. However, his actions and words didn't match at all. In an instant, the blood ancestor's bloodline hidden deep within Qinyu's body flowed out. Buzz, a blood-red radiance bloomed from his body. Qinyu's skin, pupils, and hair all turned blood-red. An ancient bloody aura spread out, bringing with it a domineering aura of supremacy. After this aura merged with the God-fiend aura, the aura produced shook the surroundings. It contended against the divine might emitted by Godshur and seemed to be on par. The bloodline of the blood ancestor could restrain all living beings, and Godshur was no exception. However, as a heavenly fusion realm expert and a descendant of the God-fiend race, the effect was slightly smaller. This disgusting aura. Blood ancestor. Godshur frowned. He felt the life force in his blood being suppressed and starting to dissipate. At this moment, he actually felt a faint threat from Qinyu. This was all because of the powerful blood ancestor's power in Qinyu's body. At this moment, Godshur discovered that the blood god avatar behind him was surging with blood-red light and its aura was rising. He could clearly feel that after Qinyu activated the mysterious blood ancestor's bloodline, the blood god avatar's strength was increasing. Even Godshur couldn't tell that the bloodline in Qinyu's body belonged to the blood ancestor and could increase the overall strength of all blood ancestor. At this moment, Qinyu and the blood god avatar's strength had increased greatly. As for Godshur, he was restrained by the blood ancestor and weakened. Kill. Qinyu and the blood god avatar charged at Godshur once again. Qinyu slashed out with his claw and a huge golden-red crescent moon with a demonic blood-red color slashed towards Godshur. The blood god avatar felt his strength increase and was extremely excited. Layers of black and red waves surged out from his body and attacked Godshur from all directions. A pitch-black light shone from Godshur's body, carrying a terrifying divine might as it bombarded in all directions. Bang, the explosions continued and the storm blew, causing his clothes and hair to flutter wildly. At this moment, Godshur suddenly had the illusion that he was fighting at the same level. Those 2 ants seemed to be growing rapidly, wanting to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Blood God Domain. Qinyu activated the blood ancestor's battle skill. This was a skill that was personally taught by the blood ancestor. Combined with the ancestor's bloodline, it was extremely powerful. Buzz, a blood-red domain instantly formed in the surroundings, enveloping a radius of 10,000 feet. All living beings were completely suppressed, and the flowers, plants, and trees instantly withered. Inside the blood god domain, the blood and life force in Godshur's body continued to flow away. Even his silver soul race bloodline was restrained. He looked fine on the surface, but in reality, Qinyu's secret technique had already affected him. It could even be said that Qinyu had already injured him. Blood god domain. Behind him, the blood god avatar also let out a loud shout and unleashed the blood god domain. The clone's bloodline was even stronger than the blood-devouring clans. The blood god domain he unleashed was only slightly weaker than Qinyu's. The overlapping parts of the 2 blood god domains burst forth with even more terrifying power. Wrinkles could be seen on the surface of Godshur's smooth and dark skin. You're courting death. Godshur had been calm and indifferent before, but now, he was finally angry. He could not tolerate the actions of these 2 ants. Boom, darkness erupted, and a pitch-black light wave surged, transforming into an arc of light that was tens of thousands of feet long, and suddenly swept out. Wherever the black light wave passed, it dyed everything pitch-black and silent. Qinyu and the blood god avatar had no intention of retreating as they faced Godshur head-on. With the eruption of his heart and the amplification of the ancestor's bloodline, Qinyu's strength increased greatly. Bang, he struck out with his claw, shattering the domineering and cold black light wave in front of him. The blood god avatar's strength had increased, and it used its full strength to resolve the crisis. But then, Godshur's second, third, and fourth move descended. Qinyu and the blood god avatar worked together to resist Godshur. The destructive storm continued to erupt, and Qinyu and the avatar were repeatedly injured, but they relied on their powerful physiques and self-healing abilities to hold on. Up until now, Xianxia realized that his cultivation that had just broken through was becoming more and more stable, and he was more proficient in using his power. Burning Blood Art. The Blood God Avatar seized an opportunity to use a Blood Dao secret art on Godshur. The cold and silent blood in Godshur's body instantly began to boil. Murdering Heart Incantation. Xianxia also activated another secret art of the blood race. With the amplification of the Eternal Heart Incantation and the Ancestor's bloodline, the perfection level Murdering Heart Incantation's power had reached an unprecedented level. Dong, as a soundless tremor spread out, the expression of the god Corrosion in the distance suddenly changed. His heart suddenly swelled up, and he felt a tearing pain. The Blood God Avatar's burning blood art took effect at this moment. The blood in his heart that was as hot as magma boiled violently, and to a certain extent, it also increased Xianxu's Murdering Heart Incantation. Xianxu's strategy was obvious. He would use the blood race's suppression of flesh and blood to deal with Godshur. However, after these two secret arts were activated, Godshur still stood on the spot, not moving at all. However, his expression became gloomier and gloomier, and a faint trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. God Erosion was injured, and it was an internal injury to his heart. He tried his best to maintain the demeanor of a god and did not move at all. However, the blood that seeped out of the corner of his mouth betrayed him. All right. Xianxu's eyes lit up. After fighting for so long, he had finally injured God Erosion. The other party was a living being of flesh and blood, and Xianxu possessed the ancestral bloodline. The Blood God Avatar's bloodline level was also higher than that of the blood-devouring clan. The two of them used their advantages to injure God Erosion. Blood Drawing Art. The Blood God Avatar used the next secret technique. The blood drawing art was even more effective when the enemy was injured. In an instant, blood surged from the corner of God Erosion's mouth. Following that, the boiling blood in his body seemed to want to rush out of his body. Xianxu also activated his ancestral blood race bloodline to devour God Erosion's blood and life force, turning it into his own strength. You're courting death. God Erosion's bone-chilling voice sounded. His body grew to 20 feet tall, and the tiny silver patterns on his body grew larger. The powerful aura of a god-devil descendant spread out. God Erosion activated the Silver Soul race's bloodline to resist the blood race's suppression of flesh and blood. Next. Within God Erosion's body, the will of his soul shook the heavens. The black clouds in the sky churned, forming a huge whirlpool that churned crazily. Wang, the dark silver power of the divine soul turned into numerous huge and cold silver blades that swept in all directions. This was a soul attack. God Erosion planned to use his own advantage to quickly end the battle. After Xianming broke through to the heaven-merging realm, his star soul had transformed into a divine soul. His soul attack naturally took a huge leap forward. Xianxu and the Blood God Avatar's expressions immediately turned solemn. They condensed the will of their star souls and defended with all their might. Xianxu activated the mysterious Jade Sea Pearl, forming a round and bright dark blue light barrier around his star soul. Whoosh, in the soul level, a cold silver blade slashed down, as if it wanted to split Xianxu's star soul into two. However, the dark blue light barrier blocked this attack. Xianxu activated the mysterious Jade Sea Pearl with all his might. In less than a breath, the cold silver blade cut through the dark blue light barrier and struck Xianxu's star soul. Hiss, Xianxu felt a sharp pain in his soul, and he broke out in a cold sweat. As a member of the Silver Soul race, he was more proficient in the Soul Dao, so his Soul Dao attacks were stronger. Even if Xianxu had the top-grade Profound Artifact, Blue Sea Mysterious Pearl, it would not be of much use. Unless he had a demigod-rank Soul Dao defensive Profound Artifact. On the other side, the Blood God's Avatar's astral souls were also injured. They used their advantage to fight against God Eclipse, and God Eclipse used his advantage to fight against them. At the beginning, the God-eroding Emperor did not use his Soul Dao attack. Naturally, he was worried that he would kill Xianxu and his clone. Attack! Xianxu ordered the clone. The Blood God Avatar burned its bloodline power to increase the power of the Blood God domain and launched a frenzied attack. The progenitor's bloodline in Xianxu's body was also fully activated, and the Blood God domain was focused on the God Eclipse. The blood god domain allowed one to extract the blood of others and convert it into their own power. After activating the progenitor's bloodline with all his might, Xianxia could feel the power of the god-eroding emperor's blood flowing into his body, causing his injuries to heal even faster. He felt that his entire body was filled with power. Sky-splitting Emperor Fist, Xianxia channeled the spatial laws and unleashed his killing move. After breaking through to the demigod realm, he could already unleash all 7 moves of the sky-splitting Emperor Fist. Boom, in an instant, Xianxia punched out 7 times. The golden-red fist light flickered with silver light as it pierced through the void. When the 7 styles of the sky-splitting Emperor Fist were stacked together, the power that erupted was extremely terrifying. The layer of gold, red, and silver light instantly smashed onto the god-eroding emperor. The pitch-black light around the god-eroding emperor blocked the power of the 7 punches. But this was a spatial battle skill. Ka-cha, the surrounding space shattered, tearing apart the pitch-black light around his body. The god-eroding emperor felt a powerful pressure, as well as a faint threat. If he were to be hit by this attack, he would also be heavily injured. Thus, the god-eroding emperor mobilized even more divine power to increase his defense. In the next moment, Xianxia took out the 10,000 dragon crown, which turned into a magnificent dragon palace that descended from the sky with the tyrannical might of 10,000 dragons. On the other side, the blood god avatar continued to attack. At this moment, the god-eroding emperor was being attacked from all directions. The might of the sky-splitting Emperor Fist descended, and spatial cracks tore through the air. The god-eroding emperor's robe was torn apart, and several bloody wounds were left on his body. Scram! His expression was enraged. With a loud shout, the divine power in his body surged out. The pitch-black color around his body exploded, dyeing the surrounding 10,000 feet dark. Following that, another soul attack was released. The dark silver blade slashed in all directions. Xianxia and the blood god avatar once again felt a fatal threat. Ah, the blood god avatar screamed miserably. His star soul was severely injured and he was on the verge of death. As for the dark blue light barrier around Xianxia's star soul, it was once again broken. On the mysterious jade sea pearl, cracks appeared with a kacha sound. This top-grade Xian artifact was damaged. Xianxia endured the intense pain in his soul and once again launched a counterattack, using the spatial strangulation. The current situation seemed to be exchanging injuries for injuries. However, Xianxia had suffered a soul injury, and it looked like he was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the Soul Dao Xian artifact, the mysterious jade sea pearl, was damaged. Wing Xiao Xiao, the spatial strangulation that Xianxia had unleashed was concentrated around the god-eroding emperor, and its attack power was even stronger. On the spot, cracks appeared on the defense around the god-eroding emperor, and a few bloody wounds appeared on his body. He had no choice but to move 3,000 feet to the right, leaving the range of the spatial strangulation. Xianxia, I originally did not plan to kill you, but you have completely angered this god. Go and die. The god-eroding emperor no longer wanted to continue fighting. He, a dignified heavenly fusion stage expert, was forced to such a state by 2 semigods. This was simply the greatest humiliation in his life. Buzz buzz, within the god-eroding emperor's body, a terrifying divine soul and will undulated. The dark silver light in the air twisted, forming hundreds of dark silver blades. The god-eroding emperor was completely enraged, and he used a Soul Dao attack with all his might. If it was someone of the same rank as him, he would also treat it with extreme seriousness. Die. The god-eroding emperor spat out 2 words, as if he was announcing. He was very clear about Xianxu's situation. The Soul Dao profound artifact was damaged, and would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. Swoosh, the hundreds of dark silver blades directly attacked the soul level. Xianxia felt as if he had become a fish on a chopping board. A kitchen knife was slashing at him, as if his life was about to be ended. Even an ordinary heavenly fusion stage cultivator wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. Xianxia would definitely die. What a pity. The god-eroding emperor shook his head slightly. However, even if Xianxia died, the blood god avatar was still here, so he did not gain anything. The ability that the blood god avatar had displayed just now had proven its value. Now is the time. At this moment of life and death, Xianxu's eyes were filled with determination. The Eternal Heart's heartbeat accelerated, and the god-fiend aura around his body suddenly rose. Black and white light shone from the surface of his body, and the god-fiend aura that could suppress all things in the world spread out. Qinyu's body grew several meters taller, like an ancient god-fiend, powerful and domineering, not allowing any blasphemy. This was the chaotic god-fiend body. Qinyu realized that this chaotic god-fiend body seemed to be a bit stronger than before, and his consciousness was also clearer. Perhaps, as his cultivation increased, he would be able to truly unleash the power of the chaotic god-fiend body. Buzz, the moment the god-eroding emperor's soul Dao attack descended, it was met with an invisible obstruction, and the soul Dao attack weakened slightly. The chaotic god-fiend body's defensive capabilities were extremely powerful, and the same was true for soul Dao attacks. Following that, the weakened soul Dao attack slashed at Qinyu's body, and was shared by Qinyu's physical body and star soul. The chaotic god-fiend body's body and soul were perfectly united, and there was no distinction between them. Qinyu's figure stood on the spot like a mountain, resisting the soul Dao attack without moving at all. Moreover, he launched a counterattack in an instant. Boom, he slashed out with his claw, and 5 rays of light shone. The attack was filled with the aura of a god-fiend. Under the power of the spatial laws, it was so fast that the god-eroding emperor could not react. Pucci, the god-eroding emperor suddenly felt a strong sense of danger, and subconsciously activated his divine power. However, in an instant, he was hit by 2 claw marks, his chest was torn open, and blood splattered everywhere. This is? The god-eroding emperor looked at his wound in disbelief. Logically speaking, Qinyu should already be dead? How could this be? Kill! Qinyu roared, the spatial laws once again activated, locking onto the god-eroding emperor. Spatial destruction. The space around the god-eroding emperor stirred, and countless cracks appeared. Moreover, the spatial cracks were burning with silver-gray forbidden flames. This was the Void Sky Sacred Fire. Qinyu combined the Void Sky Sacred Fire with the spatial killing move, producing an even more destructive spatial destruction. The space around the god-eroding emperor was filled with cracks, and they continued to spread. Ah, the god-eroding emperor screamed. His entire body was covered in wounds, some were very shallow, but some were so deep that bones could be seen. Void Sky Sacred Fire, the god-eroding emperor looked at the flames around him, his face filled with shock. How many more secrets did Qinyu have? How many trump cards? Qinyu activated his ancestral bloodline. At this moment, the god-eroding emperor's entire body was covered in injuries, and a lot of blood was spilling out. In an instant, all the divine blood entered Qinyu's body, healing his injuries and turning into his power. Previously, Qinyu had always been at a disadvantage. In fact, he knew very well that it was too difficult to get rid of the crisis of the god-eroding emperor. Therefore, he had been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the god-eroding emperor to give him a killing blow, thinking that Qinyu would definitely die. This must be the moment when the god-eroding emperor was the most relaxed. Qinyu instantly took out all of his trump cards and counterattacked. The activation of the chaotic god-fiend body caused Qinyu's overall strength to increase by a level, infinitely close to the heavenly fusion stage. The attack unleashed by the chaotic god-fiend body, the spatial laws combined with the Void Sky Sacred Fire, was an attack that even a heavenly fusion stage expert would not be able to escape. Qinyu's counterattack had succeeded, even if the god-eroding emperor was not severely injured, he was not far from it. Void Sky Sacred Fire. This god wants it. The god-eroding emperor was enraged, his eyes filled with greed. Swish, he ignored his own injuries and took out a long black banner. There were ancient fiend god patterns on it, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Black mist rolled out, and a pitch-black beast appeared in the air. It was thousands of meters long, and it opened its pitch-black mouth. Qinyu could not recognize this pitch-black beast. Perhaps it was a gigantic fiend god beast from the primordial era. Its abyss-like mouth seemed to want to devour everything. At this moment, the god-eroding emperor took out his half-divine weapon and decided to directly destroy Qinyu and take away the Void Sky Sacred Fire. Qinyu was not afraid in the slightest. Swish, a pitch-black square stone flew out from his body, and its surface suddenly surged with a dense black magnetic light wave, spreading in all directions, enveloping a radius of 100 miles. This is? The god-eroding emperor was shocked once again. For a moment, he could not determine what this black stone was. However, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Buzz buzz, the heavens and earth rumbled. Everything around the pitch-black square stone instantly became a mess, and the ground shattered. The roaring pitch-black beast was attacked head-on, and its speed slowed down. Ripples appeared on the surface of its body, and its power was rapidly dissipating. The god-eroding emperor felt the divine power patterns in his body being interfered with. Not only that, the half-divine weapon in his hand was affected, and the pitch-black beast became even fainter, as if it was about to disappear. Kill! Xianxia seized the opportunity and attacked the god-eroding emperor with all his might. Boom! The interweaving golden and red fist light carried the pressure of a fiend god as it charged out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, the enormous fist light was surrounded by the power of the spatial laws and the void sky sacred fire. The god-eroding emperor hurriedly used his divine power to defend, but he discovered that his divine power was being interfered with by the mysterious black stone, and had become extremely unstable. Bang! Xianxia's punch pierced through heaven and earth, and smashed onto the god-eroding emperor's body in an instant. Wah! The god-eroding emperor spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. His body was like a cannonball as he flew backwards. His incomparably shocked face revealed a painful expression. Puff! The god-eroding emperor spat out blood again. He felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered. Every time he moved, intense pain would spread throughout his body. Bang! God erosion fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. A terrifying aura enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Ah! God erosion spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was covered in wounds, and blood splattered everywhere. Originally, Xianxia's sudden explosion, coupled with the space rend, had caused the careless god erosion to suffer heavy injuries. After taking out the semi-artifact, god erosion looked down on Xianxia once again. And he had to pay the price again. This punch had caused him quite a bit of damage. It was Xianxia's strongest punch, and it had caused a fatal threat to him. He checked the condition of his body. All the bones in his body had been broken into countless pieces, and none of his internal organs were intact. As a god, his self-healing ability was extremely strong. However, Xianxia's punch contained the aura of a god and demon, which had halved his self-healing speed. Damned bastard, this god will tear you into pieces. God erosion gritted his teeth and roared. Being injured to such an extent by a demigod was the greatest humiliation in his life. At this moment, whoosh, a black and white stream of light descended like a bolt of lightning into the huge pit. Xianxia saw God erosion lying in the sky cavern and revealed a determined expression. I must injure him as much as possible. In a normal battle, he might not be a match for God erosion. Thus, he deliberately waited for God erosion to give him a killing blow, making him think that he was dead for sure. This was definitely the time when God erosion was the most relaxed and careless. Xianxia exploded, instantly reversing the situation and heavily injuring God erosion. However, the battle was not over yet. He could not underestimate God erosion, or else he might fail miserably like God erosion. Boom! Xianxia was like a meteorite smashing down, the terrifying power in his body condensing. He stared at the heavily injured God erosion and activated his ancestral bloodline. Immediately, the god's blood that was scattered around God erosion was extracted by Xianxia. Not only that, the blood and life force in God erosion's body were also extracted by the ancestral bloodline. The injuries in Xianxia's body were nourished by the god's blood, and his self-healing ability increased. His entire body was filled with strength. In addition, there was also a faint divine power flowing in Xianxia's body from the god-eroding blood. The god of corrosion's face turned pale, revealing a look of resentment. How could his descendants have such a strong blood clan bloodline? Even the devouring blood race's bloodline isn't this strong. Die. Godshire's face was ferocious. His divine soul and will fluctuated. Gradually, a dark and cold long blade formed in the void. This cold saber brought with it an absolute divine soul power as it slashed towards Xianxia's star soul. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up. The god corrosion actually used a soul Dao attack again. From the looks of it, the god corrosion did not notice how Xianxia was safe and sound under his soul method secret technique. Facing the god eroding soul Dao attack, Xianxia did not dodge at all and charged forward. Boom, the cold saber descended, but before it could even hit Qinyu, it seemed to be suppressed by a powerful and mysterious force, and its power was reduced. Then, Qinyu's physical body and star soul jointly withstood this attack. Qinyu's star soul was a standard demigod level, but after activating the chaotic god-fiend body, his physical defense had already reached the level of the heavenly fusion stage. In fact, an ordinary heavenly fusion stage's physical defense might not even be as strong as Qinyu's. The God Corrosion's Soul Dao attack did not cause any substantial damage, and ended just like that. Bang! At this moment, the power accumulated in Qinyu's body was released. This also contained the power of the God blood that he had absorbed from the God Corrosion's body. Damn it, why didn't my Soul Dao attack kill him? The God Corrosion was bewildered. In fact, he had this doubt when Qinyu was hit by his Soul Dao secret technique but did not die. Now that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he finally recognized this point. At the same time, he thought of a certain powerful god-fiend body in the legends. The God Corrosion didn't have time to think as Qinyu's full-powered attack descended once again. This time, Qinyu used the sky-splitting Emperor Fist, a spatial battle skill that could prevent the God Corrosion from dodging. Scram! Seeing that it was difficult for the God Corrosion to dodge, the divine power in his body immediately surged out. At this time, Qinyu immediately activated the Magnetism Divine Stone. The Magnetism Divine Stone could unleash a large area attack, but it could also unleash a targeted attack. Wang, the surface of the Magnetism Divine Stone, immediately surged out a dense black magnetic light wave, forming a fan-shaped area that enveloped the God Corrosion. The God Corrosion's consciousness became chaotic, and the divine power in his body became chaotic. It was difficult to control, and he was unable to form an attack in time. Damn it, this half-divine equipment. The veins on the God Corrosion's forehead bulged as he cursed in a low voice. Qinyu's half-divine equipment had a special ability, it was even stronger than his half-divine equipment. In reality, Qinyu's Magnetism Divine Stone was close to the divine equipment level. However, Qinyu did not use his full strength. If he did, the consumption would be too great. In the next moment, the sky-splitting Emperor Fist arrived, distorting space and erupting with a shocking force. Bang! The void shook and space was torn apart. The God Corrosion was sent flying once again. One of his arms was directly broken and fell, and his entire body was sent flying. His face was as pale as paper, and the life force and blood in his body were being extracted by Qinyu at all times. His body was gradually weakening, and Qinyu's injuries were completely healed, making him even stronger. This was the strength of the ancestral bloodline. It was more suitable for a prolonged battle, constantly weakening the enemy and strengthening oneself. At this moment, the God Corrosion had the intention to retreat. If he allowed Qinyu to attack with all his might again, and hit him once or twice, his life would be in danger. No one would believe that a demigod could kill a god. But the truth was right in front of him. Kill! Qinyu roared, his entire body's aura burst forth, the aura of a fiend god shook the surroundings. He was like an ancient fiend god, his terrifying might shocking one's soul. At this moment, in terms of aura, the God Corrosion had already been crushed by Qinyu. After all, he had been heavily injured by a demigod, and even felt the threat of life and death. How strong could his aura be? Let's go. The God Corrosion was shocked. At this moment, he felt as if he had become an ant looking up at a giant. Swoosh, he suddenly turned around and used the spatial teleportation ability to teleport tens of thousands of feet away. However, immediately after, he felt a strong spatial fluctuation behind him. In the next moment, Jinyu's figure appeared, charging over with an imposing aura. Swoosh, the God Corrosion used spatial teleportation again and fled into the distance. Even if Qinyu grasped the spatial laws, he was at the heavenly fusion stage. He didn't believe that he couldn't get rid of Qinyu. After teleporting a few times, the God Corrosion left Qinyu behind and heaved a sigh of relief. When this god recovers, I will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life. The God Corrosion shouted coldly. In his opinion, he was too careless this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed. He left? Qinyu's spatial laws and his powerful spiritual sense spread 100 miles, but he didn't find any trace of the God Corrosion. It seemed that the God Corrosion had really left. The crisis of a god had been resolved. Qinyu had long understood that if he wanted to get out of this crisis, it wasn't enough to just fight against a god. With the foundation of a heavenly fusion stage, even if Qinyu could fight against him head-on, the god corrosion would still be able to slowly grind Qinyu to death. Therefore, he had to defeat the god corrosion. It wasn't easy to fight against a heavenly fusion stage. There were also strong and weak gods. The white-robed old man he had seen before was probably weaker than the god corrosion at his peak. The aura on Qinyu's body dissipated. The explosion of his heart ended, the god-fiend aura suddenly disappeared, and the power of the blood race's ancestor also dissipated. A moment ago, Qinyu was like an ancient god-fiend, but now, he was like a god that had been knocked down to the mortal world. His aura weakened and his body fell. At the current stage, it was extremely difficult for Qinyu to activate the chaotic god-fiend body. Just now, he had used almost all of his trump cards, the ancestral bloodline, the magnetism divine stone, and so on. The moment he landed on the ground, Qinyu sat cross-legged, took out a few healing materials, and activated the mysterious Jade Sea Pearl. In the battle with the god corrosion, the mysterious Jade Sea Pearl had been damaged, but it still maintained most of its effects. Other than being able to defend against Soul Dao attacks, the mysterious Jade Sea Pearl also had the effect of nourishing and healing star souls. A moment later, Qinyu stood up and flew out. Very quickly, he found the broken arm of the god corrosion. This could be considered the arm of a god, and the god corrosion was a descendant of the god-fiend race. The flesh and blood power contained in this arm was extremely useful to Qinyu. However, it was even more useful to the blood god avatar. Qinyu returned to his original spot. The blood god avatar, who was on the verge of death, turned into a pool of black and red blood and lay on the ground, on the verge of death. When the blood god avatar realized that Qinyu had returned, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't the god corrosion. But immediately after, the blood god avatar discovered that Qinyu was dragging a black arm that was dozens of feet long. Wasn't that the arm of the god corrosion? The black and red blood surged as it was overjoyed. Master, you defeated a god? It found it hard to believe that Qinyu had really succeeded, and had even cut off one of the god corrosion's arms. Sort of. Qinyu began to inspect the blood god avatar and discovered that its injuries were extremely severe. It would probably take a period of time for it to recover. This spoil of war is for you. Qinyu threw the god corrosion's arm to the blood god avatar. With this arm, the injuries of the blood god avatar could be healed in an extreme situation, and its strength would also increase by another level. This time, if not for the help of the blood god avatar, it would have been very difficult for Qinyu to succeed. Thank you, Master. Buzz buzz, black and red blood surged, wrapping around the huge black arm, as if it was afraid that someone would snatch it away. Qinyu sat down cross-legged and continued to heal his injuries. The only spoil of war was given to the blood god avatar. It seemed like he did not gain anything, but in reality, that was not the case. A single exchange with the god corrosion was a precious treasure. He had squeezed out his potential and consolidated his cultivation. The demigod realm was one that was constantly approaching the heavenly fusion realm. Qinyu had fully experienced the power of a god, which was of great help to his future cultivation. It could shorten his path to the heavenly fusion realm. Half a month later, Qinyu and the blood god avatar had both recovered. Qinyu had consolidated his cultivation, while the blood god avatar had refined the god corrosion's arm. His cultivation had improved greatly, and his strength had increased by a lot. Let's go back. Qinyu stood up and left, returning to the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. The reason why he had come out back then was to not bring disaster to the Silver Sea commerce. Now, the crisis from the gods had been resolved. As for his cultivation, after breaking through to the demigod realm, there were not many cultivation resources at this level. He planned to go to the Heavenly Moon Alliance to plunder some before quickly leaving. As long as he increased his strength a little more, with the addition of the blood god avatar, even if the god corrosion attacked again, he would not have to be afraid. A few days later, Qinyu once again arrived at the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Outside the ancient Yin temple, a few monster race emperor lords flew across the ground. Lord Evil Sparrow's aura is right ahead. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man of the Tiger clan, said. A few days ago, the shattering of demigod Evil Sparrow's soul tablet shook the entire monster race. Who had the guts to kill a demigod monster race demigod? The monster race had sent out many experts to search everywhere, and this group was one of them. Soon, they saw a shocking scene. The ground in front of them was filled with scars, and there were also several crisscrossing ravines that still contained the remnant might of a god. It was obvious that a great battle had happened here. The group stopped as everyone looked at the scene in front of them in fear. There is indeed the aura left behind by Lord Evil Sparrow here. Not only that, but there is also the aura of a heavenly fusion realm. The middle-aged tiger race said solemnly. Could it be that demigod Evil Sparrow was killed by a god? If that was the case, then it would be difficult to take revenge. At this moment, whang boom, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon the place. All the monster race members froze on the spot. Their faces turned pale as fear appeared in their eyes. The sky changed color as black clouds covered everything. A supreme aura descended, covering a radius of several 100,000 feet. The middle-aged tiger race's body trembled. Could this pressure be the heavenly fusion realm? The sky above everyone's head split open as a pitch-black figure appeared. His body was covered in layers of pitch-black light, making it difficult to see his appearance. Plop, a mountain-like divine might descended, and all the monster race emperor lords were suppressed to the point that they couldn't move. Damn it, could it be that the one who killed Evil Sparrow was this god? He hasn't left yet? The middle-aged tiger race was shocked. If that was the case, they would probably die. Do you know any news about Xianxia? The voice of God Corrosion in the sky was cold. His injuries had healed by 70 to 80%, and he had come to take revenge on Xianxia. However, he didn't see Xianxia and instead met a monster race team. Xianxia? This junior doesn't know this person. The middle-aged tiger race was stunned by God Erosion's question, but he still answered truthfully. Previously, the god Corrosion had used the divine soul imprint to track Xianxia. But just a few days ago, the response from the soul mark disappeared. It was obvious that Xianxia had erased it. After breaking through to the demigod realm, Xianxia had the ability to do so. After all, back then, God Erosion had used a secret technique from countless miles away. With a trace of divine power in the token, the divine soul imprint condensed was not difficult to erase. God Eclipse was in a terrible mood because he did not get the answer he wanted. In his opinion, the Demon Clan was one of the 4 great clans of the Heavenly Moon Alliance and was the master of this place. It was impossible for them to not have any information. The depths of the god-eroding palm was like a black hole, emitting a powerful suction force that enveloped the middle-aged tiger clan. The other party's Cultivation was at the late stage of the mysterious underworld realm. He was a powerful existence in the Heavenly Moon Union. However, in the eyes of the god Erosion, he was just an ant. Senior, the middle-aged tiger struggled with all his might, but under the binding of the divine might, he had no strength to resist at all. He flew in front of the god Eclipse. In the next instant, a terrifying divine soul power blasted into the star soul of the middle-aged tiger tribe man, forcefully searching his soul. So that's how it is. This brat did stay in the Heavenly Moon Alliance before, but he used the identity of Xianxia. The god-eroding palm stopped searching. Originally, he had planned to completely annihilate the team in front of him. However, Xianxia might have returned to the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Even if Xianxia left, the god-eroding palm could still use the power of the Heavenly Moon Alliance to help him search for Xianxia. Therefore, he did not kill these Demon Clan mysterious Nether-realm experts. Bring this god to see your Demon Clan's god. The god-eroding palm said coldly. Understood. The middle-aged tiger clan man was in a daze. He felt dizzy, as if he had just survived a calamity. The god in front of him did not kill him. Then, why did he want to go to the Demon Clan's territory to see the Burning Flame God? Could it be that this god descendant was once the enemy of the Burning Flame God and was here to take revenge? He did not dare to ask or say anything. He could only bring this god back to the Heavenly Moon Alliance. After returning to the Heavenly Moon Alliance's central city, Xianxia did not plan to return to the Silver Sea Commerce. He had returned here to temporarily stay and gather some resources. The Silver Sea Commerce would not be of much help. On the same day, Xianxia arrived at the largest market in the central city. However, he entered a few high-class shops and found nothing. There was no other reason. Heavenly Fusion Realm cultivation resources were definitely the top cultivation resources in the Origin world. Even in the Heavenly Moon Alliance, ordinary shops would not have Heavenly Fusion Realm cultivation resources. However, there were one or two shops that treated demigod cultivation resources as the treasures of their shops. Xianxia was not very interested in demigod cultivation resources. He had killed the demigod Evil Sparrow and Ju Chasm and obtained some cultivation resources of this level. However, he desired even higher cultivation resources that could increase his cultivation speed. After shopping for a day, Xianxia did not find anything. The Heavenly Fusion Realm cultivation resources were most likely in the hands of the 4 races of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. At most, the largest auction would occasionally take out 1 or 2 divinity cultivation resources as the finale of the auction. Am I going to the auction? Firstly, he had to wait for the auction. It wasn't every day, and it wasn't every time that there was a divinity cultivation resource. The price for the finale of the auction was even higher, and it was easy to attract trouble. Xianxia eliminated this possibility. Then, if he wanted Heavenly Fusion Realm cultivation resources, he would have to contact the 4 major races. Xianxia really did not want to contact the 4 major races. The demigods of the Stone race and the Yao race had died in his hands, and the Heaven's Legacy race seemed to be collecting the parts of God fiends. Only the Cloud Dragon race did not have much of a grudge with him. As soon as Xianxia left a shop, whoosh, 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 a series of black figures flew over. A series of black figures flew over at lightning speed. They were wearing cold black armors, and each of them had a stern expression, emitting a cold murderous aura. Heavenly Moon Alliance's high-tier enforcement squad. What happened? The high-tier enforcement squad actually appeared? Let's hide. Who knows what will happen next? Everyone started to retreat. A total of 8 black-armored Yao race experts surrounded Xianxia. Following them was a tall middle-aged man with white hair. He was also wearing black armor and a black robe. His eyes were extremely cold. Late-stage mysterious dark realm. Xianxia could see the cultivation of this Yao race expert with one glance. This person seemed to be the captain of the high-tier enforcement squad. The other 8 black-armored Yao race experts had all reached the mysterious dark realm. Such a team would be an extremely powerful force in the outside world. Attack! The white-haired middle-aged man ordered expressionlessly. The 8 high-ranking law enforcers took action at the same time. 8 thick, pitch-black chains appeared and flew toward Xianxia from all directions. It seemed like they intended to directly bind and restrain him. Who is this person? He doesn't look old. How did he attract the high-tier enforcement squad of the Yao race? This chain is a special magical weapon called the Black Sea Mysterious Ice Chain. I heard that once it binds you, your body and your natal star source will be sealed in ice. As long as you are caught by the high-ranking law enforcement team, there is almost no way you can escape. Ding-ling, the 8 Black Sea Mystic Ice Chains flew over from all directions. They seemed to contain the mysteries of the formation. Before they even touched Xianxia, an extremely cold force formed around him and froze everything. Even the air was frozen. In the next instant, the 8 Black Sea Mystic Ice Chains helped Xianxia. Ice condensed around his body, and Xianxia turned into a gigantic ice rock. Do you know the consequences of attacking me? Xianxia suddenly said. The white-haired middle-aged man was slightly surprised that Xianxia could still speak after being sealed in ice by the Black Sea Mystic Ice Chains. Do you know the consequences of resisting the high-tier enforcement squad? The white-haired middle-aged man asked with a mocking tone. Take him away. He ordered again. With that, the white-haired middle-aged man flew into the sky and prepared to return. However, he realized that none of his subordinates followed him. Hurry up! The white-haired middle-aged man shouted impatiently. My lord, we also want to hurry up. A black-armored demon said helplessly. The white-haired middle-aged man frowned and turned around. The 8 black-armored demons were trying their best to drag Xianxia, who had turned into an ice rock, but they couldn't move him at all. The people around fell silent. The onlookers were all shocked. Being sealed in ice by the Black Sea Mystic Ice Chains, one's body and natal star source should have been frozen. However, the 8 high-tier enforcement squad members couldn't even move Xianxia. That was unbelievable. With the strength of the 8 high-tier enforcement squad members, they could even drag 10 mountains away, let alone one person. The 8 high-tier enforcement squad members felt embarrassed. They were usually cold and taciturn, but at that moment, they all looked unnatural. Buzz, powerful holy power fluctuated, and black cold air surged on the surface of the 8 Black Sea mystic ice chains. The 8 high-tier enforcement squad members tried their best to pull the Black Sea mystic ice chains. But Xianxia, who had turned into an ice cube, still didn't move at all. The white-haired middle-aged man carefully observed this scene, and his face became colder and colder. Even the 8 high-tier enforcement squad members couldn't move Xianxia. As the leader, he also felt ashamed. At this moment, crack, the ice around Xianxia cracked, and in the next moment, it shattered. Then, he reached out to grab the chains around him and untied them one by one. This scene dumbfounded the 8 high-tier enforcement squad members. Xianxia's natal star source should have been frozen. How could he break free from their restraint and untie the chains? Clang! The 8 Black Sea mystic ice chains suddenly shot in all directions, heading straight for the 8 high-tier enforcement squad members. They didn't expect that Xianxia could not only break free but also launch a counterattack. It was too late. Bang, 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 the 8 high-tier enforcement squad members were hit by the Black Sea mystic ice chains that they controlled in an instant. They were sent flying backward and each of them spat out blood. Some of them even collapsed to the ground with a big hole in their chests. How dare you? The white-haired middle-aged man roared, and a terrifying murderous aura shot into the sky. The shadow of a giant beast formed behind him, and the murderous intent in his eyes was shocking. It was as if he could see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At this moment, the white-haired middle-aged man's gaze made many onlookers break out in a cold sweat. I advise you to come with us. You have the aura of the demigod Evil Sparrow on you. We need to carefully examine you. The white-haired middle-aged man was a little more talkative this time, unlike at the beginning, when he didn't bother to say a few words and directly attacked Xianxia. You have the aura of the demigod Evil Sparrow on you. We need to investigate it carefully. The white-haired middle-aged man revealed the reason. The surrounding spectators were even more shocked. The death of the demigod Evil Sparrow has something to do with this brat? That's impossible. The demigod Evil Sparrow is a high and mighty demigod. What does this brat have to do with him? The spectators discussed among themselves. This was also why the white-haired middle-aged man didn't explain the situation in the beginning. He didn't want to attract too much attention to the death of the demigod Evil Sparrow. So that's how it is. Xianxia understood the reason. It looked like the Yao race had some sort of method to track him down. Of course, they only had suspicions and didn't have any concrete evidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just sent out a group of enforcers. Maybe the upper echelon of the Yao race only suspected that Xianxia knew something, but they never thought that the demigod Evil Sparrow was killed by Xianxia. If that was the case, Xianxia didn't have to worry. Seeing that Xianxia had become silent, the white-haired middle-aged man started to smile. This was the territory of the Heavenly Moon Alliance, so Xianxia wouldn't dare to do anything. The death of the demigod Evil Sparrow has nothing to do with me. Xianxia said coldly, drawing a clear line between them. Do you think it has nothing to do with you? The Yao race's words count. The white-haired middle-aged man said coldly. He was extremely unhappy with Xianxia's attitude. The figure of a giant beast behind him roared as killing intent filled its eyes. It was as if it could see mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. In the next instant, the white-haired middle-aged man attacked and unleashed a surge of sacred power. Boom! The figure of the giant beast seemed to come to life and pounced over with a ferocious aura. Of course, the white-haired middle-aged man controlled his attack and tried not to cause too much damage. After all, this was his territory. Looks like you don't know the consequences of attacking me. Xianxia sighed. Facing the white-haired middle-aged man's attack, Xianxia calmly raised his arm and opened his palm. Don't tell me that you want to block my attack with your palm. The white-haired elder found what Xianxia was doing funny. He believed that Xianxia definitely had some tricks up his sleeves. It might be a secret skill or a profound-level weapon. However, Xianxia didn't do anything after that, which made the white-haired elder slightly stunned. Could it be that this kid was scared silly? Pong, the pitch-black beast crashed into Qianyu's palm. The gigantic pitch-black beast that was thousands of meters tall like a giant mountain suddenly stopped, unable to advance any further. The scene before them was like an ant trying to stop a giant elephant. This unbelievable scene left the crowd utterly dumbfounded. Roar! Roar! The pitch-black giant beast roared furiously, but soon after, it began to wail. Qianyu clenched his fist. Boom! The entire pitch-black beast dissipated, turning into a dark storm that blew away and disappeared without a trace. The surroundings were silent. The white-haired middle-aged man stood rooted to the ground, his hair standing on end and his palms sweating profusely. Previously, he did not take Qianyu seriously. In fact, he felt that he didn't need to do anything because Qianyu would go back with him. However, Qianyu had humiliated his subordinate, so the white-haired middle-aged man decided to teach Qianyu a lesson. However, he didn't expect that his attack would test Qianyu's unfathomable strength. Facing his attack, Qianyu could easily deal with it with a simple palm. His strength had definitely reached a level that could crush him. Your strength is amazing, I admire you, but I'm only following orders. Please come with me. The white-haired middle-aged man's attitude changed instantly. Qianyu didn't say anything, but he gently waved his palm in the air. Pa! It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly slapped the white-haired middle-aged man's face. Caught off guard, the white-haired middle-aged man was sent flying. He spurted blood and 2 teeth from his mouth. Plop! The white-haired middle-aged man was smashed into the distance and was buried by the debris. So powerful. Captain Liao of the Advanced Enforcement Team couldn't do anything to this person and was even sent flying with a slap. So domineering. He actually dared to slap the Advanced Enforcement Team captain. However, this person probably won't have a good ending for going against the Yao race. The surrounding people discussed in low voices. The white-haired middle-aged man crawled up with a red palm print on his face. His face was blank, and his eyes were unfocused. It was as if he had been stunned by Qianyu's slap and hadn't recovered yet. You! The white-haired middle-aged man pointed at Qianyu in anger. He didn't expect that Qianyu would dare to slap him in public. Could it be that Qianyu refused to investigate and wanted to fight against the Yao race alone? That was courting death. However, he didn't say anything in the end. After all, Qianyu's strength was above his. The white-haired middle-aged man prepared to immediately return and find reinforcements to take down Qianyu. However, at this moment, Qianyu suddenly said, "Let's go. I do know some things about the demigod Evil Sparrow's death." You? The white-haired middle-aged man was stunned once again. Qianyu was willing to leave with him after hitting him. If that was the case, how was he going to take revenge? He hoped that Qianyu would fight the Yao race to the death. This way, please. The white-haired middle-aged man said politely and led the way for Qianyu. After the high-tier enforcement team and Qianyu left, the area exploded, and the news spread quickly. In the core territory of the Yao race, Qianyu's arrival attracted the attention of all the Yao race members on the way. This was because he was walking at the front, and Captain Liao, who had a palm print on his face, and the 10 injured high-tier enforcement team members followed behind him. The high-tier enforcement team had a very high status in the Yao race. Normally, others would treat them with respect, but they didn't. Why was such a weird scene happening today? The news soon spread. The people that the white-haired elder had brought back were related to the demigod Evil Sparrow's death. The upper echelon of the Yao race was alerted. A while later, within a majestic palace that floated in the sky, the upper echelon of the Yao race were inspecting Qianyu, who was in the center. Because Qianyu had changed his appearance slightly when he returned, no one recognized him as Qianyu or Qianyu. Human, hurry up and tell us everything you know. A bewitching woman's eyes flashed as the pressure of the mysterious nether realm spread out. You should tell us the truth. Hee hee. The white-haired middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. Due to the difference in strength, he had to be respectful to Qianyu. Now, Qianyu was in the territory of the demon race. The upper echelons of the demon race present were all experts at the mysterious nether realm. He did not believe that Qianyu would dare to be impudent here. Hee hee, the Yao race let you talk to me? Qianyu smiled disdainfully. Everyone became so silent that it was possible to hear their breathing. Impudent. Three mystic nether the archlords suddenly stood up, and a terrifying aura surged from their bodies. The entire hall was filled with three colors of light. Kneel! The bewitching woman shouted with a cold expression. The other two mystic nether the archlords immediately cooperated. Three mysterious nether realm auras merged into a ball and pressed down on Xianxia. They wanted to make Xianxia kneel and apologize, however, Xianxia was like a majestic mountain. The pressure of the three mysterious nether the archlords was like a gentle breeze. Xianxia didn't move at all. Only his robe and hair fluttered in the wind. The bewitching woman was slightly surprised and angry at the same time. Injuring a high-ranking law enforcer is disrespectful to the Yao race. I will take you down today. The bewitching woman shouted. Elder Yu, wait, the white-haired middle-aged man didn't expect the bewitching woman to be so impatient and attack so quickly. The bewitching woman's strength wasn't much different from his, and her status in the Yao race was also extremely high. She was petty and vengeful. Humph, I came with good intentions to give important information to the Yao race, but not only do you look down on me, you even bully me. Xianxia harumphed coldly. His appearance changed, and he appeared in front of everyone with the appearance of Xianxia. He couldn't hide his identity, and Xianxia had already thought of a plan when he came to the Yao race, so there was no need to hide his identity anymore. Xianxia. It's you. Everyone recognized Xianxia, and their expressions changed dramatically. Many upper echelon members of the Yao race knew who Xianxia was. This person had killed several upper echelon members of the Yao race in the secret dimension. Apparently, even the demigod Evil Sparrow had been defeated by him. If he was able to defeat the demigod Evil Sparrow, then Xianxia's strength could be considered the strongest person below the demigod realm. The bewitching woman was also surprised. She didn't expect the opponent to be Xianxia. With her strength, she would most likely be humiliated. Elders, please help me take down this brat. The bewitching woman spoke. Some elders quickly made a decision, but some hesitated for half a breath before standing up. Take him down. The elders roared as wave after wave of mysterious dark aura appeared, and sacred power flowed out, causing the atmosphere within the hall to become extremely tense. The white-haired elder relaxed. With so many elders attacking at the same time, Xianxia definitely wouldn't be their match. However, he saw that Xianxia's expression was cold and his eyes were full of arrogance, as if he didn't put the surrounding elders in his eyes at all. He only said faintly, "You don't know your place." This sentence infuriated all the elders, causing them to roar in unison. The white-haired old man was the only one who recalled the same expression he had when he attacked Xianxia. It was as if the elders in front of Xianxia were the same as the enforcers from before. How was this possible? The white-robed elder saw Xianxia extend his hand once more. Could it be that he was planning to fight against all the elders with just one hand? Xianxia abruptly waved his palm in the air. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind howled, and a violent storm surged in all directions with Xianxia at the center. The storm was ferocious and overbearing, shattering the aura of the elders and scattering their sacred power. It hit the bodies of the surrounding Fey clan elders as if they were being cut by knives. Rip rip rip, the sound of clothes being torn could be heard, and wounds appeared on the bodies of the elders. As for the flirtatious woman closest to Xianxia, her revealing dress had been torn to shreds, revealing her ample breasts. Thump, one figure after another was sent flying backward and crashed to the ground, screaming incessantly. The hall was in a mess. Only Xianxia stood at the same spot. He turned around and was about to leave. "Sir, please wait." An old and powerful voice was heard. Then, a powerful pressure surged over like a tsunami and filled the entire hall, turning it into a world of water. This was the law of water. A dazzling blue light shone over, and a figure appeared in the main seat of the hall. The figure was dressed in blue and had a head of long, pale blue hair. His dark blue eyes released a strong pressure from the soul. As this mysterious elder in blue appeared, the scene seemed to turn into a deep ocean, and everyone was restricted by an invisible force. The surroundings became silent as the Yao elders got up one by one. They tidied up their clothes and then bowed respectfully. "Greetings, demigod High Stone." This mysterious elder in blue was a demigod of the Yao race. His arrival calmed the morale of the Yao race. "Demigod High Stone, this brat is too daring. Not only did he attack the high-tier enforcement squad, but he also attacked an elder of our race in the conference hall. Demigod High Stone, please punish this brat. The flirtatious woman had already changed into a new set of clothes as she stared at Qinyu with hatred. Just now, because she was too close to Qinyu, her clothes were almost completely ruined. She was no different from being naked, and he had seen her naked body. Demigod High Stone, please take action. Demigod High Stone, please punish this criminal who is disrespectful to the Yao race. The other elders also spoke up. After all, they had just been defeated by Qinyu with one hand. If today's events were to spread, what face would they have left? They were afraid of Qinyu's strength, but with Demigod High Stone present, Qinyu wouldn't dare to be arrogant. Qinyu looked at this demigod and instantly sensed that the other's lifespan was reaching its end. This Demigod High Stone's foundation wasn't stable, and he might have been heavily injured in the past. He was weaker than Demigod Evil Sparrow, and he didn't have much lifespan left. Demigod High Stone also inspected Qinyu with a grim expression. Demigod. He had an answer in his heart. Qinyu hadn't become a demigod for long. His aura could hide from those at the mysterious dark realm, but it couldn't hide from this old demigod. Furthermore, Qinyu didn't plan on hiding it. Demigod High Stone's expression became more serious. So what if Qinyu was a demigod? If Demigod Evil Sparrow's death was related to him, the Yao race wouldn't let it go just because he was a demigod. When in the soul dimension, an enormous and profound soul pressure slowly seeped over, as if it wanted to drown Qinyu. The elders didn't notice it at all, nor were they affected by it. They just felt that the surroundings were cold and silent, and their hearts went cold. They didn't dare to speak. As for Qinyu, just like the other elders, he seemed to be completely unaffected as he calmly stood where he was. Under normal circumstances, he might be suppressed by Demigod Haishur. However, Qinyu had fought against a heavenly body integration stage expert and witnessed the divine might and divine soul attacks. His body's resistance had increased significantly, and the soul suppression from Demigod Sea Stone seemed very ordinary. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Sir, you are not even 200 years old yet, right? Demigod Sea Stone retracted his soul pressure and sighed. The surrounding demons were stunned. Why was Demigod Sea Stone chatting with Qinyu? You even asked about my age? I heard that Demigod Sea Stone has an extremely talented female. Could Demigod Sea Stone have taken a liking to this brat? That's impossible. This person doesn't seem to have any background. Why would Demigod Sea Stone allow his descendant to marry him? The elders discussed in secret and made many guesses. The flirtatious woman was stunned on the spot with anger and resentment on her face. Demigod Sea Stone didn't intend to punish Qinyu to save the demon's face? What's going on? She was also confused. However, what Demigod Sea Stone said next shocked everyone present. This is the first time I've seen such a young demigod in my 10,000 years of life. Demigod Sea Stone continued. The surroundings instantly went silent. The faces of the upper echelons of the demon race stiffened and their eyes became dull. Demigod, Qinyu had become a demigod. Everyone's gazes gradually shifted to Qinyu, and they were filled with incomparable shock. They suddenly understood why Qinyu could defeat them with one hand and why Demigod Sea Stone didn't attack Qinyu. Because the other party was already a demigod, even the demons of the Heavenly Moon Alliance wouldn't offend a demigod for no reason, not to mention such a young demigod. He's actually a demigod. The white-haired middle-aged law enforcement leader was shocked. He was just thinking about taking revenge on this demigod. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, for becoming a demigod at such a young age. An elder of the demon race said with a smile. He had also been sent flying by Qinyu previously. However, after knowing that Qinyu was a demigod, he didn't feel angry at all. Instead, he smiled and fawned on Qinyu. It was normal to be defeated by a demigod with one hand. There was nothing to be ashamed about. Furthermore, with Qinyu's potential, there was a high chance that he could reach the combining heavens realm as long as he didn't die. Mr. Chen, I was rude just now. Please forgive me. I'd like to apologize for what happened just now. A series of voices were heard. The attitude of the elders of the demon race who wanted to punish Qinyu changed drastically. They either apologized or congratulated him. After all, the other party was a demigod. As long as he didn't become the mortal enemy of the demon race, he was worth befriending. Only the beautiful middle-aged woman was dazed. She couldn't bring herself to apologize. She glared at the white-haired middle-aged man and sent a message, "Elder Liao, you're too careless. Why didn't you investigate before capturing him?" The white-haired middle-aged law enforcement leader couldn't take it and sent a message back, "Elder Yu, you're too impatient. Yu just arrived, and you're already in a rush to show off your power." The two upper echelon members of the Yao race started to curse each other in secret. Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded from outside, "Lei He of the Stone Race greets Demigod C. Stone." It was obvious that the Stone Race was here because of Demigod Ju Chui's death. "Come in." Demigod C. Stone spoke calmly. Several members of the Stone Race then entered the hall. The leader was Lei He of the Stone Race. His body was made of dark green metal, and his cultivation was at the peak stages of the late-stage mysterious dark realm. However, his aura was extremely strong, even stronger than He Fuyuan, whom Qinyu had killed. The members of the Stone Race behind Lei He were all experts at the mysterious dark realm. "My lord, it's Qinyu." A golden-armored member of the Stone Race stared at Qinyu and sent a message to Lei He. Demigod Ju Chui and Demigod Evil Sparrow were planning to deal with this brat, and they haven't returned since. The golden-armored member of the Stone Race continued. Only a few of Demigod Evil Sparrow and Demigod Ju Chui knew about their plan. "It looks like you're the criminal that the Yao race captured." Lei He stared at Qinyu. However, upon closer inspection, he felt that something was strange. There were several Yao race elders surrounding this criminal. They weren't interrogating him, but chatting with him as if they were familiar with each other. However, there were obvious signs of fighting in the hall. Qinyu seemed unharmed, but the clothes of the Yao race elders were torn. Gradually, Lei He couldn't make up his mind. What was going on? "Qinyu, what do you want to say?" Demigod C. Stone asked at this moment with a serious expression. Qinyu is indeed a demigod, but if Demigod Evil Sparrow's death was related to him, then the Yao race would still punish Qinyu. "I'm here to tell everyone the true cause of Demigod Evil Sparrow and Demigod Ju Chui's deaths," Qinyu said calmly. It was good that the Stone Race was here. He didn't have to go to the Stone Race anymore. "Didn't you kill Demigod Ju Chui?" The golden-armored member of the Stone Race couldn't help but exclaim coldly. "Qinyu, according to what I know, Demigod Evil Sparrow was investigating you before he died and sent people to keep an eye on you. Now that he's dead and you're still alive, what else do you want to say?" The flirtatious female said. She had already offended Qinyu, so she was going all out. "Oh? Does that mean that the Yao race and the Stone Race know that Demigod Ju Chui and Demigod Evil Sparrow tried to kill me?" Qinyu asked with a faint smile. Hearing this question, the golden-armored Stone Race and the flirtatious female were speechless. If they admitted it, then it would mean that the two demigods had tried to kill Qinyu and steal his treasures first. Even if the two demigods' deaths were related to Qinyu, he wouldn't be responsible. The upper echelon of the Stone Race and the Yao race remained silent. Qinyu didn't use this to threaten the Yao race and the Stone Race. He didn't come here to offend the two races. "Qinyu, if Demigod Evil Sparrow's death has nothing to do with you, then the Yao race is willing to compensate you," Demigod C. Stone said. If it was related, then it would be Qinyu's turn to compensate. According to what he knew, Qinyu had a primordial fire source stone. What about the Stone Race? Qinyu looked over with a smile. Since the demigod of the Yao race had spoken, Lei He from the Stone Race could only nod his head. However, he was extremely surprised. Why would Demigod C. Stone give in to Qinyu? All he needed to do was force out some clues. "Okay, since the two races are so sincere, then I will tell you this important information. The one who killed Demigod Ju Chuan and Demigod Evil Sparrow is a heavenly fusion realm." The corner of Qinyu's mouth curled up. He had already planned to push the blame onto someone else, and Godsure was a good choice. Heavenly fusion realm? Everyone had solemn expressions and didn't fully believe it. At the very least, this was more believable than Qinyu killing two demigods. However, they didn't completely believe it. Nonsense. There are no other heavenly fusion realms near the Heavenly Moon Alliance, and why would that heavenly fusion realm attack Demigod Evil Sparrow and Ju Chuan? The flirtatious female retorted. Maybe this heavenly fusion realm heard some news and came to the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Xianxia said with a smile that wasn't a smile. The eyes of demigod Sea Stone and Lei He instantly darkened. Could it be because of the Earth Splitting Axe? The four races had obtained the divine weapon Earth Splitting Axe. Although they had blocked the news, it must have been leaked. Could it be that the God-State realm came for the Earth-Splitting Axe and met the demigods of the Stone race and the Monster race on the way, so he killed them and searched for information about the Earth-Splitting Axe? Xianxia, this matter can't be based on your words alone. Demigod Sea Stone said. You can't leave now. You have to cooperate with our investigation under the surveillance of the Monster race or the Stone race. Lei He said. No problem. Xianxia said happily. Lei He led the group and quickly left. Xianxia stayed in the monster race for the time being, so he could cultivate in peace with people serving him. After Xianxia recovers, he will definitely chase after us. Since the four races have obtained the second-grade divine weapon Earth-Splitting Axe, they won't let other God-State realms enter their territory. Xianxia smiled inwardly. He had thought of this, which was why he pushed the death of the two demigods to Xianxia. 3 days later. At the entrance of the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance, Xianxia and a team of monster race appeared. Everyone looked at a middle-aged tiger among the demon clan troops and greeted him one after another. Lord, you're back. A deacon in charge of the entrance hurried over and bowed to the middle-aged tiger race. The middle-aged tiger race wasn't in the mood to enjoy the compliments. He had a heavenly fusion realm beside him and he didn't dare to send a message along the way. Send an order to the higher-ups. Tell them that a God-State realm has come to visit. The middle-aged tiger race ordered nervously. God. God. Yes, yes. The deacon's body stiffened and he couldn't speak clearly. In the end, he nodded and left quickly. Xianxia didn't think too much about it. He should inform the monster race to welcome him since a heavenly fusion realm had come to visit. Sir, an immortal state warrior has come to visit the monster clan. When his subordinates relayed the news to demigod High Stone, he opened his eyes abruptly and they shone brightly. A heavenly combination stage expert had actually come to visit. Usually, United Heavens realm cultivators were elusive. Why would they suddenly appear here and pay a visit? I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Demigod Sea Stone immediately sent the message to the burning fire god. Only the God realm expert in the clan could make the decision for matters involving the combining heavens stage. After a while, God Eclipse arrived above the city center. There were many palaces floating in the sky, and they were protected by sturdy arrays. Even a conjoined heaven realm expert would find it hard to break through them in a short period of time. This was the core of the demon race. Immediately after, the god of corrosion saw many figures flying out in a hurry. All of them had extraordinary cultivation auras, and there was even a blue-clothed demigod among them. They should all be here to welcome him. The god-eroding god looked at the scene in front of him calmly and sneered in his heart, Xianxia, no matter where you run to, I will find you. As a unity heavenly god, he would be the center of attention no matter where he went. Even if he didn't have any connections with the demon race forces here, they were still willing to help him as a favor. An ordinary demigod would not have received such treatment. Demigods and gods seemed to be very close, but in reality, there was a huge gap between them. It was not easy to enter the ranks of the gods. Some demigods were even stuck in this realm for thousands of years, and in the end, they did not manage to enter the god realm. Where are you from, my lord? What are you here for? Demigod Sea Stone asked. The rest of the demons stood side by side. It was very quiet. The middle-aged team from the Tiger tribe who had followed God Eclipse back heaved a sigh of relief. They left God Eclipse and came to demigod Highshire's side. My lord, we found the place where the demigod Evil Sparrow died. There's still the aura of the Heaven Fusion realm. The middle-aged man from the Tiger tribe told them everything that had happened to him, including how the god sure had searched his soul. He even revealed an obvious killing intent. However, in the end, he did not attack. Instead, he asked them to bring him here. Demigod Sea Stone's face gradually darkened. According to the middle-aged Tiger clan, the real culprit who killed demigod Evil Sparrow and Giant Chasm was almost god sure. It was only reasonable for a god to kill a demigod. Otherwise, how could demigod Evil Sparrow and Ju Chuan, two demigods, die together? If they encountered an enemy of similar strength, even if the two demigods could not defeat the enemy, they could still escape and send a message for help. The only explanation was that the culprit was at the heavenly combination stage. God Erosion sensed that something was wrong. The demons did not seem friendly towards him. But he had just arrived here and had not offended the demon clan. Could it be that the other party did not like him just because he had searched the soul of the middle-aged Tiger Clan man? This didn't make sense. No one else would deal with a Heaven Fusion Realm expert for an ordinary mysterious Nether Realm expert. I am the Silver Soul Clan's Godshur. I am passing by this place and have something to discuss with the demon clan. God Eclipse said calmly. What business do you have here? Demigod Seastone asked again. This Shurshan was quite bold. After killing the demigod of the demon race, he still dared to come and pay a visit. Did he really think that the demon race was a fool? Godshur looked displeased. He was a dignified heavenly fusion stage, being able to talk to a demigod was already giving him face. Let your god come out and talk to me. Godshur's expression turned cold. My race's burning fire god is in seclusion. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. Demigod Seastone's tone gradually became tough. From his point of view, Godshur had the strength to kill two demigods. His sudden visit and unknown purpose was very likely for the earth-splitting axe. How could the demon race allow such a powerful enemy to enter their private territory? Godshur could also tell that the demon race had actually rejected him. Who do you think you are? A dark light flickered in his eyes. The space around him trembled slightly as an oppressive aura spread out. Do you really think that we don't know anything about you killing a demigod of our race? If you still don't leave, don't blame us for being impolite. Demigod Seastone went straight to the point this time. He was too lazy to continue acting. After saying that, he retreated a distance. The other demons in the surroundings also shifted slightly. With Godshur's knowledge, even if he didn't understand formations, he could tell that the positions these people were standing at were the key points of a formation. These demons could activate the formation in an instant. A formation that gathered so many mysterious Nether Realm experts and a demigod was enough to fight against a Heavenly Fusion Realm expert. At this moment, Godshur sensed a scorching and terrifying divine power fluctuation from the depths of the demon race's territory. It's the god of the demon race. Godshur knew very well that the other party wasn't in seclusion at all. Once he made any moves, Demigod Seastone would instantly activate the formation and the Heavenly Fusion Realm experts would instantly appear. I killed a demigod of the demon race? Don't spout nonsense. Godshur was instantly enraged. A Heavenly Fusion Realm expert was slandered by a demigod. He already had the intention to kill. My race has already investigated very clearly. Outside the ancient Spirit Temple, where my race's demigod died. Tragically, there are remnants of the aura of a Heavenly Fusion Realm expert. Demigod Seastone said coldly. There were no other demigods in the Heavenly Moon Alliance's territory, and Godshur had coincidentally appeared there. The entire demon race was almost certain that Godshur was the murderer. This god, Godshur was furious. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't say anything. He had never seen a demigod of the demon race before. The reason why his aura was lingering there was because he had fought with Qinyu. However, how could he tell the demon race that he had been severely injured by a demigod? Now, he was here to invite the demon race to search for traces of this demigod. If news of a god being severely injured by a demigod were to spread, his reputation would be ruined. At this moment, Godshur really wanted to make a move and massacre everyone to vent the frustration in his heart. He had personally attacked Qinyu, but not only had he failed, he had also been severely injured. Now that he had come to the Heavenly Moon Alliance, he was prepared to borrow the power of the demon race to search for traces of Qinyu. In the end, the demon race had slandered him for killing the demon race's demigod and rejected him. This god will remember all of you. Godshur gritted his teeth. He suppressed his anger and prepared to leave. He didn't give up. If the demon race didn't help him, the Heavenly Moon Alliance still had the other three races. Go find the Stone Clan. Godshur made a decision. Although the Stone Clan was lazy and didn't like to meddle in other people's business, they were straightforward and their communication was direct and decisive. At this moment, boom, the sky and earth in the distance trembled violently. An extremely oppressive and heavy aura swept over. Burning fire god. When did you become so timid? This person killed the demigods of our two races. Come out and join forces with me to take him down. A roar that shook the sky was heard. God Corrosion only saw a majestic and tall black shadow smashing towards him. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy the world. Stone Clan, Heavenly Fusion State. Godshire's heart trembled. He was just about to visit the Stone Clan, but he didn't expect the Stone Clan's Heavenly Fusion State to take the initiative to attack him. Even Godshire didn't want to fight the Stone Clan's Heavenly Fusion State head-on. The Stone Clan was born with boundless strength and excellent defense. As a Silver Soul clan, he couldn't gain an advantage. Swish, Godshire moved back tens of thousands of feet. The place where he was previously was instantly replaced by a huge black shadow, creating a violent and sharp storm that swept in all directions. The other party was the Stone Clan's Heavenly Fusion State, God Qingfeng. In the depths of the demon race. Buzz, brilliant scarlet flames suddenly exploded and dyed the sky red. A huge firebird that was hundreds of feet long flew out and arrived next to God Qingfeng. You're too reckless. At this time, the Heavenly Moon Alliance shouldn't blindly make enemies unless we can kill this god. The huge firebird was the Heavenly Fusion State Burning Fire God. He sent a voice transmission to God Qingfeng. What's the use of caring so much? You killed the Stone Clan's demigod and you still dare to come here. You're courting death. God Qingfeng was furious. Facing the two Heavenly Fusion State experts, Godshire put down his pride and said seriously, you two, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. The death of the demigods of your two races has nothing to do with me. In the demon race's territory. Jinyu walked out of his residence and observed this scene from afar. If it was a normal time, the Heavenly Fusion State experts of the two races might really have a good talk with Godshire. Jinyu smiled. However, the Heavenly Moon Alliance had great treasures and were afraid that the secret would be leaked, so they definitely wouldn't let Godshire stay here. Apart from that, in the eyes of the Stone Clan and the demon race, Godshire was the murderer. They didn't consider the possibility of Jinyu being the murderer at all. After all, with normal thinking, they wouldn't doubt that Jinyu, who had just broken through to the demigod level, could kill two veteran demigods. It was a very simple lie, but the two races couldn't see through it. All of this was because they didn't know Jinyu's true strength. Boom, a loud sound was heard and a chaotic storm shook the sky. God Qingfeng of the Stone Clan was the first to attack. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Godshire turned around and fled. No matter how competent he was, he didn't dare to fight against two Heavenly Fusion State experts on the enemy's home ground. Just like that, Godshire was chased away. On the same day, Demigod Haishir summoned Jinyu. In the conference hall, Jinyu met the upper echelons of the demon race again. This time, the demon race arranged a seat for him. Little friend Chen, please sit. Demigod Haishir smiled and said. Thank you, little friend Chen, for telling us such important information. Demigod Haishir thanked him. The other upper echelons also expressed their gratitude and tried to get close to him. After some pleasantries, Demigod Haishir asked, how did you know that Godshire was the one who killed Evil Sparrow and Giant Chasm? It seemed like Demigod Haishir hadn't completely eliminated his suspicions about Jinyu. Because I was there, but I knew I couldn't win against a Heavenly Fusion State, so I ran away alone. Jinyu said simply. Demigod Haishir's expression froze. According to the previous information, Jinyu had comprehended the profound of space and was almost at the top of the demigods in terms of speed. He didn't continue asking, nor did he care about why Jinyu didn't help Demigod Evil Sparrow. After all, Demigod Evil Sparrow was planning to kill Jinyu. As for the compensation for Demigod Evil Sparrow's murder, if you have any requests, you can tell us. We will try our best to fulfill them. Demigod Haishir smiled and said. Hee hee. Jinyu couldn't help but laugh. The demon race was too considerate. He killed Demigod Evil Sparrow, but they helped him chase away the enemy and even promised to compensate him. As for compensation, Demigod High Stone had already promised. The Stone race had also promised that if the death of Demigod Ju Chao had nothing to do with Jinyu, they would also compensate. Of course, this was also because Qinyu had broken through to the demigod realm. Otherwise, even if the two races were in the wrong, they wouldn't be apologetic at all, let alone compensation. This was just to make friends with Qinyu, a demigod with unlimited potential. Therefore, Qinyu didn't stand on ceremony. I want heavenly fusion stage cultivation resources. Relatively speaking, this was an exorbitant demand. Heavenly fusion stage cultivation resources were extremely precious. The four races didn't gain much when they explored the newly discovered secret realm. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent. Many elders frowned. They didn't expect Qinyu to ask for heavenly fusion stage cultivation resources. To a certain extent, heavenly fusion stage cultivation resources affected the rise and fall of the four races of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Qinyu had just broken through to the demigod realm. Why would he want heavenly fusion stage cultivation resources? He wouldn't be able to use them in a short period of time. The Xianming elders couldn't make the decision. They all looked at Demigod High Stone. Demigod High Stone was also surprised. He couldn't make the decision on his own and needed to inform the Burning Fire God. Therefore, he took out his message token and prepared to communicate with the Burning Fire God. Qinyu smiled when he saw Demigod High Stone's action. Let the Burning Fire God talk to me. Personally. It just so happens that I still have a business deal. You can't make the decision on your own. If it was before, the elders in the hall would definitely scold Qinyu for not knowing his place. However, they were all silent now. There's another business deal? Demigod High Stone nodded slightly and sent a message to the Burning Fire God. A few breaths later, Demigod High Stone stood up and said, "Little friend Chen, come with me." A moment later, Qinyu and Demigod High Stone arrived in front of a huge, pitch-black hall. But at the instant he entered, he felt as though he had fallen into a fiery hell. Waves of heat gushed forth, scorching his body and astral souls. This was the cultivation ground of the Burning Fire God of the Demon Clan. This Burning Fire God had lived here for an unknown number of years. Under the influence of the Burning Fire God, the entire hall had undergone an astonishing transformation. It now possessed simple intelligence and even fused with a portion of the Burning Fire God's divine power. At first, Qinyu felt slightly uncomfortable, but he got used to it in an instant. This made Demigod C Stone on the side look over. He still remembered that the first time he came here, he was just as defenseless as Qinyu. He was burned to the point his face flushed red and he was drenched in sweat. It took a long time for him to recover. But Qinyu instantly adapted to it. Maybe it's because I'm a body cultivator, Demigod C Stone did not think too much about it. When he walked through one of the doors, it was as if he had arrived in another space. It was dark and scorching hot here. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. There were only towering volcanoes. At the top of one of the largest volcanoes, Qinyu sensed a strong wave of divine power. After getting closer, boom, frightening scarlet flames burst out along with God's might. A divine bird bathed in flames flew out and looked at Qinyu with a burning gaze. Greetings, Burning Fire God. Demigod C Stone bowed and submitted to the pressure of the Burning Fire God. As for Qinyu, he looked straight at the Burning Fire God without any intention of retreating or submitting. Therefore, he directly endured the divine power of the Burning Fire God. But his expression did not change, and his body did not move. When Qinyu broke through to the demigod realm, he had fought with a heavenly body integration realm expert. Therefore, he did not feel that there was much difference between him and a god. Therefore, there was no need to pretend to be respectful. You're quite courageous. The Burning Fire God said indifferently. In his eyes, Qinyu was already the most courageous demigod. He had just reached the demigod realm and he did not take God seriously. I can let you choose a heavenly body integration realm cultivation resource. The Burning Fire God went straight to the point. In his opinion, there was nothing much to say to a demigod like Qinyu. It was also a heavenly body integration realm cultivation resource, but he could choose it himself. This compensation was already quite good. 2. However, Qinyu quickly said. Are you trying to bargain with me? The Burning Fire God looked over once again. His eyes were like two suns, releasing terrifying light and heat that burned everything. The demigod Evil Sparrow had indeed planned to kill Qinyu, but hadn't it been killed by Godshur before it could be carried out? Xianxia didn't suffer any injuries and obtained a heavenly body integration realm cultivation resource for no reason. This was already a pie from the sky, but the other party was still not satisfied. At the beginning, the burning fire god's evaluation of Xianxia was very courageous, but now he felt that Xianxia was a little arrogant and ignorant. Little friend Chen, one heavenly body integration realm cultivation resource is enough. Demigod Sea Stone said. He was naturally on the burning fire god's side. I just feel that my life is still very valuable. Xianxia didn't directly answer the burning fire god. In fact, his life was even more valuable than the burning fire god's. Just the heart of eternity alone was a treasure that could tempt a superior god. Apart from that, I also want to make a second deal with Xianxia. I wonder if Xianxia is interested in the ancient fire source stone? Xianxia smiled. When he obtained the magnetism god stone, Xianxia had already decided to trade the ancient fire source stone for a treasure that was even more valuable to him. Of course, finding a suitable buyer would allow him to obtain the greatest benefits. In his eyes, the burning fire god was a suitable buyer. Ancient fire source stone? The burning fire god's eyes flashed. As a heavenly body integration realm expert, he currently only had one fire attribute demigod weapon. If he could obtain the ancient fire source stone, he would be able to create a fire Dao divine weapon that was suitable for him. The burning fire god wasn't just interested in the ancient fire source stone, he even had a slight desire for it. If Xianxia isn't interested, I can only go and negotiate with the stone race. Xianxia continued. The stone race's desire for the ancient fire source stone wasn't any lower than the burning fire god's. The ancient fire source stone, I want it. The burning fire god immediately said. Once Xianxia informed the stone race of this deal, then the demon race and the stone race would fight for the ancient fire source stone. No matter who obtained it, they would have to pay a huge price, which would benefit Xianxia. What do you want? The burning fire god asked. He didn't know what he should take out for the trade, so he could only ask Xianxia. This way, he seemed somewhat passive. It's still 10 heavenly body integration realm cultivation resources. Xianxia had already thought of the contents of the trade. 10? The burning fire god's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. Including the compensation, there were a total of 12 heavenly body integration realm cultivation resources. Even an ordinary heavenly body integration realm expert would find it difficult to take out such resources at once. What do you want so many heavenly body integration realm cultivation resources for? I have some other treasures that I can trade with you. The burning fire god didn't agree. Heavenly body integration realm cultivation resources were too rare, and he also needed to cultivate, so he wasn't willing to take out so many at once for Xianxia. Xianxia, you don't have to worry about this. Xianxia refused. At the current stage, he urgently needed to improve his strength and break through to the heavenly body integration realm. This process might be very long, and using heavenly body integration realm cultivation resources could speed up the process. After a round of bargaining, the burning fire god had a helpless expression because Xianxia insisted on the price, and he wasted half a day talking. Alright, the burning fire god finally agreed. 12 heavenly body integration realm cultivation resources were also very painful to him. However, if he could forge a fire path divine weapon that was suitable for him, his strength would be greatly improved, and he would be able to suppress the stone race's god Qingfeng. Now, let me choose. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anticipation. After the burning fire god nodded, he took out his storage space, allowing Xianxia's spiritual consciousness to enter and choose the cultivation resources. In the dim space, there were many rare natural treasures in front of Xianxia. There were only 20 in total, so there weren't many to choose from. Perhaps this was because the Yao race had obtained a lot after exploring the secret realm. Otherwise, there would be even fewer. First, Xianxia's gaze was attracted by a red coral. There was a blood-red light coming from it, and it gave off the aura of a powerful sacred beast. Blood spirit coral. Xianxia recognized this resource. This was a mysterious nether realm or even demigod cultivation resource. However, this blood spirit coral was a bit special. It contained the aura of a sacred beast, and its grade had indeed reached the heavenly body integration realm. After sensing it carefully, Qinyu confirmed that the blood spirit coral contained the blood of a water-sacred beast. The black tortoise sea-suppressing arm that Qinyu cultivated hadn't merged with the blood of a water-sacred beast yet. Thus, Qinyu first chose the blood spirit coral. The burning fire god was very surprised. He didn't expect Qinyu to choose a water spirit coral. At the same time, he felt a bit of heartache. This blood spirit coral had absorbed a large amount of blood from a divine sacred beast, and its grade had risen. It was considered relatively precious among the 20 resources. Next, Qinyu chose a wood-type resource. At this moment, the burning fire god chased Qinyu's spiritual consciousness out. "Aren't there 10 more to choose from?" Qinyu asked with a smile. "I only agreed to let you choose 2. The 10 resources traded for the primordial fire source stone didn't have such a condition." The burning fire god snorted coldly. Then, he chose 10 lower quality resources. Some of them were even barely at the heavenly body integration realm. Moreover, these 10 precious materials all had different attributes. The burning flame god had done this on purpose. He believed that Qinyu could only use half of these 10 precious materials at most. Qinyu did not continue to argue. Since he possessed the chaotic body, the elemental cultivation resources did not affect him much. After receiving the 10 heaven fusion stage treasures, he handed the primordial fire source stone to the burning fire god. After Qinyu left, the burning flame god's expression became ugly. How could he not feel pained after losing 12 precious cultivation resources in one go? "Sir, why don't we just rob it?" Demigod Sea Stone asked. What he meant was to kill them and take their treasures. With the strength of the burning fire god, dealing with Qinyu should be a piece of cake. This kid isn't that stupid. If he dares to come here alone, he must have made sufficient preparations. The burning flame god said in a deep voice. Demigod Sea Stone thought for a while and felt that it made sense. Qinyu was no match for the burning fire god, but the other party could indeed pose a threat to the demon race. At the very least, the self-destruction of a demigod was something that even a combining heaven stage expert would have to be cautious of. Apart from that, Qinyu had entered the god realm and knew about the earth-splitting axe. If he deliberately spread the news, it would bring great trouble to the 4 clans. But in fact, the reason why Qinyu had dared to come alone was because he was confident. As a descendant of a devil god, god erosion was stronger than the burning fire god. With that thought, Qinyu naturally became bolder. After making the deal with the burning fire god, Qinyu went to the core territory of the stone race to demand compensation. Because the primordial fire source stone had already been traded, the stone race's Qingfengxian's attitude was very cold and casual. Qinyu only received a heaven combining grade treasure. Currently, Qinyu had a total of 13 heavenly fusion grade treasures, and his wealth was similar to that of an ordinary heavenly fusion grade expert. After returning to the demon race, Qinyu found Demigod Sea Stone. "Help me inquire about a person called Meng Qingyun." Qinyu straightforwardly stated his request. The Demon Clan was one of the 4 major clans in the Heavenly Moon Alliance. If even the Heavenly Moon Alliance's Demon Clan could not find any news about Meng Qingyun, it would be even more useless for Qinyu to wander around on his own. "Is there any other information about this person, such as race, cultivation, or any other characteristics?" Demigod Sea Stone asked. The origin world was vast and boundless, and there were countless people named Meng Qingyun. Human, cultivation base. Heavenly Unity Realm. Qinyu was almost certain that Meng Qingyun's cultivation was at least at the heavenly fusion stage. Wait patiently for the news. It wasn't difficult to find out information about a person, so Demigod Sea Stone agreed. It seems like this kid isn't completely helpless. He seems to be related to the heavenly combination stage Meng Qingyun. After leaving, Demigod Sea Stone muttered to himself. Fortunately, they didn't choose to kill him and rob him of his treasures. Otherwise, they might have attracted another heavenly combination stage expert. Demigod Sea Stone immediately told this news to the burning fire god. With the help of the demons to gather information, there was no need for Qinyu to run around. Furthermore, the god Corrosion might be squatting somewhere outside, so Qinyu might as well stay in the demon clan for the time being and cultivate in peace. Inside the heavenly secluded feather, Qinyu first took out the blood spirit coral. This mysterious nether realm treasure had grown to the heaven combining realm after absorbing a large amount of water element holy beast blood. From this, it could be deduced that the blood spirit coral had absorbed the blood of a water-type holy beast was at least at the heavenly confluence stage. Xianxia sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The heaven-earth yuan qi and blood Tao essence within the blood spirit coral could improve his cultivation. The blood of the saint beast contained within it could be extracted and fused into the black tortoise sea suppression arm, causing this cultivation technique to be truly perfected. Buzz, activating the black tortoise sacred arm, dark blue ripples spread out and filled the entire space. 2 streams of blood flowed out of the blood spirit coral. One of them was dense and translucent. It was made up of the essence of the blood Tao and pure heaven and earth yuan qi. The other stream of blood was dark red and cold. This was the blood of a holy beast that the blood spirit coral had absorbed before. Xianxia was multitasking, improving his cultivation and strength while refining the saint beast's blood. Bzzz, the dense crystalline blood seeped into his body like a collapsing dam, surging wildly. After all, it was a cultivation resource that corresponded to the heavenly confluence stage. Therefore, it was more difficult for Xianxia to control and refine it. Under the effects of the chaos body and the progenitor bloodline, this power gradually turned into his own and surged into his natal star source. His life star source burned with a white radiance, slowly revolving as it refined it. Xianxia's cultivation slowly increased. At the same time, another stream of dark red and cold blood surrounded Xianxia's arms and slowly seeped into them. The berserk aura of a holy beast wreaked havoc in Xianxia's arms. Once he refined the water element holy beast's blood, the black tortoise sea suppressing arm would be truly perfected. The various defensive combat skills that he could use would also be strengthened. It really is the blood of a divine rank holy beast. Xianxia had refined the divine rank holy beast's blood before, so he could immediately tell. The process of refining the divine rank holy beast's blood wasn't smooth. As time passed, Xianxia gradually familiarized himself with the process. Only then did he relax slightly. 10 days later, this is the last strand of holy beast's blood. Xianxia extracted the last strand of holy beast's blood from the blood spirit coral and merged it into the black tortoise sacred arm Buzz. Buzz, the ancient deep blue tortoiseshell pattern on the black tortoise sacred arm, shone with a resplendent and tranquil light, emitting a dense and heavy holy beast pressure. The image of the black tortoise sacred beast appeared, more solid than before. At this moment, Xianxia could feel that his physique's defense had also increased. It's done. Xianxia withdrew the power of the black tortoise sacred arm. The image disappeared, and everything returned to normal. He had already cultivated the divine body of 4 symbols to the 6th level, and he was only one step away from perfection. In the past, it was very difficult for Xianxia to take this step. But now that the black tortoise sacred arm had reached perfection, he felt that this step wasn't difficult anymore. Xianxia took this opportunity to cultivate the 6th level of the divine body of 4 symbols. Once the 6th level of the divine body of 4 symbols reached perfection, the black tortoise sacred arm and azure wood sacred leg would smoothly merge, and he would possess even greater power. Everyone knew that one would face the divine lightning tribulation when breaking through to the heaven fusion stage. The 6th level of the divine body of 4 symbols seemed to be used to deal with the divine lightning tribulation. The black tortoise sea suppressing arm could strengthen one's defense and survivability, and the Tao of wood could suppress the Tao of lightning to a certain extent. As for the 7th level of the divine body of 4 symbols, it was the intersection of yin and yang, and the 4 symbols became one, creating the divine body of 4 symbols. Half a year later, in the space of the heavenly secluded feather, Xianxia's 6th level of the divine body of 4 symbols had reached perfection. The azure dragon sacred leg and the black tortoise sacred arm formed a wonderful connection with each other, as if forming a cycle, and the 2 forces flowed back and forth. 2 months later, the blood spirit coral had been used up by Xianxia. His cultivation had improved, and the art of primordial chaos world had also improved. Now, Xianxia could already smoothly condense the 3-colored mixed origin sacred power. Xianxia had cultivated in the space of the heavenly secluded feather for 7 months, and only a month had passed outside. He then went into seclusion to improve all aspects of himself, including the art of primordial chaos world, profound meaning, laws, and the soul level. Without any news or clues about Meng Qingyun, Qinyu went into a long seclusion in the demon race. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. 10 years. Qinyu ended his cultivation and stood up. 10 years of seclusion was common for ordinary demigods, but this was the first time Qinyu had gone into seclusion for such a long time. Of course, Qinyu was cultivating in the space of the heavenly seclusion feather, and only 2 years had passed in the outside world. At this time, Qinyu received a message from demigod Sea Stone. "There's news." Qinyu immediately ended his seclusion and came to demigod Sea Stone's residence. Demigod Sea Stone sized up Qinyu slightly. Qinyu's cultivation aura was restrained, and it was almost undetectable, like a bottomless ocean. And once this ocean started boiling, it seemed to have the power to drown demigod Sea Stone, giving him an invisible sense of pressure. It's only been 2 years, how did he improve so much? Demigod Sea Stone was secretly shocked. He had never fought with Qinyu, but at this moment, he actually felt that he was not a match for Qinyu. In fact, at the beginning, Qinyu had purposely suppressed his cultivation aura and pretended to be an ordinary demigod, mainly so that the demonic rock tribe would not suspect that he had killed 2 demigods. But now, he could control his power perfectly, so this veteran demigod felt that he was unfathomable. "What news?" Qinyu went straight to the point. "Some time ago, there was news of Meng Qingyun in the Zerg race. It's very likely that he's the person you're looking for," Demigod Sea Stone said. "What's the exact situation?" Qinyu asked. "It seems that he's being chased by enemies," Demigod Sea Stone said uncertainly. Being chased by enemies, Qinyu felt that this clue might be what he needed. "Where exactly is the Zerg race?" Qinyu continued to ask. Next, Demigod Sea Stone gave Qinyu a rough map of the Zerg race and told Qinyu the location of the clue. Demigod Sea Stone sensed that this Meng Qingyun seemed to be very important to Qinyu, and he might be leaving the beast race soon. "Qinyu, let me introduce you to a guest," Demigod Sea Stone suddenly said. Outside the hall, an elder of the Heaven's Legacy race holding a wooden staff walked in. He had a faint smile on his face and his deep eyes were slightly narrowed. "God Realm." Qinyu sharply sensed that this elder of the Heaven's Legacy race was at the Heavenly Fusion Realm. Each of the 4 major races of the Heavenly Moon Alliance had a Heavenly Fusion Realm expert. This elder should be the God Realm expert of the Heaven's Legacy race, Grandmaster Wu. Grandmaster Wu didn't have the title of God, and the Heaven's Legacy race wasn't very strong, so they rarely participated in battles. "Hehe, this old man is also going to the Zerg race. If you don't mind, why don't we go together?" Grandmaster Wu smiled. Hearing this, Jinyu's heart tightened. Could it be that the God Realm expert of the Heaven's Legacy race had already discovered the secret of the Heart of Eternity? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that Grandmaster Wu of the Heaven's Legacy race also wanted to go to the Zerg race? Okay. Jinyu agreed. If the Heaven's Legacy race's Heavenly Fusion Realm expert really found out about the secret of the Heart of Eternity, Jinyu's rejection would only make the situation worse. Even if Qinyu didn't go to the Zerg race, it would be useless because the Heaven's Legacy race had their eyes on him. Since he couldn't avoid it, Qinyu had to face it head-on, so he agreed. If Grandmaster Wu was the only one going with him, Qinyu wouldn't be so afraid. After 10 years of seclusion, he was no longer the Qinyu of the past. What is this Grandmaster Wu trying to do? Demigod Sea Stone was full of doubts. In truth, Grandmaster Wu was the one who told the beast race about Meng Qingyun, not the beast race themselves. But now, Grandmaster Wu actually wanted to go with Qinyu. What was his motive? 3 days later, Qinyu and Grandmaster Wu left the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Little friend Chen, come to this old man's flying ship. Grandmaster Wu stood on a small boat and invited. This boat was very small, just like an ordinary fishing boat. However, as a demigod, Qinyu's vision was different from before, and he could sense the uniqueness of this boat. This boat was like a combination of a flying tool and a profound artifact. It was the crystallization of the Heaven's Legacy race's intelligence. Is it really just him? Qinyu was surprised. If it was just Grandmaster Wu, even if the other party found out about the secret of the Heart of Eternity, Qinyu wasn't afraid. So, the small boat suddenly flew out. It didn't make much noise, but its speed was extremely fast. It was like it was gliding across the water, causing ripples in the surroundings. This small boat gave off a very strong spatial energy, and its speed had reached the level of a demigod. Not only that, the small boat seemed to have the ability to conceal itself. In other words, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see Qinyu and Grandmaster Wu. Grandmaster Wu, why are you going to the Zerg race? Qinyu looked at Grandmaster Wu and asked. Since he was already on the pirate ship, there was no point in being afraid. He might as well find out about the situation. Grandmaster Wu might really be going to the Zerg race by chance. Master Wu, why are you going to the Zerg race? Qinyu started to inquire about the situation. After 10 years of seclusion, he was no longer the Qinyu of the past. Now, even if God erosion came, Qinyu didn't need to worry. After reaching the 6th level of the divine body of 4 symbols, his physique's defense had increased greatly. Ordinary heavenly fusion realm experts couldn't compare to him. The Heaven's Legacy race wasn't good at fighting. Master Wu's fighting strength was probably the weakest among the 4 heavenly fusion realm experts. Qinyu could heavily injure God erosion before. Now, there was no reason for him to fear Master Wu. God erosion? Thinking up to this point, Qinyu suddenly had an idea. He didn't need to fear Master Wu, but what if God erosion was added to the mix? Normally, God erosion and the 4 races were enemies. However, since both sides had a common goal, why couldn't they become friends and join forces? Qinyu didn't know if God erosion had left or not. In his opinion, a god wouldn't be so impatient. Master, I can feel that God erosion hasn't left. He should still be in the territory of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. At this moment, the Blood God Avatar transmitted to Qinyu. The Blood God Avatar had refined one of God erosion's arms and could use the Blood Dao secret technique to sense it. At this point, Qinyu made a decision. Master Wu, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I don't plan to go to the Zerg race. Goodbye. Qinyu suddenly spoke and immediately took action. Swish, the spatial laws fluctuated as Qinyu used the spatial teleportation ability. His figure instantly disappeared and appeared 50 to 60 miles away. Master Wu was stunned. Qinyu's actions were too fast and decisive. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to stop him. This kid is too vigilant. Did he notice something? Master Wu murmured. The Heaven's Legacy race was weak in combat and their speed wasn't fast either. The average speed of this ancient boat was that of a demigod, so it couldn't catch up to Qinyu. If it activated the acceleration formation, it could unleash the speed of a heavenly fusion realm for a short period of time, but it wouldn't last long. After some deduction, Master Wu realized that the possibility of him catching up to Qinyu was very low. What exactly has this kid sensed? Master Wu was perplexed. The Heaven's Legacy race was skilled at divination, but they were not omniscient. He did know that Qinyu had a god-fiend component on him, but he didn't know which one it was. He wanted to make a move against Qinyu, but not now, not here. 10 breaths later. A powerful wave of divine power rippled out. In the next instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and a tall and imposing figure appeared. His eyes flickered with a cruel and bloodthirsty light. This person was God Eclipse. Just now, he had felt Qinyu's aura fluctuation, which was why he had rushed over. However, when he arrived and scanned the area with his divine sense, he did not find Qinyu, only the Heaven's Legacy race's Grandmaster Wu. God Eclipse frowned and was ready to retreat. The Monster race, the Stone race, the Cloud Dragon race, and the Heaven's Legacy race were in an alliance. Since the Stone race and the Monster race all believed that he had killed demigod Ju Chuan and Evil Sparrow, the Heaven's Legacy race might leak the news to the Stone race and the Monster race. I understand now. So it's because of you. Grandmaster Wu looked at God Eclipse. He also knew that a heavenly fusion stage cultivator had barged into the central city. According to the Monster race and the Stone race, the other party had come for the earth-splitting axe and had been repelled by the burning fire god and the Qingfeng god. Now, it seemed that God Eclipse's target wasn't the earth-splitting axe, but Qinyu. Qinyu might have been wary of Grandmaster Wu, but according to his deductions, Qinyu had a certain level of confidence and wasn't afraid of him. However, as soon as Qinyu realized that he might be facing the joint attack of 2 heavenly merging stage experts, he would have immediately left without saying a word. Your Excellency, is your target Qinyu? Grandmaster Wu asked. God Eclipse stopped in midair and asked, so what if I am? He had been chased out by the heavenly fusion stage cultivators of the Stone Race and the Monster Race. In his opinion, the Heavenly Moon Alliance was planning to protect Qinyu, so God Eclipse did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Coincidentally, I know where this lad is going. I can take you there. Grandmaster Wu said calmly. Why are you helping me? God Eclipse's eyes narrowed. Wasn't the Heavenly Moon Alliance going to protect Qinyu? Why would Grandmaster Wu of the Heavenly Legacy race help him? He's also my target. Grandmaster Wu said. Oh? God Eclipse could sense the remnant aura of Qinyu. The other party had clearly left not long ago and was released by Grandmaster Wu. It seems that this Heavenly Legacy race's target isn't just Qinyu. He's casting a long line to catch a big fish. God Eclipse thought to himself. The Heavenly Legacy race wasn't strong in individual combat, but their intelligence and methods were something that even the super races of the origin world didn't dare to underestimate. Alright, I only want Qinyu to die. God Eclipse didn't know what Grandmaster Wu's real target was, but he only wanted Qinyu to die. Let's go. Grandmaster Wu started the quaint boat. Although Qinyu's escape was unexpected, Grandmaster Wu didn't panic at all. To him, whether Qinyu stayed by his side or left, it wouldn't affect the outcome. Qinyu continuously used the spatial teleportation, sacred art to hurry on his way. Every time he teleported, he could teleport 50 to 60 kilometers away. Qinyu was sure that Grandmaster Wu wouldn't be able to catch up to him without any special trump cards. Of course, Qinyu didn't have any evidence to prove that Grandmaster Wu was an enemy. However, he couldn't take chances. No matter what, it wasn't good to let a Heavenly Legacy race unity stage expert follow him. Next, Qinyu embarked on his journey alone. In order to avoid being tracked, Qinyu didn't walk in a straight line to his destination. Instead, he walked in a curve and traveled around. Half a year later, Qinyu left the territory of the Heavenly Moon Alliance and entered the territory of the insectoid race. The insectoid race was once a powerful race that dominated the world. Now, the insectoid race was still a super race of the origin world. In front of the insectoid race, the human race was like a dwarf to a giant. Fortunately, the insectoid race and the human race weren't enemies. Or perhaps, the human race wasn't worthy of being the insectoid race's opponent. The insectoid race's territory was vast, almost 10 times the size of the human race's territory. Even the insectoid race only occupied a very small portion of the origin world. From this, one could see how vast the origin world was. After arriving at the insectoid race, Qinyu still walked in a curve. He traveled around and increased his knowledge. Occasionally, he would go to some forbidden grounds to train himself. Qinyu was a demigod, and he was about to face a huge threshold, the Heavenly Fusion Realm. It was unknown how many demigods were stopped at this threshold. For example, demigod Haishir's lifespan was coming to an end, but there were no signs of him crossing this threshold. Even though Qinyu broke through to the mysterious Nether Realm as a sovereign and had a higher chance of breaking through to the Heavenly Fusion Realm, he didn't relax at all. He used every second to increase his strength, stabilize his foundation, and increase his foundation. The Ghost Forest mountain range was one of the forbidden grounds of the insectoid race. At this moment, Qinyu entered this forbidden ground to increase his knowledge and train himself. Entering it was like falling into eternal darkness, and he couldn't see the sun. The surroundings were filled with pitch-black ancient trees that were thousands of feet tall. These black trees were covered in all kinds of patterns, and there were even scales on them. The trees grew in a very sinister manner. At a certain moment, in front of Qinyu was a tree that was several feet wide. There was a huge hole in it that looked like a giant mouth. Hiss, a bone-chilling sound came from the hole. In the next instant, a pitch-black shadow abruptly flew out of the cave and pounced at Qinyu while emitting an eerie aura. Upon a closer look, it was a fat, dark black insect with 3 mouths that were filled with dense, sharp teeth. However, this pitch-black insect wasn't from the insectoid race. It had already died and turned into a ghost arch. A mere late-stage mysterious nether realm. Qinyu wasn't interested in it at all. The pitch-black insect hissed, and a few hundred smaller black shadows came out from the giant tree. Their cultivation was slightly weaker, and most of them were at the star condensation realm. However, under the lead of the pitch-black insect, the aura that the entire team emitted was enough to make half of those at the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm tremble in fear. However, Xianxia stood still as if he was waiting for something. All of a sudden, suddenly, two powerful auras burst out from the forest behind him. The two figures rapidly approached Xianxia and attacked him from both sides at the same time. They're finally willing to show themselves, Xianxia murmured. Not long after entering the nether forest mountain range, he sensed that someone was following him. Initially, Xianxia didn't take it to heart. However, the other party kept following him and seemed to be planning to kill him and steal his treasure. Hence, Xianxia created an opportunity for the enemy to show themselves. Go to hell. A high-pitched female voice was heard. The attacker was a late-stage mysterious nether realm human. Swish, she stabbed out with her sword. Instantly, an icy chill erupted and turned into a huge icicle that pierced toward Xianxia. The attacker on the other side was an old man wearing a witch hat. His cultivation was at the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. A ball of green flame condensed on the surface of the old man's body. There seemed to be countless vengeful spirits baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Scram! Xianxia shouted coldly, and the three-colored mixed origin sacred power was condensed. Gold, red, and blue radiance suddenly erupted and swept in all directions like a raging wave. The attacks of the female human, the old man in the witch hat, and the swarm of insects collided with the three-colored radiance wave. The female human watched as the huge icicle she unleashed shattered instantly and vanished into thin air. Not good. This person's strength, her expression changed drastically. The attack of the other old man in the witch hat was also shattered at the same time. He immediately retreated. Rumble, the swarm of insects was completely affected by Xianxia's three-colored primordial energy. Hundreds of small insects let out miserable shrieks and instantly turned into ashes. The late-stage mysterious nether realm pitch-black insects couldn't resist at all and died along with their subordinates. Bang! The female human was swept by the three-colored radiance, and a bone-deep wound appeared on her body. Blood splattered as she fell into the distance. The old man in the witch hat dodged first, but he was still affected. He smashed a huge piece of wood, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A casual attack is already so powerful. Could this person be a demigod? The old man in the witch hat stared at Xianxia in shock. My two friends were only joking with you just now. Please stop. That's a good move, sir. At that moment, a young man walked out slowly from behind. Xianxia wasn't surprised, as he already knew that there were 3 people following him. The youngest man was surrounded by yellow mist, and his cultivation aura was very obvious. Xianxia could instantly determine that he had just broken through to the demigod realm. Xianxia glanced at the young man and didn't pay much attention to him. These two wanted to kill him, so they had to be prepared to be killed. If the young man didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't mind killing him as well. To compensate for my 2 friends' rudeness, I'll tell you a secret. The young man was unhappy that Xianxia ignored him, but he concealed it well and revealed a faint smile. There's a demigod trying to break through to the heavenly combination stage in the serene forest mountain range. I wonder if you're willing to follow us to take a look. There's a demigod trying to break through to the heavenly combination realm in the serene forest mountain range. Would you like to come with us? The young man invited. The threshold of the heavenly combination realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that there was a demigod trying to break through to the heavenly combination realm nearby, it would be helpful if he could observe him. Xianxia was slightly tempted by this offer. Sir, how can you tell this secret? The human lady was slightly agitated. Shut up. The young man snorted coldly as he glanced at him with his ice-cold eyes. The human woman shuddered and immediately stopped talking. She couldn't help but ask because she was severely injured by Xianxia and saw the young man reveal his secret and invite Xianxia. Under normal circumstances, she didn't have the right to ask about the young man's actions. Xianxia was tempted. He was getting closer and closer to that threshold. Since that's the case, I'll spare their lives. Xianxia looked at the severely injured human lady and retracted his saint energy. To him, it didn't matter if he killed the human lady and the old man. Xianxia was only here for a stroll. If no one told him this, he might leave the serene forest mountain range soon and not have the chance to witness a demigod breaking through to the heavenly combination realm. The human lady immediately got up and swallowed a healing pill. However, she was severely injured and the old man was also injured, so the group stopped here. In this team, apart from the old man in the witch hat, who was a member of the Black Scale tribe, the other two were humans. I'm Lu Yuan. May I know which faction you're from? Why did you come all the way to the bug territory? The young man, Lu Yuan, introduced himself. Chen Yu, just traveling. Chen Yu didn't reveal his true identity and gave a perfunctory answer. The human lady saw Chen Yu's perfunctory answer and disliked Chen Yu even more. Lu Yuan was a demigod, but Chen Yu didn't show any respect to a demigod. I don't know what Lu Yuan is thinking. He should just kill this person and tell him that secret. The human lady was dissatisfied. Lu Yuan carefully sized up Chen Yu and said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a demigod, right? An ordinary peak late-stage mysterious nether realm expert wouldn't be able to send two of his subordinates flying in such a situation and injure that human woman so severely. However, Lu Yuan did not sense any divine power, nor did he sense any spatial laws, so he could not be sure. Chen Yu didn't deny it, but in the eyes of the other three, it was an affirmation. Demigod, the human woman's face was filled with shock and disbelief. They had been following Chen Yu for a long time, but they hadn't been able to see through Chen Yu's true cultivation. However, they had guessed that it was around the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. They were prepared to observe for a while longer, but when they saw that Chen Yu was in danger, they seized the opportunity to make a move and suffered a crushing defeat. He didn't expect Chen Yu's cultivation to be a half-deity. Please forgive me if I offended you just now. The old man immediately apologized. From the looks of it, Chen Yu might have noticed them long ago. In fact, if Lu Yuan hadn't stepped forward in time just now, he and the human woman would have most likely been instantly killed by Chen Yu. Thinking back to it, he broke out in a cold sweat. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. Let's go. Chen Yu glanced at the human woman's injuries. They were already about 50% healed. Since Brother Chen can't wait any longer, let's set off. Lu Yuan smiled. The serene forest mountain range was filled with danger, but with two demigods present, it would be fine as long as they didn't purposely cause trouble. The journey was smooth. An hour later, Chen Yu asked, how much further? It's just up ahead. Lu Yuan looked into the distance. Not long after, the crowd sensed an invisible pressure surging toward them like a wave. The sky in the distance was dark purple, and the heaven-earth yuan qi from all directions was gathering. The malicious ghosts hiding nearby all prostrated and trembled under this pressure. It looks like a demigod is trying to break through to the heavenly fusion realm, Chen Yu thought. From the looks of it, the demigod had just started breaking through to the heavenly fusion realm. This process might take a few days or even more. Chen Yu, Lu Yuan, and the others maintained a certain distance. They could stop breaking through to the initial stage of the heavenly fusion realm at any time. If the other party discovered that there were people nearby, they might not be able to see it. Since they had to wait, Chen Yu sat down and consolidated his cultivation. The chaotic chaos world technique was very difficult to cultivate, so he would cultivate it whenever he had free time. Currently, Chen Yu could condense 3-colored chaotic sacred power, but it would be more difficult for him to condense 4-colored chaotic sacred power. He might need to break through to the heavenly fusion realm to do so. Lu Yuan also sat down to cultivate, but part of his attention was on Chen Yu. The human woman and the old man were treating their injuries. They even took out some precious spiritual pills. If they couldn't recover to their peak state, it might affect Lu Yuan's next plan. 3 days later, boom, the purple cloud in the distance doubled in size, and a huge whirlpool formed in the center, devouring the yuan qi in all directions. Furthermore, the natural energy of heaven and earth gathered, forming a divine might that could suppress all things. It looks like the demigod's breakthrough is going smoothly. Lu Yuan observed for a while before looking at Chen Yu. He discovered that when Chen Yu was cultivating, the aura faintly fluctuating from his body actually made him feel a sense of oppression. Maybe it was a misperception, or maybe this suppression was caused by the demigod's breakthrough to the heavenly fusion realm. The 4th day, the phenomenon was even more shocking. The purple cloud covered a radius of 100 miles, covering half of the serene forest mountain range. All the heaven and earth yuan qi was sucked over, and the heaven and earth yuan qi around Xinyu and Lu Yuan was also sucked over, causing their cultivation efficiency to drop. Xinyu and Lu Yuan stopped cultivating and flew up to observe the demigod who was in the midst of breaking through. I heard that to break through to the heavenly fusion realm, one has to become one with the world. Not only does one have to become one with the world outside, but one also has to become one with the world inside. Lu Yuan said. The world outside referred to space, while the world inside referred to the star ocean, the source of energy. The entire star ocean could be seen as a miniature universe. Only by becoming one with the world inside could one reach the heavenly fusion realm. Although Lu Yuan had just become a demigod, he was still young, and there was a high chance that he would reach the heavenly fusion realm in the future. The fifth day boom, a formidable godly force burst out, startling the surroundings. This divine power was stronger than a demigod, and it was extremely close to the heavenly fusion realm. The divine power connected with heaven and earth, forming a boundless purple halo that changed continuously. Finally, it formed the figure of a bug several thousand feet tall. The one breaking through to the heavenly fusion realm was an insect. The purple bug seemed to form a connection with heaven and earth, and each and every action it made attracted the terrifying power of heaven and earth. Becoming one with the world outside is relatively simple, but the key is to become one with the world inside. Lu Yuan looked into the distance. Apparently, in order to become one with the world inside, one had to shatter one's natal star source and fill the entire star ocean, turning the entire star ocean into one's own source of energy, turning it into the divine source, also known as the divine sea. At this moment, the demigod seemed to have become the darling of heaven and earth. Limitless energy poured into his body, changing his body and star soul. Of course, the insect's attention was definitely on the star ocean. How to create the divine source was the key. Breaking through to the heavenly fusion realm was different from the mysterious dark realm. If one failed, the lightest consequence would be a drop in cultivation. But if one failed to break through to the mysterious dark realm, they would at most be injured and damage their foundation, which could be recovered with some time. The sixth day, crack. Sizzle, lightning suddenly flashed in the purple clouds in the sky, and an aura that could destroy everything appeared. Even the shocking phenomenon produced by the breakthrough dimmed at this moment. The divine lightning tribulation is here. Lu Yuan's eyes twinkled. The divine lightning tribulation was the second hurdle of breaking through to the heavenly fusion realm. If one failed in the first few steps, their cultivation would at most drop, but if they failed in the divine lightning tribulation, they would be turned into ashes. Boom, heaven and earth shook violently, and a bolt of lightning 100 feet wide descended like a pillar of light. At this moment, all living beings within 1,000 miles trembled in fear. The power of the divine lightning seemed to be the bane of all things in the world, the source of destruction. Xinyu, Lu Yuan, and the others felt their hearts palpitate even though they were quite far away. This divine lightning tribulation had the power to severely injure a heavenly fusion realm. If they were too close, the shockwaves of the divine lightning might be able to injure them. Boom, the earth trembled, and lightning seemed to spread under everyone's feet, making them feel numb. Following this, the second divine lightning tribulation descended. Apparently, 60% of those who fail to break through to the heavenly fusion realm fail because of the divine lightning tribulation, Lu Yuan sighed. When breaking through to the heavenly fusion realm, the energy of heaven and earth would strengthen one's resistance to the divine lightning tribulation. Otherwise, even a heavenly fusion realm wouldn't be able to withstand the first divine lightning tribulation. Rumble, the third divine lightning tribulation descended, and explosions sounded for a long time. The lightning gradually dissipated, and the phenomenon also disappeared. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. However, Qingyu and Lu Yuan could clearly feel an aura of divine power awakening in the distance. It seemed like the demigod had successfully transformed into a god. Attack! Lu Yuan immediately ordered. Whoosh, he, the female, and the old man charged out at the same time toward the pit that was enveloped by the divine lightning tribulation and divine power. It turned out that this team had their eyes on the demigod from the very beginning. A heavenly fusion realm cultivator was at their weakest after experiencing the divine lightning tribulation. Everyone clearly saw the terrifying power of the three divine lightning tribulations. Normal demigods wouldn't even be able to withstand one and would instantly turn into ashes. Even a heavenly fusion realm cultivator wouldn't be in a good state after surviving 3 divine lightning tribulations. Brother Chen, this heavenly fusion realm cultivator is at his weakest after experiencing the divine lightning tribulation. You stay here and keep an eye on him for us to prevent others from interfering. You'll get a share of the benefits after this is over. Lu Yuan smiled and transmitted his voice. If it was anyone else, they would definitely reject the offer and participate in order to reap the most benefits. This was also what Lu Yuan hoped for. It would be safer to have Qinyu take action. Qinyu didn't have this thought at the beginning. After all, he had no grudges with the other party and had even watched the other party break through to the heavenly fusion realm. However, he was slightly tempted by Lu Yuan's words. Brat, don't go. Just as Qinyu was about to take action, the blood tribe primogenitor suddenly transmitted his voice. All right. Qinyu smiled and agreed to Lu Yuan's suggestion. Lu Yuan was slightly surprised. Qinyu actually agreed? Could it be that he wasn't tempted by the severely injured heavenly fusion realm cultivator? Qinyu wasn't interested in that severely injured and weakened heavenly fusion stage expert at all. In reality, Lu Yuan hoped that Qinyu would come along so that he could make use of him if something unexpected happened. However, he hoped that Qinyu would ask him personally. Seeing that Qinyu had agreed to stay, Lu Yuan had no choice but to suggest, Brother Chen, if you don't want to stay, you can come with us. Qinyu shook his head, indicating that he wasn't going. Time was of the essence. Lu Yuan and the others couldn't give the heavenly fusion stage insect a chance to recover. They could only ignore Qinyu and fly over. Whoosh, the 3 of them headed straight for a charred pit. There were still lightning bolts swimming in the air, and the powerful aura of God energy shook the surroundings. When Lu Yuan and the others arrived at the center of the pit, they saw a huge pitch-black insect. It had a long body and looked like a centipede. Of course, this insect wasn't completely black. Instead, it was charred by the God lightning tribulation. Its body was covered in cracks and it was motionless, as if it was dead. Lu Yuan could sense that there was a powerful aura of God energy within the insect's body that was rapidly recovering. Its charred body was also slowly healing. Lord Lu's foresight is incredible. This demigod is indeed extremely weak after reaching the heavenly fusion stage. The old man in the witch hat said. Hee, since that kid isn't willing to come, we'll take all the benefits for ourselves. The human lady's eyes lit up as she suggested. Lu Yuan had the same plan. After taking care of the dying heavenly fusion stage insect, the 3 of them would leave immediately. By the time Qinyu realized that something was wrong and caught up, it would be too late. Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded from within the black insect with a hint of mockery. Are you guys trying to take advantage of me? Lu Yuan and the others were instantly on their guard. The old man in the witch hat and the human lady were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even though this insect was on the verge of death, it had already reached the heavenly fusion stage. Its words and actions carried the might of a god. Ordinary beings would feel immense pressure and instinctively submit to it. You're about to die. Stop pretending. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. However, he was even more cautious. He circulated his saint energy and was prepared to end the life of this heavenly fusion stage insect. Perhaps the insect was just trying to stall for time to recover. If this heaven confluence stage cultivator were to recover 30% to 40% of his strength, it would be enough to overturn the situation. Boom, a yellow whirlwind swept up in the surroundings. It was incomparably sharp and contained a type of strange poison as it rushed towards the black insects. The black insect's charred body lay on the ground, motionless, without the slightest intention to resist. With Blackworm's condition, Lu Yuan's all-out attack was highly likely to kill her. However, at that instant, another hoarse and eerie voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Are you guys ignoring me, the protector, by attacking her? Whoosh, suddenly, a purple shadow shot out from the ground in the distance, and an oppressive force as heavy as a mountain swept in all directions. The figure of the purple shadow appeared, and it looked somewhat similar to the scorched insect lying on the ground. Purple Shadow's body began to change. Its posture was similar to a human's, but that was only in terms of body shape. The rest of its body was not the slightest bit similar. It looked sinister and ferocious. Protector? Lu Yuan was stunned as she looked at the sinister old man covered in purple armor. The human woman and the old man in the witch hat were also rooted to the spot, as if they had been struck by lightning. As it turned out, this demigod wasn't trying to break through to the heavenly fusion realm alone. There was a true heavenly fusion realm hidden nearby to protect her. At this instant, Lu Yuan was frozen on the spot. He couldn't release the attack he had condensed. How could this purple-armored old man, who had suddenly appeared, let him kill that insectoid? Plop, Lu Yuan knelt on the ground. Normal demigods could easily crush a heavenly fusion realm without any ability to fight back. Furthermore, there were 2 heavenly fusion realm experts here. That scorched insect had almost been killed by him just now. Would he let him go so easily? My lord, this junior was just muddle-headed. In order to save his life, demigod Lu Yuan could only kneel down and beg for mercy. The human woman and the old man in the witch hat also knelt down at the same time and kowtowed, begging for forgiveness. Scram! The purple-armored old man suddenly roared, and the terrifying aura of a heavenly fusion realm erupted in all directions like a volcano. A storm instantly appeared, and Lu Yuan and the other 2 were sent flying. Arg! The human woman screamed. Her body seemed to have been slashed by countless knives under this terrifying aura, turning her into a bloody mess. Following this, all the bones in her body were revealed. Finally, all that was left was a skeleton that fell into the distance. The late-stage mysterious underworld realm expert turned into a skeleton under the roar of the purple-armored old man. The old man in the witch hat was at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm, so he didn't die. However, his body was covered in rotting wounds, and he couldn't get up. Purple smoke was rising from his body. He wasn't dead, but he wasn't far from it. Lu Yuan's cultivation was at the demigod realm, so it wasn't to the point where he couldn't even withstand a roar. He was fine, but a shadow of fear was left in his heart. This was the heavenly fusion realm, too strong. He had just broken through to the demigod realm, so he was still so tiny in front of a heavenly fusion realm expert. My lord, please spare my life. This junior is willing to be a slave to serve you. Please have mercy. Lu Yuan knelt down and begged for mercy. Didn't you hear me telling you to scram? The purple-armored old man roared impatiently. Lu Yuan was instantly stunned. The other party was letting him go. He couldn't believe that things would end just like that. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. He maintained his vigilance and turned to escape. He arrived near Qinyu and stared coldly at Qinyu. It was obvious that Qinyu had sensed danger, but he didn't warn them. He had let 2 of his subordinates die, and he had also lingered on the edge of death. He already had the intention to kill Qinyu. However, he had to escape first. He actually let him go? Qinyu was slightly surprised. Thanks to the Blood Race's primogenitor's reminder, he knew that there was a heavenly fusion realm expert hiding in the dark. Hence, he didn't make a move and just watched the show. The show was over, and it was time for him to leave. After observing a demigod breaking through to the heavenly fusion realm, he already had a rough idea in his heart. At the very least, his success rate would be much higher the next time he tried to break through to the heavenly fusion realm. However, right at this moment, a powerful spiritual energy erupted. In the spiritual dimension, Qinyu and Lu Yuan's star souls trembled. They felt that something was amiss. Swish, Qinyu circulated the law of space and used spatial teleportation. His body flashed with a silver light. In the next instant, the silver light dissipated, and Qinyu's figure disappeared. He had already escaped dozens of miles away. Lu Yuan didn't know true spatial teleportation, so he could only use minor spatial teleportation. It was destined that he wouldn't be able to escape. Boom, a powerful spiritual energy that contained the will of a god blasted into Lu Yuan's star soul. SSS, Lu Yuan screamed as he felt a burning pain in his soul. Afterward, the suppressive will dissipated, and Lu Yuan successfully escaped. The heavenly fusion realm's spiritual attack didn't seem to be trying to kill him. This is a divine soul imprint. Lu Yuan sensed the star soul and instantly found an insect imprint on it. With this imprint, no matter how far he escaped, the purple-armored elder would be able to sense his location. On the other side, swish, Qinyu used spatial teleportation and teleported 70 miles away. The instant his figure appeared, Qinyu groaned. His expression sank as he inspected his body. Immediately afterward, he found an imprint on his star soul. Divine soul imprint. Qinyu's reaction was already fast enough, but the divine soul attack was too fast. The moment before he teleported away, it left a mark. This divine soul imprint was completely different from the divine soul imprint left behind by the god erosion. Back then, the god erosion had only relied on a trace of divine power in the token to leave behind a divine soul imprint from countless miles away. After Qinyu broke through to the demigod realm, he could erase it. However, the situation this time was completely different. The purple-armored elder's cultivation seemed to be even deeper than the god erosion's. At the very least, with Qinyu's attainments in the Soul Dao, he was unable to erase this divine soul imprint at the current stage. However, from the looks of it, that old man doesn't plan to personally make a move. Otherwise, why would he do such a thing? Qinyu guessed. There was no need for the purple-armored elder to let Lu Yuan go and deliberately leave behind a divine soul imprint. Gradually, Qinyu had a guess. The serene forest mountain range quietened down once again. Inside the huge pit, the purple-armored elder released a gentle wave of divine power and fused it into the body of the insect race that had just broken through to the heavenly fusion stage. The charred black bug's recovery speed increased, and the charred black on its skin gradually faded, revealing a sparkling and translucent purple. But immediately after, the divine power released by the purple-armored elder was blocked. That's enough, there's no need to continue treating me. The purple bug flew up, its entire body shining with a purple light, transforming into the appearance of a woman with an exaggerated figure. Her entire body was amethyst and translucent, emitting an evil and fatal temptation. Give it to me. The amethyst lady's eyes were ice cold, and a faint killing intent spread out. Buzz, the purple-armored elders will surged out and left an imprint on the amethyst lady's body. Then, he said, now you can sense the location of these two prey. In fact, the purple-armored elder was prepared to kill Lu Yuan just now. However, the amethyst lady told him to keep her alive and wanted to do it herself. Perhaps it was because she almost died in Lu Yuan's hands just now, so she wanted to kill Lu Yuan herself. However, there was a second reason. She had just obtained the power of the heavenly fusion stage and couldn't wait to practice it. She wanted to personally feel how strong the power of the heavenly fusion stage was. She hadn't even fully recovered from her injuries and had only recovered by 30%. This was because she didn't want this hunt to be too boring. If she was at her peak condition, Lu Yuan wouldn't even be able to resist. That would be too boring. Swoosh, the divine power in the amethyst lady's body surged out. Feeling the unprecedented power, she was excited. Even though I'm severely injured, my current speed is faster than when I was in the demigod realm. The amethyst lady smiled. Her figure was like a purple phantom, disappearing into the horizon at a speed that was hard to capture. After a while, her divine sense sensed Lu Yuan, and she saw the panic on his face. The amethyst lady quickly caught up to Lu Yuan. Spare me, my lord, spare me. Lu Yuan immediately begged for mercy. However, he was also observing the amethyst lady and realized that her aura was very weak. It seemed like she hadn't fully recovered yet, so she chased after him. Boom, the saint power in Lu Yuan's body surged out, and layers of dazzling yellow whirlwinds were released from his body. They were like countless poisonous blades that slashed out crazily. Lu Yuan knew that the other party wouldn't let him go. Taking the initiative and attacking first, he might be able to win a chance of survival. Hee, this is more interesting. The amethyst lady's purple lips curled up. She purposely didn't fully recover from her injuries because she wanted to see this scene. Rumble, she released her divine power and turned into a vast and boundless dark purple light. As though it represented the will of heaven and earth, it pressed down. The power of Lu Yuan's saint power attack was greatly reduced under this divine might. Following which, the powerful divine power attack landed with a loud bang. Bang bang bang, loud explosions sounded continuously. Lu Yuan's saint power attack was shattered inch by inch and turned into dust. A huge wound appeared on Lu Yuan's body. Blood splattered everywhere as he was sent flying. How is this possible? Lu Yuan's face was filled with shock and unwillingness. A heavily injured god was still so powerful and unstoppable. The amethyst lady floated in midair and looked at the prey in front of her mockingly. Kill me and you will be able to live. She was provoking Lu Yuan, hoping that he would retaliate more intensely. Only then would it be interesting. However, Lu Yuan, who was sent flying thousands of feet away, had lost all his confidence and vigor. His sudden attack and all-out attack had been easily destroyed by the Amethyst Lady. How was it possible for him to kill this injured god? Lu Yuan executed a secret technique and a layer of yellow fog surrounded his body. His speed increased by 50% and he flew far away. Coward. The Amethyst Lady's expression turned cold and her eyes were filled with disdain. Swoosh, she flew out and caught up to Lu Yuan in 3 breaths. She flew above Lu Yuan and was not in a hurry to attack. However, the pressure from a combined heavens expert and the threat of death caused Lu Yuan to fall into despair. Kill. Lu Yuan roared and burned his saint energy crazily as he struck out with his palm. Brilliant yellow light shone and a huge yellow palm that was thousands of feet tall appeared and pressed forward. There were countless palm shadows around it and it was hard to defend against them. However, the Amethyst Lady did not need to distinguish them and directly used her powerful god power to suppress them. After a few moves, the Amethyst Lady had a relaxed and playful attitude while Lu Yuan used his full strength but was heavily injured. Too weak. Die. The Amethyst Lady looked bored and her eyes turned sharp. Boom, purple light shone and a huge amethyst worm that was thousands of feet long was formed. It was shaped like a centipede and it instantly wrapped around Lu Yuan. No. Lu Yuan's scream was startled and quickly disappeared. He turned into a blood fog and disappeared. I hope that the second prey will not disappoint me. The Amethyst Lady turned and flew in another direction. She purposely kept her injuries and suppressed her strength but Lu Yuan was unable to stimulate her at all. She was also bored from training. However, my injuries have recovered by more than 40%. The second prey's performance is probably not as good as this one. The Amethyst Lady sighed, but the corners of her lips curled up into a smile. This was the power of a combined heavens expert. Living beings below the combined heavens were no different from ants. After Qingyu left the serene forest mountains, he flew towards his destination. The insectoid territory was vast. With Qingyu's speed, it would probably take him 8 to 9 months to reach his destination. At this moment, the divine soul imprint on the star soul reacted. Are they here? Qingyu spread his soul sense. Soon, an invisible pressure came from the left. The figure of the Amethyst Lady flew over. She had a leisurely attitude as she said, as the second prey, your luck isn't very good. Because my injuries have already recovered by more than 40%. It really is her. Qingyu had already guessed that the person who would deal with him and Lu Yuan would be this newly advanced heaven combining stage expert. It was just that the other party was too confident. His injuries had only recovered a little, but he still dared to chase after him. By the looks of it, Lu Yuan was already dead. Just now, you didn't join those 3 idiots to attack me. I'll give you a chance. If you can last 20 moves against me, I can spare your life. The Amethyst Lady smiled. She was giving Qingyu a chance to live. This way, he would definitely try his best to fight for it. Perhaps it would be slightly more interesting. However, Qingyu continued to fly and didn't reply. It was as if he didn't hear anything. So cowardly? The Amethyst Lady revealed an even more bored expression. In her opinion, Qingyu was even weaker than Lu Yuan. He didn't even dare to attack and only knew how to escape. But you're just a demigod. Can you escape from the palm of a combining stage expert? The Amethyst Lady revealed a look of disdain. She gave up on the idea of practicing and decided to kill Qingyu. However, at this moment, she realized that Qingyu's speed had increased. Swish, using spatial teleportation, Qingyu instantly teleported dozens of miles away and disappeared in front of the Amethyst Lady. Law of space? The Amethyst Lady was slightly surprised. Qingyu could comprehend the law of space to such a degree. Logically speaking, his strength and talent should be pretty good. She followed the senses of the divine soul imprint and continued to chase after him. When she caught up to Qingyu, he used spatial teleportation again and instantly disappeared. The Amethyst Lady's expression sank. She continued to chase after him. She even stopped playing around and chased after Qingyu with all her might. However, every time she saw Qinyu, he would use spatial teleportation to escape. The amethyst lady finally realized that it wasn't that Qinyu was cowardly and didn't dare to attack. Instead, he was relying on his speed to play with her. Interesting, interesting. I will let you die a miserable death. The amethyst lady's gaze turned ferocious. She hoped that her opponent was powerful. However, when she realized that her opponent was playing with her, how could she be happy? Boom, the amethyst lady didn't suppress her strength anymore. She borrowed the power of heaven and earth to increase her speed and chased after Qinyu with all her might. You have just broken through to the combining stage and are severely injured. You still want to catch up to me? Qinyu laughed lightly. He spread his vermilion bird sacred wings and increased Qinyu's speed by a few times. He occasionally used spatial teleportation, causing the amethyst lady to be unable to catch up to him. Now, if Qinyu unleashed his full speed, even a combining stage cultivator at their peak would find it hard to catch up to him, let alone the amethyst lady. Damn it. I will definitely catch up to you and kill you. The amethyst lady had a vicious expression. This chase and escape continued for a month. In the end, Qinyu even completely left the amethyst lady behind. If not for the fact that the amethyst lady relied on the divine soul imprint to sense Qinyu's location, she might have already been shaken off by Qinyu. It's been a month. Qinyu suddenly stopped. He waited at the same spot for a day and a night. Boom, heaven and earth rumbled, and an immense pressure surged toward him. Found you. A bone-chilling voice filled with intense hatred sounded. The amethyst lady was filled with killing intent as she charged toward Qinyu. Originally, she had treated Qinyu as a prey that she could casually pinch. However, she had been fooled by Qinyu for a month and was unable to catch up to him. She hadn't even been able to harm a single hair on Qinyu's body. She had even been left behind by Qinyu. The strong sense of humiliation made the amethyst lady want to kill Qinyu now. Die. The divine power in the amethyst lady's body surged, and the law of poison filled the air. Dark purple fog rose in the air, and one could faintly see countless poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. It was a chilling sight. Previously, her injuries had recovered by more than 40%. However, in the past month, she didn't have any spare energy to chase after Qinyu. As a result, the injuries caused by the lightning tribulation were recovering slowly, and she had only recovered by 60%. However, before the amethyst lady could unleash her attack, Qinyu had already attacked first. White Tiger Vermilion Bird Strike, the two-colored mixed divine power, in addition to the profoundness of the White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw and the Vermilion Bird Sky Incineration Wings, displayed the power of this battle technique to its fullest. Especially since his divine body of 4 symbols was at the consummate 6th level, the power of this battle technique of Qinyu was extremely close to the power of the heavenly combination stage. Roar! Boom, the golden white tiger roared, and its flaming wings covered the sky. Ferocious flames burned, and the aura of a sacred beast shook the surroundings. Pung! 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 The void continued to explode, and the divine might around the amethyst lady crumbled inch by inch. The power formed by the law of poison was also broken. What's going on? The amethyst lady was slightly surprised. Qinyu's sudden attack was so powerful that she felt as though she was facing someone of the same cultivation level. The amethyst lady attacked in an instant, and the divine power in her body and the law of poison directly fused, forming a dark purple fog that filled the air, and smashed towards the flaming golden tiger. Pung! The flaming golden tiger roared and rushed out to meet the amethyst lady's attack. The two powerful forces collided, and terrifying energy waves surged. Purple fog filled the surroundings, and golden waves of fire blasted outwards. Amidst the explosion, a ball of golden red light suddenly crashed towards the amethyst lady. In this collision, Qinyu actually had the upper hand. The amethyst lady blocked the impact of the aftershock, and didn't suffer any obvious injuries. However, she was already severely injured, and at this moment, the blood in her body was boiling, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She felt as though her internal organs were about to split open. She stared at Qinyu again, and there was an additional trace of seriousness in her eyes. Among the demigods, your strength should be among the top. Logically speaking, a month ago, you should be able to withstand 20 moves from me. Why are you running? The amethyst lady was extremely puzzled. Even if I can withstand 20 moves, you still won't let me off. Xianxia quickly gave his answer. The amethyst lady didn't reply. She hadn't thought of this point previously, but if Xianxia could withstand 20 moves, she still wouldn't let Xianxia off. I am currently injured, and with your speed, you can shake me off. Why do you need to stop? The amethyst lady asked again. Right now, she was very interested in Xianxia. She wanted to resolve all her doubts and then kill Xianxia. If that's the case, the other heavenly combination realm expert won't be able to rush over in a short period of time. Xianxia said calmly. The amethyst lady frowned slightly. What did he mean by that? Xianxia didn't continue to explain. Instead, he executed his spatial teleportation ability. He didn't escape. Instead, he instantly teleported in front of the amethyst lady. Immediately after, he punched out. The amethyst lady's eyes widened. She didn't expect that Xianxia would suddenly get so close to her. When she reacted and circulated her god power, how could her attack compare to Xianxia's lightning-fast punch? Pong! Xianxia punched out fiercely, and his physique strength burst forth. The spatial laws revolved, and he executed the sky-sundering Emperor Fist. 7 moves condensed into a single punch, and it erupted with a power that could threaten a heavenly combination realm expert. Boom! In a hurry, the amethyst lady condensed her god power into a shield. A thick amethyst shield blocked Xianxia's punch. However, in less than half a breath's time, the amethyst shield started to tremble. Cracks spread rapidly, and it suddenly shattered. Xianxia's punch was executed with the white tiger sacred claw. It also contained the spatial laws, and its penetrative power was top-notch. Furthermore, the insect race's amethyst lady didn't specialize in defense. Impossible. The amethyst lady was shocked. Her god-power defensive shield wasn't able to block Xianxia's punch. How was this possible? She was a heavenly combination realm expert. Previously, Lu Yuan couldn't resist at all and was toyed to death by her. Boom! Space distorted, and cracks appeared. A violent force rushed over. Multiple wounds appeared on the amethyst lady's body, revealing her purplish-black flesh. She retreated several hundred feet before she could stabilize her figure. This is impossible. I've already broken through to the heavenly combination realm. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against me. The amethyst lady roared. She was furious and unwilling. She had just broken through to the heavenly combination realm, but her confidence was shaken by Xianxia's punch. You are just a prey that I want to practice on. If I want you to die, you will have to die. The purple crystal lady's face was gloomy, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She had thought that she would kill Xianxia after catching up to him. However, this demigod was so powerful that he had even injured her earlier. It should be pointed out that she had yet to recover from the divine lightning tribulation. Her injuries would be more severe than usual. Xianxia was speechless. This purple crystal lady's confidence had swelled after she broke through to the heavenly combination realm. The truth was obvious. His strength was enough to threaten her, but this purple crystal lady still said such naive words. However, it didn't matter. She was using him as a practice target. Xianxia was also using this purple crystal lady as a practice target. During his 10 years of seclusion in the demon race, his 4 symbols divine body and chaotic world art had improved. His cultivation had improved greatly, and his strength had increased greatly. However, in these 10 years, Xianxia had never fought in a real battle. This injured heavenly confluence realm expert wasn't at his peak, so it was more suitable for Xianxia to practice on. Swoosh! Xianxia used spatial shift again and approached the purple crystal lady. He continued to fight in close combat. In reality, after reaching the mysterious dark realm, close combat was extremely rare. This also made the purple crystal lady not used to Xianxia's fighting style. Feeling the suffocating pressure, the purple crystal lady's expression turned grave as she circulated her divine power and laws. Xianxia's fist smashed over. It was still the sky-sundering Emperor Fist, and he clashed with the purple crystal lady again. This time, the purple crystal lady was prepared. She treated Xianxia as a formidable opponent and attacked with all her strength. Bang! There was a deafening explosion. After the 2 powerful forces collided, the shockwave spread in all directions. In this clash, the two were evenly matched. However, because it was a close combat collision, Xianxia and the purple crystal lady were at the center of the explosion and had to bear the brunt of the shockwaves. Xianxu's divine body of 4 symbols was at the 6th level, and the defense of his physique was even stronger than that of a first-level heavenly unification stage expert. Coupled with the high-grade indestructible body, he was able to withstand the damage from the aftermath. The damage caused by the law of poison was something that Xianxu's advanced indestructible body couldn't recover so quickly, but it didn't affect him much. However, the purple crystal woman did not have such a strong physique. She herself had been injured by the divine thunder tribulation, so her situation was even worse. She let out a blood-curdling screech as she was sent flying backwards. There were several spatial cracks on her body, and black-purple blood splashed out. In terms of attack, they were indeed evenly matched. However, Xianxia could withstand the powerful aftermath of the explosion, but the purple crystal lady could not. Body cultivator? The amethyst lady stared at Xianxia in a sorry state. At this moment, she tossed aside her confidence and treated Xianxia with caution and seriousness. She released her soul will, which merged with heaven and earth. Her soul will also spread out, keeping a distance from Xianxia. In this way, even if Xianxia wanted to engage in close combat, the purple crystal lady would be able to pull away in time. The purple crystal lady waved her jade-like hand, and a black ball appeared in her hand. It was covered with green veins, which pulsed like a heart. This was a supreme-grade poison path profound artifact. Boom, dark purple light appeared in the heaven and earth, and like a majestic waterfall, it poured down towards Xianxia. If one looked closely, they would realize that this was not a waterfall at all. It was filled with dark purple worms, and they were densely packed. They were extremely poisonous. However, Xianxia was not afraid. He activated the black tortoise sacred arm and used the black tortoise's protection. In an instant, dark blue water light formed around him. And he turned into the form of the black tortoise, protecting Xianxia within it. The dark purple majestic waterfall rushed over, but it was split and buffered by the black tortoise's protection to the greatest extent. In the end, only about 50% of the damage landed on Xianxu's body. Xianxia forcefully endured the remaining damage, and used it to train his physique. Damn it, what level has this lad's defense reached? The purple crystal lady's expression turned ugly. Xianxia forcefully endured her all-out attack. Although there were rotting wounds on his body, they looked like superficial wounds that would heal very quickly. Xianxia activated the green dragon's sacred leg and black tortoise sacred arm, and launched a counterattack. Green light rippled in the void, and 3 extremely thick green wood giant dragons condensed. They circled around the purple crystal lady, and opened their mouths to suck her. Instantly, a strong suction force came from all directions, and the purple crystal lady felt the vitality and divine power in her body being rapidly sucked away. Immediately, a viscous water body appeared around her, and formed an obstruction and restriction on her. Break! The divine power in the purple crystal lady's body burst forth, and she struggled free. However, the 3 greenwood giant dragons rushed out and chased after the purple crystal lady, and opened their mouths to suck her. The purple crystal lady was already injured, and her vitality was precious. After it was sucked away, her injuries would be greatly affected. Lad, I have yet to recover from my injuries, so I will let you go this time. The purple crystal lady spoke. After witnessing Xianxu's defensive power, as well as his innumerable techniques, she deduced that she wouldn't be able to kill Xianxia. She had just broken through to the heavenly combination realm, and if she were to engage in an intense battle for a long time, her foundation might be damaged. The purple crystal lady found a way out for herself, and she didn't wish to continue fighting with Xianxia. Hee, but I don't intend to let you go just like that. Xianxia sneered. Impudent. The purple crystal lady rebuked angrily. Xianxia didn't know what was good for him. However, she soon realized that something was amiss. If Xianxia wanted to continue fighting with her, what benefits would he get? What was his goal? Rumble. Behind him, scarlet red golden claws and golden fire birds pounced over. Xianxia didn't waste any words, and he launched a frenzied attack. With the 6th level of the divine body of 4 symbols, and the chaotic world art, Xianxu's ordinary attacks had reached the heavenly combination realm, and they were about the same level as the heavily injured purple crystal lady. The purple crystal lady immediately retreated. She already had the intention to retreat, and she didn't intend to continue fighting with Qinyu. Spatial lock. Qinyu circulated the spatial laws, and they gathered around the purple crystal lady, forming an extremely powerful spatial binding force. In an instant, everything within a certain area seemed to be frozen, and they couldn't move, including the purple crystal lady. This was a technique that Qinyu had discovered after comprehending the spatial laws to a deeper level. Spatial lock could instantly trap the enemy. The purple crystal lady was caught off guard by the spatial lock, and she immediately released her godly power and laws, destroying the spatial energy in the surroundings. However, the sky was already filled with attacks, and she couldn't dodge. Pung pung pung, the purple crystal lady's figure flew out, and a few more wounds appeared on her body, as well as new burn marks. Right now, you can only display 40% of your strength. Qinyu deduced the purple crystal lady's current state. The purple crystal lady's mind shook. As she continued to receive injuries, her injuries became more and more severe, and the strength she could display became lower and lower. Swoosh, she turned and fled, transforming into a purple phantom, and disappeared into the horizon. Swoosh, Qinyu used the spatial teleportation mystical ability and chased after her. From the moment he made his move, Qinyu's plan was to silence her. He had intentionally fled for a month so that the other heaven-combining realm cultivator wouldn't find him too soon after he killed the purple crystal lady. B*****, you want to kill me? The purple crystal lady also realized this. She couldn't believe that this human male would be so daring to kill her in the insect race. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, behind him, a sky full of sword lights flew over. The sword bodies were gold and red, and silver light floated around it. Under the enhancement of the spatial laws, it pierced through the void at an indescribable speed, aiming for the purple crystal lady. As her injuries worsened, the purple crystal lady didn't dare to fight with Qinyu head-on anymore. She could only flee. However, in terms of speed, how could the heavily injured her compare to Qinyu? Qinyu used the vermilion bird's sacred wings and the spatial laws to chase after the purple crystal lady, continuously attacking and weakening the enemy. Human, you have to think this through. If you kill me, the purple poison insect race won't let you off. The purple crystal lady said with a face full of hatred. The purple poison insect race was one of the many branches of the insect race. It was a famous faction in the nearby area. In the origin world, the insect race was a super faction. They were one of the top factions, and their strength was on a different level from the human race. Just the purple poison insect race alone had 3 heaven-combining realm cultivators. Including her, who had just advanced, there would be one more. If I let you off, will the purple poison insect race let me off? Qinyu sneered, and his killing intent was already determined. Spatial destruction. The space around the amethyst lady suddenly trembled violently and started to distort. Cracks started to appear in the space. Following which, a layer of silver-gray forbidden flames burned, and the void was instantly set ablaze. Cracks spread rapidly. This is, the void sky sacred flame? The purple crystal lady couldn't believe it. Qinyu actually possessed the world-rare flame, which was ranked in the top 10 of the true fire spirit flame list. Caught off guard, a spatial crack appeared, and a bone-deep wound was left on her body. Whoosh whoosh, as the void sky sacred flame spread, the void distorted and tore apart, forming a ring that enveloped the purple crystal lady. Under Qinyu's control, the void sky sacred flame from all directions cooperated with the power of the spatial laws to attack the purple crystal lady. In an instant, the purple crystal lady's injuries became even more severe. The purple crystal lady's face was filled with anger and determination. The divine power in her body surged, and she seemed to be planning to use some secret technique to turn the tables. Qinyu grasped this opportunity. The heart in his body beat, and the murderous heart mantra was activated. Dong, an indistinct, soundless tremor spread. The purple crystal lady, who was surrounded by the spatial crack and the void sky sacred flame, suddenly changed her expression. Her heart swelled up, and she felt a tearing pain. Qinyu's move interrupted the purple crystal lady's secret technique, and her heart was ruptured. Not only that, but the purple crystal lady, who had just broken through to the heaven-combining realm, didn't have enough control over her strength. The backlash of her secret technique being interrupted caused further damage to her. Puff, her face instantly turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. her aura instantly weakened. Immediately after, the silver-gray flames in the surroundings charged toward the purple crystal woman, tearing the space apart. In an instant, the other party was torn into pieces. The purple crystal lady's life aura completely disappeared. Dead? After Qinyu observed carefully, he realized that the purple crystal lady was really dead. He killed a heaven-combining realm expert. Although the purple crystal lady had just broken through and was injured, she died tragically in the hands of Qinyu due to her carelessness. Qinyu immediately retracted the void sky sacred flame, calmed the space, and collected the corpse of the purple crystal lady. He wasn't very interested in the bloodline of the purple poison insect race, but it was still a heaven-combining realm expert's bloodline. To the current Qinyu, it would be an additional layer of protection. Qinyu activated the mysterious heart and started to absorb the bloodline power from the pieces of flesh. After extracting the purple poison insect race's bloodline, Qinyu checked the amethyst woman's interspatial ring. As the other party had just broken through to the heavenly body realm, Qinyu didn't expect to reap a bountiful harvest. Entering the interspatial ring with his spiritual sense, Qinyu saw all of the amethyst woman's belongings. There were close to 1,000,000 peak-grade origin stones. The amethyst woman's belongings were much richer than ordinary demigods. Of course, it was also possible that the insect race was a super race in the origin world and was much more prosperous than other small races. Qinyu placed his focus on cultivation resources. He discovered that there were more cultivation resources than he had imagined. Most of them were demigod cultivation resources. However, the amethyst woman should have a high chance of breaking through to the heavenly body realm. There were actually 2 heavenly body realm cultivation resources here. The first precious material was the 6 Desires Fallen God liquid. This was an extremely toxic poison cultivation treasure, and it was extremely effective on the first layer of the Heaven Confluence realm. The second was the Jade Feather Ginseng. It was a treasure that could increase one's vitality and strengthen one's physique. 2 heavenly body realm cultivation resources. Not bad. Qinyu smiled. At least he had taken the risk to kill the amethyst woman. After tidying up the interspatial ring, Qinyu took the amethyst woman's corpse and entered the heavenly secluded feather. The blood god clone had been cultivating here. When it first formed, its cultivation speed was extremely fast and even surpassed Qinyu's. However, the blood god clone had a high difficulty in breaking through to the heavenly body realm. Once it broke through to the heavenly body realm, the blood god clone's cultivation advantage would disappear. Master, this corpse. The blood god clone smelled the blood and stopped cultivating. It stared at the corpse in front of it. It could clearly feel the fluctuations of divine power and the aura of a heavenly body realm cultivator. This was the corpse of a heavenly body realm cultivator. Qinyu killed a heavenly body realm cultivator? The blood god clone was shocked. It had become a demigod before Qinyu, but it would probably be killed in a few moves when facing a heavenly body realm cultivator. However, Qinyu could already kill a heavenly body realm cultivator. Can this heavenly fusion realm corpse help you break through to the heavenly fusion realm? Qinyu asked. Master, I'm afraid it's still not enough. After all, the blood essence in this corpse is already gone. The blood god clone shook his head. It wasn't that easy to break through to the conjoined heaven realm. As a blood god clone, the blood Tao essence had the greatest effect on it. However, the blood in the amethyst woman's body had been sucked dry by Qinyu. Qinyu left the inner space of the heavenly secluded feather and told the blood god doppelganger to cultivate hard. He began to hurry on his journey. This woman has been killed by me. The purple poison insect race will notice very soon. Relatively speaking, time was still very tight. In his star soul, there was the divine soul imprint of the purple-armored old man. He could sense Qinyu's location, so he would definitely be able to track him down. Of course, Qinyu alone had the strength to contend against a heavenly combination stage expert. With his blood god doppelganger, there was nothing to fear even if the purple-armored old man rushed over. He was afraid that the purple poison insect race had other helpers. Therefore, Qinyu had to hurry on his journey and find Meng Qingyun first. He had to see his biological father. Moreover, he had received news from the demon race that Meng Qingyun seemed to be being hunted down. Now that Qinyu had the strength to contend against a heavenly combination stage expert, he was no longer a burden. He had the right to know some information and could be of some help. The purple-armored old man had been waiting in the serene forest mountain range. He had been waiting here for a month. It seems that I've encountered a tough one this time. I'll take it as a lesson to let her understand that no matter what her cultivation is, she can never be careless when facing an enemy. The purple-armored old man murmured to himself. Through the divine soul imprint, he could feel that the first prey had been killed very quickly. But the second prey had been chased for a whole month, and there was still no result. Even the purple-armored old man was amazed. Could it be that Xianxu's strength had reached the peak of the demigod level? Suddenly, the purple-armored old man's expression changed. He suddenly stood up, his dignified face filled with a sinister look. Just now, the divine soul imprint he had left in the amethyst woman's body had suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Why would the divine soul imprint he had left behind disappear? Of course, it was possible that the amethyst woman had entered another space and isolated herself. Another possibility was that the amethyst woman had erased the divine soul imprint herself. She had already reached the heavenly combination stage and had the ability to do so. But the purple-armored old man felt that neither of the two possibilities was true. He immediately flew out and chased after the divine soul imprint he had left in Xianxu's star soul. After flying for a short while, he received a message from the tribe. Dead. Through the message from the tribe, the purple-armored old man's guess was confirmed. His adopted daughter was dead. Who did it? After a moment of silence, the purple-armored old man's cold and sinister voice sounded. At this moment, the sky turned dark, and the surrounding space distorted. All living beings within a radius of a few thousand miles trembled and fled frantically. From the purple-armored old man's point of view, the culprit must be a heavenly combination stage expert. Otherwise, even a peak demigod wouldn't be able to kill the amethyst woman. But the only clue he had was the divine soul imprint. Therefore, he could only find Xianxu and interrogate him about the heavenly combination stage expert who killed his adopted daughter. At this moment, the purple-armored old man felt a faint fluctuation of divine power. He stopped and probed with his divine sense. He sensed an ancient boat that was hiding in the void and flying past at high speed. The ancient boat stopped, and Grandmaster Wu and God Erosion of the Heaven's Legacy race appeared. Heaven's Legacy race, Silver Soul race? The purple-armored old man sized them up and found that they were both heavenly combination stage experts. This was strange. Why had so many foreign demigods and gods come to the insect race recently? If I'm not wrong, you are planning to kill a human demigod. Grandmaster Wu smiled and stroked his beard. How do you know? The purple-armored old man's eyes flickered, and a powerful divine aura gathered. The wind howled and the clouds howled. His adopted daughter had just died, and he was furious. Even if there were two heavenly combination stage experts among the enemies, he might still attack if his adopted daughter's death was related. Coincidentally, your target is also our target. Grandmaster Wu's expression didn't change under the purple-armored old man's pressure. It was as if he knew that the purple-armored old man wouldn't attack. Oh? The purple-armored old man narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that the Heaven's Legacy race was the most intelligent race among the 10,000 races. They were skilled in divination, so it wasn't surprising that they knew something about him. However, the purple-armored old man didn't completely believe the Heaven's Legacy race's nonsense. We have the same target. Why don't you come with us? Grandmaster Wu invited. There's no need. This god can deal with him alone. The purple-armored old man decisively refused and gave chase. With his heavenly combination stage strength, how could he not deal with a demigod? Thus, there was no need for him to ally with the Heaven's Legacy race and the Silver Soul race. Moreover, he had other thoughts. A human demigod was being pursued by two demigods from the Heaven's Legacy race and the Silver Soul race. That brat probably had a big secret. Since that was the case, he would obtain the secret before these people. Whoosh, the purple-armored old man instantly left. He had left a divine soul imprint in Xianxu's body, so he was confident that he could capture Xianxu before the Heaven's Legacy race and the Silver Soul race reached the heavenly combination stage. So, you can fail to recruit people. The God Erosion said calmly. Seeing that Grandmaster Wu had failed, he felt more at ease. Even the Heaven's Legacy race couldn't predict everything as they wished. In the eyes of the god Erosion, I'm someone who won't fail? Grandmaster Wu chuckled and explained, I deduced that the purple poison insect race's hatred came from Qinyu. That's the limit. Grandmaster Wu, aren't you worried that the heavenly combination stage insect race will find Qinyu before we do? The god Erosion asked. He wasn't a fool. He had been observing Grandmaster Wu's every word and action along the way, so he could tell that something was wrong. With Grandmaster Wu's divination ability, if he had used all his strength, the two of them would have caught Qinyu long ago. Therefore, he was sure that Grandmaster Wu wasn't in a hurry to capture Qinyu. Don't worry about that. Grandmaster Wu smiled calmly. This made the god Erosion unhappy. What was the old man of the Heaven's Legacy race thinking? This was the insect race's territory. There was a high chance that the purple-armored old man would find Qinyu before them. By then, how could Qinyu survive? Of course, the god Erosion only wanted to kill Qinyu. That kid would die in the hands of others, so he didn't care. He was just curious about what Grandmaster Wu was planning. Qinyu could sense that the purple-armored old man was approaching. However, Qinyu was flying at full speed and his speed was faster than the average heavenly combination stage insect. It wouldn't be easy for the purple-armored old man to catch up with him. A month in the outside world was 5 months in the heavenly secluded feather. Qinyu had been flying for 8 months, which meant that almost 4 years had passed in the heavenly secluded feather. The blood god's clone had already refined the purple crystal lady's corpse. In addition to the 4 years of seclusion, the clone's cultivation was getting closer and closer to the heavenly combination stage. Once the clone broke through to the heavenly combination stage, if the purple-armored old man dared to chase after him, Qinyu would make him pay a painful price. However, at this stage, Qinyu's goal was still to find Meng Qingyun. On this day, Qinyu arrived at the territory of the black-bone insect race. This is the place that demigod Seastone mentioned. Qinyu wandered through the territory of the black-bone insect race and found a cultivation city. Most of the people in the cultivation city were from the insect race, but there were also many other races. It was the most convenient place to gather information. Qinyu easily found out that a year ago, there had indeed been a heavenly combination stage battle nearby. It was said that the battle was extremely terrifying. Even the heavenly combination stage experts of the black-bone insect race did not dare to say anything and only watched from afar. Strange, why is there no news of Meng Qingyun? Qinyu was puzzled. Or rather, Meng Qingyun used another name outside. Then how did the demon race know that Meng Qingyun had been chased here? He remembered that Master Wu of the Heaven's Legacy race had coincidentally appeared. Qinyu could only blame these suspicions on Master Wu. It seems that parting ways with Master Wu was the right choice. Qinyu sighed. It was best to have less contact with the Heaven's Legacy race. Although there is no news of Meng Qingyun, in this battle, the other god is actually the owner of the fiend god part. Qinyu sucked in a breath of cold air. One of the gods in the battle turned out to be the owner of a fiend god part. The Heart of Eternity was one of the fiend god parts, and it was the core part of the chaotic fiend god king. So far, Qinyu had only encountered fiend god parts twice. The first time was with Yen Su, whose finger was suspected to be a part of the chaotic fiend god king. The second time was with the blood race, where the blood of the chaotic fiend god king created the ancestor of the blood race, a god at the merging heaven stage, and the powerful blood race. And now, according to the information he had gathered, there was another owner of a fiend god part. The battle that took place here was a year ago. Now, I don't know where Meng Qingyun has gone. Qinyu didn't find any news about Meng Qingyun here. Perhaps his biological father had used another name or title. However, since he had come this far, Qinyu would soon come into contact with him, so how could he give up? Next, Qinyu continued to gather information here. If he couldn't find anything here, he would find another place. Using that battle as a clue, he would definitely get closer to Meng Qingyun. On a certain day. In his star soul, the pressure from the insect race's divine soul mark was getting stronger and stronger. This proved that the purple-armored old man was getting closer and closer to him. Qinyu didn't know whether the other party was alone or had brought help. This was the territory of the insect race, so he had to be cautious. Qinyu came to the space inside the heavenly secluded feather and took a look at the blood god doppelganger. The blood god doppelganger had been cultivating here, and its aura was stronger and more condensed than before. It was very close to the merging heaven stage. Of course, Qinyu also paid a price, such as the divine-level treasures he had obtained from the burning fire god. He gave 2 of them to the doppelganger for cultivation. The doppelganger didn't have the chaotic body, so it couldn't use all kinds of treasures. Otherwise, Qinyu was willing to spend all the resources in his hands on the doppelganger so that it could break through to the merging heaven stage as soon as possible and help him. When can you break through to the merging heaven stage? Qinyu asked. Master, I'm very close to the merging heaven stage. Give me some more time and cultivation resources, and I will definitely succeed. The blood god's clone said solemnly. Qinyu nodded without saying anything and left the space inside the heavenly secluded feather. The blood god avatar's eyes dimmed. It was indeed very close to the heavenly confluence stage. However, it felt that this threshold was too high for it to cross, and the possibility of it making a breakthrough was extremely small. Perhaps this was the price it had to pay for advancing quickly in the early stages of its cultivation. After advancing to the demigod realm, its cultivation speed had clearly declined, and the threshold for breaking through to the heavenly combination realm had also increased. In reality, the blood god doppelganger didn't have much confidence in breaking through to the heavenly combination stage. However, it didn't say it out loud because it was afraid that it would lose its value in Qinyu's eyes. Qinyu continued to search for clues about that great battle. He was getting more and more information and clues. The battle became more and more intense. Not only did the owners of the god and demon parts participate in the battle, but other races, including the insect race, also participated. On the other side of the battle, there was only one person. It was rumored that he was a divinity realm expert of the evil Tao. His name was Azure Divine Thief, and he was a famous thief in the origin world. Green Divine Thief? Bandit? Qinyu cared more about this divine realm martial artist. Being able to escape from the pursuit of numerous deities for such a long time, it was evident that his abilities weren't ordinary. Suddenly, Qinyu sensed something and quickly left this large cultivation city. Swish, he pushed his speed to the limit and executed spatial teleportation, disappearing in an instant. 20 breaths later, swish, a purplish-black figure seemed to penetrate the void and suddenly descended on the horizon. Divine might spread out and startled the surroundings. In the nearby cultivation city, late-stage mysterious underworld cultivators and above were all alarmed, and they secretly paid attention to this divinity realm martial artist who had suddenly appeared. This large cultivation city didn't have a heavenly combination stage overseeing it, and the sudden appearance of a heavenly combination stage expert was filled with killing intent. It was no wonder that they were so frightened. He's quite fast at escaping. The purple-armored old man's face was cold. He had chased after Qinyu personally, and he only managed to catch up to Qinyu now. As for the reason, he gradually understood. It was because Qinyu possessed the speed of a heavenly combination stage expert. However, you're already targeted by me. You can't go anywhere. The purple-armored old man shouted coldly and was full of confidence. Swish, he also executed spatial teleportation, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Under normal circumstances, heavenly combination stage experts didn't grasp the spatial law. They were at a very high level and had reached the unity of heaven and man realm, so they could also execute spatial teleportation. However, the distance of their teleportation might not be comparable to a heavenly combination stage expert who had grasped the spatial law. As for the purple crystal lady who died in Qinyu's hands, she had just broken through to the heavenly combination stage and hadn't grasped this ability yet. After the purple-armored old man left, many experts in the large cultivation city heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't meddle in other people's business and only reported this matter. A moment later, the purple-armored old man gradually saw Qinyu's figure. "Human, where do you think you're escaping to?" The purple-armored old man's bone-chilling voice sounded. At this moment, Qinyu also confirmed that the purple-armored old man was the only one chasing after him. It seemed like the other party was quite confident. He couldn't be bothered to reply to the purple-armored old man. Since things had already come to this, it was useless to say anything more. Qinyu was already thinking about how to deal with this purple-armored old man. The pressure that the other party gave him was similar to that of the god Eroder. However, the insect race couldn't be compared to the descendants of gods and demons. Thus, the purple-armored old man's cultivation foundation was very strong and might be close to the peak of the first heaven. Under such circumstances, even if Qin Yu and the blood god clone worked together, it would be difficult for them to gain much of an advantage. Thus, he had to rely on some strategies. He had to get rid of the purple-armored old man's pursuit as soon as possible. Otherwise, the purpose of this trip would be delayed. Tell me, with your strength, you still can't kill my adopted daughter. Who helped you? The purple-armored old man questioned coldly. Qin Yu's expression froze for a moment before he came to a realization. Normally, it was impossible for a demigod to kill a god. Even if that god was heavily injured, it wasn't something that a demigod could kill. For example, back in the secret realm, the heavily injured white-robed old man was able to fight back when he was surrounded by 4 demigods. Thus, the purple-armored old man always thought that the killer was someone else. The killer who killed your adopted daughter is indeed someone else, but he has already left. Qin Yu took the opportunity to trick the purple-armored old man. Who is it? The purple-armored old man's eyes were extremely deep as his killing intent spread out. Heaven and earth turned gloomy and purple mist boiled. Divine Azure Thief. Qin Yu casually framed him. Impossible. Why would the Divine Azure Thief help you? The purple-armored old man yelled as a hint of shock flashed through his eyes. It was obvious that with the Divine Azure Thief's strength, he wouldn't be able to take revenge for his adopted daughter. I'm not sure either. When I was being chased, I coincidentally met the Divine Azure Thief and he helped me. Qin Yu continued to fabricate lies. The purple-armored old man's expression changed. He knew about the Divine Azure Thief's recent appearance in the insect race. He heard that many heavenly combination realm cultivators participated in the operation to kill the Divine Azure Thief. However, this battle between gods had lasted for several years and hadn't ended. The Divine Azure Thief was a rogue cultivator of the evil Tao. It wasn't certain that he had really killed his adopted daughter. The Divine Azure Thief is currently being chased by his enemies. He's dead for sure. I'll kill you first. The purple-armored old man harumphed coldly. Qin Yu secretly cursed at this old man for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Since he couldn't deal with the Divine Azure Thief, he was prepared to kill him. Since things had come to this, he might as well take the initiative to attack. Qin Yu's figure suddenly stopped. A black-red figure appeared beside him. It looked 70 to 80% similar to him. Its cultivation was at the demigod realm, but its aura was extremely strong. It was very close to the heavenly combination realm. The moment the blood god clone appeared, it joined forces with Qin Yu to attack the purple-armored old man. Black tortoise suppression, boom, the profound meaning of water spread out, forming a deep blue ocean. A huge black tortoise was formed, covering a radius of a few thousand feet. The purple-armored old man's speed slowed down as he was enveloped. Even his divine sense and divine power were suppressed and weakened. Immediately after, the blood god clone attacked. The huge deep blue-black tortoise's body suddenly shone with a blood-colored radiance. In an instant, it filled the entire black tortoise. Apart from suppressing the purple-armored old man, the blood-red black tortoise also had a powerful devouring force that sucked the purple-armored old man's blood and life force. Moreover, a lethal poison was also seeping into his body. It looks like the one who killed my adopted daughter isn't the Divine Azure Thief, but your helper. The purple-armored old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. Previously, he thought that Qin Yu wouldn't be able to kill his adopted daughter. However, with the help of the blood god clone, he could do it. He now knew that he had been tricked by Qin Yu. You're too naive to think that you can trap me with this. The purple-armored old man was suppressed by the blood-red black tortoise, but he still sneered in disdain. The purple poison insect race contained lethal poison, so the blood god clone's poison was useless against him. A dark purple poisonous mist spread out, devouring the blood god avatar's poison and using it as its own, further poisoning everything in the surroundings. The black tortoise's suppression continued to weaken. What a powerful poison Tao! Qin Yu's eyes were solemn. He suddenly attacked and activated the vermilion bird's sacred wings and white tiger sacred claw. In an instant, countless golden flaming feathers appeared in the sky, and like thousands of arrows, they shot toward the purple-armored old man simultaneously. At this moment, a faint golden rune appeared on the back of the white tiger sacred claw's hand. Perhaps it was because the white tiger sacred claw's radiance covered it, or because Xianxia was focused on dealing with the enemy, he didn't notice it. The blood god clone on the side used its full power and activated the blood god domain. Buzz, a blood-red domain formed in the surroundings and covered a radius of 10,000 feet. All living beings were completely suppressed, and the flowers and trees instantly withered. The purple-armored old man's bloodline power was suppressed. He frowned and said, "This disgusting feeling. Blood race?" Whoosh, boom. Boom, the golden-red fire feathers shot out and created explosions. The sky was filled with golden flames and purple poisonous mist. Zio Poison Realm. The purple-armored old man shouted as he circulated the law of poison and unleashed his divine power. A powerful poison Dao divine power rushed out and covered a radius of several dozen miles, turning everything into a dark purple color. The blood-red black tortoise disappeared, and the blood god domain of the blood god clone was also infected and weakened. Xianxia and his clone felt as if they had fallen into a poisonous pond. Poison surrounded them from all directions. A normal demigod wouldn't even be able to last 5 breaths before dying from the poison. Luckily, Xianxia's defense was strong, and his resistance to poison was also strong. The blood god clone had fused with poison and had a certain resistance to it. The purple-armored old man's expression was slightly ugly when he saw that Xianxia and the blood god clone were fine. It looked like he had underestimated the abilities of these two. However, at this moment, the purple-armored old man discovered that the golden rune on the back of Xianxia's hand was emitting a faint aura of divine power. What is this? The purple-armored old man became cautious. He thought that it was a trump card given to Xianxia by a heavenly fusion realm. Xianxia also stared at the rune on the back of his hand. This was given to him by the celestial sect's grand elder. Once he got close to Meng Qingyun, this rune would sense it. Now, this ancient rune was getting brighter and brighter. The ancient rune on the back of his hand shone brighter and brighter. This meant that Meng Qingyun was very close to Xianxia. But now, Xianxia was being targeted by the purple-armored elder of the purple poison insect race and could not escape to search for him. On the other side, the purple-armored elder stared at the ancient rune. He felt an unfamiliar aura of divine power. He suspected that this might be a trump card that the heaven-combining stage human had given to Xianxia, so he became cautious. But after a few breaths, the ancient rune was still the same. It did not pose any threat to him. This brat must have purposely created this to scare me, the purple-armored elder thought. The purple-armored elder thought. After all, he had already been deceived once when he first came into contact with Xianxia. Kill. His divine soul merged with heaven and earth, causing the power of the dark purple poison domain to increase. The terrifying poison power turned into thousands of poisonous insects that charged toward Xianxia and the blood god avatar. The purple-armored elder's attainments in the poison Dao were very high. He was on a completely different level from the purple crystal woman. Even though Xianxia and the avatar had strong resistance against poison, they did not dare to fight head-on. Xianxia and the blood god avatar flew out and attacked at the same time to resist the tide of poisonous insects. Where do you two think you are escaping to? Rot and die in my dark purple poison domain. The purple-armored old man shouted and released his divine power continuously. All kinds of ferocious venomous insects appeared endlessly in the entire domain. It was eerie and terrifying. No, I must escape from this person. Otherwise, who knows when I will have to wait if I miss this opportunity. Xianxia's eyes were filled with determination. His resistance against poison was very strong, but he could not withstand the purple-armored elder's poison. The other party's attainments in the poison Dao were very high, and his cultivation was very deep. He was close to the peak of the first heaven. A dark purple bloodline power flowed out of the heart of eternity. It was the bloodline power that Xianxia had absorbed from the purple crystal woman. In an instant, Xianxia's body glowed with purple light. His skin hardened, and his face became dark and evil. His body gave off a powerful poison power. This is? The purple-armored elder was slightly taken aback. He sensed the aura of his own race from Xianxia. But when he sensed carefully, he was certain that Xianxia was not from the purple poison insect clan. Thinking about how the blood god's clone was closely related to the blood tribe, the purple-armored elder guessed that it was very likely that the two people before him were blood tribe members. Scram! Xinyu bellowed and slashed out with his claw. A giant golden-red claw light tore a hole in the purple poison barrier as it charged toward the purple-armored elder. The purple-armored elder channeled his divine power, forming a purple pillar of light that shot forward. Pung! Xinyu and the purple-armored old man clashed head-on, causing an explosion and a storm to spread in all directions. A few golden-red streaks of light shot out of the chaotic storm and slashed at the purple-armored old man. The purple-armored old man's eyes widened in astonishment. Xinyu actually had the upper hand in this exchange of blows. Whoosh, he hurriedly dodged, but he couldn't completely avoid it. A bloody scar was left on his arm. The cut was sharp, and it was charred black. The purple-armored elder was injured. At this moment, the anger in his heart was completely ignited. Damn blood tribe, how dare you be so arrogant in the insect race? The purple-armored old man was enraged. At this moment, he finally understood why Xinyu had the upper hand in the previous exchange. It was because Xinyu had activated the purple poison insect clan's bloodline, which had reached the heavenly combination realm. It had increased Xinyu's battle prowess to a certain extent. Now, the purple-armored old man was almost certain that Xinyu was from the blood-devouring clan. When he killed his adopted daughter, he had refined the purple poison insect clan's bloodline. White Tiger Vermilion Bird Strike. Xinyu once again used a powerful battle skill. The flames of the vermilion bird sacred wings soared, and the golden light of the white tiger sacred claws shone brightly. A dazzling golden-red ball of light appeared in front of him. A flaming golden tiger suddenly rushed out, and a domineering holy beast aura swept in all directions. After activating the purple poison insect clan's bloodline, Xinyu's battle prowess had increased further. Apart from the difference in his divine soul, there wasn't much difference between him and the heavenly combination realm. He seized this opportunity to launch a frenzied attack on the purple-armored old man. The fire Dao countered the poison Dao to a certain extent. Wherever the sacred and berserk flaming golden tiger passed, the dark purple color would dissipate, and the poisonous gas would be incinerated. The purple-armored old man revealed an expression of disgust. This time, he attacked with all his strength. An ancient poisonous insect diagram appeared in front of him, and it emitted a soul-shaking evil poisonous light. Boom! A violent explosion occurred on the spot, and waves of golden light and fire mixed with poisonous mist surged out. Xinyu withstood the shockwaves, and the purple-armored old man formed a divine power barrier to protect himself. On the other side, the blood god avatar attacked, and a bright red sea surged over. 2 ants, die. The purple-armored old man was furious. He waved his hand, and a black-purple skull appeared in front of him. Pitch-black poisonous gas floated out of the skull's eye sockets, mouth, and nostrils, giving off a fatal feeling of danger. Even Xinyu, who had activated the purple poison insect clan's bloodline, felt his heart palpitate slightly. This was a quasi-god weapon. The purple-armored old man actually used a quasi-god weapon to deal with 2 demigods. This was out of Xinyu's expectations. Under normal circumstances, the purple-armored old man definitely wouldn't do this. However, Xinyu and the blood god avatar were enemies that killed his adopted daughter. He had spent a lot of effort to nurture his adopted daughter, but she died right after reaching the heaven fusion realm. Normal people naturally wouldn't understand the hatred he felt. The purple-armored old man had chased after Xinyu for a full 10 months, and he had long lost his patience. Apart from this, there was another reason. Xinyu displayed the power of the heaven fusion realm. This god will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The purple-armored old man's face was cold and cruel. The black-purple skull in his hand released an even denser poisonous gas, and it merged with his own poison energy. A terrifying black-purple poison energy appeared around the purple-armored old man. Just a glance was enough to make one's scalp go numb, and their hearts beat rapidly. At this moment, Xinyu also felt a sense of danger. However, his gaze was suddenly attracted by something else. It was the ancient rune on the back of his hand. Suddenly, it shone brightly, and the golden rune floated out from the back of his hand, turning into golden starlight and disappearing. It disappeared? Xinyu was shocked. How could the rune that the celestial sect's supreme elder had left for him suddenly disappear? How was he going to find Meng Qingyun in the future? However, At this moment, a powerful and boundless god power undulated, and Qinyu felt a sense of familiarity. Boom, a greenish-silver light shone from afar, piercing through everything. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be covered by a layer of greenish-silver light. The purple-armored old man's purple poison realm was also dispelled. What's going on? The purple-armored old man's heart trembled. This powerful god power was above him. Who was it that had come? Shua, above the purple-armored old man and Qinyu's head, a greenish-silver light suddenly circulated, and a figure wearing a green robe appeared out of thin air. Who's that? Qinyu was a little confused. This combining heaven's realm that suddenly appeared was much stronger than the purple-armored old man. From the purple-armored old man's expression, he could tell that this person was not his helper. However, at the next moment, Qinyu had a strange feeling. The disappearance of the golden rune might have something to do with the appearance of this person. In addition to the strong reaction of the golden rune, Qinyu had a guess about the identity of this person. You are Divine Green Thief. The purple-armored old man was shocked, and then blurted out. Just now, when he was chasing after Qinyu, the two of them talked about the Divine Green Thief. Unexpectedly, the Divine Green Thief appeared. How could this be? The purple-armored old man was sure that Qinyu had purposely used the Divine Green Thief to deceive him, but why did the Divine Green Thief come here? Could it be a coincidence? Why are you here? The Divine Green Thief suddenly opened his mouth, and his gentle voice was filled with dignity. To look for you. Qinyu took a deep breath. He was sure that the person in front of him was Meng Qingyun. However, he didn't expect that the other party was also the Divine Green Thief. He had even used the Divine Green Thief to deceive the purple-armored old man. The purple-armored old man's heart skipped a beat when he saw the Divine Green Thief and Qinyu talking, and his face turned pale. Damn it, you brat, you really know the Divine Green Thief. The purple-armored old man felt that Qinyu was too cunning, and it was difficult to distinguish the truth from the lies. Lord Divine Green Thief, since you've shown up, I'll let the matter of this person killing the experts of my clan go, the purple-armored old man said helplessly. The Divine Green Thief was a famous thief in the main world, and he was no match for him. He had to save his life first, and when he returned to the clan, he would gather the Heavenly Combination Realm experts to deal with Qinyu and the Divine Green Thief. However, in the next moment, the purple-armored old man's hair stood on end, and a sense of danger emerged in his heart. Whoosh, he immediately teleported, and his figure appeared 10,000 zhang away. His divine sense sensed that the Divine Green Thief's green robe fluttered, and a dark green ancient sword appeared, slashing at him. Xiaoqi, a dark green sword light with silver flowing light pierced through the void, and it arrived at the position where the purple-armored old man teleported. How is this possible? The purple-armored old man was shocked. The Divine Green Thief's sword didn't have any violent aura, and it didn't have any strong killing intent. It silently slashed across the void, and it instantly arrived with a fatal chill. Chi, the sword light slashed across the sky, and the purple-armored old man screamed in pain. Blood spurted out, and half of his body and an arm were neatly cut off. You tried to kill my son, and I won't let this go. The Divine Green Thief said coldly. The purple-armored old man's head was missing a small piece, and his face was full of fear and disbelief. The Divine Green Thief's strength was so strong, he could sense that the other party's cultivation was at the peak of the first heaven, and he himself was very close to this realm, but why was the gap between them so big? He couldn't dodge the sword, and he was instantly injured. Thinking back to that sword, the purple-armored old man felt a chill down his spine. Die, you old thing! Qinyu roared, and the law of space revolved, and the space lock was cast. The purple-armored old man's body condensed a huge amount of space power, and it instantly compressed, completely trapping the purple-armored old man. At this moment, the purple-armored old man seemed to have really turned into a statue, and he was motionless. When the purple-armored old man released his majestic divine power, it gradually destroyed the surrounding space power. Boom, Qinyu's full-force punch had already arrived. The terrifying physical strength poured out like a volcanic eruption, and it instantly shattered the purple-armored old man's bones and flesh. Then, the golden light and scarlet fire ravaged and destroyed the purple-armored old man's body. No, after being severely injured by Meng Qingyun, and then being hit. Head-on by Qin Yu's full-force punch, the purple-armored old man's body gradually collapsed, and finally, only a charred skeleton was left. This punch is not bad. The divine green thief smiled faintly, but then he said in a serious tone, "Run." Before leaving, Qin Yu collected the purple-armored elder spoils of war. This was a true veteran heavenly fusion realm expert, so he should have quite a bit of wealth. Afterward, Qin Yu quickly left with Divine Azure Thief, who was also known as Meng Qingyun. Meng Qingyun's speed was even faster, and he flew with Qin Yu. During this process, Qin Yu could clearly feel Meng Qingyun's spatial movement technique. Meng Qingyun also mainly cultivated the law of space, but his cultivation was much higher than Qin Yu's, and his usage was more profound. The distance he used spatial movement was more than twice that of Qin Yu. Furthermore, the time between each movement was shorter, and the speed was faster. Qin Yu originally had extraordinary talent in the aspect of space. Since he had nothing to do, he carefully observed and comprehended Meng Qingyun's usage of the law of space. Gradually, some usage and comprehension of the law of space appeared in his mind. Qin Yu's law of space became stronger and stronger, and his cultivation rose. Meng Qingyun nodded slightly. When he brought Qin Yu along, he was also displaying some of his skills and means to Qin Yu. As for how much Qin Yu could learn, that would depend on Qin Yu's comprehension and luck. And Qin Yu, who possessed the heart of eternity, did not disappoint Meng Qingyun in this aspect. After flying for a day, Meng Qingyun finally stopped. Qin Yu woke up from his comprehension, and his eyes were clear. Silver light floated around his body, and space faintly distorted. The law of space corresponded to the heavenly fusion realm, and there were a total of 3 levels. Previously, Qin Yu's law of space was level 1. Now, it was around level 1.5, and he was one step closer to level 2. Don't think that it was just a small improvement. The heavenly fusion realm was the domain of gods, and every improvement required a long period of time. Furthermore, Qin Yu was only a demigod, and he had yet to reach the heavenly fusion realm. Therefore, this small improvement was even more precious. Furthermore, Qin Yu felt that after the improvement of the law of space, he seemed to be closer to the heavenly fusion realm. "I didn't expect you to find me so quickly." Meng Qingyun was the first to speak inside. The clone in the disordered ocean city was arranged by him, so he naturally knew everything that happened there. He remembered that when the avatar dissipated, Qin Yu was only at the celestial condensation realm. How long had it been? Qin Yu's cultivation had already reached the level of a demigod. Meng Qingyun was also very surprised. Even if Qin Yu had a heaven-defying treasure like the Heart of Eternity, it was impossible for his cultivation speed to be so fast. Cultivation speed was just one aspect. On the other hand, Qin Yu's strength was also extraordinary. One had to know that the heavenly confluence realm was a huge threshold. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for one to challenge someone of a higher cultivation realm. But just now, Qin Yu had killed the heavily injured purple-armored elder with a single punch. The demigod realm has power comparable to the heaven-merging realm. Aside from the bloodline boost from the eternal heart, what realm did you use to break through to the mysterious nether realm? Meng Qingyun asked. He felt that this might be the crux of the problem. Everyone knew that in the star condensation realm, the more origin energy stars one condensed, the stronger one would be in the mysterious nether realm and the greater their potential. Under normal circumstances, the accumulation of the star condensation realm would have a very low impact on the demigod realm. But what if Qin Yu cultivated the 9 revolution vast star art to the highest level? What if he reached the legendary realm? Previously, Meng Qingyun didn't think that Qin Yu could do it. But now, he had some expectations. 9 stars. Facing his biological father, Qin Yu didn't hide anything. As expected, ha ha ha. Meng Qingyun nodded slightly and laughed. In the immemorial era, 9-star kings were called supreme kings. They were invincible existences among star condensation kings and had the powerful ability to kill enemies of a higher cultivation realm. Since the immemorial era, there had never been a 9-star king in the origin world. Qin Yu's talent could be considered number 1 after the immemorial era. As a father, how could he not be happy to see his child have such achievements? At this moment, Meng Qingyun's eyes were incomparably bright as he looked at Qin Yu. When Meng Qingyun was young, he was also a prodigy and had his pride. But compared to Qin Yu, he was willing to admit defeat. Thinking back, he had only broken through to the mysterious nether realm as a 6-star king. Of course, that was in the great cosmos realm. If he was born in the origin world, he might have even higher achievements. Good, good. Meng Qingyun said 2 good words. Father, why are those people chasing after you? Qinyu asked the question in his heart. He had inquired about a lot of information and had some understanding of the Azure Divine Thief being chased. However, he didn't know the specific details. This was probably the reason why Meng Qingyun hid his identity and lived alone. Originally, I thought that we would only meet after you broke through to the heavenly fusion realm. But now that you have the strength of a heavenly fusion realm, you are qualified to know everything. Meng Qingyun raised his head and looked into the distance with a nostalgic expression. He didn't explain to Qinyu, but what he said shocked Qinyu even more. Everything? Qinyu murmured. Was his father finally going to confess everything? I know you have many questions. Why are you born in an ordinary family in the Kunyan realm? Why didn't your mother and I come to find you? Why am I accused of colluding with alien races? Meng Qingyun said slowly. Qinyu's eyes were filled with seriousness as he quietly listened to everything. All the questions in his heart about his birth would be answered at this moment. Didn't you ask me about your birth mother? Your mother came from the ancient god race, one of the descendants of gods and devils. Meng Qingyun's emotions fluctuated slightly. The Azure Sky Sovereign Lord was like this every time he talked about his birth mother. But this time, there was more helplessness and sadness in his expression. The descendants of gods and devils, Qinyu immediately came to a realization. In the primordial era, the rulers of the origin world were the gods and devils who had innate abilities and extremely powerful bloodlines. Now that that era had ended, the descendants of gods and devils were still the overlords of the origin world. They were ancient, powerful, and arrogant existences. The descendants of gods and devils were extremely disdainful of the human race, and the human race was even more afraid of the descendants of gods and devils. This is the reason why you colluded with alien races and betrayed the human race? Qinyu felt that it was ridiculous. The human race was more afraid of the ancient god race and was worried that they would take the opportunity to swallow the human race. What about mother's death? Qinyu's heart tightened. Meng Qingyun was accused of such a crime by the human race. Could it be that his birth mother's death was related to the human race? This was not something he wanted to see. Xianxia is willing to give up her life for you. Meng Qingyun closed his eyes slightly. For me? Qinyu thought of a dream he had. In the dream, he was a baby and felt the love in the eyes of a couple. Now, the figure of the man in the dream seemed to overlap with Meng Qingyun. That mysterious woman had sacrificed herself and everything for the sake of that baby. All of this might be true. Mother died because of me. When Qinyu got the answer, his heart shook. The human race did not allow the union between your mother and me. The ancient god race did not allow it either. In order to prevent the powerful bloodline from flowing into the human race, the ancient god race destroyed you. At this point, Meng Qingyun's eyes flashed with strong hatred. Ancient god race. Qinyu thought about this race of descendants of gods and devils. Right now, among the descendants of gods and devils, the ancient god race stood at the top. This ancient and proud race naturally looked down on the ant-like human race. How could they let their precious and powerful bloodline fall into the hands of the human race? The ancient god race destroyed Qinyu, and his birth mother sacrificed everything to protect Qinyu. Now, there was still a faint blessing power left on Qinyu's body. Your existence cannot be known by the human race and the ancient god race, in order to avoid disaster. And because of the heart of eternity, I decided to leave you in a place far away from the main world, the Kunyan realm. As long as you can live a peaceful life, everything Xianxia and I have done is worth it. Meng Qingyun sighed. However, Qinyu simply stood in place, not moving an inch. He had always been curious about the mysteries of his birth. Now that he had found out everything, he had yet to recover from the shock. He could only feel his body and mind were somewhat heavy. He had only just met his birth father, but his parents had given him far more than his adoptive parents had in the Kunyan realm. After a long time, Qinyu accepted everything and asked, "What's with the gods that are chasing you?" Could it be the ancient god race? But the possibility was not high. If the ancient god race really wanted to kill Meng Qingyun, he would have died a long time ago. Meng Qingyun seemed to be thinking about how to explain. But at this moment, boom, the world roared and an indescribable pressure and heaviness suddenly struck. Boom, the gravity in the world seemed to have increased dozens of times or even 100 times. With Meng Qingyun as the center, the area within a 100-mile radius was suppressed by the strong gravity and sank. The nearby mountains were instantly flattened and sank 1,000 feet into the ground. In an instant, Qinyu and Meng Qingyun were in a giant pit. Qinyu felt as if there were 10 giant mountains pressing down on him. He couldn't help but shiver and feel a sense of danger. Who is it? It has produced such a terrifying power before it even arrived. Go. Meng Qingyun's expression suddenly changed. He immediately took Qinyu and teleported away from the pit. Divine thief, where are you going? A calm voice that contained a terrifying power spread in all directions. All the living beings in the vicinity trembled. Qinyu's mind shook, but he teleported away with Meng Qingyun the next moment. Who is it? Qinyu could not help but ask as he breathed out a sigh of relief. Meng Qingyun's expression was solemn. He flew at full speed as if he didn't even have time to reply to Qinyu. Do you still want to escape from me this time? The majestic voice sounded again, louder this time. In the next instant, Qinyu felt as if a black sun had risen behind him. An ancient and tyrannical pitch-black radiance illuminated the heavens and earth. A figure could be vaguely seen within the black sun, containing boundless demonic might. Qinyu only took one look and felt a powerful divine power attacking his mind. It made him feel reverence and other emotions. This person, could it be demonic god Xianxia? Qinyu guessed. He had previously found out that there was an extremely powerful god who also had a god-fiend part in the Battle of the Gods. This god was demonic god Xianxia. The heart of eternity in Qinyu's body suddenly throbbed violently, transmitting an incomparably intense desire. At the same time, it also gave off a warning. Demonic god left destruction. Qinyu was almost certain that the pursuer was this heavenly combination stage expert, who was also the owner of the fiend god parts. Meng Qingyun did not say a word and flew with all his might. To Qinyu, the left destruction demonic god was extremely shocking, but Meng Qingyun was already used to it. Stay here. Demon god left annihilation suddenly made his move. In the sky above Qinyu and Meng Qingyun, a huge ball of pitch-black light appeared and suddenly descended. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and a terrifying gravitational force descended with a tyrannical demonic might. Just this demonic might alone was enough to knock a demigod to the ground, rendering him unable to fly. Fortunately, Meng Qingyun was at the side and helped Qinyu share some of the burden. Furthermore, as a body cultivator, Qinyu possessed a battle prowess comparable to the heavenly combination stage. This demonic god Xianxia's cultivation. I'm afraid he's at the second level of the combined heaven realm. Qinyu guessed. He had only compared demon god Xianxia to the purple-armored old man. The two of them were not on the same level. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Even Meng Qingyun was extremely solemn when he saw demonic god Xianxia and tried his best to escape. Whoosh, the teleportation was delayed for a moment, and before the pitch-black ball of light descended, it suddenly disappeared. In the distance, a 10-zhang tall figure suddenly appeared. The giant figure's body was black and glowed with a metallic luster. There was a black horn on its head and a pair of black wings on its back. An evil and domineering aura swept out. He was none other than demon god Xianxia, a member of the black demon race among the descendants of the gods and devils. That feeling just now. Was it a part of a god or devil? But why didn't I feel it before? Demon god Xianxia murmured softly, his right hand caressing his left arm. At that moment, the fiend god parts on his body actually throbbed with excitement and longing, as well as deep fear. Could it be that kid? Just now, demonic god Xianxia's divine consciousness had sensed that there was a human clan demigod beside Azure divine thief. The god-fiend part's reaction came from this demigod. We'll know once we catch up. Zumi demon god's eyes were filled with excitement. 100 miles away. Qinyu and Meng Qingyun suddenly appeared. That was close. The heavy demonic might surrounding Qinyu dissipated. Just now, they almost couldn't escape. Of course, the danger wasn't over yet. It was still following closely behind him, constantly pressuring him. Whoosh, Meng Qingyun used spatial teleportation again and quickly escaped. From start to finish, Meng Qingyun did not panic in the slightest, as if he was experienced in dealing with such situations. At this time, Meng Qingyun looked at Qinyu and formed a hand seal. After a few breaths of time, a transparent silver-blue pillar condensed and flew into Qinyu's body. Qinyu didn't resist at all. He allowed the translucent pillar to envelop the Heart of Eternity. This is a secret technique to isolate the Heart of Eternity, Meng Qingyun said quickly. A moment later, demon god Xianxia caught up with them. Where are you going? Demon god Xianxia let out a loud roar as a formidable demonic aura burst out from him. In the soul dimension, darkness spread in all directions with demon god Xianxia at the center, covering everything. Instantly, Qinyu's mind shook violently as if he had fallen into a pitch-black hell. He couldn't see or feel anything and was about to die in this darkness. Demon god Xianxia's level was too high and his soul attack was too strong. Right at this moment, Qinyu felt the darkness around him dispersing. He saw a green jade Buddha floating above Meng Qingyun's head. It looked dignified, and it gave off a feeling of tranquility and tranquility. This was a divine artifact. Furthermore, it was a soul defense divine artifact. The dignified green jade Buddha had a certain restraining effect on unorthodox cultivators. Hee, it seems like this kid is very important to you. Demon god Xianxia smiled faintly. Under normal circumstances, Meng Qingyun would be able to deal with this soul attack calmly and escape. However, Qinyu's level was too low. If he didn't deal with it well, he might even be killed by demon god Xianxia's soul attack. All this while, Meng Qingyun had been acting alone. He wasn't used to the sudden addition of another person, causing his efficiency to decrease. Demon god Xianxia took advantage of this and successfully caught up to Meng Qingyun. Where do you think you're going this time? Demon god Xianxia's divine senses locked onto Meng Qingyun. The divine might in the heaven and earth gathered continuously and reached a shocking level. You'll know when the time comes, Meng Qingyun said calmly, as if he was really confident that he could escape. Demon god Xianxia frowned slightly. Was divine thief Qingyun really confident that he could escape, or was he just fooling him? Meng Qingyun's robe fluttered and a dark green ancient sword appeared. Sword intent gathered on it and rose continuously. Spatial laws fluctuated. The sword slashed out and a dark green radiance wrapped in silver light pierced through everything. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of demon god Xianxia. Demon god Xianxia's pupils constricted and he struck out with his thick claws. Violent pitch-black divine power, coupled with the strong physique of the black demon race, met the sword. He used his physical strength to take Meng Qingyun's attack head-on. One had to know that Meng Qingyun's previous attack had easily injured the purple-armored elder and sliced off half of his body. A shallow wound was left on demon god Xianxia's palm, but it recovered in the blink of an eye. It was neither painful nor itchy. As a descendant of the god fiend, his recovery ability was extremely shocking. Divine thief Qingyun, tell me everything you know about the god fiend parts and pledge allegiance to the black demon race. If you do that, I can spare your life, Demon god Xianxia said coldly and arrogantly. Even though he had chased after divine thief Qingyun for so long without any results, he believed that in terms of combat power, he could completely crush divine thief Qingyun. This was the reason why he was so proud. Meng Qingyun did not look at demon god Xianxia. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Qinyu, leave. Qinyu instantly understood that Meng Qingyun was planning to stall demon god Xianxia first and think of a way to escape after Qinyu left. He clenched his fists tightly and did not want to leave Meng Qingyun alone. However, he had not broken through to the heavenly combination realm. Facing demon god Xianxia, who was at the second heaven, was like throwing an egg against a rock. At this moment, Qinyu yearned for power very much. Swoosh, Qinyu turned around and fled. He used the spatial laws and teleported. Spatial laws? Teleportation ability? Demon god Xianxia watched Qinyu leave with a strange look in his eyes. In his eyes, a demigod was no different from an ant. However, this ant was a little different and seemed to be slightly stronger. I'm a little interested in this ant now. Demon god Xianxia smiled faintly. He could tell that divine thief Qingyun was very concerned about Qinyu. Moreover, he had felt that Qinyu had god-fiend parts on him just now. However, this feeling had disappeared. No matter what, demon god Xianxia had no intention of letting Qinyu off. Even if he did not find any god-fiend parts on Qinyu's body, he might be able to use Qinyu's life to threaten divine thief Qingyun. Swoosh, demon god Xianxia's lips curled up. Divine power surged on the surface of his body and his back bulged. Gradually, another body that was 70% to 80% similar to demon god Xianxia appeared. He was only dealing with a demigod. This clone that he created had the strength of a heavenly combination realm first heaven. He instantly escaped and chased after Qinyu. Dream on. Meng Qingyun shouted coldly. He waved the ancient green sword in his hand and was prepared to kill demon god Xianxia's clone. You dare to be distracted? Do you really think I'm just a decoration? The demonic god left annihilation shouted coldly as he lashed out with his claws. 5 pitch-black streaks of light rushed out and formed a chaotic storm. With an overbearing and disdainful aura, they crushed towards Meng Qingyun. The heavens and earth darkened as a destructive disaster descended. Demon god Xianxia's cultivation level was at the second heaven. On the other hand, Meng Qingyun was at the peak of the first heaven. It was already amazing to be able to contend against him, but it would be difficult for him to control the situation. At this moment, whoosh, a black shadow flew over, turning into a giant insect. There were hundreds of tiny tentacles around its body, and it emitted a bone-chilling aura that froze the surroundings. Following closely behind was a charming woman dressed in red. She had 6 furry tails behind her, and every frown and smile seemed to be able to steal souls. One of them was from the insect race, while the other was from the demon race. Both of them were at the merging heavens realm, and they were assisting the demonic god left destruction in chasing after the azure divine thief. In fact, there were still a few pursuers before, but they gradually gave up during the long process of the chase. The two of you are too late. The demonic god left annihilation glanced at the two of them coldly. How can our speed compare to that of the famous demonic god left annihilation? The woman in red said with a smile. Divine thief Qingyun, you're dead meat. The giant black insect's murderous intent was intense. Is that so? Meng Qingyun smiled faintly and suddenly turned around. His body shone with a green-silver radiance, and he flew far away like a burning meteor. At this moment, Meng Qingyun's speed was twice as fast as usual. Stop him! The demonic god left annihilation shouted. Meng Qingyun's spatial laws had reached the second level. This was also the reason why he was famous in the origin world. Among the tens of thousands of laws, the spatial laws were the strongest. Meng Qingyun relied on the spatial laws and his own abilities to avoid danger time and time again, building his reputation. On the other side, Qinyu escaped, but the avatar formed by the demonic god left annihilation followed closely behind. The strength of the demonic god left annihilation was terrifying. However, this avatar only had the cultivation level of the first level of the combining heaven realm. Qinyu was focused on escaping, and he didn't care about the avatar that was chasing after him. Although he wasn't afraid of this avatar, it was better to escape successfully first. Damn it, this lad is just a demigod. How can he be so fast? The avatar looked extremely similar to the demonic god left annihilation, and he said with a gloomy face. He originally thought that killing a demigod would be a piece of cake. However, at this moment, he saw that Qinyu, who was in front of him, had suddenly stopped and didn't escape anymore. What's wrong with this lad? The avatar was very surprised. However, immediately after, he also realized that something was wrong. In the distant heaven and earth, there was a silver-gray light screen that seemed to have divided the entire world into two, completely isolating it. What's going on? Why is there a boundless silver-gray light screen on this piece of land? The avatar didn't care so much. He decided to complete the mission and take down Qinyu first. He slashed out with his claw, and 5 ferocious, pitch-black claw marks shot out with a momentum that could destroy everything. Swoosh, Qinyu executed minor teleportation and moved 10,000 feet away to avoid this attack. The 5 ferocious, pitch-black claw marks tore the silver-gray light screen and created a layer of ripples. The silver-gray light screen wasn't damaged at all, and the avatar's attack actually fused into it and eventually disappeared. What's going on? The avatar was shocked. He couldn't understand why the silver-gray light screen would have such a strange ability. The attack of a combining heaven realm expert couldn't hurt it at all, and its power was completely absorbed. The avatar even thought that this was Qianyu's doing. Qianyu also revealed a strange expression. Why was there a light screen blocking his escape route? At the next moment, something strange happened. The silver-gray light screen suddenly flashed and actually moved, pushing towards Qianyu and the avatar of the demonic god Left Annihilation. Qianyu and the Left Destruction Demon God clone had experienced the strange ability of the silver-gray screen of light. The attack of a first heaven combining heaven realm expert was unable to cause any damage and was instead absorbed. The Left Destruction Demon clone even thought that this was Qianyu's doing and couldn't help but feel shocked. At this moment, the silver-gray screen of light flashed and moved in the air towards Qianyu and the Left Destruction Demon clone. Seeing that Qianyu was similarly bewildered, Xianxia's doppelganger breathed out a sigh of relief. This light barrier wasn't created by this human demigod. At this moment, Qianyu and the Left Destruction Demon clone put down their grudges and attacked the silver-gray screen of light together, wanting to know what it was. This was because when the silver-gray screen of light appeared, the two felt a strange sense of unease. Qianyu and the Left Destruction Demon clone attacked at the same time. The Left Destruction Demon clone's claw was pitch black and filled with demonic energy. It was extremely domineering and charged out with a momentum that could destroy everything. Qianyu's claw shone with golden red light and contained explosive power. At the same time, it gave off an unparalleled feeling of sharpness. It also contained the power of the laws of space and slashed onto the silver-gray screen of light. The enormous silver-gray screen of light was like a boundless ocean. The attacks of Qianyu and the Left Destruction Demon clone were like giant rocks smashing into it. Weng, the surface of the screen of light rippled slightly. The attacks of Qianyu and the Left Destruction Demon clone gradually merged into it and disappeared. The silver-gray screen of light quickly returned to normal. This scene caused the eyebrows of Qianyu and the Left Destruction Demon clone to furrow even more tightly. Qianyu's strength was equivalent to a first heaven combining heaven realm expert. Even with the Left Destruction Demon clone, he was unable to do anything to this screen of light. The silver-gray screen of light slowly moved forward. Qianyu and the Left Destruction Demon clone were unable to destroy it and didn't dare to touch it. If they touched the screen and were absorbed, they would be finished. Therefore, the two could only retreat. At this time, Left Annihilation's clone charged at Qianyu. It was fine if he couldn't figure it out. Capturing Qianyu was an order given to him by demon god Xianxia. Xianxia's clone wouldn't forget his mission. Rumble, 5 violent pitch-black streaks of light descended from the sky, and a ferocious demonic might came crashing down, causing all matter to suffer tremendous pressure. This was the fiend god pressure of the black demon race, and was of the same nature as the fiend god aura of the Heart of Eternity. Qianyu wasn't afraid in the slightest. The power of the vermilion bird sacred wings and the white tiger sacred claws fused together to unleash a dazzling golden red light. Pung, the two of them collided head-on, and a storm swept out in all directions. A layer of blue scales appeared on the surface of Qianyu's body. This was the black tortoise scale armor, and it resisted the impact of the aftermath. Coupled with his own defense, he was as still as a mountain in this chaotic storm. He was completely unharmed. With Qianyu's current strength, he really wasn't afraid of Xianxia's clone. At the very least, in terms of offense, defense, and speed, Qianyu wasn't much different from an ordinary heavenly combination realm, and he might even be slightly better. But Qianyu's goal was to escape. A silver-gray light screen suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, blocking Qianyu here. Attacks couldn't destroy it, and spatial teleportation couldn't penetrate it either. Qianyu couldn't think of a solution for now, so he could only continue fighting with Xianxia's clone. He took the initiative to attack, circulating 1.5 levels of spatial laws. Thousands of spatial blades instantly appeared in the void, forming a storm of sword chi. With Xianxia's clone as the center, it spun and strangled him. As the silver spatial blades strangled him, they tore open cracks in the void and surrounded Xianxia's clone, binding him within. This kid's spatial laws have actually reached 1.5 levels? Xianxia's clone was extremely shocked. Even an ordinary heavenly combination realm expert would find it difficult to comprehend the spatial laws to such a level, and Qinyu was only a demigod. No matter how talented he was, how could he have such accomplishments? Even Xuemia's clone had to be extremely careful with the spatial laws of 1.5 levels, in case he failed miserably. Xuemia's clone channeled the power of the black demon race, activating the bloodline power of a descendant of the devil god. A dark demonic might was released, and it formed a weak suppressive force against the spatial laws. Then, Xuemia's clone's speed exploded, and he shot out from the cracks in the surrounding space. Kill. Qinyu immediately controlled all of the spatial blades to chase after Xuemia's clone, tearing open straight spatial cracks along the way. At this time, Xuemia's clone thought of using the silver-gray light screen to destroy Qinyu's move. Whoosh, Xuemia's clone changed directions and approached the enormous silver-gray light screen. As expected, when the power that Qinyu condensed with the laws approached the silver-gray light screen, the power was absorbed. The stability of the attack was also affected, and its power quickly weakened. Hee hee. Xuemia's clone laughed evilly and then launched a counterattack. The enormous wings on his back suddenly flapped, releasing a wave of dark black light that charged forward. Qinyu also approached the silver-gray light screen. This way, it would be much more difficult for Xuemia's clone to kill him. As the light screen slowly advanced, Qinyu and Xuemia could only constantly retreat. They did not easily touch the silver-gray light screen, afraid that an accident would occur. Kid, this way, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. You will ultimately fall into Master's hands. Xuemia's clone smiled evilly. He already knew that it would be very difficult for him to capture Qinyu. But the silver-gray light screen that appeared out of nowhere blocked Qinyu, preventing him from escaping. It felt like the heavens were helping him. The final victory still belonged to Xuemia. An avatar is just an avatar. Extremely foolish. Qinyu shouted coldly. This silver-gray light screen definitely did not appear suddenly. It must have been set up by someone. Who had left behind such a grand plan, and what was their goal? Old fellow, what is this? Qinyu asked the blood race progenitor. An array formation, and an extremely profound one at that. What you see in front of you is probably only a portion of the entire array formation. A few seconds later, the blood race progenitor gave an answer. This is only a portion of the array formation? Qinyu's heart trembled. One had to know that the silver-gray light screen in front of him pierced through the heavens and earth as though it had no end. This was only a portion of the entire array formation? If not for the fact that the blood race progenitor had said this, Qinyu would never have believed it. Kid, do you sense that there is someone on the other side of the silver-gray light screen? The blood race progenitor said slowly. Someone? Qinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. This silver-gray light screen seemed to split the world into two. His spiritual perception could not penetrate it at all, and he could not sense the situation on the other side. If someone was hiding there, Qinyu activated the blood race progenitor bloodline slightly. This was a supreme bloodline of the blood Tao. An ancient and domineering blood aura slowly spread out from Qinyu's body. At this moment, Xuemia's clone was slightly startled. He felt a repulsive aura from Qinyu's body and felt uncomfortable all over. As expected, there is someone. Qinyu activated the blood race progenitor bloodline and sensed an extremely obscure fluctuation of life on the other side of the silver-gray light screen. Heh, you've discovered this old one. On the other side of the silver-gray light screen, the air rippled, and a strange-looking flying tool appeared. A round hole appeared at the top of the flying tool, and an old woman with a head full of white hair slowly floated out. In front of the white-haired old woman was a 2-foot-long array disc. There was an extremely complex and transparent array model on it, and an ancient flag floated above it. Heaven's Legacy Race? Did you guys make this thing? No matter what your goal is, you've helped my master. My master will remember this favor. Xuemia's clone was greatly alarmed by the sudden appearance of the white-haired old woman. She had clearly been hiding here the entire time, but he had not discovered her. One could imagine that the white-haired old woman had been hiding behind the light screen the entire time, quietly watching the battle between Xuemia's clone and Qinyu as if she was watching a show. Heh, stupid. The white-haired old woman sneered and cursed. Xuemia's clone was instantly enraged, and he stared straight at the white-haired old woman. Qinyu had just called him stupid, and now the old woman of the Heaven's Legacy race was calling him stupid. It's time to pull in the net. The white-haired old woman muttered to herself and then began to form a spell. The array model on the array disk in front of her quickly turned, and the ancient flag above it constantly spun, communicating with the complex array. Kaboom! The silver-gray light screen rapidly advanced. Qinyu and Xianxia's clone hastily retreated, not daring to touch this light screen. Heaven's Legacy race, just what do you want? Xianxia's clone cursed. Qinyu calmed down a little and began to think. He thought of Master Wu. Master Wu probably knew that he had God-fiend parts on him, and that was probably the reason why he was contacting him. At the start, Qinyu had thought that Master Wu had teamed up with other Heaven's Legacy race members to deal with him. However, the scale of this battle was too great, and the scale of this expenditure was too shocking. Could it be that I'm just a part of the Heaven's Legacy race's target, and they have another bigger target? Qinyu took a deep breath and couldn't help but look at Xianxia's clone. Kaboom! The silver-gray light screen rapidly advanced, and Qinyu and Xianxia's clone constantly retreated. On the other side, Meng Qingyun was also obstructed by the silver-gray light screen, and Xianxia, who had caught up, took the opportunity to severely injure him. What is this? Xianxia stared at the silver-gray light screen. Even the Azure Divine Thief had been stopped, so this thing was probably not simple. Suddenly, the silver-gray light screen pressed forward. The two Heaven Fusion Realm experts besides Xianxia immediately attacked, but not only did their attacks not destroy the light screen, they even merged into it. Everyone sensed that something was wrong and couldn't help but retreat. In fact, at this moment, there were 5 such light screens in all directions, and they circled the entire land as a forbidden zone. The 5 light screens moved closer to the center, and the forbidden zone continued to shrink. Qinyu, who was constantly retreating, suddenly felt a dangerous and oppressive aura. The next instant, swish, Meng Qingyun suddenly appeared next to Qinyu, but his robes were dyed red, and his breathing was ragged. It was obvious that he was injured. We're trapped, Meng Qingyun said solemnly. At his level and powerful divine sense, he could sense that there were 5 light screens sealing off an area of several hundred li, and they were constantly shrinking. This was an extremely profound and powerful array. Even his level 2 space law couldn't pass through, and his divine sense was also blocked. Xianxia stood proudly, his expression cold and dignified, and his body was shrouded in a layer of dark light. Heaven's Legacy race, you're quite bold to attack this god. Xianxia roared, and heaven and earth seemed to be enraged, and a furious divine aura shook the world. Hee, Xianxia, you're exaggerating. We're just taking back what belongs to us. A faintly discernible voice came from all directions and reverberated within the formation. 5 transformation reversal array, combine. The ethereal voice rang out. In the next instant, the 5 silver-gray light curtains flickered with complex and dense patterns. They connected with each other and fused into one. The 5 transformation reversal array was completed and the area within a few hundred miles became a cage. Qinyu and Meng Qingyun were trapped inside. Even the famous Fiend Celestial Xianxia was trapped. Apart from that, there were also 2 helpers of Fiend Celestial Xianxia, a lady in red from the monster race and a giant bug race. What's going on? Oh no! The lady in red and the godly state warrior of the bug race were startled. Outside the 5 transformation reversal array, figures gradually appeared. They were all from the Heavenly Legacy race. There were 5 of them and they all had formation discs and flags in front of them. Master Wu. Qinyu saw a member of the Heavenly Legacy race in the west with his spiritual consciousness. It was Master Wu who was standing on an ancient boat. As he had expected, Master Wu had been harboring evil intentions back then. Beside Master Wu was Godshur. Godshur stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. He had only come to kill Qinyu, but he had not expected to witness such a scene. According to Master Wu, the Heavenly Legacy race had been planning to retrieve the Fiend Celestial parts from Fiend Celestial Xianxia. Moreover, Qinyu might have a Fiend Celestial part on him. Apart from that, the Azure God Thief was also related to the Fiend Celestial parts. This time, the Heavenly Legacy race's operation was to capture all of them in one fell swoop. Compared to the entire plan, Xianxia was just a small fish. The real big fish was Fiend Celestial Xianxia. As for Godshur himself, he was just a spectator who did not matter. At this moment, Godshur finally understood why Master Wu was so calm from the beginning until the end, as if victory was within his grasp. The Heavenly Legacy Race's plan was terrifying. Godshur could not help but look to the other side. That person was the real mastermind. In the void, a small boat that was as white as jade appeared, surrounded by clouds, and on the small boat sat a slightly emaciated old man. The skinny old man had a thick white beard and white hair. His aura was ordinary, like that of an ordinary person. However, the white-haired old woman, Grandmaster Wu, and the others all treated the skinny old man as their leader. Demon God Xianxia's eyes were also fixed on this person instantly with intense hostility. Primordial God, Meng Qingyun said. This skinny old man's surname was Yuan, and his title was Primordial God. It was that simple and casual. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Even Meng Qingyun frowned. Second sky of immortal state. Demon God Xianxia murmured in his heart. If the Heaven's Legacy Race wanted to deal with him, it was very normal for them to send an origin god at the second heaven of the divine realm. If demonic God Xianxia cooperates with us, we won't have to go to war. How about that? The skinny old man, the origin god, opened his eyes and smiled. Your Excellency, we should have a good chat with the Heaven's Legacy Race. The red-robed Jiao woman said with a flattering smile. It was obvious that the Heaven's Legacy Race's target was Demon God Xianxia. She and the insect race's god realm deity had been caught in the crossfire. Relatively speaking, she hoped that this matter could be settled peacefully. However, the left destruction demonic god glared at the origin god and shouted, "Scram!" Rumble, demonic might gathered, thunder rumbled, and the ground cracked inch by inch. The red-robed Jiao woman was taken aback. She knew that there was nothing to talk about. Just the few of you and a second firmament deity want to capture me? Demon God Xianxia sneered. He was the most talented deity of the black demon race and had a god-fiend body part. The Heaven's Legacy Race had only sent 5 people, and one of them was at the second firmament. This made him feel like he was not valued. The few of us are more than enough. The origin god's smile disappeared. Demon God Xianxia's attitude had made it clear that there was nothing to talk about. Activate the array formation, the origin god said indifferently. Almost at the same time, the 5 Heaven's Legacy Race members conjured hand seals to control the array disk and the small flag. Buzz, the 5 transformations reverberation array activated, and a layer of silver-gray light shone from all directions, covering the void. Within the array formation, everyone felt the vitality and divine power in their bodies slowly dissipate. Furthermore, the 5 transformations reverberation array's range was still shrinking. As the range shrank, its power increased. Destroy the array formation, Demon God Xianxia yelled. Pitch-black divine power surrounded his body, and a domineering demonic might shook the surroundings. Darkness Demon Claw. Dense divine power gathered on his palm, and he tore at everything in front of him. Everything in front of him was shattered, and a pitch-black claw mark was formed, which bombarded the 5 transformations reverberation array. The Lady in Red and the deity state deity of the insect race also attacked. As long as they destroyed this damn array formation, they would leave immediately and not get involved in this matter anymore. However, when the attacks of the 3 deity state deities landed on the array formation, the familiar scene from before appeared again. Their attacks were all absorbed. Even Demon God Xianxia's all-out attack was the same, except that it took a little longer to absorb. Humph, this stupid array formation. I will destroy it immediately. Demon God Xianxia's expression did not change, and his aura became stronger. If the first attack was ineffective, then he would attack a second or third time. He did not believe that this array formation had no limits. On the other side, Meng Qingyun and Qianyu watched this scene. The Heaven's Legacy Race's net was mainly aimed at Demon God Xianxia, and they were only small fries. Meng Qingyun made use of the time to heal his injuries. Previously, he was blocked by the silver-gray light screen, and Demon God Xianxia caught up to him, and he was severely injured. Father, do you think Demon God Xianxia can destroy this array formation? Qianyu asked. He hoped that Demon God Xianxia could succeed. It will be difficult. Meng Qingyun shook his head. He also had some understanding of array formations, and the 5 transformations reverberation array was not that simple. This was a huge net that was specifically aimed at them, and it would not be easy for a fish to break free from the net of the Heaven's Legacy race. Right, although this array formation is powerful and strange, it is still an array formation, and the Void Sky Sacred Flame is very effective against arrays. Qinyu thought of this. Of course, if even demon god Xianxia couldn't destroy this array formation, his Void Sky Sacred Flame would not be effective either. Moreover, he was a small fry with a weak sense of existence. If he took out the Void Sky Sacred Flame, he would instantly become the center of attention. This was a super battle between heaven combining stage experts. It was better for him not to participate in it. Qinyu was thinking about lending the power of the Void Sky Sacred Fire to Meng Qingyun. With the other party's second-level spatial laws and profound skills, there might be hope of breaking the 5 circles heaven reversal formation. Rumble, demon god Xianxia and the other 2 immortal state warriors continued to attack the 5 transformation heaven reversal array. What kind of damned formation is this? The deity state warrior from the insect race cursed. He already felt uneasy. Compared to the beginning, the formation had shrunk significantly. Their vitality and god power were disappearing at an even faster rate. If this situation continued, everyone's divine power would be sucked dry, and they would be powerless to resist, at the mercy of the Heaven's Legacy race. Bastard! The left destruction demonic god's eyes were burning with black flames. It was obvious that he was furious. The 3 heavenly combination realm experts continued to attack fiercely. Even with his full strength, he was still unable to break through the barrier. Since that's the case, I'll show you my true power. The demonic god Xianxia bit his right thumb, causing blood to spurt out. He immediately conjured a spell. Then, his right thumb fiercely cut across his left arm, leaving a dark red line of blood. Boom, there was a sudden explosion, and the terrifying pressure of the god fiend spread from the left arm of the demonic god Xianxia. Dazzling black light wrapped around the left arm, and a giant pillar shot into the sky. The 5 transformation heaven reversal array trembled slightly, and the giant pillar of black demonic light pierced through the array and shot into the distant starry sky. At this moment, the hearts of all the living beings nearby trembled. The blood of the lady in red and the immortal state warrior from the insect race almost froze. Under the pressure of the forbidden god fiend, they felt fear and submission from the bottom of their hearts. Godfiend part. Qinyu's eyes widened as he stared at the ancient and dark arm of the demonic god Xianxia. It was covered with mysterious ancient runes that seemed to contain endless power. The heart of eternity in his body was also beating violently at this moment, and it was extremely hot. Calm down. Qinyu tried his best to suppress the heart of eternity. According to the first ancestor of the blood race, the heart of eternity was the core part of the chaotic god-fiend king. I can't let anyone know that the heart of eternity is in my hands. The godfiend part of the demonic god Xianxia is probably the left arm of the chaotic godfiend king. I wonder if it can break through the array. Qinyu thought to himself. The reason why the demonic god Xianxia suddenly unleashed his power was probably to catch them off guard and break through the array instantly. Defend with all your might. The origin god's calm expression became extremely solemn the moment he saw the left arm of the demonic god Xianxia. The 5 immortal state warriors of the Heaven's Legacy race controlled the array with all their might and used their strongest defense to block the left arm of the demonic god Xianxia. Buzz, the silver-gray light screen around them shone with a crystalline luster, and its thickness increased by 5 times. At this moment, the demonic god Xianxia attacked. Shatter into pieces. The demonic god Xianxia roared furiously, and a pitch-black demonic light exploded from his left arm. It contained a terrifying forbidden pressure that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Boom, a giant black arm that was 10,000 feet long suddenly appeared in the sky, and the pressure of the god-fiend looked down on all living beings. Rip, in an instant, the silver-gray light screen in front of them was pierced through like a piece of paper. The 5 transformations heaven reversal formation that had trapped everyone and failed to cause any damage to them after attacking for a long time was instantly pierced through. It's broken. Qinyu was shocked. He was not sure if the demonic god Xianxia could break through the array, but now it seemed that he had greatly underestimated the power of the left arm of the chaotic godfiend king. This This is the legendary God-fiend part. The woman in red was extremely shocked. She, who was standing next to the demonic god Xianxia, felt like a baby facing a ferocious beast. Everyone knew how powerful the God-fiend part was, but very few had actually seen its power. This is indeed a part of the chaotic God-fiend king. With such power, I wonder how powerful the real chaotic God-fiend king was. Master Wu could not help but exclaim. He had originally thought that the 5 transformation reversal array would be able to trap the demonic god Xianxia. This was a net that he had deliberately woven for his opponent, and he had also taken the God-fiend part into consideration. But the result was still the same. Hurry up and repair the array. The origin god's eyes were extremely dark as he immediately gave the order. Hurry up and repair it. Once the demonic god Xianxia uses the God-fiend part, who can stop him? The white-haired old lady shouted. You still want to trap me? The demonic god Xianxia sneered disdainfully. The divine power in his body surged, and the demonic light on his left arm became even more violent and expanded. Boom, the huge black arm that was tens of thousands of feet long suddenly extended for dozens of miles. No, the white-haired old lady felt a fatal killing intent, and her scalp went numb as she retreated. But she did not have time to take action. Darkness attacked, and it was like a huge black claw that came from the depths of hell, instantly grabbing her. Poof, the white-haired old lady's body exploded like a mosquito, and blood splattered everywhere. The white-haired old lady was a heavenly fusion realm expert of the Heaven's Legacy race, and she was an elite among the first heaven experts. But she had been crushed to death without being able to resist at all. Inside and outside the spell formation, it was completely silent. Only the left arm of the demon god Zhu Destruction was surging with black light. It was as if there were countless demons from the abyss roaring, shocking everyone. He broke the formation just like that? The insect immortal state warrior was speechless. Just like that, the 5 revolutions reversal array that everyone was helpless against was broken. Not only that, but demon god left destruction had also killed a god realm cultivator of the Heaven's Legacy race. These are the legendary parts of gods and demons. He's simply too powerful. The battle prowess of the demon god left destruction, who possesses the demon god's body parts, even surpasses the peak of the second heaven. God Erosion's heart trembled, and he felt a strong sense of respect, desire, and other emotions. And this was just one arm of a chaotic divine demon king. You have angered this god. All of you shall die here. Demonic god Xianxia shouted coldly. His words were filled with heavenly might and left no room for doubt. As expected of the arm of a divine demon king. It's so terrifying. Demon god Xianxia must have only used a portion of his power. A Heaven's Legacy race elder sighed in amazement. The Heaven's Legacy race had their own goals in collecting god and demon parts. Just a fiend god's spare part was able to unleash such power. What kind of scene would it be if he could gather 2 or even 3 god and demon parts? If he obtained all the god-fiend parts, he would be able to recreate the Chaos God-Fiend King of the past. In ancient times, a primal Chaos God-Fiend King was suddenly born, shaking the origin world and causing all races to fear him. No one could match him. There was once a higher god at the peak of the god realm who challenged a Chaos God-Fiend King, but he was crushed by a single palm and turned to dust. This was no exaggeration. It had happened in the ancient records of the Heaven's Legacy race. Buzz, the 5 transformations heaven reversal array, which had been easily broken by demon god left annihilation, started to recover. Only the part that had been pierced by the giant black arm was difficult to repair. Humph, you want to use this thing to stop me? Demon god Xianxia snorted in disdain. When he activated the power in his left arm, the 5 revolutions heaven reversal formation was like paper that he could easily tear apart. Moreover, one of the 5 Heaven's Legacy race members controlling the array had died. Suppress the Chaos God-Fiend King's left arm. The primordial god suddenly spoke. The remaining 4 members of the Heaven's Legacy race began to form hand seals and chant strange ancient words. Buzz buzz buzz, the 5 revolutions reversal array suddenly flickered with light, and countless silver tadpole-like characters appeared on it. In an instant, they surged toward the giant dark arm, forming silver rings that wrapped around it. In an instant, demon god left annihilation could sense that the strength of his left arm had been weakened. How is this possible? This is the left arm of a chaotic divine demon king. How can you guys suppress the power of a chaotic divine demon king? Demonic god Xianxia was slightly shocked and roared furiously. However, this was the truth. Countless silver tadpole-like characters formed rings that wrapped around the giant black arm, gradually suppressing the terrifying power within. As of this moment, the everlasting heart inside of Xianxia began to beat more slowly, and was no longer as eager and intense as before. To think that the Heaven's Legacy race would possess such a secret art. Xianxia was also surprised by this development. Could the Heaven's Legacy race be related to the primal chaos god demon king, who, in the void, the giant black arm was bound by countless silver rings? Its aura was sealed, and it began to shrink. No, the power of a chaotic divine demon king is invincible. Demon god left annihilation roared furiously. He communicated with his left arm and activated the terrifying power within it in an attempt to break through the sealing secret art of the Heaven's Legacy race. The 4 people from the Heaven's Legacy race did not move at all. Their faces were extremely solemn, and some of them were even pale. Evidently, even if they had mastered the secret art, it would still be extremely difficult to seal the left arm of a chaotic divine demon king. And this was when demon god left annihilation could not fully utilize the power of his left arm. You 2 fools, hurry up and take this opportunity to break through the array and kill those old fools. Demon god left annihilation roared. The lady in red and the godly state warrior from the insect tribe shuddered and hurriedly nodded. Divine Azure Thief, why aren't you attacking? If I'm not wrong, you are also the target of the Heaven's Legacy race, and maybe even him. At the end of his sentence, demon god left annihilation glanced at Xianxia. Divine Azure Thief was very powerful. If he was willing to attack, the 2 of them could join forces and completely tear apart the net of the Heaven's Legacy race. Meng Qingyun stood up. At least for now, he had to stand on the same side as demon god left annihilation to break through the array and leave. Swoosh, Meng Qingyun took out the green ancient sword and activated the law of space. A chaotic sword radiance crisscrossed with green and silver light slashed out. This sword wasn't very powerful, but it could restrain array formations. This was a sword technique that Meng Qingyun had developed himself. The lady in red and the godly state warrior from the insect tribe also attacked with all their might. At this moment, the 5 transformation reversal array was extremely weak. There was a high chance that they would be able to break it if they joined forces. The plan of the Heaven's Legacy race was about to fail. At this moment, the origin god stretched out his hand and pressed on the array plate in front of him. Buzz, at the top of the 5 transformation reversal array, a ball of chaotic light rippled and emitted a frightening power. Meng Qingyun was slightly stunned. He looked up and the shock in his eyes intensified. As someone who knew a little about array formations, he seemed to have noticed something. Swoosh, he instantly activated the law of space and used spatial teleportation. Boom, a dark and violent pillar of light suddenly crashed down. The power contained within seemed to be endless, chaotic and contradictory. All of it poured down in an instant. What? Demon god left annihilation looked up in shock. The power of this attack made him feel a strong sense of death. The legs of the lady in red and the godly state warrior from the insect tribe turned to jelly. They couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resisting. Within the array formation, the energy waves shook the heavens and the earth. Outside, the origin god's expression was normal as he said calmly, I forgot to tell you that the 5 transformation reversal array can absorb and store your attacks and release them. From the beginning until now, demon god left annihilation and the others had attacked countless times. The power of these attacks had been stored and released at this moment. How terrifying would it be? Boom, darkness descended and devoured everything. Demon god left annihilation gave up resisting and raised his left arm to defend with all his might. Xianxia was extremely far away from the attack, but he still felt that he would definitely die. This showed how powerful this attack was. At this moment, Meng Qingyun appeared beside him and released his powerful divine power. At the same time, Xianxia activated the black tortoise sea suppressing arm and the green dragon divine wood leg. Blue-black tortoises appeared around him and layers of wooden vines coiled around him, forming a strong defense. At the same time, the 2 of them tunneled underground. Boom, the ground cracked, and Qin Yu and Meng Qingyun tunneled thousands of feet underground. However, they were instantly exposed. The defense around Qin Yu and Meng Qingyun was torn apart layer by layer. Fortunately, the power of the destructive power had been reduced to a very low level. Qin Yu and Meng Qingyun were affected and their bodies were bombarded. Both of them were injured. Qin Yu's physical defense was even stronger than that of the first heaven of the merging heaven realm. His survivability was extremely strong. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Meng Qingyun to protect Qin Yu. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, the entire area sealed by the 5 transformation reversal array turned into a huge pit. Demon God left Annihilation's broken body fell slowly. As for the red-clothed demons and the insect race's godly state warriors, they were nowhere to be seen. Of course, they didn't escape. They should have been turned into ashes. Even the 5 transformation reversal array itself was affected. There were many parts of it that were damaged and it was slowly being repaired. Outside the array formation, the Origin God's face was slightly pale. His tense expression relaxed a little as he said, "The chaotic divine demon king's left arm has been successfully retrieved." Demon God left Annihilation wouldn't have been able to block that attack unless he used the power of his left arm. It was still very dangerous. If there had been any mistake, we would have been the ones to lose. A member of the Heavenly Legacy race sighed. Fortunately, it was Demon God left Annihilation who had lost. Meng Qingyun and Qin Yu seemed to be alive. Master Wu sensed the ripples of life energy. As a spectator, Qin Yu had been at the edge the whole time. He had been the least affected and had survived. But Demon God left Annihilation had been defeated, and the godly state warriors of the demon race and the insect race had died. What could Qin Yu and Meng Qingyun do? They were fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by the Heavenly Legacy race. That's even better. The living are more useful than the dead, the Origin God said calmly. But the next moment, his eyes flashed as he stared at Meng Qingyun and Qin Yu, who were inside the array formation. His face instantly darkened. "You, lend me the power of the void sky sacred fire." Meng Qingyun had a determined look on his face as the spatial laws around him fluctuated violently. Qin Yu did not hesitate and immediately lent the sacred void flame in his body to Meng Qingyun. "In my life, I have experienced countless battles, big and small. I don't have any other skills, but I have developed the ability to escape." Meng Qingyun laughed as the divine power in his body burned crazily. A ball of blazing green light constantly burst forth like a green sun, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. He didn't just burn his divine power, he also burned his cultivation. Boom, a ball of mysterious cyan-silver light enveloped himself and Qin Yu, and transformed into a shining meteor that dashed out in an instant. Pung, in the next moment, a loud noise came from the weak area of the 5 revolutions heaven reversal formation in the lower left-west corner. The silver-gray light barrier caved in and distorted, trying its best to block the silver meteor. Puff, the silver meteor broke through all obstructions. The moment it entered the array formation, it vanished into the horizon, heading off to some unknown place. We underestimated Meng Qingyun. He actually used his own cultivation foundation as the price to perform the void-piercing secret technique and penetrate the 5 revolving heaven reversal array. An elder of the Heaven's Legacy race said. Under normal circumstances, Meng Qingyun would never have succeeded. However, the array formation had been torn apart by Demon God left destruction, and he had just used up all his energy to unleash a destructive attack. He was in his weakest state. The 4 Heaven's Legacy race members were also exhausted and relaxed. Moreover, Meng Qingyun's secret technique had been infused with a rare flame like the void sky sacred flame. A few seconds later, Grandmaster Wu suddenly stood up and cupped his hands. "Grandmaster Yuan, leave Qin Yu and Meng Qingyun to me." Meng Qingyun has used a secret technique, causing his cultivation and combat strength to plummet. You alone are enough to deal with him, but Qin Yu has the body parts of a fiend god hidden in his body, the Origin God slowly said as he waved his arm. Whoosh, a cold black wind blew, and a giant figure 30 feet tall appeared next to the Origin God. The giant figure stood silently as if it was dead, but it exuded a chilling aura. "Go," the Origin God indifferently said, then closed his eyes. With the help of Grandmaster Yuan's god-level puppet, I will definitely capture Meng Qingyun and Qinyu. Grandmaster Wu bowed and said to the God Erosion beside him, God Erosion, didn't you want revenge? Now, you have the chance to do it. The God Erosion no longer wanted to get involved in this matter, and he even wanted to leave immediately. At this moment, the giant figure suddenly opened its eyes, which were like the pitch-black abyss of hell. A powerful and domineering divine might quickly condensed, turning into a pitch-black beam of light that shot into the clouds, causing the world to instantly turn dark. The God Erosion's body stiffened, his blood vessels froze, and his soul trembled. He did not dare to object and could only nod silently. The three Xianxia god-level puppet flew into the air, swept up Master Wu and God Erosion, and instantly left. If God Erosion wasn't wrong, the cultivation of this god-level puppet should be at the peak of the heavenly fusion realm. Azure God Thief's cultivation had fallen and he was severely injured. Qinyu's cultivation was only at the demigod realm. On their side, there were 2 heavenly fusion realm cultivators and 1 peak heavenly fusion realm cultivator. The difference was so great that they could easily crush them. Is this really a puppet? God Erosion sized up the 3 Xianxia man beside him. He wasn't much different from an ordinary living being. Even my clan would find it difficult to create a god-level puppet because it requires too many rare materials. Master Wu smiled. Then God Erosion was cautious, afraid that his words would anger the 3 Xianxia man. A pure heavenly fusion realm puppet is too expensive. Currently, the heavenly fusion realm puppets that my clan controls are all modified from the foundation of flesh and blood living beings. Master Wu said frankly. By fusing the techniques of puppetry into the bodies of dead or captured heavenly body experts, the heavenly body puppets created would not only possess high intelligence, but they would also have the ability to cultivate. Hearing this, God Erosion's heart turned cold. Demon God Xianxia had been captured. Other than Meng Qingyun and Qinyu, the rest of the enemies were dead. Once Meng Qingyun and Qinyu were captured, he would be the only one who knew about this matter. He had been wondering if the heavenly legacy race would silence him, so he didn't want to participate and planned to leave immediately. But now, he knew how the heavenly legacy race refined heavenly fusion realm puppets. God Erosion even suspected that this would be his fate after all of this was over. Although the heavenly fusion realm puppets had consciousness, they completely obeyed all the orders of the heavenly legacy race and became their playthings. Now, the God Erosion regretted agreeing to Master Wu's invitation. Don't worry, as long as you help me capture Qinyu and Meng Qingyun, you will have made a great contribution. The heavenly legacy race will not mistreat you. Master Wu saw through God Erosion's thoughts and smiled. I hope so, God Erosion thought. Is Azure God Thief really Meng Qingyun? God Erosion asked. He did have a grudge against Meng Qingyun, but he was still shocked after knowing the other party's identity. The name of the Azure Divine Thief already had a small reputation in the origin world, but he was still making no progress. Absolutely. Master Wu nodded. Where did they escape to? A moment later, Master Wu finished his deduction and said, Flowing Abyss Desert. The Flowing Abyss Desert was 108,000 miles away from here, yet the Azure Divine Thief had already escaped so far. Seeing that Master Wu's words were so convincing, he didn't question it. Qinyu could feel the divine power in Meng Qingyun's body burning rapidly. The laws of space around him fluctuated violently as he shuttled through the void at an indescribable speed. This kind of profound void escape secret technique was amazing. If Qinyu had mastered this secret technique, he would have been able to escape from the pursuit of the heaven combining stage experts. At the side, Meng Qingyun's divine power was gradually being depleted. The effects of the secret technique began to decline. After a while, suddenly, a silver-green ball of light exploded in the void. The surrounding void shattered, and spatial cracks spread out. Qinyu and Meng Qingyun fell to the ground. Just as they were about to smash into the ground, Qinyu flew up with Meng Qingyun on his back and slowly landed on the ground. Qinyu looked around. This was a boundless desert. If Qinyu's guess was correct, this was the famous Flowing Abyss Desert in the insectoid territory. We actually crossed such a long distance. Qinyu couldn't help but exclaim as a map of the insectoid race appeared in his mind. If he flew normally, he would need more than half a month to arrive here. And it had only been a short while since they escaped from the 5 revolutions heaven reversal array. Qinyu couldn't help but look at Meng Qingyun, and his gaze froze. As a heaven-combining stage expert, although Meng Qingyun had lived for thousands of years, his appearance was still very young. But at this moment, Meng Qingyun's appearance had changed drastically. His black hair was mixed with a few strands of silver, and wrinkles appeared on his face. It was as if he had aged instantly. "You, leave quickly." Blood leaked from the corner of Meng Qingyun's mouth. "You are also a target of the Heaven's Legacy race. They won't let you off." The Heaven's Legacy race's goal in collecting the god and demon parts was very clear. Qinyu, who possessed the Heart of Eternity, was also their target. Of course, the Heaven's Legacy race did not know that the god and demon part in Qinyu's possession was the Heart of Eternity. Otherwise, they would not have focused all their strength on dealing with demon gods with destruction and would have taken down Qinyu first. Qinyu did not leave. He could tell that Meng Qingyun was extremely weak. Escaping the Heaven's Legacy race's 5 revolutions heaven reversal array was not that easy, not to mention that they were carrying Qinyu. Meng Qingyun had paid an extremely heavy price. Qinyu could sense that Meng Qingyun's cultivation had dropped. He was still at the heaven-combining realm, but with his heavy injuries, he probably only had the strength of an ordinary demigod. A mighty peak first heaven of the heaven-combining realm was able to escape from the pursuit of a second heaven of the heaven-combining realm, but now that he was in such a state, Meng Qingyun planned to stay here and act as bait so that Qinyu could smoothly escape. "Let's go together. Besides, the Heaven's Legacy race won't arrive that quickly." Without another word, Qinyu circulated his divine power and laws to carry Meng Qingyun away. The Heaven's Legacy race is skilled in divination. If you and I work together, it will be difficult to escape." Meng Qingyun sighed. Qinyu ignored him. Considering that Meng Qingyun was heavily injured and needed to be treated as soon as possible, there might be hidden injuries left behind. Thus, Qinyu had Meng Qingyun enter the heavenly quiet feathers dimension. "Master, another heaven-combining realm?" The blood god clone was extremely excited to see Meng Qingyun. It could tell that although this heaven-combining realm expert was weak, he was definitely not just at the first heaven of the heaven-combining realm, heavens. Qinyu was actually able to capture such a heaven-combining realm expert. "Master, rest assured. After absorbing and refining this person, I will definitely be able to break through to the heaven-combining realm." The blood god clone was extremely excited, and its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. It was already somewhat impatient to completely refine Meng Qingyun and increase its strength. Swish, the blood god clone pounced out, and its sinister face was filled with cruelty and bloodthirst. Meng Qingyun's cultivation had fallen, and he was heavily injured. His current strength was even weaker than the blood god clone, so he was unable to resist. Scram! Qinyu roared, and the ancestral bloodline in his body faintly circulated. Instantly, the energy within the blood god clone became chaotic and uncontrollable. Boom! Qinyu waved his arm, and a powerful gale swept out, sending the blood god clone flying. "Master?" Qinyu's attack wasn't heavy. The blood god clone crawled up, and it was filled with doubt. "If you touch a single hair on him, I will kill you." Qinyu's words were extremely cold. The blood god clone submitted to Qinyu from the bottom of its heart. Sensing its master's anger and killing intent, it was instantly terrified. It quickly kowtowed and admitted its mistake. "Master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." The clone understood that this seemingly old man wasn't its nourishment, and his relationship with Qinyu wasn't ordinary. Meng Qingyun watched this scene with interest. He didn't expect Qinyu to have such a trump card. Your clone is extraordinary. It seems to be a technique of the blood race?" Meng Qingyun asked with interest. If it wasn't a technique of the blood race, he might have tried to cultivate it. Even the blood race doesn't have such a secret technique. Qinyu smiled. "That is?" "The blood race's ancestral bloodline." Subsequently, Qinyu told Meng Qingyun that apart from the Heart of Eternity, he had obtained a second God-fiend component, which was the blood of a chaotic God-fiend king. Meng Qingyun was stunned for a moment. This was something he didn't expect. Qinyu actually obtained a second God-fiend component. Of course, Jinyu's current cultivation was only at the demigod level, and he couldn't fully unleash the power of the god-fiend component. Even demon god left destruction, who was at the second firmament, could only unleash a portion of the god-fiend king's left arm's power. Secondly, Jinyu didn't primarily cultivate the blood Dao, so he didn't have the ability to excavate the god-fiend king's blood. He spent most of his time strengthening himself and raising his cultivation level, which was also why his cultivation level rose so quickly. If Jinyu focused on excavating the god-fiend king's blood, he might have grasped many powerful and terrifying techniques by now. Following that, Meng Qingyun entered seclusion to recuperate in the heavenly quiet feather. Meanwhile, Jinyu hurried on his way. 10 days later. They've caught up. Meng Qingyun transmitted. Meng Qingyun had done some research on divination techniques, but his knowledge was shallow and couldn't compare to some divination masters. However, he could still do something as simple as divining one's own danger. In order to deal with demon god left destruction, the Heaven's Legacy race has already used everything they have, and one of them has even died. Furthermore, they still have to keep an eye on demon god left destruction. They shouldn't have much energy left to pursue us. Jinyu speculated. Don't underestimate the Heaven's Legacy race. The result of my divination is a great omen. A great danger is about to descend. Meng Qingyun shook his head and sighed. Leave me behind. If you're alone, you might be able to escape. This was true. Jinyu had great luck, the heart of eternity, and the primogenitor's bloodline. He had countless unfathomable heavenly secrets that were extremely difficult to divine. The Heaven's Legacy race's pursuit was through divining Meng Qingyun's fate. Indeed, we can't underestimate the Heaven's Legacy race. Jinyu nodded. The Heaven's Legacy race could send at least one Heavenly Fusion Realm expert, or two if the situation was bad. That's right, God Erosion was with Grandmaster Wu, so he would probably participate. This danger seemed unavoidable. But everything isn't hopeless. Jinyu's tone was heavy and his eyes were resolute. He seemed to have made a decision in his heart. Do you have any ideas? Once I break through to the Heavenly Fusion Realm, even if the Heaven's Legacy race pursuers come, I will be able to resist. Jinyu expressed his thoughts. But you're still a distance away from the Heavenly Fusion Realm. Even if you've reached the Sovereign Realm, it's impossible for you to break through to the Heavenly Fusion Realm now. You don't even have a 10% chance. Meng Qingyun said with absolute certainty. He could tell that Jinyu had just broken through to the demigod realm not long ago, so it was impossible for him to break through to the Heavenly Fusion Realm now. He didn't want Jinyu to act recklessly and ruin himself. Father, don't worry. Jinyu said calmly. Under normal circumstances, he indeed had no hope of breaking through to the Heavenly Fusion Realm. Shua, the blood god avatar, received the order and came out of the heavenly quiet feather. Master, what are your orders? Jinyu sized up the blood god avatar. The other party's cultivation was already infinitely close to the Heavenly Fusion Realm, but it couldn't break through in a short period of time. Old fellow, if I refine and absorb the blood god avatar now, I should have a good chance of breaking through to the Heavenly Fusion Realm, right? Jinyu asked via voice transmission. The blood god avatar art was created by the blood race's progenitor, and its original intention was to increase his cultivation. And now, Jinyu planned to refine the avatar and break through to the Heavenly Fusion Realm. The blood god doppelganger was a secret technique created by the blood race primogenitor to increase one's cultivation. In other words, the blood god doppelganger was destined to be refined by the main body. Are you sure you want to refine the blood god doppelganger now? The blood race primogenitor asked. From his point of view, Jinyu had great potential and the possibility of him breaking through to the Heavenly Fusion Realm was much higher than others. There was no need for him to refine the blood god doppelganger so early. One had to know that every step after the Heavenly Fusion Realm was extremely difficult. Once he refined the doppelganger, his cultivation would increase greatly. It was equivalent to saving thousands or even tens of thousands of years of time. If that was the case, it would be more worth it to refine it in the future. That's right. Jinyu had made up his mind. Only by breaking through to the Heavenly Fusion Realm would he be able to withstand the upcoming danger. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other way. Since you've made up your mind, there's nothing I can say. Let's go. The chances of success are relatively high. The blood race primogenitor didn't say much. Qinyu didn't know if this was the truth or a lie, but even if the chances weren't high, he would still try. Boom, Qinyu instantly activated his primogenitor bloodline. A strange blood-red light shot out from Qinyu's body, illuminating everything in the world. The blood god doppelganger was closely connected to Qinyu, and with the primogenitor bloodline enslavement, Qinyu had absolute control over the doppelganger. In fact, Qinyu could even order the doppelganger to commit suicide. This sudden scene scared the blood god doppelganger to the point that its expression changed. Thinking that it had done something wrong to anger Qinyu, it immediately knelt down. Whether it was the doppelganger secret technique or the primogenitor bloodline enslavement, the blood god doppelganger couldn't resist Qinyu at all. Now, it's time for you to prove your true value, Qinyu said calmly. He used the power of the blood race primogenitor and gave the blood god doppelganger one last order. Next, Qinyu prepared to break through to the heavenly fusion realm. Fortunately, Qinyu had observed a demigod breaking through to the heavenly fusion realm before, so he was very familiar with the process. 2 days later, Qinyu chose a place for his breakthrough. The concentration of heaven and earth Xianxia here is the best in the entire flowing abyss desert. Meng Qingyun was still a little worried. This kind of secret technique of refining doppelgangers to break through to the next realm was really rare. He was worried that Qinyu would fail to break through and destroy his own future. But at this point, saying anything more would only affect Qinyu's condition. Next, Meng Qingyun began to lay down the array, including the essence gathering array and the defensive array. The origin gathering array could speed up the process of breaking through to the heaven confluence stage, while the guardian array could withstand the divine lightning tribulation. However, Meng Qingyun did not have a deep understanding of array formations and only knew a thing or two about them. Furthermore, his cultivation had fallen and he was heavily injured, so the power of the defensive array formation was limited. Inside the grand array, Qinyu and his blood god clone sat down cross-legged. Currently, Qinyu was still a distance away from the heavenly combination stage. Therefore, he needed to absorb the blood god doppelganger to raise his cultivation and foundation. Refine. Qinyu activated the blood race's primogenitor's bloodline. His skin, hair, and pupils all turned blood red, and he seemed to have turned into a cold and domineering blood god. On the other side, tiny streams of blood flowed out of the blood god doppelganger's body and into Qinyu's body. Under the activation of the blood race's primogenitor's bloodline, the speed at which Qinyu refined the doppelganger was greatly increased. His cultivation aura gradually condensed into a ball and started to rise. 3 days later, the blood god doppelganger was left with a 3-foot-long blood-red ball of light. As for Qinyu's aura, it had already reached an extremely strong level and was extremely close to the heavenly combination stage. As expected of a secret technique created by the blood race's primogenitor, it can nurture a powerful doppelganger in a short period of time and can even absorb and refine it to increase one's cultivation. Furthermore, the side effects are very low. Meng Qingyun stayed outside the array, recuperating and paying attention to Qinyu. 5 days later, the blood god doppelganger was left with a fist-sized ball of light. This was its core. Since the core couldn't be refined slowly, it directly approached Qinyu and forcefully merged into Qinyu's body. Qinyu immediately suppressed the clone's core's power, allowing this violent and powerful energy to slowly be released. He then absorbed it. Half a day later, boom, an astonishing and tyrannical aura of the blood Tao exploded from Qinyu's body, forming a vast blood-red tornado. At this moment, Qinyu had completely refined the blood god doppelganger and his cultivation was extremely close to the heavenly combination stage. However, there was still a portion of the blood god doppelganger's energy that hadn't been digested. Without any hesitation, Qinyu used this momentum to break through to the heavenly combination stage. 7 days later, an invisible pressure descended upon the heavens and earth. A huge cloud of light appeared in the sky and rolled in all directions like a wave. 10 days later, the cloud of light doubled in size and covered a radius of 100 miles. A huge whirlpool formed in the center and devoured the yuan qi in all directions. The natural energy of heaven and earth gathered and gave birth to a godly might. They're almost here. Meng Qingyun opened his eyes and left. Master Wu, Godsure, and the god puppet were flying towards the flowing abyss desert. Master Wu, who was deducing, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "There's a change." "A change? You're saying that Qinyu and Meng Qingyun might be able to escape from us?" God Shi's eyes were filled with doubt. Unless the two of them called for reinforcements, there was no way out. Master Wu's eyes darkened. As for what the change was, he couldn't deduce it. He, who had been calm all this while, finally became serious. He even felt a little anxious, hoping to capture Qinyu and Meng Qingyun immediately. The god puppet increased its speed and the three of them quickly disappeared into the horizon. 3 days later, Master Wu, God Shi, and the god puppet finally caught up to their targets. In front of them, Meng Qingyun was flying rapidly. Even if his cultivation dropped, his realm would not disappear. He, who had grasped the law of space, could still display the speed of a heavenly combination stage first stage. "Meng Qingyun, where do you think you're going?" God Shi shouted. "Where's Qinyu?" Master Wu's first reaction was different from God Shi's. He had a feeling that things were gradually getting out of control. No matter what, they had to capture Meng Qingyun first. They couldn't leave Meng Qingyun alone for Qinyu. God Shi guessed, Meng Qingyun is using himself as bait to let Qinyu escape? Swish, Meng Qingyun teleported and escaped far away. "Maybe it's as you said, but there's another possibility. Meng Qingyun is stalling for time." Master Wu's eyes were deep. Although he couldn't understand why Meng Qingyun was stalling for time. But no matter what, he couldn't let the enemy get what he wanted. "God Shi, Meng Qingyun is escaping towards the east. Go to the west and take a look," Master Wu instructed. Whether Meng Qingyun was acting as bait to let Qinyu escape or to stall for time, since the other party escaped to the east, Qinyu was most likely in the west. Understood. God Shi nodded and separated from Master Wu. After leaving the group, God Shi had a thought: should I take this opportunity to escape? However, it would seem that he was too cowardly. Meng Qingyun and Qinyu, his two enemies, were both here, but he had escaped. Once his actions caused the Heaven's Legacy race's plan to fail, he would definitely face the Heaven's Legacy race's revenge. After thinking about it, God Shi decided to observe the situation first. After flying for 2 days, God Shi sensed that something was wrong. He could sense that there was a brewing divine power aura in the distance that was constantly growing. This feeling, is someone trying to break through to the heaven fusion stage? God Shi guessed. After flying closer, the god of corrosion saw an astonishing phenomenon of heaven and earth. Boundless clouds and multicolored light enveloped a radius of nearly 1,000 miles. God Shi was slightly shocked. From the phenomenon of breaking through, one could see the talent and potential of the person breaking through. According to his experience, the demigod who was breaking through to the heaven fusion stage should not be simple. Boom! A majestic god power suddenly burst out, shaking heaven and earth in all directions. The pure white and resplendent divine power communicated with nature and everything in the universe. The divine power spread and changed continuously. In the end, it formed the figure of a man that was tens of thousands of feet tall. He was majestic and indomitable, and he could not be blasphemed. The illusory figure of this man seemed to have fused with nature. Every breath and every move he made drew the power of heaven and earth, causing all kinds of phenomena. When God Shi saw the illusory figure of this man, he was dumbfounded and had a face full of shock. Qinyu. God Shi never thought that the person who was breaking through to the heaven fusion stage would be Qinyu. Could it be that Meng Qingyun is purposely stalling for time to wait for Qinyu to break through to the heaven fusion stage? His doubts from before had now been answered. But how long has it been since this kid broke through to the mysterious nether realm? Less than 100 years, no, not even 50 years. This was the reason why God Shi was shocked. He had never seen anyone break through to the heaven fusion stage after staying in the mysterious nether realm for such a short period of time. Thinking back, he had stayed in the mysterious nether realm for 4,500 years before successfully reaching the God realm. He chose to break through to the heaven fusion stage after staying in the mysterious nether realm for such a short period of time. It seems like he has no other choice. God Shi gradually calmed down. It's a pity that you don't have any hope. This is a dead end. God Shi laughed. From his point of view, Qinyu's breakthrough was destined to fail, so what was there to be surprised about? In fact, Qinyu didn't even have the chance to see the result. Because God sure was here, how could he just watch as Qinyu tried to break through to the heaven fusion stage? Qinyu, since it's a failure, this God will help you end it. God sure revealed a cruel and evil smile. Whoosh, he instantly dashed out and charged straight at Qinyu. Boundless divine power surged out and fused with the law of darkness, transforming into a boundless giant hand of darkness. It was as if the sky had collapsed as it fiercely slapped down. Bang, Godshure's palm struck the defensive formation around Qinyu. The formation that Meng Qingyun had set up sputtered with a cyan silver light, and its surface began to distort. Break! Following Godshure's fierce shout, the defensive formation shattered with a loud bang. The giant palm of darkness that he had condensed was also shattered by the explosion of the formation. Qinyu, you've finally fallen into my hands. Godshur sneered. He knew that Qinyu could sense him, so he deliberately mocked him. Buzz buzz, in the void, darkness condensed. The dark palm that was destroyed in the formation condensed once again and slapped towards Qinyu. But at this moment. Crack! Sizzle, the colorful clouds in the sky darkened like a piece of chaos. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning burst out from within, and a forbidden aura that could destroy everything appeared. Everything in the world paled. The lightning that was like the source of destruction expressed a kind of indifference and contempt towards everything. Divine lightning tribulation. Godshure's palm trembled and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, he was below the divine lightning tribulation. End of chapter 1341. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.